Bai Wei found herself immersed in a novel, transformed into the most tragic female supporting character, the exclusive blood bag of the second male lead. Originally a pampered heiress, she willingly succumbed to bloodletting for love, ultimately meeting her demise at the hands of the second male lead. On the day of her transmigration, as fate would have it, she encountered the second male lead demanding blood. In sheer terror, Bai Wei kicked him away, vowing to distance herself from the plot and live a peaceful life instead. However, she inadvertently activated the world purity maintenance system, compelling her to prevent the second male lead from meeting the female protagonist, leading to a series of misadventures where she repeatedly saved his life. The narrative took increasingly bizarre turns. The female protagonist broke up with the male lead, suddenly becoming infatuated with the male lead's uncle. The male lead settled into a relationship, and the previously aloof second male lead began to act affectionately, even confessing his feelings to her. Following an unexpected incident that submerged her in water, Bai Wei regained her memories and realized that none of them were merely characters from a book. Chapter 1. Transformed into a pitiful cannon fodder supporting character. Ah! The frenzied cries echoed throughout the Dream Fairy Pavilion. After venting her frustrations, Bai Wei collapsed onto the soft bed like a disheartened fish. Rubbing her disheveled hair, she closed her eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Wei Wei, how are you? Open the door. Wan Yin called anxiously from outside Bai Wei's dormitory, his urgency evident in his voice. Get lost, Bai Wei shouted irritably. The noise outside promptly ceased. The inhabitants of Dream Fairy Pavilion, hearing the commotion, peeked curiously through the door, resembling onlookers eagerly awaiting gossip. Bai Wei gathered her fragmented memories and felt an overwhelming desire to drag Wan Yin back and confront him with a knife. She had inexplicably become the most pitiable supporting character in her best friend's highly recommended group pet novel, The Stunning Wife of the Vampire. She was now the daughter of an earl, Bai Wei Gongzhu, a noble second only to the vampire royal family. Apart from sharing her name, this Bai Wei Gongzhu was a princess of a prestigious vampire lineage. In the novel, Bai Wei Gongzhu was a quintessential beauty with fair skin, stunning features, and long legs, born into privilege, seemingly a winner in life. Yet, she foolishly fell for the half-blood second male lead. Because his mother was human, he was not a purebred vampire and occasionally required fresh blood. Bai Wei willingly offered her blood to him, but now that she inhabited this body, she was unwilling. She was terrified. Moreover, she had no idea how this had even come to pass. Unlike others who transmigrated with systems, or at least a golden finger, she had nothing. Oh, woe is me. The inner Bai Wei felt as if she might weep in despair. The novel further detailed how Bai Wei helplessly watched the second male lead pour his heart out to the female protagonist, distancing himself from her in front of the female lead, all while still needing her blood. Eventually, when the female lead ended up with the male lead, Bai Wei resolved to force the second male lead into marriage, only to be fatally betrayed on the wedding day. Ah, what a tragic fate. She was destined to serve merely as a blood bag. Bai Wei, or rather her modern self, was utterly bewildered upon her arrival. She felt a sharp pain in her neck, coincidentally during Wan Yan's first attempt to draw her blood. She could even feel his teeth piercing her vein, her blood flowing outward, and she distinctly heard the sound of him swallowing her blood. As a young person from the 21st century, she nearly fainted from shock. Overwhelmed by darkness and fear, Bai Wei instinctively pushed away the one threatening her life, clutching her neck and frantically fleeing in the opposite direction. Unbeknownst to her, the young man she had pushed down appeared dazed, but, recalling something, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly pursued her. Fearful and weakened from blood loss, Bai Wei's mind was clouded with fragmented images of her current surroundings, Wind and Cloud Academy, where everyone, including herself, was a vampire, but her soul was not that of a vampire. Thus, she found herself screaming in madness within her room. Bai Wei struggled to steady her trembling hands, mentally reciting the core socialist values: prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony. Yet, the thought of inexplicably being thrust into a book in unfamiliar territory, possibly facing life-threatening dangers, made her want to cry. Gripping the sheets beneath her tightly, tears welled in her eyes, yet she fought to keep them from spilling. Without her parents by her side, She had to be a resilient little cabbage. She must not cry, for tears would not solve her problems. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Bai Wei responded irritably, her mood sour. Outside, when Yin, hearing her voice laced with tears, felt a pang of guilt and lowered his head. His heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped, making it hard to breathe. Bai Wei had just awakened, and he was, she must surely despise him now. At the mere sound of his voice, she would know it was him and would not open the door. Thus, when Yin remained silent, knocking gently once more, Bai Wei, exasperated, raked her fingers through her hair and stormed towards the door. Click! Who is it? Bai Wei shouted without restraint, her voice piercing the quiet. To her dismay, she was met with the sight of that infuriating face, and she nearly slammed the door shut. Scoundrel, perish! Yet, when Yin pressed his hand against the door, preventing it from closing. Despite her utmost effort, she could not push him away and settled for glaring at him. Yin observed Bai Wei's pale visage and reddened eyes, cautiously extending a steak towards her, his voice gentle. Wei, please eat something first. Will you? How could he not anticipate that she would wake up early? What should he do? Bai Wei scrutinized the figure before her, initially unable to discern his features due to the darkness and her fear. Now, under the warm glow of the light, when Yan's flowing silver hair, porcelain skin, and icy blue eyes were illuminated, his handsome face bore no expression, yet his blue eyes were filled with concern. Bah! A beautiful facade hiding a rotten core. All vampires knew that only those extremely close could drink blood. When Yin was well aware of this, he had still drank Bai Wei's blood, all while flirting with the female lead upon her arrival. How infuriating! Now he feigned kindness by offering her food. With this thought, Bai Wei retorted sharply, "Get away from me." The fact that she refrained from shouting "Get lost" was already a testament to her restraint. Imagine who would speak kindly to a future adversary. Though she had been thrust into this situation, even she, as a mere reader, felt incensed, not to mention experiencing it firsthand. "I'm sorry, I was in the wrong today. But please, eat something first, all right?" Wen Yan's tone remained gentle, unperturbed by Bai Wei's dismissive attitude. "Bah, the scoundrel script. I'm sorry, darling. It's my fault." Bai Wei leaned against the door, unmoved. They remained locked in a standoff. Meanwhile, the onlookers observed the stalemate between the two, their phones furiously typing updates. "Post 1, come on, tell us. What's going on?" This is the first time we've seen Princess Wei Wei and His Highness Wen Yin lose their temper. Hurry, hurry. The comments quickly flooded in. Original poster. "I'm here. I don't know what's happening, but the princess is very angry, and His Highness Wen Yin is trying to soothe her. Watch the video." Who else could make His Highness Wen Yin treat someone with such tenderness but the princess? The dramatic princess and her knight, who wouldn't ship that? As the crowd continued their chatter, the conversation veered off course. Meanwhile, the two individuals caught in the midst of it remained in impasse. Ultimately, when Yin gazed at Bai Wei, who was staring at him with the intensity of a small kitten, and conceded. Today, Wei Wei had just awakened and needed ample rest. She had not anticipated that Wei Wei would be so incensed. Alas, if Wei Wei is angry, feel free to scold or even strike me. Just don't let it affect your own well-being, Wen Yin said in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Bai Wei was momentarily taken aback by Wen Yin's tone. The narrative had indicated that, although he was the second male lead, he was not the archetypal gentle and refined character. On the contrary, Wen Yin was known for his aloof demeanor and cold disposition towards others. Observing Bai Wei's momentary daze, Wen Yin sighed and placed the tray gently in her hands. "Wei, remember to eat and then rest well. You do not wish to see me at present." With that, he turned and departed. Wen Yin's voice was so soft that the latter part of his statement was inaudible. Bai Wei watched him leave, her mind a tumultuous mess, fixated on the remnants of the meal in her hands. Chapter 2. Bai Wei? Bai Wei cast a glance at the pretentious crowd feigning busyness and said nothing, shutting the door to her dormitory firmly behind her. She currently lacked the energy to concern herself with their antics, nor did she wish to contemplate their opinions. With a resigned sigh, Bai Wei eyed the steak and a glass of crimson juice on the coffee table, feeling a twinge of regret. She had acted impulsively, failing to grasp the situation fully. However, who could maintain a cheerful demeanor in such circumstances, knowing full well they would become collateral damage? How vexing, Bai Wei sprawled across the sofa, her thoughts a chaotic muddle. She decided to distract herself by surveying the opulent surroundings of her room. True to the descriptions in the book, it was indeed resplendent and elegantly classical, with sofas, chairs, carpets, and chandeliers all exuding grandeur. A two-bedroom suite with a private bathroom. All to herself that it was said that there was also a bookshelf, and even the toilet in this bathroom was splendidly ornate. Seeking to divert her attention further, she rose and made her way to the bathroom. She was curious to see what kind of restroom could make the female protagonist hesitant to use it, fearing to sully its elegance. Goodness, she thought, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Was this truly a bathroom? In the 21st century, she could not have afforded such a lavatory. The walls were adorned with pale gray stone, whimsically embedded with candy-colored glass, and even the toilet exuded opulence. Turning her head, Bai Wei froze. The reflection in the mirror was identical to her modern self. Cascading brown waves of hair reached her waist. Her exquisite features radiated a certain coldness. She leaned in closer, discovering that even the small red mole on her collarbone was identical. There were also two tiny red, circular scars on her neck, remnants of the blood-sucking left by that scoundrel Wen Yin. Seeing this, Bai Wei felt a surge of annoyance and decided to take a shower before lying down on her beat. A model citizen of the 21st century, Bai Wei had always been a staunch materialist, yet today's events were utterly bewildering. While she remembered Wen Yin's notorious reputation, those experiences had not been her own. Moreover, her memories of how he treated Bai Wei were a blank slate. No matter how hard she tried, she could not recall a thing. This peculiar memory instilled in her a sense of eeriness, as if she had spent the first 18 years of her life in the modern world, and only then transitioned to this new existence. Furthermore, where had the original Bai Wei gone? Lost in thought, Bai Wei gradually drifted off to sleep. Yet, her slumber was far from peaceful. She was plagued by dreams of her life in the modern world. She vividly remembered her parents' tender voices calling her to rise, and her best friend chattering excitedly about novels. But then the dream shifted. It transformed into a vast expanse of whiteness, where a figure stood before her, resembling another version of herself. It was the Bai Wei of this world. Desperately, she grasped at Bai Wei, as if clutching a lifeline, her voice trembling. "Can you tell me why I am here?" The other Bai Wei looked at her, her voice ethereal. "I am you, and you are me. We are, in essence, one and the same." With that, she began to dissolve. Don't go, don't go," Bai Wei pleaded, striving to hold on to her. Yet it was like trying to catch the moon reflected in water. She could not grasp her. Don't go, don't go." Bai Wei awoke with a start. Her tea-brown eyes momentarily lost their focus, devoid of clarity. Her head buzzed as she stumbled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face. Bracing herself against the sink, she gazed into the mirror at the familiar yet unfamiliar visage, feeling bewildered. "Knock, knock." "Wei Wei, it's me, Nuo." A bright voice echoed from outside. "I'm back." Bai Wei hastily wiped her face and stepped outside. Nuo was Bai Wei's closest friend, her confidant at the prestigious Fengyun Academy. A pure-blood vampire, their families were intertwined by heritage. Wen Yin and the male lead, Liu Yuding, had grown up together with them. Their relationships were intricate, as Wen Yin and Liu Yuding were half-brothers who had never seen eye to eye. Bai Wei harbored feelings for Wen Yin, while Nuo was enamored with the refined Liu Yuding. With a click, Bai Wei opened the door, momentarily stunned. Nuo. How could she resemble her modern best friend so closely? This was inconceivable. Seeing Bai Wei in a daze, Nuo immediately enveloped her in a bear hug, chattering excitedly. "Ah, I've missed you so much." As she released Bai Wei, her gaze fell upon the two faintly red spots on Bai Wei's neck and the pallor of her complexion. That Nuo pulled Bai Wei in, shut the door, and settled onto the sofa in one fluid motion. Nuo's eyes widened as she asked, "Wei Wei, about Wen Yin." At the mention of Wen Yin, Bai Wei's expression soured further. "Did you have a quarrel?" Nuo observed Bai Wei's reaction, swiftly shifting the topic. "No," Bai Wei replied, considering that Nuo had played alongside the original character since childhood. She should know how the original Bai Wei interacted with Wen Yin. With this thought in mind, Bai Wei casually inquired, "Nuo, how you think Wen Yin and I get along?" "Ah." Nuo momentarily faltered, then continued, "Wen Yin is cold to others, but he is incredibly kind to you." You two often take walks together. This is your first quarrel, and you used to be quite reserved. Was she always so reticent? What's wrong? Inua asked, curious about Bai Wei's sudden introspection. Today, she seemed different, as if she had awakened to a new consciousness. Nothing, he actually bit me yesterday, Bai Wei confessed, unable to resist divulging everything to her friend who bore such a striking resemblance. Actually, Inua thought when Yin had done so long ago. However, seeing Bai Wei's furious expression, she immediately exclaimed, "Oh my, I can't believe Wen Yin could be so outrageous. Apologies, Wen Yin. You'll have to explain yourself. Don't hold it against me. After all, it is wise to know when to yield." Noticing Bai Wei's wan complexion, Inua quickly suggested, "Let's go grab some breakfast." Sure. The corridor was relatively empty, with bedrooms lining one side and a railing on the other, providing a view of the grand hall below. Luxury permeated every corner. Bai Wei observed Inua, who was unusually quiet today. In her memories, Inua was the type who couldn't stand silence. Bai Wei typically listened quietly, interjecting occasionally. "Why are you so quiet today?" Bai Wei finally asked, feeling a bit out of sorts. Ino did not expect Bai Wei to pose such a question to her. Previously, she had always been chattering away, and she presumed Bai Wei would find it bothersome. Unexpectedly, this indicated that Bai Wei still held affection for her. Ino gazed at Bai Wei with joy, but recollecting the news she learned yesterday, she sorrowfully remarked, "My brother told me that Ting Gu has a fiancée, and she is coming to our school today. That he urged me not to pursue Ting Gu any longer." Bai Wei observed Ino's ever-changing expressions. "The fiancé of Lu Yuting," Bai Wei repeated slowly. "Yes, I never knew he had a fiancé," Ino replied, her doll-like face filled with disappointment. The female lead is arriving today. Ino had forgotten to mention it. Just yesterday, she was bitten by that scoundrel. Wait, what are you thinking about?" Ino asked, tugging at Bai Wei's sleeve as she noticed Bai Wei had drifted off into her thoughts. "Oh, nothing." Bai Wei quickly snapped back to reality, only to realize they had already arrived in the hall. In the hall, several individuals were leisurely sipping coffee. Upon hearing the commotion, they all raised their heads in unison. Bai Wei had grown accustomed to the gaze of others and maintained her composure. Wei Wei, what shall we eat today?" Ino inquired, looking at Bai Wei. Bai Wei glanced around and noted a variety of options, including steak and vibrant red juice, most of which appear to be blood-enriching. After all, vampires also require nourishment. "Steak with red juice, right?" Ino asked eagerly, her expression demanding praise. "Yes, thank you, Ino," Bai Wei responded, finding Ino's childlike demeanor amusing. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Mary Sue Female Lead. Bai Wei had not eaten anything the entire night and suddenly found herself craving the steak she once disliked. Could it be due to her current vampire physique? "Ino, I do not wish to give up," Ino said, her round eyes sparkling as if she had made a significant decision. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei's hand, which was poised to cut the steak, froze. The once appetizing steak now seemed unappealing. Bai Wei observed Ino's internal struggle, her face betraying no emotion, while her heart was in turmoil. "What is going on, sister? Isn't it better to simply be a wealthy beauty? Why pursue the male lead? Are you out of your mind?" Ino, seeing Bai Wei's cold gaze, felt as though a balloon had been punctured, deflating instantly. Lowering her head, she weakly murmured, "I just feel a bit unwilling." Her voice trailed off as she sought to diminish her presence, completely losing the earlier bravado. Bai Wei regarded Ino, who resembled a pitiful creature, feeling puzzled. Is she truly that daunting? It was not that Bai Wei was frightening in herself, but her expression bore an air of aloofness, particularly with those warm, tea-brown eyes that seemed to cast a silent pressure. Moreover, Ino felt guilty, fully aware that she was pursuing someone with a fiancé, which contradicted their upbringing. Bai Wei watched Ino poking at her steak with little enthusiasm and hesitated for a moment. Yet, she recalled how Ino would inevitably become envious of the female lead and engage in self-destructive behavior, ultimately being cruelly imprisoned by the male lead. A shiver ran down her spine. If she were the tragic supporting character, then Ino was indeed the quintessential villainess. What does this signify? Birds of a feather flock together? All supporting characters, all mere cannon fodder. However, gazing at Ino, who bore a resemblance to her best friend, Bai Wei found it hard to turn a blind eye. Yet, She could not directly tell Eno, Eno, I have traveled from another world, and Liu Yuting is the male lead. Your feelings for him will yield no fruit. Such words would surely lead others to deem her insane. How should she articulate this? Eno, unable to meet Bai Wei's gaze, was on the verge of confessing, I will no longer pursue Liu Yuting. When Bai Wei spoke up, No, since he already has a fiancée, perhaps it is best to let go. After all these years, if he truly liked you, he would not be so indifferent. Bai Wei struggled to voice the final sentiment, for she had never experienced affection for anyone, let alone for many years. Moreover, in the original narrative, when Yin had not been entirely cold toward Bai Wei, yet his feelings did not extend to love. Bai Wei's voice was gentle, akin to that of an affectionate sister. Eno felt as though she were beside her mother, overwhelmed by a sense of grievance, tears welling in her eyes as she whispered, but I have liked him for so many years. Bai Wei observed Eno's distress, feeling somewhat helpless. She had never been adept at providing comfort. In the past, her friends often teased her, saying, Wei Wei, were you heartless in your past life? Bai Wei pondered for a moment and decided to share her thoughts. Eno, now that you know he is a fiancé, he is a married man, and we must maintain our distance. You may admire him from afar, but I understand, Eno replied, her spirit deflated like a frostbitten eggplant. Bai Wei glanced at Eno and suddenly thought of her beloved golden retriever. When she was at home, her golden retriever would come to her after losing a fight with another dog, appearing quite pitiful. She would pat its head, and it would brighten up. This, too, could be a form of consolation. With this in mind, Bai Wei reached out to pat Eno's head as she would her golden retriever. Gently ruffling Eno's hair, she said, Eat up. We have class after this. Eno, hearing Bai Wei's words, felt a wave of comfort wash over her. She raised her head, smiled, and nuzzled Bai Wei's hand, obediently responding, Okay. Seeing Eno smile, Bai Wei felt relieved. The two finished their meal and headed to class together. As they approached the academic building, Bai Wei could not help but exclaim, Truly, Fengyan Academy is magnificent. Is this a school or a castle? Before the academic building stood a grand fountain crafted from pristine white marble, a sight beyond description in its splendor. Everything around sparkled, emanating the scent of wealth. Bai Wei couldn't resist stealing glances at the fountain before turning to enter the academic building with Eno. Meanwhile, Yin had already boarded the black car of Fengyan Academy, departing from home under her parents' watchful eyes. Inside the car, Yin gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery. Observing the silent driver who hadn't uttered a single word, she silently mused. This driver uncle is truly aloof. How dull. In the blink of an eye, Yin found herself captivated by the surrounding landscape. Enveloped by mountains and lush greenery, it was irresistibly enchanting. Just as Yin was lost in the beauty, the car suddenly came to a halt. Leaning out to see ahead, she realized they had arrived at a massive iron gate, entwined with crimson roses, beautiful yet perilous. As Yin reached for the car door, the vehicle unexpectedly resumed its journey, driving straight into the campus. Upon entering the campus, Yin beheld what resembled a castle from a fairy tale, barely managing to close her gaping mouth. Oh my! She had anticipated that a university in the mountains would be quite shabby. How could it be so opulent? Good heavens! Her parents had delivered her here with expressions of guilt. What were they thinking? The driver exited the car, seemingly waiting that Yin felt a flutter of nervousness but nonetheless opened the door and stepped out, observing the two individuals ahead, one donned an elegant tailcoat with golden hair that rendered their gender indiscernible, the other, clad in a sleek black professional outfit and adorned with a pair of black-framed spectacles, exuded an aura reminiscent of a stern academic administrator. Yin stepped forward and courteously greeted them. Greetings, I am Yin. The gentleman nodded and spoke first. Yin, I am Lan Shi, the principal's son and also your homeroom teacher. This is your academic supervisor, Li Luo. So, she truly is the academic supervisor. Yin bowed respectfully to the two and said, Hello, teachers. Please arrange Yin's books. I will take her to Meng Xiangu. Lan Shi said in a calm tone that radiated warmth. Meng Xiangu? What a poetic name for a place. Teacher, what is Meng Xiangu? Yin inquired with great curiosity. A dormitory. Lan Shi replied succinctly. It is no surprise that even the dormitory bears such an esteemed name. Subsequently, Yin followed Lan Shi to the so-called Meng Xiangu, only to discover that the name was indeed fitting. Such a grand title could only be worthy of a castle of this stature. Even the dormitory resembles a castle. How affluent must this school be? Teacher, do all students reside here? Yin looked up to ask Lan Shi, who was ascending the stairs. Lan Shi pondered for a moment before earnestly explaining, no, this is where students of a more distinguished status reside. Initially, there were 30 students, and with you, there are now 31. Distinguished status? Could it be due to her engagement within this institution? That must be the case. Although perplexed, Yin politely replied, I understand. Thank you, teacher. No need for thanks. I will first take you to drop off your belongings, and then we shall explore the campus, as mealtime will soon approach, Lan Shi said while guiding Yin to her room. Chapter 4. Rescuing the supporting friend along the school's path. Lan Shi patiently explained to Yin that they could head directly to the teaching building after exiting Meng Xiangu. His tone was gentle and modest, eliciting admiration from anyone who beheld him, exclaiming, what a charming and courteous young gentleman. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Yin, faced with such an exquisite and well-mannered nobleman, dare not speak too loudly. Observing Yin's slight awkwardness, Lan Shi chuckled softly, saying, you need not be so reserved. After all, we are somewhat related. Huh? Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. She was related to the principal's son? This was news to her. Lan Shi continued, did your parents never mention it? What about your fiancés, Yu Ting and Wen Yan? He hesitated slightly at Wen Yan's name. Yin awkwardly laughed, oblivious to Lan Shi's subtle change. She couldn't help but criticize her unreliable parents in her heart. They had not even informed her of her fiancés' names, merely stating that she had 2 suitors at Feng Yun Academy and that she should choose one. Was this some sort of selection process? She felt utterly exasperated. Lan Shi, noticing her expression, realized that Yin was unaware of Yu Ting's true identity and patiently elaborated. Yu Ting is the son of my elder brother. So although you're not yet wed, we are indeed considered relatives. Father, look at the mess you've created. Yin exclaimed at her thoughts. Oh, I see. I never anticipated that my fiancé would be related to the principal. I wonder what he looks like. She felt a twinge of anticipation. Casting a glance at Lan Shi's androgynous features, she mused that, since her fiancé was related to Lan Shi, he likely wouldn't be lacking in charm. However, he seemed quite affluent as well. Such a person, engaged in a betrothal? Surely he didn't harbor some hidden ailment? The thought sent a shiver of fear through her. Currently, as they were in class, the campus was devoid of people. Lan Shi's words broke Yin's train of thought. She followed his gaze, taking in the serene landscape of the campus. Lush green grass lined the path, adorned with numerous banana trees and towering phoenix trees. A gentle breeze carried a delightful floral fragrance, evoking a sense of comfort. Lan Shi glanced at his watch and suddenly broke into a teasing smile. Yin felt an unsettling premonition at the sight of his grin, yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to his hands, which appeared unnaturally pale beneath his black tailcoat, their veins strikingly prominent. If she were to extend her hand, it would resemble a chicken's claw rather than a human hand. It's almost noon, Lan Shi cheerfully announced, then turned to Yin, asking, are you excited to meet your fiancé? Ha, excited indeed. Yin forced a smile in response. Does she look excited to you? She had no fondness for this arranged marriage and felt utterly uninformed about it. It felt more like unwrapping a surprise box. There was no excitement, only a sense of stimulation. As Yin leisurely accompanied Lan Shi on a tour of the expansive campus, she couldn't help but think that it was far too large to explore fully. The campus was tranquil, with the occasional sound of a teacher lecturing. In the classroom, during the month of Ji-chun, as vitality began to awaken, the trees blossomed though bore no fruit, except for jujubes, apricots, and roses. The teacher was recounting the history of a rose, while the students below listened leisurely, as if they were sipping coffee. Bai Wei was also immersed in this idyllic classroom experience, blissfully absorbing the teacher's lecture. She felt as though she were living a dream. Who could comprehend her joy? Classes began at 10 a.m. and ended at noon, with afternoon sessions from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Remarkably, there was no homework. Astonishingly, no homework at all. Moreover, There was no tuition fee. The school even provided living expenses. Ah, my dear friends, whether others find this exhilarating, I cannot say. But I know I am utterly thrilled, nearly bursting into laughter. Suddenly, a voice echoed. I sense a new member has arrived. Bai Wei paused, startled. Had the female lead arrived? She couldn't articulate her feelings, but one thing was certain. She must steer clear of the protagonists. It was essential for her survival. As long as she did not provoke the main characters, she should be safe. However, if avoidance was impossible, she was no pushover either. She recalled that in the original narrative, although Bai Wei had drained Wen Yan's blood, an act reserved for partners in the vampire world, Wen Yan had never claimed they were a couple, thus sparing her the need to sever ties with him. She dismissed that incident as simply a bite from a dog. Wen Yan better not disturb her, or she would ensure he learned the consequences of being a scoundrel. Her only concern was for Inua, as Inua harbored feelings for Liu Yuting. Since she had no interest in Wen Yan, she would naturally not concern herself with his interactions with the female lead. Yet, Inua was different. Suddenly, Bai Wei sensed a strong gaze upon her. Turning her head, she saw Inua staring intently out the window. Following her gaze, Bai Wei spotted Lan Shi with a young woman, presumably the female lead. As the book had mentioned that she was welcomed by the principal's son upon her arrival at Fengyan Academy. Glancing at the female lead, she noted her red plaid JK uniform, fair skin, willow-like figure, and a prominent nose paired with rosy cheeks, exuding a sense of warmth and approachability. She embodied the quintessential supporting character, blessed with a prestigious lineage and striking beauty, yet devoid of love. How pitiable! Why pursue scoundrels when, in a few days, she could seek out a charming young man and fulfill her desires? Is it Yu Ting's fiancé? Inua murmured, observing Inua's dazed expression. Bai Wei suddenly felt a heavy responsibility to rescue her friend from this mental torment. Yet, with diligence, even iron rods could be sharpened into needles. She was determined that through her efforts as the terminator of romantic delusions, Inua would not continue to harbor feelings for Liu Yuting. Without further ado, Bai Wei grasped Inua's hand and earnestly said, Inua, it's rare to find a three-legged toad, but we can have as many two-legged men as we desire. Why hang your hopes on a single tree? With that, she looked at Inua expectantly. Inua, taken aback by Bai Wei's unexpected words, hadn't anticipated such a revelation. Nevertheless, she managed to smile and replied, yes. Upon hearing Inua's response, Bai Wei felt a surge of hope, sensing that Inua was one step closer to liberation. She looked at Inua with encouragement, saying from now on, stay by my side and don't focus too much on Liu Yuting. What's so great about him? That statement felt somewhat odd, but she dismissed it. As long as Inua was beside her, she would not seek trouble with the female lead, ensuring her survival. Huh, all right, Inua replied, somewhat perplexed, but she agreed nonetheless. Bai Wei was clearly concerned for her feelings, wanting to keep her close. Oh, how sweet of you, Bai Wei. All right, class is dismissed. As the teacher concluded, the students surged out of the classroom like a gust of wind. Bai Wei was astonished. Do vampires eat with such enthusiasm? Inua was still caught up in her emotions, pulling Bai Wei along, saying, Bai Wei, let me treat you to a meal. Huh? Bai Wei barely had time to react before Inua whisked her away. Chapter 5. Evading the plot, clinging to life, however. When Bai Wei observed that the path to the cafeteria was completely blocked, she realized that the situation was far from simple. They were not merely there to snatch food, but rather to catch a glimpse of the dashing male lead, Liu Yuting, and the second male lead, who dined there daily. She had already resolved to accept the situation and believe that things would naturally resolve themselves. While she may not excel in other areas, Bai Wei was confident in her adaptability. After all, she had already enjoyed a leisurely morning. In frustration, Inua complained, these people are truly something. It's the same every day. Are we even going to eat? Bai Wei gently held back Inua, calmly stating, didn't we agree not to focus too much on Liu Yuting? Inua obediently nodded her head. How teachable she was. Bai Wei continued her reasoning. So, is it necessary for us to crowd in front of them? Inua nodded again. Then, let us just stand here and observe. Bai Wei successfully persuaded Inua, pulling her to the periphery of the crowd, where they could leisurely watch the happenings before them. Their position was perfect, neither too far nor too close, allowing them to observe everything unfolding in front of them. Suddenly, the tightly packed crowd parted respectfully, creating a pathway. What did this signify? It meant that their male lead was about to make a grand entrance. With his flowing golden locks and fair complexion akin to exquisite jade, he smiled slightly, instantly inciting fervent screams from countless young girls. Ah, Lu Yuting is so handsome. Lord Lan, she is also incredibly handsome. Oh, Wen Yin isn't here. The excitement was palpable, as if pink bubbles were bursting all around. Ah, Lu Yuting is coming towards me. You're mistaken. He is coming towards me. Bai Wei interjected, please quiet down. He is clearly headed toward the female lead. Truly, it was a case where everyone was intoxicated while she alone remained sober. The heights of fame could indeed be lonely. As Bai Wei lamented, she suddenly felt Inua tighten her grip on her arm. A thought surged through her mind. Inua was nervous, believing that Lu Yuting was approaching her. Nua, you don't actually think Lu Yuting is coming toward you, do you? Bai Wei exclaimed in shock. No, please, sister. Although we are standing opposite him, it does resemble that, she added, but that's merely because there is only this one path. Inua blinked, feeling guilty. Bai Wei's heart sank. They couldn't possibly be oblivious to the female lead standing right in the middle. It's fine, I'm not angry. You're still young. Take your time. Bai Wei reassured herself, then spoke to Inua in a calm tone. Let us just observe for now. After all, the truth is the most persuasive. Sure enough, the next moment, the resplendent male lead stood before the female lead, calling out in mild confusion. Yin? Bai Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was coming. Yes. Lu Yuting, this is your fiancé. Yin. Lord Lan, she eagerly interjected before the female lead could respond. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei felt a thrill of excitement. It was like witnessing a live novel unfold. How exhilarating. Yet, it seemed she was the only one who felt this way. As the crowd erupted into chaos upon hearing the news, shouts and screams filled the air, nearly shaking the heavens. When did Lu Yuting get a fiancé? Some individuals, more dramatic than others, shouted, Let me go. I need to get some fresh air on the rooftop. Bai Wei observed the dazed female lead amid a sea of admirers surrounding the male lead, while beside her, Inua looked as wilted as a drooping eggplant. Bai Wei gently ruffled Inua's hair and sighed. Nua, let's not be sad. It's just a man. There are plenty of fine young men in the Bai family. This was no exaggeration. Bai Wei, as a supporting character, hailed from a distinguished family. The Bai family valued lineage, and thus, all members were pure-blood vampires, each remarkably beautiful and of high status, treating others with kindness. Huh? Inua's earlier glimmer of sadness was instantly dispelled by Bai Wei's words. Bai Wei, noticing Inua's bewildered gaze, grandly declared, in a couple of days. We'll have a break. I'll take you home, and you can choose whoever you like. All right. Inua smiled, her heart lightening at Bai Wei's serious tone. She had known about Lu Yuting's fiancé since yesterday. It was just disheartening to see the one she had admired for so long so readily devoted to another. After all, no matter how hard one tries, if you're not liked, you might only be seen as a nuisance. Let us go. Inua suddenly felt disinterested. She would rather have a meal. Wait a moment, Bai Wei urged. What are we waiting for? Isn't everything over? Inua looked puzzled but remained still. Wen Yin. It's Wen Yin. The arrival of Wen Yin provided a soothing balm to her wounded heart. Inua glanced at Bai Wei with a knowing look, realizing they were waiting for Wen Yin. Bai Wei gently turned Inua's head back to face forward, saying with a hint of exasperation, Pay attention. All right. Inua replied nonchalantly. Wen Yin spotted Bai Wei standing at the entrance of the teaching building, a fleeting smile gracing his features as he approached. Halfway there, he was intercepted by Lu Yuting, who raised a hand to block his path. Wen Yin regarded Lu Yuting with an expressionless face, as if nothing could disturb his calm demeanor. Lu Yuting, irritated by Wen Yin's indifference, clicked his tongue. He found this demeanor of Wen Yin particularly bothersome, and noticing Bai Wei in his peripheral vision, he casually draped an arm around Yin's shoulders, casting a provocative glance at Wen Yin. Wen Yin was about to leave when Liu Yuting leisurely remarked, "Yin, this is your second fiancé, Wen Yin." The statement was neither loud nor soft. It was audible to everyone present, including Bai Wei and Inuo, who could hear it distinctly. Wen Yin paused, taken aback. Silence enveloped the scene. The lively crowd was now hushed, observing the female lead. Wen Yin opened his mouth, unsure what to say. If Bai Wei remembered correctly, he had already met Yin Yin. Yin Yin, visibly displeased, snapped, "What are you staring at? I'm not a monkey in a zoo. Is it amusing to gawk at me?" The crowd looked on in disbelief, murmuring among themselves. Bai Wei crossed her arms, lazily observing the unfolding drama. So this was the feeling of having a god-esque perspective. She recalled that it was precisely this remark that led her to mistakenly believe the female lead was addressing Wen Yin, prompting her to comment, "I can't tell if it's sincerity or rudeness." The outcome was predictable, earning her sharp reprimands from both the male lead and the second male lead. One couldn't help but reflect. A person's affection is merely self-indulgence, a one-sided feeling. Fortunately, she did not harbor any feelings for Wen Yin, so such a situation would not arise. Inuo glared at the scene, her eyes reddening with anger as she rolled up her sleeves, fuming. "I'm going to go down and beat that scoundrel Wen Yin." Bai Wei was taken aback and quickly restrained Inuo. "You still defend him?" Inuo looked at Bai Wei with exasperation, but seeing her friend's concern, her heart softened and she ceased her struggles. How could she not be upset upon seeing the one she liked with a fiancé? Yet, she wouldn't dare question Bai Wei about it. Thinking of the scoundrel Wen Yin, Inuo sniffled, resembling a little rabbit as she said, "But you." Bai Wei smiled gently, realizing that Inuo was worried about her. Inuo stared in awe at Bai Wei, thinking to herself, "Oh my, she is as beautiful as a fairy." Chapter 6. A Serious System? Inuo gazed at Bai Wei with starry eyes, exclaiming, "Why? I didn't even drink, yet I feel as if I'm intoxicated." What a captivating smile it was. A gentle smile graced her lips, reminiscent of the tender drizzle that caresses Jiangnan, enchanting and evocative. The raindrops danced through the verdant, misty lanes, silently and delicately, seemingly imbued with an enigmatic allure that effortlessly imprints smiles upon the minds of others, rendering them unforgettable. Bai Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment under Inuo's direct gaze, clenching her fist and clearing her throat. "Wen Yin isn't worth my sorrow. Let us go eat." With that, Bai Wei linked arms with Inuo and headed toward the cafeteria. Inuo's gaze made Bai Wei oblivious to the whereabouts of the male lead and his companions. Why was only Wen Yin standing at the front? Why wasn't he with the female lead? A thought akin to being clawed by a cat flitted through Bai Wei's mind. What could have transpired in such a brief minute? Indeed. Inuo, upon witnessing Bai Wei's smile, also deemed Wen Yin unworthy and chuckled foolishly as she followed Bai Wei. She genuinely wondered if Bai Wei had sold her out, yet here she was counting money for her. Each of them lost in their own thoughts, they ambled forward. "Wei Wei, shall we dine? Did you eat yesterday's dinner?" Wen Yin inquired, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. However, the multitude of words he had prepared faltered in his throat upon encountering Bai Wei's indifferent gaze. Was she still upset? The old man was utterly unreliable. Hadn't he said Bai Wei wouldn't awaken for another year? This time, he was in deep trouble. Bai Wei remained silent, prompting Inuo to speak up angrily. "Wen Yin, since you have a fiancé, keep your distance from Wei Wei. Go find your fiancé, the scoundrel." With that, Inuo took Bai Wei's arm and attempted to bypass Wen Yin en route to the cafeteria. Bai Wei said nothing, clearly in agreement with Inuo's words. Inuo shot a triumphant glance at Wen Yin, flaunting the hand she had linked with Bai Wei. Serve him right. As Wen Yin saw Bai Wei preparing to leave, he hurriedly extended his hand, wanting to grasp her. Inuo swiftly pulled Bai Wei behind her, shielding her like a mother hen. Her eyes wide and vigilant as she confronted Wen Yin. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, keep your distance from Wei Wei and do not tarnish her reputation." Wen Yin ignored Inuo's fierce demeanor, his ice blue eyes flashing. "Fiancé." Suddenly, he seized upon a key phrase, a spark igniting in his mind. Wei Wei was jealous because she knew about his fiancé, hence her anger. Yet, the old man had instructed him not to clarify publicly, as Wei Wei had yet to recover what to do now. But he could explain to Wei Wei alone. With this thought, Wen Yin's eyes lit up. He was indeed quite the crafty one. Bai Wei regarded Wen Yin obstinately blocking their path with irritation. How vexing. Did these people not eat? Moreover, what was there to discuss with Wen Yin? This scenario was not even part of the plot. Was it because she had deviated from the storyline? Bai Wei observed Wen Yin, a flicker of annoyance crossing her eyes. She pulled Inuo closer, calmly addressing Wen Yin, Senior Wen Yin. The moment Wen Yin heard Bai Wei's distant formality, he was momentarily taken aback. Bai Wei continued, since you already have a fiancé, you should know to maintain a distance from the opposite sex. With that, she attempted to leave. Wei Wei, I am not her fiancé. No matter that old man. His wife was the priority. If it didn't explain soon, his wife would be lost. Before Wen Yin could finish, Bai Wei coldly interrupted. Wen Yin, on what grounds do you explain this to me? Even if you have a reason, I have no desire to know. Wen Yin's hand halted midair. His ice-blue eyes filled with sorrow. His wife had scolded him, disregarding him. Had she erred? The facts were as such. The Bai Wei and Wen Yin of the narrative were not in a romantic relationship. Furthermore, since Wen Yin had a fiancé, he ought to uphold male decorum. No wonder Wen Yin could only be the second male lead. Those who disregard such principles are like rotten cabbages, unloved. Let us go, Bai Wei declared, taking Inuo's arm and departing. All right, Wei Wei. Inuo replied playfully, even saluting, her tone nearly shouting yes, sir. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Bai Wei and Inuo found it devoid of patrons. Bai Wei's expression was emotionless, yet internally, she had already figuratively whipped Wen Yin. She despised the boundaryless vampires, particularly those who interrupted others' meals. After hastily consuming a few bites, Bai Wei and Inuo returned to their dormitory. In the dormitory, Bai Wei lay languidly on her soft 2-meter bed. Ding dong, host M006. Delighted to be at your service. A sweet, adorable voice suddenly emerged, startling Bai Wei into a jolt. Help! What is this? She sprang up from her bed, anxiously surveying the empty room. Who is speaking? There was no response. Perhaps she had been too tense these past few days, resulting in auditory hallucinations. With that thought, Bai Wei gradually reclined back on her bed. Host, look at the ceiling. 006 voice carried a tone of exasperation. Upon glancing upwards, Bai Wei spotted something hovering above her head. She widened her eyes, swallowing hard, paralyzed by fear. After a lengthy pause, she managed to stammer. What are you? What was this? It had a coat of pure white fur and was adorned with red threads. It resembled a deer, but possessed 4 horns. 006, oblivious to Bai Wei's fright, assumed she was captivated by its beauty and twirled around, declaring, Host, as I mentioned, I am a system. You may call me Xiao Lu. Terrifying. Suddenly, something had appeared. I'm not here for any tasks. You clearly aren't a legitimate system. Bai Wei calmed down, dismissing her earlier fear. Feeling somewhat awkward lying in front of others, she decided to sit up. The entity floated before her, indignantly correcting, I am a legitimate system. It conjured a jade token. Boasting, see, this is my work badge. It's entirely legitimate. 006 emphasized the word legitimate with pride. Oh, so even systems have work badges now? How modern. Bai Wei leaned closer. Intrigued. Time and Space Management Bureau. Maintaining world purity. 006? She read aloud softly. Indeed, 006 replied, proudly lifting its head. Now you acknowledge my legitimacy. Let me tell you, our staff undergo evaluations periodically. It's quite strict. Any systems attempting to disrupt the small worlds are thoroughly eliminated. Before Bai Wei could respond, 006 rambled on. Is it still such a chatterbox? Noting that 006 was about to continue, Bai Wei hurriedly interjected, Then what do you want from me? To follow the plot? 006 looked at her with disdain, floating on a Bai Wei's bed before replying. Why are you so uncultured and so foolish? If it were merely to follow the plot, an NPC would suffice. Bai Wei pointed at herself, incredulous. Me, uncultured? Me, foolish? 006 remained silent, its expression speaking volumes. Bai Wei burst into laughter. Let me tell you, I've read more novels than you've had meals. Isn't this the norm? Then tell me, what is it you intend to do? Bai Wei languidly regarded 006, eager to discover what this entity, which deemed her uncultured, was actually up to. Ah, host, I am here to maintain the world's purity. 006 shyly twisted its form, eyes glimmering with pride. Bai Wei rolled her eyes and retorted, speak plainly. All right, 006 instantly resumed its serious demeanor, continuing, you've read this book. It's not a pure love story. Therefore, when extending into a small world, it fails the review. Your task is to assist me in maintaining world purity. Chapter 7. Maintaining the purity of the small world. This book isn't a pure love story. Bai Wei was well aware. At the beginning of her reading, she had initially believed Wen Yan to be the male lead. The reasons are as follows. Regarding identity, Wen Yan's mother passed away early, leaving only his grandfather to care for him. One may ponder the tragedy of such a fate. As for appearance, it goes without saying that he is akin to a celestial being descended to earth. In terms of temperament, he exudes an aloofness, yet he is exceedingly cautious around the female lead. Is he not the quintessential male protagonist? Most critically, the female lead chose to be with Wen Yan over Lu Yuting. Their bond has reached a remarkable level of intimacy. Therefore, to summarize, although their journey together has been somewhat convoluted, they are indeed together. However, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Remarkably, after the unfortunate demise of Bai Wei, the pitiable supporting character, Wen Yan, also met his end. In the end, the female lead found happiness alongside Lu Yuting. Alas, we must acknowledge that this is certainly not a tale of pure innocence. To maintain the sanctity of the small world, that would entail associating with the scoundrel Wen Yan. Bai Wei would have none of that. After all, she has finally achieved a lifestyle of comfort, and she has no desire to uphold any notion of purity in this small world, let alone draw near to Wen Yan, the worthless individual. Moreover, according to the immutable law that proximity to the protagonist ensures safety, but the cannon fodder is bound to encounter misfortune, Bai Wei declined without a second thought. Oh, my apologies, but I must refuse your offer to uphold the world's purity. Please seek another. She has no intention of forsaking her joyous life to labor tirelessly on tasks. Upon hearing this, 006 was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Bai Wei's rejection. With a hint of urgency, he exclaimed, host, maintaining the purity of the small world is such an honorable and sacred task. Please reconsider. No, Bai Wei replied, crossing her arms with a tone that was resolute and unwavering. Host, if you neglect your duties, it could lead to dire consequences. 006, with a mischievous tone, insisted that he would succeed this time, being a professionally trained agent. No, after her refusal, Bai Wei kindly explained, since I have enjoyed privileges that others cannot, it is only fair that I endure a little more. Perhaps I might even return to the modern era. However, this sentiment did not warm 006's heart. Faced with Bai Wei's impenetrable demeanor, 006 became anxious. How could she be so different from others? If a direct approach fails, perhaps a softer one would succeed. He was determined. Host, please, I implore you. 006 raised both paws in a pleading manner, blinking his eyes adorably as he said, you are the chosen one by the main deity, and today, the second male lead distanced himself from the female lead because of you. Because of me. Wen Yan distanced himself from the female lead? But I did nothing. Bai Wei questioned in confusion. Host, it is because Wen Yan has developed feelings for you. 006 felt optimistic, immediately using his paws to pat Bai Wei's legs. This assertion was filtered out by Bai Wei. Even a dog would not believe that Wen Yan harbored affections for her. 006 continued. Moreover, our task is not difficult at all. It merely requires you to prevent the second male lead from interacting with the female lead at crucial moments in the plot. Is it truly that simple? Observing a shift in Bai Wei's attitude, 006 sees the opportunity to present the rewards. If you complete the task, you can return to the modern era. Additionally, there will be 500 million, a luxury RV, and a seaside villa. At that time, you can enjoy life with your family. How enticing. The prospect of returning to the modern world, along with 500 million, seemed achievable if she merely ensured that Wen Yan did not interact with the female lead. Oh dear, She was feeling tempted. But wait, Wen Yin has a fiancé. With this thought, Bai Wei resolutely declined once more. No. Why not? 006 was nearly in tears. Wen Yin has a fiancé. This is a fact. Furthermore, I clarified my boundaries with him at noon today. Do I not value my dignity and decorum? Bai Wei's voice was as cold as ice water on a summer day. 006 paused, seemingly understanding why the main deity had chosen Bai Wei. She appeared aloof. Yet she possessed her own principles and boundaries. When confronted with temptation, she demonstrated sufficient reason and rationality. The main deity's intentions were not merciless. Perhaps 006's earlier demeanor was merely to fulfill a task, but now his sincerity towards Bai Wei was genuine. After a moment's hesitation, 006 resolutely informed Bai Wei. Actually, Wen Yin is not the female lead's fiancé. However, I cannot divulge the specifics. You must seek the truth yourself. How is that possible? Bai Wei exclaimed in astonishment. 006 patted his chest, assuring her, I swear on my work badge, truly, you need not bear any burden. The male and female leads will end up together, and the second male lead is merely a catalyst for their relationship. He should even thank you for saving his life. That much was true. She remembered that in the story, when Yan's demise felt overly contrived. Yet, if he were more inclined toward a romantic perspective, 006's eyes twinkled mischievously as he added, in this way, Wen Yin can experience some hardship while cutting off his romantic interests. At this point, Bai Wei's eyes brightened. Nonetheless, her rationality prevailed. She pondered and uncertainly asked 006, is it truly only necessary to prevent Wen Yin from interacting with the female lead? You won't have any plot cannot be defied claims, will you? No. 006 shook his head vigorously. Host, the novel must extend into a small world, which requires approval. This means that the book has not yet evolved into a small world. You are essentially rectifying it, and the small world will operate according to the approved procedures thereafter. With that in mind, scoundrel, prepare yourself. This sounded quite promising. Bai Wei looked at 006, who gazed at her with eager anticipation, and extended her hand to grasp his paw, saying, Xiao Luzi, may our cooperation be delightful. Host, may our collaboration be joyous. 006 grinned like a fool. Bai Wei noticed the garish red thread draped over 006 and pondered before asking, Xiao Luzi, do you have no other clothes? I do, Xiao Luzi replied, bewildered, spinning around to say, what's wrong? Is it not appealing? I think this one is the most beautiful. No, it looks splendid. Just don't wear it next time, she remarked, observing 006's cheerful demeanor. Bai Wei contemplated and said, Xiao Luzi, you can alternate your outfits. Wearing the same one every day will wear it out. Who taught you that? This was an utterly mismatched red thread draped over him. Could it be that she was too unsophisticated? Did she not comprehend their aesthetic? Oh, I see, 006 exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and promptly changed into an ice blue outfit, carefully tucking away his red thread. At last, it looked a bit more acceptable. This also suits you well. Bai Wei complimented 006 without a second thought. Really? You were the first to praise my clothing. 006 beamed with joy at Bai Wei, spinning around in delight. It turned out that she was not the only one who found Xiao Luzi's attire challenging to describe. This indicated that her taste had not diminished. Now that she was Xiao Luzi's master, she decided to buy him new clothes tomorrow. Yes, Bai Wei nodded without hesitation, yawning as she said to 006, Xiao Luzi, you go make yourself comfortable on the sofa. Your master needs to sleep. Understood, host. I will not disturb you. Xiao Luzi replied thoughtfully, drawing the bedroom curtains before obediently drifting to the living room. Knowing her purpose, Bai Wei no longer felt the initial confusion and peacefully fell asleep, even indulging in a beautiful dream. Chapter 8. Vitality on a clear, sunny afternoon within a white chapel. The male lead grasped the female lead's hand, their eyes locked in a deep gaze. Bai Wei sat among the guests, witnessing the ceremony as the priest's blessings resonated clearly within the sacred space. Mr. Liu Yuting, do you take Miss Yin to be your wife? I do. Before the priest had finished speaking, Liu Yuting could no longer contain her excitement and exclaimed, I am willing to. Yinyan egerli iquit her sentiment. Very well. Let us congratulate the two who are now united in marriage, the priest said with a beaming smile. Xiao Liuzi joyfully added, Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The rewards have been distributed. However, Bai Wei had yet to receive her reward when she was suddenly called away by a cacophony of sounds. Watching helplessly as her money slipped further from her grasp. Master, please wake up. 006 urged anxiously. Bai Wei abruptly opened her eyes. A gentle smile gracing her face as she addressed 006. Xiao Yozi, I hope you have something of great importance to share. Otherwise, disturbing my sweet dream may lead to consequences that make flowers weep. She was so close to claiming her reward. Although it was merely a dream, it did not hinder Bai Wei from receiving her reward in it. Observing Bai Wei's tender demeanor, 006 felt an ominous calm before the impending storm. It did not wish to alarm her, but the tasks on the Master God's board had rung alarm bells. The unfolding plot was beyond its control. Trembling with fear, 006 weakly confessed, Master, I do not wish for this either. But when Yin is about to encounter the female lead, you must hurry to prevent this. Bai Wei exhaled in exasperation. Ah, indeed, money is not easily earned. Noting Bai Wei's stillness, 006 pointed urgently at a screen, exclaiming, Master, if you do not act soon, your life force will dwindle. Bai Wei cast a glance at the screen that displayed. Host, Bai Wei task. Preserve the purity of the small world. Prevent the male second lead Wen Yin from being with the female lead Yin Yin task 1. Stop Wen Yin from meeting the female lead in the garden. Reward. 2 days of life force. 3 days the misspelling of Wen Yan's name on the system's display was indicative of its lack of diligence. Yet Bai Wei found the pressing matter to be 006. Tell me, where did this extra life force come from? Why do I only have 3 days left? She attempted to smile at 006. Hee, Master, 006 said with a nervous grin, its inner self cowering in the corner. It is because you have no current tasks. So these 3 days are a gift for you. You do not need to perform any tasks. By the end of its explanation, its confidence waned. Then should I express my gratitude? Bai Wei's lips curled into a sardonic smile that seemed reminiscent of a villainess's trademark smirk. 006, sensing the danger in her gaze, held its breath in trepidation. What should it do? This was too intimidating. Who would come to its rescue? As the countdown began, 1:59:32. 006 had yet to utter a word when the screen initiated a countdown. It let out a sigh of relief, grateful for the countdown that might save its life. Thank you, Master God. 006 had evidently forgotten that the Master God was the true culprit behind its plight, and it hastily urged Bai Wei, Master, we must hurry. Complete the task. Bai Wei, now exasperated, retorted beep, beep, beep. Failure to complete the task will deduct 2 days from your life force. The alarm echoed hauntingly in the empty room. Bai Wei glared at 006, who resembled a frightened quail, and gritted her teeth. I will deal with you later. Okay, yes. Master, let us focus on the task. 006 seemed more anxious than Bai Wei, eager to take on the task itself. As it spoke, it frantically pawed at Bai Wei, urging her to prevent the male second lead from meeting the female lead. If they met too late, it would be disastrous. Bai Wei, however, remained calm, replying, I'm not in a rush. Why are you? Besides, she had no clue where Wen Yin might be in the back garden. How could she search like a headless chicken? 006, as if just realizing this, suddenly exclaimed, Oh, right. Master, quickly, I will transmit memories to you, and you will know. With a flick of its paw, a flash of icy blue light enveloped Bai Wei, and a tome of knowledge filled her mind. With her eyes closed, the events played out like a film before her. In mere seconds, she had absorbed the information. In summary, at the cafeteria entrance, Liu Yuding had declared that Wen Yin was the female lead's second fiancé, a scene Bai Wei had missed. She wished to delve further, but the book ceased to turn. Xiao Yozi, why can I not see the subsequent events? Bai Wei opened her eyes to 006, questioning the past event's usefulness. Furthermore, I recall that Wen Yin had already met the female lead before the meal. Why was it postponed? The barrage of questions left 006 flustered, Too afraid to meet Bai Wei's gaze, it hastily stammered, "Master, wait. I will inquire with the Master God." "Forget it," Bai Wei conceded, but upon witnessing 006's sudden despondence, she reflected on whether her tone had been too harsh. It was not fair to treat 006 like that, who, despite its lack of experience, cared for her deeply. Recognizing her error, Bai Wei softened her voice, addressing 006, "Let us go. Wenyan should be by the tree near the cafeteria. I did not mean to sound harsh. You have done well." Who would have thought that one day she would speak such insincere words without a hint of embarrassment? "No, this is not a benevolent lie." "Yes, it is a kind lie." Bai Wei nodded affirmatively. "Really? Then let us hurry." 006's eyes sparkled as it revived with enthusiasm. "Let's go," Bai Wei declared, dashing toward the garden like the wind. If compared to a track athlete, she would undoubtedly emerge victorious. In the blink of an eye, Bai Wei stood before a vast expanse of trees at the cafeteria's entrance. "Master, with so many trees, how shall we find him?" 006 asked anxiously. Bai Wei glanced at the flustered 006, pondering why her system was so inefficient. Perhaps it was better to rely on herself. Indeed, ancient wisdom holds true. Relying on oneself is always more reliable than depending on others, for mountains may crumble and people may flee. Ultimately, one must depend on oneself. "Wait." Bai Wei's voice was cool, yet brimming with commanding authority. She surveyed her surroundings, noting the indistinguishable trees. With a graceful leap, she propelled herself off a nearby rock formation, landing effortlessly atop a sturdy trunk. 006 watched in awe, floating beside Bai Wei. "Master, you are incredible." Its round eyes sparkled with admiration, a feeling that transcended mere worship. Bai Wei smiled subtly, and modesty is key. As a noble vampire, these skills are merely fundamental. The two scanned the towering trees like a pair of diligent sentinels. "Master, is Wenyan truly here?" 006 inquired, glancing nervously at the dwindling countdown. Bai Wei assured her, "He is. I recall from the book that the female lead became lost, leading to their encounter." Why do all these trees look the same?" Bai Wei exclaimed, startled by a sudden roar, nearly losing her footing. Grabbing the nearby trunk, she steadied herself, realizing that the female lead's entrance was indeed formidable. She finally understood why, amidst such a sprawling forest, the male second lead would encounter the female lead while resting against a tree. In this manner, the male lead, while asleep, finds the female protagonist lost in the vast woods, exclaiming in frustration, "Why do all these trees look the same?" Suddenly, a voice reaches her ears, "You are so loud." The female protagonist, bewildered, scans her surroundings but sees no one. Suddenly, leaves rustle above her, and she looks up to see a strikingly handsome young man descending from the trees. Startled, she takes a step back and leans against the trunk of a tree, gazing at the young man. He exudes an air of nobility, reminiscent of a prince from a fairy tale. Clad in a black school uniform adorned with delicate golden threads. His white shirt is slightly unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a fair neck. She cannot help but marvel at his height. Even when standing straight, she cannot see his face. Thus, she tilts her head slightly and meets his ice-blue eyes, his visage seemingly descended from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful. His silver hair cascades casually over his shoulders. And beneath those icy blue eyes is a high nose and lips as lovely as the petals of a red rose. However, his stunning face bears no expression, lending him an aura of coldness that is both alluring and perilous, much like a moth drawn to a flame, fully aware of the danger, yet unable to resist. "You've disturbed my slumber," he states coldly, his eyes filled with displeasure before she can finish her sentence. The chill in his demeanor, paired with the faint hint of annoyance, makes her gasp in astonishment. "Em sorry." She stutters, genuinely apologetic, realizing she has interrupted him. Silence envelopes them. Faced with such a beautiful being, the female protagonist feels no anger at his quietness. Instead, she smiles warmly at him and sincerely asks, "Are you lost too? We can keep each other company." The young man gazes at her bright, sun-like smile, and a flicker of amusement dances in his ice-blue eyes. He muses to himself, although she appears somewhat foolish. She is undeniably adorable. I know the way. Allow me to escort you out, he responds gently. The female protagonist, her eyes alight with surprise, exclaims, "Really? You are amazing." At this moment, Bai Wei realizes her surroundings and awkwardly touches her nose. Ahem, we must focus on the task at hand. Meanwhile, 006 remains oblivious, unaware that her master has conjured an elaborate scene within mere seconds. 006 anxiously observes Bai Wei, her small frame trembling with apprehension. Once Bai Wei steadies herself, 006 complains. Who is so inconsiderate? Is nap time. Bai Wei, she states flatly, noticing the female protagonist lost in the distance. Huh? 006 gasps, spotting the female protagonist in a dark red checkered skirt. Bai Wei, accustomed to 006 clumsiness, ignores her astonishment and scans the trees around the female protagonist. Surely, the male lead, or at least the second male lead, would appear. This is an unchanging rule, as the world revolves around the protagonists. Unbeknownst to them, a man stands behind the trees, relieved to see Bai Wei steady herself and retracting his raised hand. Why is this charming man not sleeping during his nap time? It is infuriating. What a pointless task. Frustrated, Bai Wei searches the area, unable to spot even a corner of his attire. Meanwhile, the female protagonist, Yin, stares at the identical trees and the fake mountain, growing increasingly agitated. The more she gazes at the trees, the more irritable she becomes, wishing to kick them in defiance. With that thought, she dashes toward a nearby tree like a cannonball, kicking it in dissatisfaction. Feeling unsatisfied, she approaches another tree. Bai Wei, witnessing this scene, nearly drops her jaw in awe. Indeed, she is the female protagonist, kicking trees without a hint of shame. Master, what should we do? The female protagonist is approaching. 006 exclaims anxiously, realizing that if she encounters the second male lead, the mission will fail. In a moment of panic, 006 turns and spots the charming Wen behind them. Master, look! Wen is right behind you. Bai Wei spins around, her eyes locking with Wen ice blue gaze. Surprised by her sudden movement, he instinctively steps back, nearly losing his balance and falling from the tree. Bai Wei, watching him teeter, thinks only one thought. Serves you right for not respecting nap time. Master, what do we do? The second male lead will see the female protagonist. 006 urges desperately. Oh right, I nearly forgot the task. Bai Wei replies, swiftly springing into action to catch the falling Wen, declaring, just walk straight. The cafeteria is ahead before vanishing. 006, wide-eyed and astonished, follows Bai Wei, never expecting her master to be so capable. A cool voice reaches Yin's ears, prompting her to glance around, but she sees no one. Only the gentle breeze rustles the leaves. Could it be my imagination? She wonders. It can't be. The voice sounded like a girless. How delightful to find such kindness at Fengyan Academy. Unlike those two arrogant fellows, one so dazzling he might induce nearsightedness, and the other as cold as ice, making air conditioning unnecessary in summer. She smiles, thinking that since the lovely girl attends the same school, they are bound to meet again. As she walks towards the cafeteria, she feels as if the wind itself is sweet. Simultaneously, Bai Wei hears a voice congratulating her on completing the first task, granting her 2 days of life energy and unlocking the next plotline. Oh yeah, 006 exclaims in awe. Wow, master. So we must complete tasks to reveal the storyline. Bai Wei nods, casting a sidelong glance at the naive 006 as she concentrates on navigating the forest. She avoids eye contact, fearing that her own eyes might develop ideas, and glances at 006 with a hint of disdain. She truly wonders how 006 managed to pass the certification for her role. Never mind, I shouldn't discourage her, she thinks, oblivious to her master's disdain. 006 continues to shower Bai Wei with compliments. I always knew you were the best. Let us return and see the storyline. Keep it low-key, Bai Wei responds inwardly, feeling exasperated. Meanwhile, the oblivious Wen is left hanging, treated like a lifeless doll in Bai Wei's unfeeling embrace. Oh my, she can walk in the air like they do on television. How exhilarating. Lost in her own world, Bai Wei is blissfully unaware of the fragrant flowers along the path back to the dormitory, never realizing that the scent she notices comes from the flustered Wen-yin in her hold. As 006 is completely absorbed in her master, she remains oblivious to the fact that she has just been dismissed. Chapter 10. Unlocking new plot lines as Bai Wei floats along. She can't help but ponder the meaning behind the smirk of the scoundrel. She recalls the moment when Liu Yuting, holding the female protagonist, smugly gazed at Wen-yin and whispered in her ear, "This is your fiancé number 2, Wen-yin." The silence that ensued was deafening. When Lan Shi first mentioned that Liu Yuting was the female protagonist's fiancé, the light in everyone's eyes dimmed, and now they looked at her with envy and resentment. Wen-yin glanced over but said nothing. Liu Yuting suddenly felt as though he had struck a punch against cotton. He detested the aloofness exuded by Wen-yin, which led him to embrace the female protagonist and walk away. Once they had departed, a wry smile crept across Wen-yin's lips. Did he think that the female protagonist was not averse to the male lead's touch, leading him to believe he had no chance? If that were the case, she would only take delight in exclaiming, "Serves you right." Because the male lead had captured the female protagonist's heart, he flaunted it to Wen-yin, who then left in dejection. Alas, a scoundrel does not deserve love. With a gleam in her eyes, Bai Wei turned to 006 and said, "Little Liuzi, do you think Wen-yin will believe that the female protagonist has developed feelings for the male lead, and thus give up? That way, we won't have to complete our mission." Master, that is unlikely. The predetermined plot will still unfold, which is why you must intervene, 006 explained in a soft, gentle tone. "All right," Bai Wei lamented. "I suppose I was overthinking. Oh dear, there's still quite a distance to the dormitory." Had she not feared that the female protagonist might return to the dormitory as well, she would have discarded Wen-yin right there on the road. She quickened her pace to return and rest. Meanwhile, Wen-yin, cradled in Bai Wei's embrace, wished the path would stretch longer so he could spend more time with Bai Wei. Had Bai Wei known of Wen-yin's thoughts, she would have cast him aside without hesitation. At this moment, the 190 centimeters tall Wen-yin was obediently held by Bai Wei, who was 175 centimeters. His earlobes were flushed crimson, yet his eyes gazed tenderly at Bai Wei. Unbeknownst to both Bai Wei, who was eager to return to rest, and 006, who was keen to witness the unfolding plot, Wen-yin's longing gaze went unnoticed. Wen-yin felt the warmth encircling his waist, the temperature seeping through the fabric, while Bai Wei's hair brushed against his hand like feathers, sending shivers through his heart. Although he could easily extend his hand, he chose to indulge in the sensation of Bai Wei's hair being caressed by the gentle breeze as it swept across his skin. His wife's hair smelled delightful. Did she come to find him today? Moreover, she had even embraced him. How delightful. She held him, and rounding up, it was like Bai Wei had hugged him for the first time. He must remember this moment. Thus, his wife still cared for him. He would deal with the old man who had slandered his reputation later. Upon arriving, Bai Wei glanced at the dormitory and promptly released Wen-yin. She turned to leave, but noticed Wen-yin's dazed expression, as if he had yet to process what had happened. "What's wrong? Did Wen-zatsu get spooked? So timid? Hey, are you all right?" Bai Wei inquired tentatively, inwardly frantic and calling out to little Liuzi. "Little Liuzi, isn't he stunned by me? Is he?" 006 circled around Wen-yin, wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Master, he seems to be ill. His ears and neck are so red. Has he caught a fever from fright?" "No, surely not," Bai Wei murmured, observing Wen-yin's neck, reminiscent of a pink rose, her tone faltering. Wen-yin, meeting Bai Wei's gaze, said softly, "Shifu Wei, I am fine." He nearly miscalled her name. It was evident that his wife was concerned for him, and he felt a surge of happiness. Should he invite his wife for tea? No, no. Wen-yin, maintain your composure. Such behavior would tarnish her reputation. That old man better provide him with a reason why he couldn't speak. "All right, I'm leaving," Bai Wei said with exasperation, turning to exit, having successfully delivered him. Wait, what if Wen-yin goes out again? With that thought, Bai Wei halted, her eyes darting as she sternly advised Wen-yin, "You must not venture outside during your break. The sun is quite fierce." As Wen-yin opened the door, he paused at her words, his hand resting on the door. Observing his silence, Bai Wei felt a twinge of guilt and glanced into Wen Yan's room. After all, she was merely trying to be cautious. She left him with a hasty, "I'm going," and walked away with slightly unsteady steps. Good. Wen Yan watched Bai Wei retreating, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he finally closed the door, regrettably unaware that Bai Wei had not heard him. 006 looked at Bai Wei, puzzled, and asked, "Master, why did you run away? You were only looking out for Wen Yan. Why stay and wait for a visit?" Bai Wei retorted, "Hurry up. The door is about to close." Without waiting for 006 to respond, she pushed the door and they returned to their room. Bai Wei collapsed onto the sofa, while 006 mimicked her, both resembling two lazy fish. This was ridiculous. Why should she feel guilty? However, Wen Zatsa's room was astonishingly luxurious. She had thought her own room was lavish, but upon glancing at Wen Zatsa's, it felt like comparing a small witch to a grand sorcerer. Of course, she was the small witch, while Wen Zatsa was the grand sorcerer. Wen Zatsa's room comprised 3 sections, arranged in a U shape, with the living area elegantly furnished. The entrance, sofa, coffee table, and piano all exuded warmth. She recalled from the book that Wen Zatsa had even composed a song specifically for the female protagonist, which was quite poignant. Bai Wei scoffed, a scoundrel still indulging in emo. Suddenly, 006 sprang up, startling Bai Wei into an upright position, fearing something was amiss. Vigilantly surveying their surroundings, she quickly asked, "What is going on?" "Master, we haven't yet seen the new plot," 006 exclaimed, producing the task board with excitement. "Is it really necessary to be this anxious over one plot?" Bai Wei replied, bemused. "It's not like we're awaiting exam results." Yet, seeing 006's fervor, she swallowed her previous doubts. Slowly reclining on the sofa, she observed 006's nervousness as it hesitated to confirm unlocking the plot. After a considerable pause, 006 turned to Bai Wei and suggested, "Master, why don't you press the button?" "Go ahead, it's fine," Bai Wei encouraged soothingly. With trepidation, 006 closed its eyes, sporting a resolute expression before finally pressing the confirmation key. Bai Wei couldn't help but smile. She had never seen anyone this anxious while checking exam scores. Chapter 11. The Sad Love Song Ding Dong. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the new plot, The Sad Love Song. Wishing you a swift completion of your tasks. A cold, mechanical voice resonated, yet the blessing felt anything but cold. It struck a chord deep within Bai Wei's heart. With a cheerful tone, Bai Wei replied, "Thank you, Master. Let me read it for you. I assure you, my Mandarin is impeccable." The cold, unyielding mechanical task board remained silent, yet 006 eagerly turned to Bai Wei, his eyes brimming with anticipation, urging her to allow him to read. Hearing 006 words, Bai Wei, who usually excelled at managing her expressions, couldn't help but twitch her lips. She longed to say, "Xiao Liuzi. Do you even hear what you just said? That's standard, not Baozhuan. With that, how can you dare to claim your Mandarin is standard?" However, seeing 006 confident and expectant demeanor, she couldn't bear to dampen his enthusiasm and waved her hand, saying, "Go ahead. Host, I shall begin," 006 declared, rubbing his paws together, or rather his claws. Bai Wei nodded in agreement. Just as the day was breaking, 006 suddenly paused, struck by a thought. Bai Wei, witnessing 006's abrupt halt after only a few words, helplessly inquired, "Xiao Liuzi, what's wrong?" Truly, even her resilient heart struggled to withstand such moments. With 006's incessant fussing over trivial matters, she feared that she might soon need to stock up on heart-saving pills, with 006 undoubtedly playing a significant role in that. "This reading must have a sense of ceremony," 006 chattered, and then proceeded to perform a miraculous transformation right before Bai Wei's eyes. "Oh my!" Bai Wei gasped in astonishment at the sight of the transformed 006, nearly exclaiming a curse. Was this the same little creature? It seemed more like a charming young boy, dressed in an icy blue robe. He looked as delightful as a sweet, glutinous rice cake, with a cherubic face that was now serious and earnest, especially with those large, glistening eyes and a pair of antlers atop his head. Good heavens! My heart races. I just want to ruffle my dear master's face. Sensing his own facial transformation, 006 quickly voiced a protest to his master, whose eyes sparkled with delight. Bai Wei, noticing 006's pleading gaze, sheepishly released her grip on his face, clearing her throat as she said, "My apologies. I couldn't help myself." This troublesome hand of hers had a mind of its own when faced with adorableness. With wide, curious eyes, 006 inquired, "Do you like it?" "Of course I adore it. Who could possibly resist such a cute child, especially one so soft and sweet?" Bai Wei, internally besotted, maintained a facade of calm as she replied, "It's quite all right. But truly, it was far more than just all right." "Then I shall retain this form," 006 exclaimed. "Master, I can also transform into a dog or a kitten, anything from the real world, and even things that don't exist." As he counted off on his fingers, tilting his head in thought, he added, "But this is my human form. Whatever you fancy, I shall become for you." Oh heavens, what a treasure of a system. How utterly adorable, Bai Wei thought, utterly enchanted by his earnestness and the head-tilting charm that left her breathless. "All right, now, master, I shall commence the reading," 006 announced, brandishing a small brown stick as he pointed at the taskboard. Bai Wei, utterly captivated by 006's antics, nodded absent-mindedly, propping her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she watched him. In the stillness of the early morning, 006's sweet voice resonated clearly within the bedroom. As the dawn light began to filter in, Yin, unable to sleep, ventured out of the castle for a stroll. Though still dark, the surroundings glowed with lights, enveloped in serene quietude. Suddenly, 006's voice rose, amplifying unexpectedly, causing Bai Wei to sit up straight, attentively listening for what would follow. A hauntingly beautiful melody wafted through the corridor, drawing Yin closer. With each step, the song became clearer, treading through mountains and valleys. "I seek your sorrowful song." As she approached, she beheld an angelic figure seated before a piano, playing with grace. Yin unwittingly entered the room, only to have Wen Yin notice her presence, frowning slightly in displeasure. Ultimately, Wen Yin played a song composed specifically for Yin. "Ah, I understand this plot," Bai Wei mused. This was when the female protagonist realized that Wen Yin was a vampire draining Bai Wei's blood, which revealed that everyone in the Fengyun Academy, save for her, was a vampire, instilling fear within her. Wen Yin, heartbroken, continued to play the piano. Yet, she never permitted Wen Yin to drain her blood. How did the protagonist discover this information? After narrating this, 006 bowed gracefully like a prince from a fairy tale, concluding his performance. Bai Wei clapped enthusiastically, applauding and exclaiming, "Well done." Once, 006 remarked, who was quietly mocking my Mandarin, "You fickle woman. As the saying goes, you once ignored me, and now you find me unattainable." Bai Wei retorted, "Are you sure that's how it goes?" 006 blushed at Bai Wei's praise, becoming even more infatuated with her. "Ding dong, host, there's a task. Please check." The cold mechanical voice faded away. Bai Wei reclined leisurely on the sofa, lazily addressing 006. "Xiao Liuzi, what's the task?" "Yes, master. Our mission is to prevent Yin from encountering Wen Yin tomorrow morning. Completing this will grant us 5 days of life energy," 006 declared, blinking his large eyes inquisitively. "Master, have you thought about how to proceed?" Bai Wei sighed, feeling exasperated. Are they not sleeping? Why is everyone so idle? Aren't they afraid of sudden death? 006 pondered, then floated mysteriously closer to Bai Wei, whispering, "Master, we can take the initiative." "Take the initiative?" Bai Wei queried, perplexed. 006 nodded, mischievously suggesting, "We will find Wen Yin before the female protagonist does. Even if she arrives later, if she sees another woman in Wen Yin's room, she will leave disheartened." 006 then dramatically clasped his hands to his chest, feigning sorrow. Bai Wei stared at 006, exasperated. "Xiao Liuzi, have you forgotten that the female protagonist is currently Wen Yin's openly engaged fiancée? Don't end up failing the task and embarrassing yourself." "Master, why do you call Wen Yin Wenzatsa?" 006 inquired curiously. Because he is a scoundrel and a cad, Bai Wei replied earnestly, spinning a fanciful tale. Understanding dawned on 006 as he nodded, indicating he had grasped the concept. Then, lazily reclining on the sofa, he asked, "So, Master, what do you propose we do?" Many characters in the stories I've read do this. Chapter 12. An important message intrigued. Bai Wei leaned closer to examine the book titled The Overbearing CEO's Little Darling. Xiao Yozi, you didn't learn this from here, did you? I thought the plot seemed so familiar. Isn't it just the female antagonist deliberately creating misunderstandings for the female protagonist, leading to the CEO's frantic pursuit of his wife? Bai Wei's gaze lingered on the book in 006's hands, prompting him to cautiously ask, "Master, would you like to see it?" And he extended the book towards her. "I shall not look." Bai Wei gazed at the engrossed 006, who was fixated on the book. As someone with experience, Bai Wei sincerely advised, "Xiao Yozi, you ought to read fewer novels. If you're not careful, you might find yourself trapped within the pages, forced to become a mere worker." "Oh dear, Master, this is too tormenting." The male protagonist has lost his memory and forgotten the female lead, further complicating her plight. With tears streaming down her face, 006 sniffled as she lamented the male protagonist's actions, defending the female lead. However, not only did 006 fail to heed her words, but she also sobbed uncontrollably over such a melodramatic plot. Bai Wei found herself at a loss for words. Disdainfully, she tossed a pack of tissues to 006. And despite being charmed by 006's adorable face, she felt exasperated. Aside from her cute appearance and a few lovable quirks, the rest seemed rather trivial. Inquiring about anything led to blank stares. Nevertheless, that cute face was indeed a significant advantage, at least pleasing to the eye. Were it not for her awareness of 006's intelligence, Bai Wei might have doubted if 006 was deliberately exploiting her weakness for adorable things. Observing 006, who was on the verge of tears, Bai Wei sighed quietly, offering comfort. "All right, Xiao Yozi, the real world isn't like this." 006 hiccuped through her tears, her reddened eyes searching Bai Wei's face as she asked, "Really?" "Indeed," Bai Wei replied patiently, noting 006's doubtful expression. She continued, "When it comes to someone you truly care for, even if they forget you, they wouldn't intentionally hurt you." 006 wiped her tear-stained face, resembling a little calico cat, and earnestly said, "Master, you're so kind." Bai Wei was taken aback by her own response. She realized she had never been so patient with a child before. If this continued, she would be as emotionally stable as a monk. 006 put away her book, The Overbearing CEO and His Little Wife, and earnestly inquired, "Master, how do we prevent Wen Yin from meeting the female lead?" Bai Wei teased, "Oh, now you remember we have a task?" 006 scurried over, her little hands poking at Bai Wei as she playfully admitted, "Oh, Master, I know I was wrong." Bai Wei suppressed her urge to express her own thoughts and replied coolly, "Since we can't kidnap Wen Zatsa, we'll just have to kidnap Wen Yin. Isn't that the same thing?" 006 stared at Bai Wei in disbelief. After all, Wen Zatsa was none other than Wen Yin. It seemed unrealistic to have Bai Wei and Wen Zatsa in the same room. Bai Wei noticed 006's eyes spinning with ideas and anticipated yet another mischievous plan. However, she found it endearing. Leaning closer, 006 eagerly suggested, "Master, we could trick Wen Zatsa away." With that, the two exchanged wicked grins. The problem was resolved. Bai Wei glanced out the window. The sun was blazing, and a gentle breeze swayed the leaves, casting shadows on the glass. It was still early, and upon checking the time, she confirmed it was just past 1 p.m. With class at 3 p.m., she could afford to sleep for over an hour. "All right, Xiao Yozi, I'm going to take a nap. What will you do?" she said while slipping on her fluffy rabbit slippers, heading towards the bedroom. 006 pondered for a moment and replied, "Master, I want to read, not sleep." Had Bai Wei not known what book 006 was engrossed in, she might have praised her for being such a studious child. Watching 006 retrieve the overbearing CEO and his little wife, Bai Wei had to concede that children indeed possessed boundless energy. "Well," Bai Wei said, turning towards the bedroom, "the world is vast, but eating and sleeping are paramount. She drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness, perfect for slumber. Counting sheep, she lost track of time. Suddenly, thoughts of her parents intruded. Did they know she was missing? Were they worried about her? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she found herself increasingly alert, unable to sleep. Bai Wei opened her eyes, shocked at the realization that she couldn't fall asleep during her nap. Help! She was typically the type who never had enough sleep. I can't sleep. Bai Wei tossed and turned, her mind consumed with thoughts of her parents. Xiao Liuzi, she called out. Hearing Bai Wei's voice, 006 swiftly appeared in her bedroom. What's wrong, master? 006 asked, concern etched across her chubby face. Bai Wei stared blankly at the ceiling, her tone light as she asked, Xiao Liuzi, do you think my parents noticed I'm missing? 006 was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Bai Wei had not expected a response. After all, in this unfamiliar setting, 006 was her closest companion. Ino was also her friend, but she couldn't possibly share such thoughts with him. They were too bizarre, almost dreamlike. Seeing Bai Wei's homesickness, 006 sat beside her, apologizing, Master, I'm sorry. It's all right. It's not your fault. Bai Wei initially intended to comfort 006 with a smile, but found herself unable to muster one. Observing her master's evident unhappiness, 006 felt even more guilty. Determined, she said, Master, I have something to tell you, but promise you won't be mad or ignore me. All right, go ahead. Bai Wei lay still on the bed, resembling a salted fish. Clearing her throat, 006 quickly continued, Master, actually the main deity transported your parents' bodies to this world, so you can complete your tasks without worries. They just don't remember modern times. They're your current parents, the Earl. Bai Wei's mind went blank at 006 words. What did that mean? She understood each word, but when they formed a sentence, the meaning eluded her. Master? Seeing Bai Wei's stunned expression, 006 waved her tiny hand in front of her eyes. Oh no, Bai Wei was in shock. Gently brushing aside 006's hand, Bai Wei muttered, Wait, let me process this. I'm terrified, 006 thought. My parents are in this world too? Bai Wei asked incredulously, pointing at her own face. Yes, 006 nodded in affirmation. And they're still my parents, but they don't remember modern times? Bai Wei stammered. Exactly. 006 nodded emphatically. With 006 confirmation, Bai Wei sprang up from the bed. Grasping 006's face, her teeth gritted as she exclaimed, You only tell me this now. Master, you promise not to be angry, 006 said, looking up with wide eyes. Feeling wronged. And you feel wronged? Bai Wei chuckled, releasing 006's face. She then slipped on her shoes and headed towards a closet. Chapter 13, It Escapes. She pursues 006 scampered after Bai Wei, her short legs pattering behind her, curiously asking, Master, aren't you going to sleep? Of course, I'm heading home. Bai Wei replied disdainfully, glancing at 006 while holding up clothes in front of the mirror. Her eyes sparkled with happiness as she exclaimed, And I believe with my speed. A trip home is absolutely no problem. Oh, this vintage red princess dress is so beautiful. I love it. I shall wear this. Another garment appears to be even more exquisite. This black cheongsam with a hollowed-out back is simply breathtaking. Bai Wei, in a state of indecision, gazes into her wardrobe, pondering what to wear. 006 observes Bai Wei meticulously selecting her outfit for the journey home, aware of a harsh truth he must conceal. Her parents are often away, traveling around the world, and today is no exception. However, revealing this information would undoubtedly dishearten her. Yet, 006 underestimates the resolve of a woman preparing to step out, oblivious to the impending danger. What to do? Should he speak or remain silent? 006, caught in his dilemma, fails to notice that Bai Wei has already returned to her bedroom, changed her attire, and is now approaching him, unaware that peril is drawing near. Xiao Liuzi, Xiao Liuzi. Bai Wei calls out to the distracted 006, who does not respond to her repeated summons. In an instant, her inner mischief re-emerges, and she leans closer to 006's ear. Raising her voice playfully, Xiao Liuzi, Startled, 006 jumps, displaying a bewildered expression. Observing the dazed 006, Bai Wei's eyes glimmer with satisfaction as she innocently states, "We are heading home. I called you several times. What were you thinking?" It seems as though she has taken on the role of a mother. Suddenly, Bai Wei realizes that she has been sighing excessively these past few days. The thought shocks her, for it may well exceed the number of sighs she typically produces in a month. Oh no, excessive sighing could lead to premature aging. Yet, before she can finish her sigh, she nearly finds herself short of breath. Never mind, she may as well complete it. Finally, relief washes over her. Master I-006. He clutches his small hands, gazing at the neatly dressed Bai Wei, unsure of how to express himself. He knows she must miss her parents, and now he must accompany her home, having just remembered this fact at this moment. Alas, he is indeed foolish. Observing Bai Wei in her gray sportswear, with her chestnut hair tied in a high ponytail and her delicate features, she exudes a sense of cleanliness and sharpness. Bai Wei casually tosses her hair, noticing 006's hesitance and the frown forming on his small face. She senses that 006 is harboring secrets from her and calmly commands 006 speak to 006. This sounds like an order, causing it to lament in despair. Master no longer affectionately calls it Xiao Liuzi. After speaking, 006 discreetly gauges Bai Wei's expression, retreating a step, as its instincts warn of approaching danger. In a moment of mischief, Bai Wei laughs softly, irritated by 006's retreat, and without a second thought, she dashes forward, intent on capturing this mischievous creature. How amusing! Just when she felt at ease, 006 chooses to disrupt that. Today, she is determined to teach it a lesson for always speaking halfway, leaving her to inquire for the important details. As 006 realizes it is about to be caught, it swiftly transforms into a plump white cat, scampering away on all fours. 006. Bai Wei swears she did not grit her teeth while calling out. Upon hearing her voice, 006 accelerates even faster. Bai Wei, not to be outdone, quickens her pace, her feet barely touching the ground as she races after it. Thus, the onlookers at Mangxiangu witness this scene. The renowned aloof beauty, Bai Wei Gongzhu, chasing a rotund white cat. Bai Wei should be grateful that 006 transformation is visible. Otherwise, onlookers might think she has lost her mind, running wildly around campus. The crowd gazes in astonishment at the sight. Bai Wei, clad in her sleek gray sportswear, maintains her graceful figure, her chestnut ponytail flowing beautifully. Yet her face displays an expression of exasperation. Is this truly our distinguished Bai Wei Gongzhu? Unbelievably, she appears quite charming in her agitation. Help! That white cat is adorably cute. Is it Bai Wei Gongzhu's pet? Am I the only one concerned about why that cat runs so fast? The princess is a vampire. After all, it is known that vampires possess skills comparable to mythical beings, effortlessly outrunning cheetahs. Moreover, Bai Wei Gongzhu boasts one of the purest bloodlines outside the royal family. Who would have thought a mere cat could outpace Bai Wei Gongzhu? One can't help but marvel. Indeed, anything associated with Bai Wei Gongzhu must be extraordinary. At that moment, the two figures, one human, one cat, continue their chase around the campus, a spectacle of escape and pursuit. 006, halt! Bai Wei calls into the wind, only to swallow a mouthful of air. Master, if you cease your pursuit, I shall stop running, 006 retorts, only to see Bai Wei gaining on it, prompting a frantic flight. The crowd marvels at the scene. Can that cat comprehend Bai Wei Gongzhu's words? Surely it can. Has it even replied to her? Goodness! Wasn't it decreed after the founding of the nation that such transformations were forbidden? Thankfully, 006 responses sound like mere meows to others, or else it might be branded a monster and face dire consequences. Bai Wei, observing 006's unruly behavior, quickens her pace, asserting, "If you do not run, how can I pursue you?" Narration. While criticizing 006 for its lack of decorum, Bai Wei herself hastens her steps. Let's acknowledge, both are equally matched in this playful rivalry. "If you do not chase me, how can I run?" 006 paws feel ablaze with exertion as it senses Bai Wei's approach. Its heart racing. Its voice nearly falters under the strain. If you do not run, how can I pursue you? Bai Wei's words leave her speechless as the chase circles back. Exhausted, she finally halts, panting lightly, and calls out to the still running 006, I shall not chase you anymore. Come back. Huh? 006 turns only to find Bai Wei truly standing still, sighing in relief, just as it intends to stop. However, it soon discovers its feline instincts do not obey, and it cannot halt its momentum. Master, save me. 006 cries out, its voice strained. The onlookers, witnessing this classic scenario of a cat caught in a chase, momentarily forget the human involved. Not just a human, but a rescue mission for the cat. Suddenly, a figure emerges in front of 006, the female protagonist it encountered at noon. Without a second thought, 006 veers sharply, only to find itself on a collision course with a foam mountain. In a moment of peril, Bai Wei swiftly steps forward, executing a graceful maneuver to rescue 006 from its impending crash, landing lightly atop the foam mountain and averting a tragic incident for both the cat and herself. The crowd exhales a collective sigh of relief, witnessing both the cat and the girl unharmed, and they gaze adoringly at Bai Wei. Wow, Bai Wei Gongzhu's actions were so impressive. Indeed, when a woman exudes confidence, it leaves little room for men. Wow, master, I thought I would never see you again. 006 exclaims, its forepaws clinging tightly to Bai Wei's attire, mewing in gratitude. Bai Wei's ears pick up the cacophony of sounds. Can you refrain from your incessant mewing? Have you considered my feelings? 006 retorts with confidence. Your mewing and mine are not the same. A crowd has gathered around Bai Wei and the foam mountain, watching as the little white cat meows in distress. One by one, they gazed at her with the wide-eyed wonder of cats that have just spotted a mouse. After all, in the otherwise tranquil and somewhat tedious life of university, a cat so intelligent and adorable could easily pique one's interest. Oh my goodness, how utterly charming. How I wish to inhabit the spirit of this cat, to be cradled gently like a princess, haha. The boy with the black-rimmed glasses, who seemed exceedingly shy, had just spoken, earning him the attentive gazes of the crowd and warm greetings. Move fan, gun. I scoffed, unwilling to stoop to their level. They must be envious that he voiced what they dared not say. Aside from appearing cold, Bai Wei's only flaw was her affection for that lowly mixed blood, Wen Yin. Do not be swayed by those girls who call out to Wen Yin as brother. If truth be told, not many hold him in high regard. Perhaps in their childhood, they were the ones who dismissed Wen Yin the most. Truly, Ostica owes them a golden statuette. In the next moment, the crowd fell silent, their attention once again fixated on the cat nestled in Bai Wei's arms, as if the previous scene had never occurred. Yin Yin stared intently at Bai Wei, pondering whether her voice resembled that which she had heard in the woods that day. Could it be her? Bai Wei looked at the wailing 006, disdainfully tugging at it, only to find it stubbornly clinging on. Concluding that the little rascal must have been frightened, she decided to carry it down from the makeshift hill. Oh dear! Bai Wei rubbed her ears, which had endured quite a bit of torment today. In her ears, it was a cacophony of cries, but to the onlookers, it was merely the pitiful mewing of a cat seeking affection. If only Bai Wei knew their thoughts, she would surely glance disdainfully at 006 and say, "This affection is for you. Do you want it?" Gently, Bai Wei patted 006 in her arms and softly reassured, "All right, little six, stop crying." To her surprise, 006 cried even harder at the comfort. Bai Wei sighed in exasperation, having just consoled it. "Right? Please stop crying," she said calmly, intending to retreat from the crowd, feeling somewhat uncomfortable among so many people. Hurry and leave. Wait, Yin Yin, seeing the only person she felt a connection with about to depart, clenched her fists and mustered the courage to call out. Bai Wei continued walking, with all these people around. She would not narcissistically believe that the heroine was calling for her. If she turned and found out it wasn't her, that would be awkward. "Master, is the heroine calling for you?" 006 licked its paw and mewed. "No," Bai Wei replied hastily, her thoughts resolute. Moreover, apart from Wen Yin, whom she had to interact with, she had no desire to be involved with the main cast. It seemed she did not particularly enjoy making friends. Yin Yin felt a twinge of disappointment as she lowered her head. Bai Wei, wait. Suddenly, Lu Yuting emerged from nowhere, wrapping his arms around Yin Yin's neck. Calling out to Bai Wei, Yin Yin's face flushed. She wanted to escape Lu Yuting's embrace, but remembered how he had just helped her, that he was her fiancé, someone she could tolerate, so she remained still. Just then, they were passing through a corridor bustling with students. Upon hearing that distinctly warm voice, Bai Wei hesitated mid-step. Without needing to look, she knew it was the male protagonist. After all, it was no exaggeration to say that in the entire Fengyun campus, Lu Yuting was the first to dare to call her Bai Wei. Although they had grown up together, they were not particularly familiar with each other. Honestly, her native tongue could be described as exasperation. What is it with all of you? I'm just a minor character. Why call me? All of them seemed to enjoy blocking her path. Did they have nothing better to do? Bai Wei internally scolded them, but since they had already called her name, it would be discourteous to pretend she did not hear. I wonder what our esteemed Lu Yuting desires. Bai Wei turned, her lips curving into a polite smile, her tone distant. The onlookers widened their eyes, instinctively covering their mouths in silence, parting to create a path. It was common knowledge throughout the Fengyun campus that although Bai Wei had grown up alongside Lu Yuting, she harbored feelings for his half-brother Wen Yin, whom Lu Yuting despised. Thus, their connection was tenuous. Now, the girl in Lu Yuting's arms, Yin Yin, was engaged to both him and Wen Yin. If Wen Yin were to arrive, oh, what a scene of chaos that would be. You just heard Yin Yin call you. Why are you being so rude? Lu Yuting's voice was gentle, but his words were quite unkind. Gasps of surprise echoed from the crowd. Lu Yuting was unusually blunt today. Bai Wei couldn't help but chuckle in irritation. The heroine hadn't even called her name, and yet when others did, she was expected to stand still and wait. What age was this? Did he consider himself a king? 006 heard Lu Yuting's remark and displayed its tiny white palm menacingly towards him. Bai Wei soothingly stroked 006's soft fur, her gaze lifting slightly. Upon hearing Lu Yuting's words, Yin Yin was the first to react negatively. What are you doing? How dare you speak to Bai Wei like that? She immediately released Lu Yuting and protested disapprovingly. As soon as she spoke, Bai Wei's expression shifted to one of confusion. Huh, this is not what I expected. The heroine is actually defending me. The supporting character? Was the heroine this familiar with her? Calling her Bai Wei? Oh, the others stood dumbfounded, as if a gust of wind had blown through, leaving them speechless. Cough, cough. Lu Yuting was momentarily taken aback by Yin Yin's outburst. Yin Yin, and I didn't even call Bai Wei's name. She doesn't know I was addressing her. Lu Yuting's words were cut off by Yin Yin's cold expression. Lu Yuting silently stood beside Yin Yin, choosing to remain quiet. Yin Yin's face lit up with satisfaction as she turned to Bai Wei and bowed sincerely. Bai Wei, I apologize. I merely wanted to ask if you were the one who guided me the other day. I was hoping to become friends. With that, Yin Yin's bright, eager eyes looked expectantly at Bai Wei. The speed of her transformation was textbook-worthy. Though Bai Wei did not dislike the heroine, as an introverted person, she was not keen on making friends. Bai Wei lazily stroked 006's fur and replied calmly, Indeed, it was I who assisted you that day. Yin Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly asked, Then can we be friends? Friends? Perhaps not. Besides, she currently needed to eliminate the heroine's romantic interest. To the onlookers, she was known to have feelings for Wen Yin. Chapter 15. Your seriousness is beautiful. Yin laughed. Since you're a part of the Fengyun campus, everyone is your friend. Bai Wei wore a faint smile, but her tea-brown eyes remained devoid of emotion. As soon as Bai Wei finished speaking, the crowd fell silent for a moment, yet found it quite normal. Upon hearing Bai Wei's rejection, Yin Yin forced a smile, though her eyes betrayed her disappointment. Oh no! Her first potential friend. Meanwhile, 006 remained still, quietly relishing its role as a beloved pet in Bai Wei's arms. The master's rejection was entirely anticipated. Even though it had only been with Bai Wei for less than a day, her inherent aloofness could not be concealed. Bai Wei gently patted 006. nodded slightly to the heroine, and departed. Master, you seem a bit like a heartbreaker, 006 commented as it nestled on Bai Wei's shoulder, gazing at the disheartened heroine. Bai Wei reproachfully retorted to 006, and you dare to speak? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have followed. She felt utterly embarrassed, originally intending to scold 006. She completely forgot her intentions in the chaos. Dear students, today we shall delve into our history, specifically the ancient lore of vampires. In the beginning, we were divided into vampires and blood hunters, natural adversaries. The teacher stood firmly at the podium, delivering the lesson with utmost seriousness. The gentle afternoon sunlight streamed into the classroom, casting a warm glow. 006, perhaps due to the transformation into a cat, lazily dozed off in the sunlight. Beside Bai Wei, Inuo appeared to be engaged in some mysterious activity, while Bai Wei, feeling utterly bored, listened absent-mindedly. Adding to her agitation was the revelation that her modern parents also existed in this world, leaving her too excited to sleep. How tedious! The teacher's serious demeanor made the lecture feel overly somber. Clad in a black and white professional outfit and large black frame glasses, the teacher embodied the essence of a strict disciplinarian. As Bai Wei listened, the words morphed into a monotonous chant in her ears. She let out a soft yawn, feeling drowsy. What to do? Bai Wei, are you sleepy? Inuo, having noticed her yawn, quietly inquired after putting away her things. Bai Wei nodded sluggishly, her reaction delayed. With the teacher's rigid lecture, she felt as if she had consumed a spurious drink, teetering on the brink of slumber. The teacher had transformed into two figures in her mind. In sleep, I'll keep an eye on the teacher. As soon as Inuo finished her sentence, she noticed Bai Wei sitting upright and motionless. My goodness! Inuo gazed at Bai Wei's sleeping posture as if discovering a new continent, silently giving her a thumbs up. Bai Wei held a black pen, poised perfectly, with stray hairs obscuring her eyes. Would the teacher really notice if she was asleep like this? Inuo couldn't help but exclaim, You truly are remarkable. Such extraordinary skill. Were Bai Wei to discover that her napping in class was deemed extraordinary by Inuo, she would likely burst into laughter. She would then profoundly declare, This extraordinary skill is the secret technique of every struggling student. Half asleep, Bai Wei suddenly perked up as the teacher announced, All right, class, the following formations are crucial. Exam highlights. Pay attention. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei's DNA seemed to awaken, her eyes springing wide open, her mind instantly alert. She removed the cap from her pen, ready to take notes. This seamless sequence of actions left Inuo momentarily stunned. Wasn't he their commotion? The teacher had yet to call upon her. Why had Bai Wei awakened so abruptly? What magical button had been pressed? The formations and spells are categorized into healing and offensive types. Let us begin with spells. Bai Wei listened attentively, jotting down the key points in her notebook. The teacher, surprised to see someone taking notes, especially Princess Bai Wei, quickly regained composure. Inuo observed Bai Wei's serious demeanor and glanced at today's sun. The sun had not risen from the west. Had it? Perhaps it was she who had merely been dozing off, not Bai Wei. Having risen too abruptly, did she mistakenly perceive Bai Wei diligently taking notes? Bai Wei recorded nearly half a page when she noticed Inuo sitting still, slightly astonished. She asked, Aren't you taking notes? Then, with utmost seriousness, she emphasized, This is important. It might save your life someday. This was a heartfelt sentiment from Bai Wei, although she was swift on her feet. She understood that there were always those more skilled than oneself. Thus, acquiring additional skills was always beneficial, especially considering that Inuo had been trapped in a formation by the male lead. Therefore, regardless, learning was advantageous. As Bai Wei spoke, her pen continued to glide across the paper without interruption. Oh right, I'll jot it down immediately. Inuo took 2 seconds to respond, flipping open her notebook and hurriedly scribbling. Vampires possess heightened senses. For instance, upon entering the campus, everyone became aware of the arrival of new students. Those around them overheard Bai Wei's words, witnessing the princess earnestly taking notes, while others remained indifferent, reflecting on their own lack of engagement, before finally grabbing their pens to take notes. Unbeknownst to Bai Wei, her solitary diligence had inspired the entire class. Was this the power of knowledge? Xiang Ruo, observing the entire class influenced by Bai Wei's earnest attitude, felt immense satisfaction. It is worth noting that at Fengyun Academy, exams were infrequent, leading to a rather casual classroom atmosphere. Yes, one could even say it was quite relaxed. Some students listened with interest, while others remained unbothered. To her surprise, today everyone was diligently taking notes. Princess Bai Wei's contribution was undeniable. She simply had to boast about it later. With this thought, Xiang Ruo's previously rigid lecturing style transformed, becoming more animated and vivid. Bai Wei emerged as a role model for teachers seeking to inspire their students, though that would be a matter for another time. Meanwhile, in another class, when Yin and his peers were learning to paint on the lawn opposite Bai Wei's classroom, the gentle afternoon breeze wafted through, carrying a hint of floral fragrance. The warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting circles of light upon the ground. A group of vibrant young boys and girls sat on the grass, in delightful disarray. Teacher Mo Yang, donning traditional tie-dyed attire, possessed deep-set eyes and a prominent nose. His skin was not as fair as others, but rather slightly tanned, adding an element of wild charm, reminiscent of ancient exotic beauties. Mo Yang held a paintbrush, moving gracefully among the students, his voice rich and resonant. All right, let us begin by painting the blades of grass around us. Feel free to incorporate your imagination. Begin. With that, he strolled leisurely. The students began to sketch the grass beside them. After 10 minutes, Wen Yin, seated in a corner, completed the assignment with simplicity, depicting the grass at his feet and adding a flower born of his imagination. Little grass, are you being polite? A flower is your imagination? What if I could bloom naturally? Is this how you treat me? Ah, my beloved is in that building across from them. I wonder if she can see me now. I long to know what she is doing. Wen Yin lifted his head, intending to search for Bai Wei, but inadvertently caught sight of her diligently taking notes. Her beautiful and earnest profile momentarily captivating him. Under the glow of the setting sun, her exquisite side profile resembled a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the hands of a deity, leaving one utterly enchanted. No wonder it is said that serious boys are the most handsome. Wen Yin mused that a serious wife is the most beautiful, akin to an angel. He sighed within, unconsciously sketching Bai Wei's outline on his paper. Gradually, her entire visage materialized on the page, that intoxicating smile, those mesmerizing eyes. By the time Wen Yin snapped back to reality, Bai Wei's portrait was complete. Chapter 16. Let us ship this CP. Gazing upon the lifelike depiction, Wen Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had memorized every detail of Bai Wei's face with utmost clarity. That old man better clarify why he claims that she is his fiancée, alongside that fool Liu Yuting. What audacity she possesses. No, I must get to the bottom of this tonight. Previously, he had believed that titles before marriage were mere labels, and since Bai Wei had yet to awaken, discussing her as his wife seemed futile. However, he soon realized he was gravely mistaken. It was utterly useless, as he was merely the nominal fiancé of that individual, preventing him from openly seeking Bai Wei. If he did, others might utter unkind words about her, which he could ignore. Yet he could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Bai Wei. Alas, he had been too self-assured and arrogant in the past. Just as Wen Yin reflected on his youthful follies, a voice interrupted. Wen Yin, it's your turn to present your work. He looked up to see teacher Mo Yang standing before him, reaching for his drawing. Oh, what a predicament. Wen Yin regained her composure, hastily concealing the portrait of Bai Wei beneath the drawing paper and passed the small green grass drawing to Mei Yang. How could this teacher walk so quietly? Oh dear, if he is ahead, he surely hasn't seen the portrait of Bai Wei. That would be unfortunate, as people tend to gossip. This does no favors for Bai Wei. Alas, I regret my actions. After school, I shall seek out that old man. I can wait for him all night if necessary. I must ascertain the reason at the earliest opportunity and provide an explanation. Mei Yang observed the usually composed Wen Yin, who was now flustered by the mere existence of a portrait of Bai Wei. Holding the students' drawing papers, Mei Yang nonchalantly declared, class dismissed, and hurriedly made his way to the office. He was eager to share the day's significant event, his heart brimming with excitement. Simultaneously, Liloa, from Bai Wei's class, was also hurrying back to the office. As night descended, the earth was shrouded in profound darkness. The stars twinkled faintly in the sky, resembling scattered diamonds upon a velvet backdrop. The moon hung aloft, casting a gentle luminescence upon the ground, cloaking the world in a veil of mystery. This is why vampires are often fond of the night. In the grand hall, people were gathered in small clusters, leisurely sipping coffee and engaging in relaxed conversation. The hall's tranquil atmosphere, were it not for the presence of strikingly handsome men and beautiful women, might easily be mistaken for a retirement home. In stark contrast was the lively atmosphere of the teacher's Wanyue pavilion. Within a lavishly appointed room, a group of individuals sat around an oval redwood table, their voices and laughter intertwining to create a delightful symphony. The room was elegantly adorned, with intricately carved patterns gracing the lofty ceiling, and a splendid chandelier illuminating the space below. Beside the fireplace stood a graceful piano, its keys dusted with a fine layer of dust, as if time itself had frozen in a story. The people surrounding the table wore various styles of pajamas. Liloa, clad in a black and white cow-patterned pajama set, adjusted her black glasses and proudly announced, "Hey, do you know what I taught the second-grade class today? It was about formations." "Oh, what is so special about formations?" Others wondered, thinking it might be something more. Liloa raised a finger and calmly shook her head, declaring with an air of profundity, "No, no, no. That is not the point. The point is that everyone in our class was diligently taking notes." Silence ensued. Lilo arched an eyebrow. "Surprised? Aren't you? Shocked, right? Come on, ask me why." Laughter erupted as she looked at her classmates, startled. "Are you kidding me? I do believe if just one person was taking notes. But an entire class? Hey, no, it's true. Why don't you believe me?" Liloa hastily explained, "Help. What I said is real. Just because it hasn't happened before doesn't mean you shouldn't believe me now." "No, no, we believe you," her classmates replied, trying to suppress their laughter while maintaining a serious demeanor. However, a few exchanged glances and instantly broke into laughter. Liloa, feeling somewhat vexed, regretted not having recorded the moment on her phone to showcase her shining moment to those who laughed at her. She turned and spotted Meiyong calmly sipping coffee. With a puzzled expression, Liloa asked, "Aren't you happy today?" She no longer believed anyone would take her words seriously, given that she had been teaching for so many years without witnessing such a phenomenon. Next time, she would surely document it for her peers to witness. The others also noticed Meiyong's lack of amusement and paused to observe him, curious about the reason. Meiyong, savoring his coffee, stated, "Because I believe Liloa." As soon as Meiyong finished his sentence, others began to doubt their hearing. Just as Liloa was about to inquire further, Meiyong earnestly asked, "Do you know what class I attended today?" Everyone, including Liloa, looked bewildered. What did this have to do with whether an entire class was taking notes? Nevertheless, they responded, "Our class, of course." Meiyong nodded sagely and replied, "Today, I happen to be not far from Liloa's class and could see everything clearly from our side. Moreover, there was another person who witnessed it too. Clearly, Wenyan had even noticed the strands of the young girl's hair." Liloa sprang to her feet in excitement, proudly clapping her hands as she exclaimed, "See, you still don't believe me. You were dismissing me." The laughter faded, but smiles lingered, shifting to another topic. "Why were you looking at Liloa's classroom? Do you like her?" Realizing the conversation had taken a turn, an overly enthusiastic Liloa had disregarded their teasing and quickly redirected. Hey, that is not the point. The crucial matter is, do you know why this happened?" "Why?" Several voices chimed in unison, eager to understand why an entire class was so earnestly taking notes, which was quite rare. After all, those at Fengyan Academy were individuals of notable backgrounds and capabilities. Teaching was effortless for them, being from esteemed families and well-mannered. However, it was uncommon for anyone to take notes diligently. They usually operated independently. Clearing her throat, Liluo finally said, "Because of Princess Bai Wei." "Huh?" The others were momentarily taken aback, struggling to connect how this related to Princess Bai Wei. Upon hearing Liluo's statement, Meiyong had already made a guess. If it wasn't exact, it was close enough. Liluo continued, It's because Princess Bai Wei was earnestly taking notes and encouraged her neighbor. You ought to do the same. When do you have class? We must go observe. This is a rare spectacle. With a smug expression, Lilua added, Oh, this is amazing. Noticing Meiyang's placid demeanor, she curiously inquired, Who else saw it? The others were equally intrigued. Meiyang cleared his throat, his excitement palpable as he proclaimed, I believe there is something brewing between Wenyin and Bai Wei. The others were left speechless. We asked who saw it, not your thoughts on Wenyin and Bai Wei. Are we in the midst of a shipping discussion? A few exchanged glances between Meiyang and Lilua, and the unspoken truth lingered in the air. It was undeniable that Meiyang and Lilua shared an uncanny resemblance in their speech and demeanor. Chapter 17. Plot delay. Meiyang grinned at the speechless group, flashing a set of bright white teeth. Oh, come now. Let's not be hasty. Here, have a sip of coffee. The group shot him an exasperated glance before sipping their coffee. Meiyang continued, Didn't I ask them to incorporate their imagination and draw a blade of grass beside themselves? They nodded in agreement. Then Wenyin completed her drawing in 10 minutes, and it was just a blade of grass. Some even drew pigs on the grass. Meiyang chuckled at the memory, then raised his voice, and then I saw Wenyin engrossed in her drawing. I thought to myself, after such a casual sketch, she must have found inspiration, and guess what happened next? What? They asked in unison. A girl with chestnut waves, clad in cream and strawberry pajamas, yawned and impatiently urged, Get to the point, I need my beauty sleep. Wenyin depicted Bai Wei, diligently taking notes, with such vividness. Meiyang's dark complexion contrasted sharply against the fair faces surrounding him. Meiyang, brimming with excitement, remarked, Wenyin hadn't even noticed I had been behind her for quite some time. And I'll say this, if those two don't have a connection, I wouldn't believe it. Lilua looked at the exuberant Meiyang and thought to herself, This is truly unbearable. It is unexpected that the seemingly honest Meiyang becomes so engrossed in shipping CPs. One could only say he is quite taken with it. Lilua spoke with a calm demeanor, saying, One might assume you have someone you fancy. Let me tell you, Wenyin and Liu Yuding both have a fiancé. Upon hearing Lilua's mention of this matter, the others became excited and joined in. I almost forgot. ISNT that little girl named Yin? She is in our class. A human, remarked a striking woman with chestnut waves. No wonder the other day I felt a human presence. I thought I was mistaken, said another, patting his chest, lamenting that he nearly believed his abilities were declining. It's quite astonishing that a human can have two prominent figures from our school as fiancés, commented a man with a feminine appearance, delicately curling his fingers. Therefore, Lilua summarized, looking at Meiyang, indicating that a ship must set sail. Meiyang disdainfully cast him a glance, retorting, You all are so outdated. Nowadays, the youth seek mutual affection, and I see that little girl seems to be getting quite close to Liu Yuding. So, are you two performing a comedic act? The woman with chestnut waves said in dissatisfaction, only to follow up with, But I do think there is something between them. After saying this, she nodded her head. See, Muing thinks so too, Meiyang exclaimed happily, noticing someone shared his opinion. The other three crossed their arms, lazily leaning against their chairs, asking, Why don't you tell us what you've seen? Just as Meiyang was about to speak, Muing interjected. Muing, the beautiful woman with chestnut waves, red lips and large eyes, exclaimed with enthusiasm, Oh, I know this topic. Wenyin is quite the renowned figure at our school. If Liu Yuding appears refined, then Wenyin is cold as ice. And then, several of them insisted, eager to hear more. Who has seen Wenyin being close to that person? Muing proudly announced, Oh, I have. Wenyin is gentle with Bai Wei. Although he doesn't laugh much, his gaze is unmistakable. Muing took out her phone, continuing, Oh, don't you all have a students' forum? I do. I'll send you a video. Look. See how Wenyin not only comforts an upset Bai Wei, but also remains unfazed when she scolds him. If it were someone else, not only would they fail to comfort her, but even speaking to Wenyin would be a challenge. Muing watched the video again, chuckling. They even call Wenyin the drama princess and the knight. How sweet. The others looked on, incredulous. I believe them. I once saw them strolling around the school. Lilua kind and excitedly. If others knew that our stern principal ships CPs in the dormitory, they'd be in stitches, unable to believe it. Meiyang then cracked his knuckles, saying, "Moreover, you haven't seen Villainess expressions. They are vividly alive." A girl sits by the window. Beside her, a well-behaved white cat, with a sleek high ponytail and dressed in sportswear. "That is youth." Mooing retorted, "You should pay attention too." Liloa checked the time on her phone and reminded them, "All right, it's past 11. Time to sleep." "Ah, my beauty, sleep. Good night, good night." Meanwhile, Bai Wei, who was sound asleep, along with her little white cat 006 beside her, was suddenly jolted awake by a blaring alarm. The emotionless mechanical voice blared, and the black screen lit up abruptly, standing out starkly in the dark room. "Xiao Yo." Bai Wei felt a surge of frustration, nearly wishing to hurl her bed. 006. Startled, scrambled up to answer, "Master, I'm here." Quickly shutting off the system's voice, Bai Wei took a deep breath to calm herself. "Breathe, don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's all for the money, for the money." Indeed, this made her feel better. "What is going on?" Bai Wei asked calmly. "Host, due to the absence of the second male lead Wen Yin from the dormitory, the plot has been delayed with an uncertain timeline. Please be prepared at all times." The system stated emotionlessly before the large screen vanished. Why not just cancel the plot outright? Bai Wei thought in silence, wondering why they couldn't wait until morning to discuss it. "Don't worry, Master. I'll monitor it for you." The moment Wen Yin plays the piano, "I'll call you," 006 said, patting Bai Wei softly with its fluffy paw, and quickly turned off the screen. The room fell silent again, and Bai Wei lay back down. The night enveloped the room in a realm of stillness and darkness, everything immersed in a lightless abyss. Sound from the outside world were muffled, with only faint whispers like the gentle rustle of the breeze, occasionally piercing the silence. "Xiao Yo." Was Wen Yin's name misspelled? "It should be the character for Yin Xing, not Yin Yin." Bai Wei queried 006, recalling that she had noticed it the first time, but had forgotten to ask. 006 seemed surprised, though. Is it indeed Yin Xing? But the system generally doesn't make such mistakes. "Wait a moment. I'll report this to the main deity." "You should sleep first." "No. I'll wait for your inquiry before sleeping," Bai Wei replied, knowing she wouldn't fall asleep immediately anyway. It was a matter concerning both of them, and she couldn't leave 006 waiting alone. "All right, Master," 006 replied before conjuring a tablet-sized screen and began typing away. With time to think, Bai Wei pondered, what is going on with Wen Yin? He is always running around here and there. Can't he just stay in the dormitory? Isn't he supposed to follow the plot? Sigh, staying in the dorm at night to play the piano? He must be overindulging. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been disturbed by the system at this hour. He deserves to be single. Meanwhile, far away at the residence of Liu Yuding's grandfather, Wen Yin sneezed. "Is it possible that Wei Wei is thinking of me?" He chuckled. "Master, the main deity said it was their mistake, and it has been corrected," 006 reported, shifting the tablet toward Bai Wei, adding, "Master, take a look." Bai Wei glanced over. Wen Yin's name was indeed correct, but she noticed he had only 2 days of life remaining. Forget it. Time for sleep. Chapter 18. It's all fine. Truly it is. The peach blossoms bloom in spring, vibrant and dripping with color, their delicate petals swaying gently in the breeze as if narrating tales of the season. Beneath the beautiful peach trees, a woman clad in white sat, her slender fingers gracefully plucking the strings of a zither. Sunlight streamed through the branches, casting a warm glow upon her, causing her dark hair to shimmer with golden hues. Her eyes sparkled with depth, as if they could perceive all the beauty in the world. Her expression was focused and serene, as if the entire universe revolved around the melody of her playing. A soft breeze swept through, scattering peach blossoms like colorful snowflakes. As the last note faded, applause erupted. The woman looked up to see a man approaching. He was elegant and refined, dressed in a flowing white robe, holding a folded fan, his handsome face adorned with a faint smile. His silver hair was tied high with a silver crown, giving him an ethereal appearance. She mused to herself, this celestial being is truly extraordinary. As the man drew closer, his smile widened, and he spoke in a voice as cool as icy water on a summer day. "I am Wen Yin," derived from the Frasian Ninjuanzi, warm as jade. "May I ask for the lady's name?" The woman smiled softly, her beauty surpassing the flowers, her voice melodious and refreshing like a spring. Bai Wei, casting aside the name Wei, my heart dances with joy, and a smile brightens the clouds beyond. In this enchanting peach blossom grove, a remarkable fate was about to unfold. In the tranquil morning, sunlight gently filtered through the curtains, stealthily entering the room. The light cascaded through the ethereal air, draping the room in a warm golden dust. A corner was illuminated, while the rest remained enveloped in soft shadows. The persistent chime of a mobile phone next to the bed disrupted the stillness. Bai Wei, eyes shut, deftly extended a hand to silence the alarm. Gradually, she emerged from her slumber, leaning against the headboard. Had she dreamt? Had she dreamed of Wen? Was she losing her mind? A gentleman in thought, warm as jade. No, no, no. Bai Wei shook her head vigorously. She was actually reminiscing. This was dire. She felt as if that dream had entrapped her. It seemed so familiar, reminiscent of her first encounter with Wen. Had she truly lost her mind? Surely, after scolding him yesterday, Wen had infiltrated her dreams. A psychological assault. A blow to the heart. How insidious. Indeed, as malicious as that scoundrel Wen. Wen, looking aggrieved, protested. How did I go from scoundrel to dog scoundrel? Master, what troubles you? 006 gazed at Bai Wei with concern, observing her oscillating between shaking and nodding her head. Was she unwell? A headache? Huh? No. Time arise and have breakfast. Bai Wei sprang from the bed, hastily making her way to the bathroom, leaving 006, a cat, bewildered on the bed. Why was her master acting so strangely today? Wei, good morning. Inua greeted her at the door, to which Bai Wei smiled and replied, Inua, good morning. Let us go. As Bai Wei spoke, 006 elegantly sauntered out of the dormitory, and Bai Wei closed the door behind them. Wow, little Bai, come here. Godmother will hold you. Inua's eyes sparkled as she looked at 006, having declared herself the cat's godmother after their interaction yesterday. Meow, meow, meow. I don't want to. 006 began to approach Bai Wei, but was scooped up by Inua mid-stride. Wei, see? Little Bai agrees, Inua said joyfully, cradling 006. Bai Wei feigned ignorance to 006's resentful gaze, maintaining her composure as she nodded and descended the stairs with Inua. How could it be that I am less important than Inua? 006 thought, feeling wronged and deciding to ignore Bai Wei for 10 minutes. In the hall, a group of individuals leisurely sipped tea. I don't want steak. I crave bread and milk. I have never yearned so much for milk and bread before. Bai Wei chewed on her steak as though it were wax. Inian, what are you eating? The crowd, having lifted their heads from their meals, caught sight of the radiant Yuding, who approached with Inian in tow. Gasps filled the air. Yuding, in awe, who had just been merrily feeding 006 steak, suddenly froze. Sigh. Bai Wei sighed, observing the smile vanish from Inua's face, unable to help but lament. How can feelings be so easily forgotten? Having nearly finished her meal, Bai Wei turned to Inua and said, Shall we depart? All right. Inua exhaled in relief, and they left. Inian watched as Bai Wei walked away, her eyes lowered, concealing her disappointment. She had believed they could be friends, but reality dictated that Bai Wei's close friend was fond of Lu Yuding, making their friendship impossible. What is wrong? Lu Yuding inquired gently. Inian forced a smile. It's nothing, feeling the stark gazes of those around her, as if they viewed her as a thorn in their side. She wished to escape. However, being here improved her standing with Lu Yuding, as the other girls disliked her merely for being his fiancée. That Wen was another matter. He was cold and seemingly favored Bai Wei. On the day Lu Yuding had declared himself her fiancé, Wen had first glanced at Bai Wei. She had seen it. The boys regarded her as if she were a feast, with some questioning her very humanity. What a peculiar place. She felt a sense of powerlessness, as though everyone knew something she did not. It made her feel ostracized and irritable. She longed to return home. As they exited the castle, a faint scent of blooming roses wafted through the air, and Inua inhaled deeply, her troubled mood lifting considerably. Bai Wei remained silent, simply accompanying Inua on the grassy expanse. 006 rubbed her fluffy head against Inua, offering silent comfort. Thank you, Wei Wei. I am fortunate to have a friend like you. Inua silently expressed in her heart. Turning back to her cheerful self, she asked, Wei Wei, when shall we visit your home to see the handsome guy? Huh? Bai Wei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to keep pace with Inua's thought process. Did she recover her spirits so swiftly? After a while, she finally caught up with Inua's line of thought and replied, In 2 days. The holiday begins then. Yay! 006. Observing Bai Wei's fervent promise to Inua, remarked without mercy, Master, you must also maintain your life force. If you do not renew it by midnight tomorrow, it will be over for you. With a thunderous clap, a bolt of revelation struck Bai Wei. This news was akin to a thunderclap. She had but 2 short days of life left, and the plot was delayed with uncertain timing. Moreover, Wen Yin was absent from school, with no indication of his return. Sighing, Bai Wei looked skyward. Oh heavens! How am I to survive? She nearly stumbled, caught off guard. Inua quickly steadied her, concern etched on her face. Wei Wei, are you all right? Bai Wei waved her hand dismissively, her eyes vacant. I'm fine, still alive. Inua regarded Bai Wei, whose expression was steeped in sorrow, perplexed. What is happening? They had not mentioned Wen Yin or Lu Yuding for days, and it had been rather pleasant. Could it be that Bai Wei took longer to process her feelings? After all this time, was she only now feeling down? Meanwhile, 006, nestled in Inua's arms, played the role of an innocent little kitten, quietly concealing her own prowess. Upon reaching the classroom, Bai Wei struggled to grasp the reality that in perhaps just 2 days, she might meet her end. Wow, death is merely a step away. She felt as though she could see the grim Reaper's scythe. 006 observed Bai Wei, who had been in a state of melancholy for quite some time, and sighed, Master, we can take the initiative. This way you could gain life force. Of course. Bai Wei's eyes lit up, embracing 006 with fervor. Why must I always be the one to suffer? 006 lamented. Inua, witnessing Bai Wei's sudden attack on the little white cat, swiftly rescued 006, saying, Wei Wei, let us discuss things properly. You shouldn't be rough with the cat. All right, Bai Wei readily agreed. Chapter 19. An unspeakable secret upon hearing 006's suggestion. Bai Wei instantly felt invigorated. Indeed, she could take the initiative. As Zhou Xingqi once said, have confidence. You are the best. Fate is in your hands. In an instant, she felt alive again, as though life force was beckoning her. 5 days of life force, here I come. Bai Wei lazily leaned against her chair, toying with a pen. To others, she appeared as a cold, aloof princess, but internally, she was confiding in 006, little Liuzi, for Wen Yin to play a sorrowful tune. The protagonist must first learn that he is a vampire and fears him. Thus, we must ensure the protagonist receives this news. Consequently, she will be too frightened to sleep, allowing me to take the initiative and lead her away, leaving Wen Scoundrel all alone to play the piano. I am quite the clever one. Bai Wei confidently shared her significant decision with 006. But, Master, Wen Yin has not yet returned. 006 innocently licked her paw. Bai Wei remained silent. Silence does not equate to guilt. Bai Wei clenched her jaw. Little Liuzi, you said you were watching Wen Yin. Where is he now? I could always just tie that scoundrel up and make him play the piano. Others seem to navigate the storyline with ease. Yet only Wen Yin wanders aimlessly day after day, unaware of where she has gone. Moreover, Xiao Liuzi has doused her with cold water twice, albeit with honesty. Oh, the plight of a worker, the spirit of labor. 006 rolled playfully in Inua's embrace, mischievously declaring, Master, the supreme deity has just summoned me. I must return to the Temporal Management Bureau. Take care. Bai Wei was momentarily taken aback, her hand halting the twirling of her pen, for she had never anticipated 006's departure. She assumed 006 would accompany her on their tasks, departing only after completion, but now she faced an unexpected farewell. The thought of parting was indeed a sorrowful matter, especially leaving her alone in this perilous world. Oh, how tragic! Observing the sudden aura of melancholy enveloping Bai Wei, 006 realized the performance had come to an end. Fear not, Master, the supreme deity has indicated that Wen Yin will deviate from the plot this time. and we shall receive a grand reward as compensation. I shall return tonight. 006 quickly explained with a grin, then leaped from Inuo's embrace, just as Bai Wei reached out to grasp it. Xiao Liuzi, Bai Wei exclaimed, gritting her teeth as she watched 006 dash out of the classroom, daring to be so cheeky. Inuo, taken aback, inquired, why did Xiaobai leave? There's a dog outside. When it returns, we shall have it neutered, Bai Wei replied, not lifting her gaze from her notebook as the teacher entered the classroom. Inuo remarked, that was rather sudden. 006 felt an unexpected tension in its lower half. Meanwhile, Wen Yin, not adhering to the plot, was presently awaiting an audience at Grandpa Liu's residence. Qinshu, how much longer until the old man returns? Wen Yin asked, gazing at the endless expanse of greenery. With the marble steps beneath remaining still, a rare hint of anxiety crossing her face. Really, was he not supposed to return this morning? Why is he still absent? He needs to come back to explain. Qinshu, the steward of the royal court, who had spent a lifetime there, observed the young prince seated with his hands clasped over his abdomen, smiling as he encouraged, Your Highness, please be patient. He should be here shortly. After all, he had already asked 800 times that morning. Though his hair had turned white, it was meticulously groomed, exuding a rare cleanliness and elegance. The lines on his face bore witness to the passage of time, yet they did not render his visage weary. Rather, they imparted a tranquility and depth cultivated through years. His eyes seemed to perceive everything while radiating kindness and warmth. Qinshu, you need not concern yourself with me. I can wait alone, Wen Yin said, sipping her coffee to soothe her rising impatience. Just as Qinshu was about to respond, a black sedan gracefully entered the villa's courtyard, coming to a halt at the marble steps. Old man, Wen Yin hurriedly descended the steps, shedding her usual icy demeanor. Qinshu remarked, It feels as if a gust of wind has swept through. The driver exited the vehicle, opening the door for a dignified gentleman. This man was the Duke, sporting a neat haircut, appearing remarkably youthful and handsome, utterly unrecognizable as the grandfather of Liu Yuding. As he observed Wen Yin rushing towards him, the Duke silently sidestepped. This is truly an embarrassing sight. Old man, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Wen Yin seized the Duke's ostentatious cane, dragging him into the villa. The Duke, unfazed, had anticipated that Wen Yin would await him after having heard from Lan Shi about his betrothal, hastily returning to ensure her presence. It was only in relation to Bai Wei that Wen Yin exhibited such urgency. I understand. To the study, the Duke replied dismissively, yet was forcefully pulled into the villa by Wen Yin. In the study, Wen Yin sat opposite the Duke, kindly offering him a cup of tea before directly interrogating. Old man, why did you tarnish my reputation by declaring me the fiancé of that person? Now my wife is upset. Cursed be it. He had to sever ties with that individual, yet he could not explain the circumstances, which was quite frustrating. His wife had only just awakened, and upon regaining consciousness, she was met with such distress, understandably fearful of him. Did you not say my wife would awaken in another year? Why has it happened ahead of schedule? I was still engaged in bloodletting at the time, when Yin's face flushed at the last remark. The Duke replied, You ought not to present your initial embrace in such a misleading manner. Had he not known that you were performing it monthly to maintain Bai Wei's physical form as ordinary, he might have misconstrued it entirely. Observing Wen Yin's fervor, the Duke hastily elaborated. After that incident, Her Highness's body was nurtured here while her soul resided in the 21st century. However, her soul has returned prematurely, which we did not foresee. Upon hearing the phrase, that incident, Wen Yin's face, once flushed, paled, his eyes reddening as he bowed his head, his voice hoarse as he urged, Get to the point. The Duke sighed and continued, To prevent Her Highness from doubting or panicking, we led her to believe she had entered a book. As the trend of entering books has become quite popular in the literary world, it is not entirely implausible. However, the book was penned by Hong Lao, who also sealed Her Highness's steed, Fuzhu, as a system. The tasks are related to you, and gradually, Her Highness will regain her memories. Did you instruct Lan Shi to declare me the fiancé of that person as part of the task? What task? At this moment, Wen Yin was solely focused on uncovering the reason, eager to return to Bai Wei's side. Chapter 20. Bai Wei's extraordinary buff upon questioning about the task. The Duke produced an ancient redwood box and handed it to Wen Yin, stating, "This is what Hong Lao entrusted me to give you. He said you would understand upon consumption. As for the task, I'm also unaware." Wen Yin received the box and opened it, revealing a brown pill resembling sandalwood. Without a second thought, he swallowed it. The Duke's attempt to intervene caught in his throat, yet recalling that this pill had been personally delivered by Hong Lao, which he had carried with him all along, he chose to remain silent. Furthermore, considering its connection to Bai Wei, it was likely that even if it were poison, Wen Yin would have consumed it without hesitation. Suddenly recalling something important, the Duke spoke with gravity. "Her Highness has not yet recovered her memories, so you must never mention that matter to her." "Yes, I understand." Wen Yin tightened his grip on the box. How could he possibly be oblivious? That was the person he cherished most dearly. A mere glance from Bai Wei informed him that she had yet to remember. He had nearly slipped during their conversation that day, but fortunately, she had interrupted him. After all these years, he had vigilantly guarded Bai Wei's body. He could wait just a while longer. The Duke felt reassured by Wen Yin's words. Yet he also recognized the alarming meticulousness with which Wen Yin approached matters involving Bai Wei. Wen Yin's declaration of understanding was not merely casual. It bore significant weight. Taking a moment to collect himself, Wen Yin stood, leaving behind a simple remark, "I am leaving before exiting." The Duke, observing Wen Yin's return to his composed self, rose respectfully, stating, "I apologize for the trouble." Wen Yin's steps faltered, and in the next instant, he vanished from the Duke's sight. King gazed at the empty study, lamenting, he is left again. Each time, he rushes in, handles matters, and departs. Indeed, the Duke leaned back in his chair, a look of despondency shadowing his handsome features, as if seeking answers. He mused, "Chen, do you think we were too selfish back then, causing him to wait in solitude for so many years?" Chen regarded his tea in silence, eventually placing it before the Duke. After a lengthy pause, he finally replied, "Her Highness is a person who cares for the world. It is Wen Yin who has suffered." Indeed, Huang Jue gazed into the teacup, where the tranquil and refreshing water resembled the morning mist of the mountains, revealing a faint, bitter smile. The study room was suddenly enveloped in a somewhat oppressive silence. Wen Yin casually leaned against a large tree, peering through the foliage and window at Bai Wei, who was diligently taking notes. The softness in his gaze resembled warm sunlight cascading upon a serene lake, imbued with a profound affection and tenderness. Their calmness and warmth were akin to a quiet dusk or the gentle breeze of spring, evoking a sense of tranquility and comfort. Yet, there lingered an inexplicable feeling of fate, as if they were separated by thousands of mountains despite being so close. A sense of inexplicable sorrow washed over him. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Bai Wei observed the returning 006, who, disregarding the master, proclaimed, "I'm back." 006 reverted to its small beast form, affectionately nuzzling Bai Wei's head and speaking. "Oh," Bai Wei replied coolly, "if you give it a bit more color, it might as well open a dye shop." 006, unfazed, chuckled, "Hey master, do you know what our ultimate move is? It's that Wen Yin will obediently follow the plot." 006 answered its own question with a laugh. Bai Wei's pen paused momentarily, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. Communicating mentally with 006, she mused, "Are you implying that since Wen Yin isn't adhering to the plot, he is being compelled to do so?" Bai Wei almost stifled her laughter, recalling how in anime she usually saw female side characters being forced into the narrative. Yet now the male secondary character, Wen Yin, was being coerced. What a delightful turn of events. It was all Wen Yin's fault for not properly following the plot, causing delays that prevented her from stopping Wen Jia from encountering the female lead. Indeed, I feel the main deity is rather kind to us. The female side character next door was penalized for failing to reform, and now she has to work at the Time-Space Management Bureau, 006 remarked with a sympathetic expression, then floated to the windowsill, expressing concern. "Master, since Wen Yin will follow the plot, what about the narrative that the female lead fears? You want to actually let Wen Yin drain your blood, will you?" Bai Wei shot a disdainful glance at 006, declaring, "I've already made a plan." After school this afternoon, I will invite the female lead and inform her that we are terrifying vampires. Oh, Master is truly clever. 006 seized the opportunity to shower her with praise. Outside the window, Wen Yin noticed Bai Wei glancing outside, and upon realizing she had spotted him, he froze in shock. However, upon discovering she had not noticed him, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Human beings are indeed contradictory entities. Time flowed like grains of sand slipping silently through an hourglass. Bai Wei breezed through the day, and before she knew it, it was time for afternoon dismissal. Xiao Liuzai, it's time to get to work, Bai Wei remarked, glancing at the clock as the moment approached. Okay, K006 replied. The school bell rang, ding ding ding. Ino, gathering her books, said to Bai Wei, how about we grab a bite and then take a stroll? Sound good. Master, task. Don't get distracted, 006 reminded, tapping Bai Wei's hand like a stern matron. However, we must first visit Class 1 of Year 1. Bai Wei ignored 006 and spoke to Ino. Class 1 of Year 1? Ino asked, puzzled. ISNT Wen Yin in Class 1 of Year 2? After a moment of realization, she exclaimed, You're not going to find that in Yin, are you? Bai Wei observed Ino, who professed not wanting to give up on Lu Yuding, yet did not act maliciously like the characters in books. With a decisive gesture, she declared, Yes, we're going to show her some color. That's the spirit of a big sister. Ino's eyes widened in surprise, and after seeing Bai Wei's fierce demeanor, she felt compelled not to bring shame upon her. Ino puffed out her chest, feigning bravado. Yes, we shall show her some color. Master, look how frightened she is, 006 remarked, watching Bai Wei enjoy herself, thinking this was a bit taxing for friends. Bai Wei, gazing at the adorable Ino, smiled knowingly. Just kidding, we're merely going to have a word with her. Why does it feel like there's no silver here? Ino nodded affirmatively, her admiration for Bai Wei growing. Bai Wei thought, I can't shake this ominous premonition. Chapter 21. From onlooker to rescuer, yes. We are merely going to communicate our feelings, Ino affirmed, her confidence restored. Indeed, we must be civilized. With that, she took Bai Wei's hand, striding down the stairs. Bai Wei, observing Ino's resolute demeanor towards seeking trouble with the female lead, felt a sense of helplessness as she clarified. I truly just want to say a word to her. I understand, Ino replied earnestly. Bai Wei thought, I've truly come to grasp the essence of the boy who cried wolf. It teaches us the folly of deceit. 006 gleefully remarked, Master, you've gotten yourself into a predicament. Haven't you? You'd better roll away smoothly. Bai Wei retorted as she and Ino traversed the corridor towards Class 1 of Year 1. To their surprise, the usually boisterous classroom was eerily quiet today, shrouded in an unsettling atmosphere. Typically, after school, students would gather in 2s and 3s by the cafeteria to watch Lu Yuding and the others. But since the female lead arrived, Lu Yuding had been picking her up daily, leading everyone to congregate by the classroom door instead. The corridor, usually bustling like a meeting with an idol, was strangely silent today. They can't have all left, can they? Ino asked just as a burst of laughter erupted from inside the classroom. Oh, Ino jumped in surprise, pouting in discontent. What are they doing? With that, she pulled Bai Wei towards the back door of the classroom, and the two, along with the invisible 006, crouched stealthily at the entrance. They beheld the entire class of the female lead inside. A boy clad in blue held a piece of paper, dramatically declaring, Oh, dear Prince Qinxing, in this extraordinary moment, I wish to express my profound love and feelings for you. Your existence is the most beautiful gift in my life. Your smile, your gaze, your voice fill me with immeasurable happiness and contentment. Each time I see you, I'm captivated by your beauty. Your eyes sparkle like the stars. Your smile radiates warmth like the sun, and your figure is nature's most exquisite masterpiece. I admire your graceful demeanor and gentle nature, both utterly enchanting, drawing me in irresistibly. Yours forever, Inyen. Initially, Bai Wei and Ino were merely snacking on sunflower seeds, secretly reveling in the gossip. However, when the final line, yours forever, Inyen was uttered, Bai Wei gasped in disbelief. Who is this Chun Xing? Such charm that he has managed to capture the female lead's affection? I don't know. Eno and 006 replied in unison, though 006 communicated mentally, while Eno wore a puzzled expression. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted once more in the classroom. How peculiar. Bai Wei and Eno exchanged glances. Yin, I never imagined you had someone you fancy. Your prose is quite impressive. A boy jeered. Who would have thought our Yin, with both Lu Yuding and Wen Yin as her betrothed, would still reach for Prince Chenxing? Another classmate remarked mischievously. Yin, I didn't realize you had someone special. A girl, covering her mouth with one hand, added with ill intent. In the classroom, the students exchanged taunts, each mocking word echoing in Yin's ears, maliciousness crashing down upon her like a tidal wave. Yin felt her vision blur, her mind filled with the faces of those anticipating the spectacle, along with the disheveled and unkempt appearance of Chenxing, with his yellowing teeth and wild hair. Previously, she had lived on campus, and her classmates were generally amiable. Why then did they treat her so poorly here? Was it merely because she was Lu Yuting's fiancée that they harbored such animosity toward her? When Lu Yuting was present, they merely regarded her as a thorn in their side. Yet today, in his absence, they brazenly bullied her. A wave of nausea washed over Yin. What were you all just doing? Who said Yin had a crush on someone? Bai Wei, momentarily taken aback, stepped into the classroom. Despite her usual sluggishness, she soon realized that these individuals did not genuinely wish the female lead well. Seeing everyone in the classroom turn to face her, Inua straightened her bent back and strode in with an air of authority. She reminded herself, I must not let Bai Wei lose face. Yin looked up to see Bai Wei standing at the classroom door, the setting sun casting a golden glow upon her exquisite face, resembling an angel. The chatter in the classroom gradually diminished as all eyes turned toward Bai Wei and Inua. Bai Wei felt a pang of social anxiety as she realized everyone was staring at her, but recalling the earlier remarks steadied her resolve. She could hardly fathom that Yin, the female lead, was subjected to such malicious ridicule from school. Was this not bullying? She had always viewed them as mere cardboard cutouts, but in that moment, she suddenly recognized that they were flesh and blood individuals. Yet, the narrative had never depicted the female lead being mocked. It spoke solely of sweet romance. I ask you all, Bai Wei's voice grew firmer. The girl who had mockingly wished Yin well stepped forward, a smirk playing on her lips as she said, Princess Bai Wei, Yin looks down on our senior Wenyu, and has even written love letters to Prince Chenxing. The classmates discreetly glanced at the corner where Prince Chenxing sat, their lips curling into barely concealed smirks. Bai Wei followed their gaze, and, upon spotting Prince Chenxing in the corner, nearly lost her lunch. This was far too disheveled for someone from their school. Yin looked at Bai Wei, shaking her head helplessly. However, the girl's words sent a chill down her spine. Princess Bai Wei, after all, she is merely a human and unworthy of senior Wenyu. She and the one she likes, Chenxing, are perfectly matched. We should wish them well, the girl proclaimed with unwarranted arrogance. Bai Wei felt a surge of anger that left her speechless. Meanwhile, Yin lowered her head, acknowledging the truth. Bai Wei admired Wen Yin. And why should Bai Wei trust her? Master, this person is exceedingly malicious. She seeks to manipulate the protagonist, observed 006. Bai Wei was well aware of this, especially when the girl repeatedly referred to Wen Yin as the female lead's fiancé. What sort of judgment is this? Lu Yuting would ever prefer someone like this prince? Inua declared haughtily. With Inua's lead, Bai Wei immediately chimed in. Exactly. So what now? What should we do? Bai Wei looked at 006 and exclaimed, Quick, find me some insults. Yin felt a wave of gratitude as she realized that someone, Bai Wei, was indeed standing up for her, making her earlier doubts about Bai Wei's loyalty seem misplaced. The girl, upon hearing that Lu Yuting favored Yin, exhibited a flicker of jealousy before retorting, but the senior didn't come to pick her up today. He must just be playing around. Chapter 22. Confronting the mediocre girl, Bai Wei observed the unrepentant girl and understood the underlying reason for her behavior. It was simply jealousy stemming from Lu Yuting's kindness toward the female lead. To engage in such underhanded tactics was despicable. Bai Wei glanced at the submissive Yin, who kept her head down, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, she realized that being the female lead was not an easy feat. Perhaps her status as a supporting character stemmed from her inability to endure mistreatment. Sighing, Bai Wei pressed her lips together, her fingers lightly pinching together as she said, "I believe this is a misunderstanding. It is entirely natural for Yin, as Liu Yuting's fiancée, to be favored by him. It is not her fault. We are all classmates, which makes us friends, and we should support one another." Bai Wei's voice was calm, yet her words warmed Yin's heart. The others averted their gazes, humbled by Bai Wei's sentiments. Bai Wei felt relieved that at least some among them possessed the capacity for understanding. Who would want a human as a friend? The girl scoffed, her disdain evident. What a pig-headed fool. Oh, why has it changed again? I haven't even found anything yet. 006 fumbled around, searching for suitable insults. Who are you to be so rude? Inua glared at the disrespectful individual, appalled that such a person could exist in their school, dragging down its level of civility. If you refuse to accept kindness, there's no need for reason. Those without shame do not warrant politeness. It's a waste of breath. How did you slip through the cracks of 9 years of compulsory education? Don't you know that the Qing dynasty has long since fallen? Why cling to notions of superiority? We're all equal now. Bai Wei regarded the presumptuous, mediocre girl with disdain, denying her an opportunity to respond. I realize that intelligence is a valuable asset. Too bad you lack it. You think by slandering Yin, Liu Yuting would stop liking her, and that you'd have a chance, right? Bai Wei launched into a tirade, observing the girl's increasingly pale expression. Feigning shock, Bai Wei widened her eyes, stepping back in feigned surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh my! Could it be that someone could be so ordinary yet so self-assured?" She dismissed the girl with a scoff. Inua couldn't contain her laughter, surprised by Bai Wei's adeptness at verbal sparring. Meanwhile, 006 diligently jotted down notes on her tablet. Bai Wei shot a glance at Inua, signaling her to adopt a serious demeanor, and then instantly switched to a cold tone, saying, "One should maintain a degree of modesty and recognize one's place. We are all young women. Why must we make life difficult for one another? If you admire Liu Yuting, pursue him instead of making life hard for the girl he favors." "Exactly," Inua chimed in. "And you, what are you doing? If it weren't for your mother, where'd you be? Leading the charge in publicly mocking a girl. Do you think that brings you honor? If your ancestors knew, they'd rise from their graves in disgrace, confronting you, their unfilial descendant." Bai Wei fixed her gaze on the boy in the blue shirt, who remained nonchalant. Bai Wei detested those who lacked boundaries, yet were full of self-importance. Her guiding principle in life was simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should they cross me, they will soon learn what social anxiety truly means. Bai Wei turned to the awestruck female lead and assertively declared, "Come with me for a moment." As she walked halfway, she paused and turned to the mediocre girl, saying, "I believe you bear a striking resemblance to Shakespeare." Leaving the others in a state of bewilderment, she turned and walked away. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a few of them strolled along the tranquil school path. The lingering rays of sunlight bathed them in a golden hue, as if they traversed a gilded world. After a moment, Yin looked at Bai Wei and Inua ahead of her and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for believing in me and for your help. It makes me feel less helpless in this school." Inua, with her usual carefree demeanor, replied, "Hey, no need for thanks." She tilted her head to glance at Yin and then asked, "Why didn't Liu Yuting come to pick you up today? That's so unreliable." Yin was taken aback and replied, "But don't you like Liu Yuting?" "Why, huh?" Inua, realizing what she had said, laughed heartily and responded, "We just grew up together. I'm not sure if it's liking or not, but since he has a fiancée, I'll just let it go." Yin gazed at Inuo, who was smiling radiantly while holding Bai, and clenched her fists, resolutely declaring, "May I befriend you?" Chapter 23. I'm a vampire what? Inuo looked at Inian, who wore an expression of eager anticipation, then at Bai, who seemed lost in thought, unsure of how to respond. "What's the matter?" Bai asked softly, glancing at Inuo, who was tugging at her sleeve. She had been discussing matters with 006 and hadn't paid attention to the conversation between the protagonist and Inuo. However, She ultimately succumbed to reality. The situation unfolded as follows. Master, I have detected that Wanine is nearby. You will soon inform the protagonist that you are vampires. In the progression of the plot, Wanine will undoubtedly witness the protagonist's fear. Consequently, Wanine will return to the dormitory heartbroken, singing a sorrowful ballad. And then you shall deceive the protagonist, and we shall conclude our task successfully. 006 animatedly mimicked the sound of fireworks with her claws and made popping noises with her mouth. Despite this, Bai cast a glance at the protagonist trailing behind them like a pitiful creature. How could she be so heartless? Xiao Liuzi, can we perhaps refrain from disclosing this for now? I feel it would be rather cruel to the protagonist, Bai remarked, deliberately lowering her voice. You see, she has just endured malicious mockery from her classmates, and her spirit has undoubtedly suffered indelible harm. If I suddenly tell her that we are vampires and she alone is human, how could she bear it? 006 pondered this seriously. Bai continued, what if the protagonist's spirit is severely wounded and she cannot accept it? What then? But in the book, the protagonist witnessed Wanine drinking blood. She was frightened and ran away. Yet later she wasn't so terrified and even went out at night. Otherwise, she would not have encountered Wanine. 006 tilted her head, presenting the most adorable demeanor while delivering the most piercing remarks. Bai was at a loss for words, as if she had heard the ominous declaration of first blood. 006 summoned the task board, addressing Bai in an endearingly sweet voice. Moreover, Master, you have only 8 hours left before you meet your demise. Double kill. Bai glanced at the task board, where the crimson life value continued to tick down. Victory. All right, farewell, cursed sympathy. Be gone, she thought, realizing she could hardly preserve her own life. Hadn't she survived after being drained by that scoundrel Wanine? If not for his erratic behavior, the protagonist would have known the truth long ago. Bai comforted herself internally. Inuo tugged at her clothes, proclaiming that the protagonist wished to befriend them. She said she wants to be friends with us, Inuo whispered, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Bai. This is up to you. Though Inuo felt a peculiar sensation about befriending her rival, she had been friends with Bai for so many years. The sudden addition of another friend was disconcerting. Nonetheless, since the invitation was directed at them, it was ultimately Bai's decision that mattered. Bai observed the protagonist, who was nervously wringing her hands. Truth be told, she was baffled as to why the protagonist was so fixated on befriending them. She had never been particularly enthusiastic about friendship. As the saying goes, everything in the world has its own fate and method. Master, you should tell her that you are vampires. If she is unafraid, then having a friend is harmless. If she is frightened, the task will still be accomplished, and you will incur no loss. 006 observed the standoff between the three, delivering a revelation that awakened Bai. Indeed, a glimmer of realization sparkled in Bai's tea-brown eyes. She glanced at 006, whose tail seemed to be wagging with glee, and quietly retracted her thumb, fearing that further praise would send it into the stratosphere. Ahem, we are vampires, Bai cleared her throat and announced. Huh? Inuo responded, puzzled, uncertain how this related to the previous question. Inian gazed at Bai, the tension on her face dissipating as she lowered her head to the ground. Her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she were suppressing something. Bai stood still, her eyes filled with confusion. Internally, she called out to 006, Xiao Yozi, you see? I told you so. What now? I don't know either. The plot was not supposed to unfold like this. Inian, too, was bewildered at a loss for what to do. Her expression blank. Suddenly, Inian looked up at Bai, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Bai was momentarily speechless. She was not particularly eloquent, and she was even more at a loss for words now. Inian looked at Bai, her eyes filled with determination, and spoke each word clearly. So you believe I am human and therefore unworthy of your friendship? What? Is this what the protagonist focuses on? Bai was taken aback and immediately waved her hands, anxiously clarifying, no, I don't mean that at all. With a chuckle, Bai watched as the protagonist laughed again, sheepishly retracting her hand, tentatively asking you, aren't you afraid? This was also unorthodox. How could she proceed with her task now? Moreover, who could explain why the protagonist had been on the verge of tears earlier, but was now smiling? Are you worried that I might be afraid? Enian asked, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at Bai. Is that so? Bai replied awkwardly, oh dear, help. This was not how it was supposed to be. Must it? Luke. The protagonist is not the least bit afraid. What will you do now? 006 laughed as the plot unraveled before them. Inuo, observing the two as if they were sharing a secret, was completely oblivious to their conversation, her CPU seemingly overheating. She simply stood by, admiring the beautiful scene. May I apply to be your friend? I can do many things, and I promise I will not disrupt your relationship with Inuo, Enian said earnestly, oblivious to how much she resembled a candidate in an interview. She extended 3 fingers in a gesture of solemnity. Bai looked at yet another character who was straying from the plot, feeling a headache coming on. You truly aren't afraid that we are vampires? Bai pressed, refusing to give up, for even a salted fish can turn over. Should I be afraid? Enian replied, her gaze suggesting she wanted Bai to feel fear. Bai suppressed the urge to nod, feeling a bit guilty as she replied, no, that's not it. Oh my, I really want to nod. Mother, vampires. Enian feigned terror, widening her eyes and covering her mouth as she stepped back, thoughtfully adding, should I run? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing half of the task. Enian is frightened, earning 25 life points. Oh my, is this even possible? Bai and 006 exclaimed simultaneously, astonished at the notion of life points and the completion of half the task. Haha, no need to run, Bai declared, and immediately Enian stepped back, obediently stating, then can I take a step closer to being friends now? Chapter 24. New friends agreed. 006 exclaimed cheerfully from the side, evidently charmed by Enian's earlier performance. Akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Bai had grown accustomed to 006's sporadic appearances, much like an ex-boyfriend who vanished only to reappear unexpectedly. She noted the increase of her life points by 2.5 days and was tempted to agree, yet she hesitated, glancing at the dazed Inuo beside her. Please wait while I consult Inuo, Bai gently told Enian. After all, this was not solely her decision. Adding another friend to her and Inuo's relationship required Inuo's input. Enian, demonstrating her understanding, replied, all right. Inuo, what's the matter? Inuo seemed to awaken abruptly, blinking and turning to look at Bai. Bai observed Inuo, realizing she was not merely dazed but had seen something significant. Nevertheless, she decided to resolve the current matter first. Bai Wei glanced at the eager and expectant female protagonist, her eyes flickering as she bit her lip and spoke. Enian wishes to be our friend, and I have a question for you. It felt as though she were addressing her elder daughter after unexpectedly conceiving a second child. Enian timely reassured, I truly only wish to have friends at school. I would never jeopardize your relationship. Oh, how exasperating. Once she assumed this role, Bai Wei felt inexplicably guilty under Inuo's round, innocent eyes, her thick eyelashes quivering. It was overwhelming. Back in the 21st century, she had seen many close-knit best friends, and now suddenly, there was one more, leading to conflict about how Three's company could be too crowded. Moreover, she was not particularly adept at conversing. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. All right. But I am the darling, Inuo stated proudly, her fair, doll-like face radiating confidence. Bai Wei returned, sure, but I sent darling a bit too mushy. She couldn't help but shudder slightly. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Inuo, and I look forward to our friendship. Inuo extended her hand towards Enian, a warm smile gracing her features. I am Enian. Please guide me well. Enian joyfully grasped Inuo's hand, smiling brightly. They both turned to Bai Wei simultaneously. Bai Wei interjected, shouldn't she introduce herself too? Bai Wei extended her hand to clasp both Enian's and Inuo's, returning their smiles as she said, I am Bai Wei. Please treat me kindly. 006 expressed disdain. Where did this elementary school student come from? Let's go. Tell us about your home. What is it like? When the holidays come, I will take you back. Bai Wei watched as two girls clung to her arm, animatedly discussing various topics, and she couldn't help but marvel at the enigmatic nature of friendship among girls. They could chat about anything under the sun, stroll beneath the setting sun, savor companionship, and resonate with each other's laughter and tears. Perhaps this is the essence of female friendship. So simple, so pure, yet so warm. So, what does it mean to be half like Shakespeare? Both asked in unison. Huh? Bai Wei was taken aback, gazing into their equally curious expressions. Blinking as she asked them, "Help! What on earth are they discussing?" "They're asking what it means to be half like Shakespeare," 006 observed, noticing their owner's bewilderment and explaining with resignation. It became clear why she disliked speaking. She had already articulated everything in her mind. "Oh, thank you, Xiao Yozi. But this question," Bai Wei's smile faltered slightly as she thought. How could she address this? Simply stating the answer felt inappropriate, almost like an insult. Yet, if she hinted at the first letter, would that not lead them to the same conclusion? Amid her internal struggle, Inua pouted. "Oh, come on. Just tell us. We've never heard of it before." Inyan echoed, "Yes. Please enlighten us. If it's an insult, it's quite uncivil. Just the first and third letters." "There's no need to say more." Bai Wei surrendered helplessly. If she remained silent, they would undoubtedly continue their charming insistence. "The first and third letters," they murmured, glancing at one another before suddenly exclaiming, "Sha Bai." They exchanged looks, realizing the implication behind their words. Bai Wei nearly choked on her own saliva. Having explicitly stated not to voice it, was this a rebellious act? "Yuan Yin, what gives you the right?" A furious shout erupted from the nearby woods. The trio jumped in fright, exchanging glances that ignited a fire of gossip within their eyes. "Let us go." Inua tilted her head, signaling discreetly. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Yin protested, though her feet betrayed her as they moved forward. She thought to herself that eavesdropping was rather indecorous, yet her body remained honest in its pursuit. The three tiptoed, bending low, stealthily approaching the source of the sound. Upon discovering the individuals, they crouched behind foliage, cautiously parting the leaves. When they caught sight of the figures within, their eyes widened in unison. Amid a sea of crimson roses, two striking silhouettes caught their attention, Wen Yin and Lu Yuting. They stood facing each other, oblivious to the trio's presence. The distance was close, and with the heightened sensitivity of vampires, Bai Wei could distinctly hear the pounding of their hearts. Was this what it felt like to be a guilty eavesdropper? How thrilling! Yet were they not speaking? Was this a contest of wills? A mechanical voice echoed in Bai Wei's mind, startling her into gripping the grass before her tightly. "Host, you have encountered Lu Yuting and Wen Yin in confrontation. Thank you for completing 1/3 of the sorrowful ballad, earning 5 days of life energy. The next task is to listen to the sorrowful ballad." The system's cold, mechanical tone resonated in her consciousness, concluding with a rather cheerful, wishing the host a pleasant life. "Moi, thank you." However, at this moment, the chilly tone did little to endear itself to her. Bai Wei continued to observe the standoff between Wen Yin and Lu Yuting. Now presenting our contestant number 1, Wen Yin, with one hand casually tucked into his black pants pocket, standing tall, his ice blue eyes devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, the typically gentle Lu Yuting wore a smirk that hinted at malice. What could have transpired to provoke this standoff between half-brothers? Bai Wei narrated in her mind with fervor when suddenly Lu Yuting spoke menacingly. "Wen Yin, are you feeling quite proud of yourself?" Chapter 25. You're courting death. Lu Yuting's sudden outburst startled the trio, yet it only intensified their excitement. They watched, eyes glued to the unfolding drama. Lu Yuting seemed to embody the archetype of a bitter antagonist from a novel, questioning with a tone that dripped with disdain, "Are you feeling quite pleased with yourself?" Dear friends, allow our narrator Bai Wei to guide us through this intriguing scenario. What could provoke such a response from our hero, Lu Yuting? "Wen Yin, why did you summon me here?" Wen Yin furrowed his brow, his tone cold and detached, reminiscent of an emotionless automaton, exuding an aura of chill. "What is it? Speak quickly." Bai Wei felt a surge of impatience as the two exchanged slow, drawn-out words. Wen Yin, equally agitated, pondered the strange pill given to him by that old man, which left him feeling entirely out of control. Was this part of the plot? Observing Wen Yan's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Lu Yuting's smirk evaporated, replaced by a hint of resentment. "Why do you already have Bai Wei?" Why do you get to monopolize the title of fiancé? Why does he favor you so? Bai Wei, suddenly thrust into the conversation, was at a loss for words. Excuse me, is there no courtesy here? You two can argue all you want, but why drag me into it? I am my own person, not an object to be claimed. I only learned of it that day when you mentioned it. Besides, grandfather said the fiancé should choose, when Yin mused, struggling to recall the name, feeling equally powerless yet unwilling to disclose it. Do you not care if I marry her? Liu Yuting asked, a glimmer of confusion in his voice. As long as that fiancé chooses you, and Liu Yuting, I pose no threat to you and will not contend for her. What is it you truly desire? Wen Yin replied impatiently, feeling the absurdity of wasting time with this fool due to the cursed narrative. Liu Yuting's expression brightened as if he had just tasted something sweet. But I want to compete for her. Can't you see that? Since you are indifferent to that individual, I shall marry Bai Wei. The sheer absurdity of Bai Wei being capitalized is utterly confounding. Is the male protagonist unwell? Liu Yuting. Bai Wei is not an object to be possessed, nor is she someone you can manipulate. If you are unafraid of death, I would not mind allowing you to reside in the Onyega. When Yin's expression darkened, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, shaking off the indifference he had previously displayed. Is Wen Yin angry? Or is it because of her? Bai Wei could not articulate her feelings. Yet at that moment, she had to concede that Wen Yin appeared considerably more agreeable amidst the flowers. At the very least, she sensed that Wen Yin understood the importance of respecting young women and upheld proper values. He was correct. Young women are not commodities, and winning a woman's affection should not be a means of boasting for men. Nearby, Inuo and Yin were struck by the weight of Liu Yuting's words, astonished to discover that the usually gentle Liu Yuting could exhibit such behavior. Wen Yin's cold demeanor had led many to perceive him as ill-tempered over time. Conversely, Liu Yuting's perpetual gentleness and trademark smile had concealed his true nature. It was truly blinding to her affections for Liu Yuting, Inuo mused. Yin shared similar sentiments. Having initially found Liu Yuting quite charming and feeling a degree of disdain for Wen Yin, whom she deemed frosty, especially after perceiving Wen Yin's fondness for Bai Wei. However, the engagement had not been dissolved, leaving her to view Wen Yin unfavorably. Yet, little did she know that Wen Yin had only recently become aware of the engagement. With a self-deprecating smile, Yin realized she too had become one to judge based solely on appearances. Liu Yuting's body stiffened at the mention of the Onyega. As the name suggests, it is a realm shrouded in darkness, devoid of day and night, hope, and filled only with endless suffering and despair. It serves as a prison for the malevolent, a world steeped in darkness, cold, and hopelessness. Yet the next moment, he grinned more brilliantly, declaring, "If you care for Bai Wei, then I shall savor her blood. It may prove quite delectable." You are courting death. Wen Yin lunged forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, veins protruding, and struck fiercely at Liu Yuting. Well done, Bai Wei thought to herself. Liu Yuting's body instinctively recoiled, but it was too late. Wen Yin's fist landed heavily on Liu Yuting's face, causing his head to jerk aside, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As Wen Yin raised his left fist, his expression suddenly changed, clutching his chest in agony. Oh heavens, what is wrong with Wen Yin? Bai Wei instinctively moved to assist, only to find her legs numb. In the next moment, Liu Yuting smirked coldly, delivering a punch to Wen Yin's angelic face, causing him to collapse onto one knee. Damn it, Bai Wei stood, but found herself unable to move. She watched as Liu Yuting's fist descended towards Wen Yin's face. Stop! Bai Wei could not contain herself and shouted, prompting Liu Yuting to halt. Both Wen Yin and Liu Yuting turned to look at Bai Wei, with Wen Yin gazing at her in astonishment, surprised to see her in such a predicament. Damn it! Wen Yin gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, but the pain in his chest prevented him. At that moment, Bai Wei charged towards Liu Yuting, delivering a deliberate kick to his chest. Liu Yuting was caught off guard and fell to the ground, his eyes wide with incredulity. Beat him! Bai Wei steadied herself and commanded Inuo and Yin. Give this scoundrel a good thrashing. He is truly a toad attempting to seduce a swan, still coveting her blood. He is unworthy. She felt no concern for Inua, as both she and Inua had emerged from the training grounds. Huh? Oh. Only upon hearing Bai Wei's voice did Inua and Yin snap out of their shock. Inua rushed forward and delivered a swift chop to Liu Yuding, rendering him unconscious, then dragged him away, with Yin following closely. She knew that Bai Wei had also emerged from the training grounds of the Bai family, but had never witnessed Bai Wei act against anyone. Given Bai Wei's speed just now, even her self-proclaimed swift brother would have difficulty keeping up. After all, they had been about 20 meters from Yin, yet Bai Wei had traversed that distance in the blink of an eye. Bai Wei immediately knelt beside Yin, gently supporting his arm while asking with utmost tenderness, "Can you get up?" Chapter 26. Yin faints, however, Yin, gazing at the concern on Bai Wei's face, was unable to respond due to the excruciating pain. Bai Wei steadied him, her hand at his mouth, leaning down to observe his pale visage. "Suck it. You will feel better, and we can return." Her tone was casual, as if she were discussing something mundane, like a meal of cabbage. When Yin's head rested against Bai Wei's shoulder, his gaze fixed on the pale hand before him, veins visible, while the enticing scent enveloped him. He struggled to suppress the urge to bite down. The silver hair that fell loosely over his face obscured his angelic features, making his expression difficult to discern. Seeing Yin remain still, Bai Wei pressed, "What are you doing? Are you going to suck or not?" Her reproachful words faltered upon witnessing Yin's weakened form leaning against her. "I will drink some red fruit juice once you help me back," Yin replied, his speech fragmented due to the pain. "If you do not suck, you will be in unbearable pain," Bai Wei insisted, pressing her hand against his mouth impatiently. "Hurry, or you'll be scarred." The warmth of his lips against her hand left Bai Wei momentarily frozen, yet she remained still. It was truly absurd. He was the one suffering, yet she found herself coaxing him to drink her blood. What a twisted fate. It was indeed because of her that Yin was in this predicament. Initially, when Yin required blood, the Duke suggested finding a human for him. However, as Bai Wei had feelings for Yin, she volunteered. The Duke had initially disagreed, but Bai Wei argued that human blood lacked satisfaction and needed to be consumed once a day. Given Yin's obsessive cleanliness, he would not accept blood from a different person daily, thus necessitating self-inflicted wounds, which was unfair to others. Her blood, however, only required replenishment once a month. Somehow, the Duke eventually consented. Yet, Yin had likely just fed before she pushed him away, leading to his current state. Yin gently pushed her pristine hand aside, uttering softly, "You are afraid." This simple statement, delivered weakly, caught Bai Wei off guard as she noticed the bruising at the corner of his mouth, which was also due to her actions. Yin's reluctance to drain her blood and insistence on returning to drink red fruit juice was also because of his fears. She suddenly realized that Bai Wei's affection for Yin was not unfounded. His respectful demeanor and attention to detail surpassed many others. "You must be daft." Bai Wei had yet to finish her sentence when Yin lost consciousness. "Oh no." Bai Wei watched as Yin's icy blue eyes fluttered shut, the previously somber atmosphere dissipating in an instant. She quickly reached out to check his breathing. "Heaven help us. Will Yin truly perish?" Relief washed over her as she felt the warmth of his breath against her fingers. "He is still alive." Without hesitation, she scooped Yin into her arms and dashed back to her dormitory. A gust of wind blew, scattering pink peach blossoms through the air, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. Yet, Bai Wei had no time to admire the beauty as she hurriedly returned to her dormitory, placing Yin upon her sofa. Why not go to Yin's dormitory? Because Bai Wei did not know how to open his door. She then rushed to the restroom to wash her hands, returned to the living room with a fruit knife, preparing to make an incision to draw blood and save Yin. "Damn it," she thought, glancing at the gleaming blade, her fear creeping back in. However, upon casting a glance at the pallid face of Yin sprawled upon the sofa, devoid of any trace of color, the vibrant glow of his countenance had vanished entirely. Bai Wei inhaled deeply, summoning her courage, and, eyes closed, she swiftly glided a knife across her own palm. "Oh, dear God, the pain is excruciating." A crimson line appeared on her hand, blood swiftly oozing forth. With a pang of heartache, Bai Wei pressed her hand to Wen Yin's lips, pinching them to coax them open, allowing her blood to flow into his mouth. Thankfully, she was clever. Otherwise, her sacrifice would have been in vain. She admonished him for not drinking when she urged him to, and now, having fainted from the pain, he would burden her further. She had always feared pain since childhood, yet endured a self-inflicted injury for him. He was the first. I warn you, if a scar remains, you shall pay dearly. In his dazed state, when Yin heard Bai Wei's voice, his beloved was continually speaking to him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself reclining on the sofa, a sweet metallic taste lingering in his mouth, momentarily forgetting the events that had transpired. He groggily sat up, noticing it was already dark outside, the shadows of trees swaying. The warm orange light was soothing, not harsh. As he surveyed the room, he realized it was his beloved's space. And upon observing the first aid kit on the coffee table, he recalled fainting brought back by her. But what followed? He could not recall. Yet he was certain she had tended to his wounds. Wen Yin searched the room for Bai Wei, but her absence was palpable, prompting him to settle on the sofa, awaiting her return. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the fruit knife on the table, and recalling the sweet metallic taste in his mouth, he realized Bai Wei had bled for him. Hadn't she promised him the juice of the Hongyin fruit? She was so afraid of pain. An idea struck him. He possessed a bottle of Tian Shan Shuelian ointment, which would surely prevent scarring if applied to Bai Wei's wound. With that thought, he headed towards his dormitory. The Tian Shan Shuelian, a rare flower growing atop the holy snow mountain, resembles a lotus but bears a deep red hue akin to fresh blood and is exceedingly precious. To see even one is a stroke of immense fortune. When used medicinally, it could mend broken bones, and, if consumed, it could enhance one's innate abilities. Applying it to a wound would surely prevent scarring. In the hall, people leisurely sipped coffee and chatted, while Bai Wei sat with Inua and others. Your hand, let me bandage it again, Yin suggested, noticing Bai Wei's rudimentary bandage, tied with a simple knot. It's perfectly fine, Bai Wei responded curtly, her tone reflecting her stubbornness. She holds grudges. Well, we truly did not mean to, Inua said, scratching her nose awkwardly, glancing at the proud Bai Wei. Hey, why don't you go check on Wen Yin? Yin whispered mischievously, while Inua silently gave her a thumbs up, a true sister in bravery. Bai Wei paused, coffee cup in hand, glaring at Yin. Why didn't you both check on me earlier? She retorted, feeling fortunate to still be seated there, sipping coffee, as she had nearly succumbed to blood loss. The two before her exemplified the very definition of indifference in the face of peril. Yin edged closer to Inua, feeling guilty. We did go. Bai Wei replied. You did indeed go, but only in body. She had no desire to relive the harrowing events of the evening. Chapter 27. Fear of movement indeed. Some past events are best left unremembered. That evening, after administering medicine to Wen Yin, she intended to fetch something to eat. After all, shedding so much blood without sustenance was ill-advised. Yet, that wretched beast of a man must have sensed her impending departure, for he grasped her hand tightly, refusing to release her. It was one thing to hold her hand, but he had seized the very hand she had harmed, and in that moment, she thought she might ascend to the heavens. Not only did Wen Yin refuse to let go, but he also murmured, Wei Wei, Wei Wei. If this were a novel, she would undoubtedly wear a fond smile, feeling deeply moved. Yet, in reality, she could hardly move, fearing that any slight motion would exacerbate her injury. Unbeknownst to her, as she carried Wen Yin back, residents of the dormitory had witnessed the scene and assumed something grave had transpired, even summoning Lan Shi, who stood at her door. After reprimanding Liu Yuding and the triumphant duo of Inua and Yin, they reached the corridor and spotted a substantial crowd gathered outside Bai Wei's door. Whispering in hushed tones, Inua, puzzled, inquired, what is happening? And Yin shook her head in confusion. Is something wrong? Inua quickly pulled Yin along, asking a random individual, what are you all doing here? Is there a problem? The boy, upon seeing her, abandoned his response, excitedly pushing through the crowd and shouting, Quick! Quick! Lan Juren, Inua is here. Instantly, all eyes turned toward them, akin to spotting a beacon of hope. Inua, bewildered, took a step back, questioning, what is happening? Lan Shi approached Inua with urgency. Inua, "Do you have the key to Bai Wei's dormitory? Please unlock the door quickly." They saw Wen Yin injured and unconscious, carried back by Bai Wei. "We don't know how he is now." She swiftly recounted the circumstances, anxiously awaiting a response. "Oh, heavens! His father is arriving in 2 days, and now Wen Yin is injured. Woe is me, being the son of the director or the principal is no easy task." "Indeed. Inua, open the door quickly. I can smell blood. If something has happened, it would be disastrous." "Yes, yes. What if Bai Wei is in danger due to blood loss?" Their urgency left Inua in a state of confusion as she hastily retrieved the key and unlocked Bai Wei's door. A throng of people surged into the room, halting in shock at the scene before them. The room, bathed in the soft, golden hue of the evening light, revealed a man with silver hair reclining on the sofa. His usual cold demeanor softened into one of innocence. He held tightly to the hand of a woman beside him, whose serene face bore an expression of gentle coaxing. I am here. In the warm glow of the setting sun, the tableau resembled a scene from a romantic poem. Upon noticing the sudden influx of people, Bai Wei gasped, momentarily pausing in her ministrations. "Oh God, if I have erred, please punish me, but spare me the embarrassment before everyone." As she observed the crowd, each face flushed and wearing expressions of intrigue, she hastily explained, "No, it's not what it looks like." Before she could finish, the crowd, wearing expressions of feigned innocence, murmured, "Oh dear, we must have taken a wrong turn. We'll leave now." With that, they turned to exit. Lan Shi, witnessing the scene, turned to Yin, grasping her sleeve and pulling her outside. "Oh dear, look at what you've done. What is this all about? She has someone she cares for. Yet you must go and make her a fiancé. Aren't you disrupting their fate?" When his father arrived, he would certainly have much to say. Meanwhile, Yin, lost in her sugary daydreams, had concocted an entire narrative paralleling that of Bai Wei and Wen Yin's namesake novel, only to be whisked away by Lan Shi. As Yin looked back at the sympathetic expression on Lan Shi's face, confusion washed over her. "Wait, what does this mean?" Bai Wei, observing the sudden emptiness of the room, muttered her final words in a defiant tone. After finally waiting for reinforcements, they had vanished in an instant, leaving her tearfully frustrated. "No, can't anyone see my pain and my injured hand?" "Hee, I'll close the door." Inua chimed in, returning with a playful grin. "Ipsido no, save me. My hand is injured," Bai Wei hurriedly exclaimed, her voice laden with despair. How could it not be tragic? It was merely a slender wound that she had hastily bandaged, yet that scoundrel Wen Yin had tugged at it, causing it to split open painfully. She truly felt as though it had torn apart. In that moment, she dared not move, overwhelmed by a sense of malaise, convinced that her blood was seeping out. Upon hearing that Bai Wei was injured, Inua leapt to the front with alarm, anxiously inquiring, "What happened?" Bai Wei grimaced and said, "Gently pry Wen Yin's hand off me. I can't manage with just one hand." She attempted to release one of Wen Yin's hands, only for him to grasp it again almost immediately, leaving her terrified that she might exacerbate her injury. "I can't do that," Inua exclaimed, jumping back in fright. Wei, I can't. Wen Yin has a morning temper. Just coax him a bit, and he will let go." With that, she dashed away, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Bai Wei pondered, baffled by Wen Yin's foul temper. Having a cleanliness obsession was one thing, but now he had added a morning grumpiness to the mix. Inua rushed into the hall, not out of unkindness, but because everyone was acutely aware of Wen Yin's notorious morning temperament. Even in a state of urgency, they spoke in hushed tones. Why such fear of Wen Yin? His morning mood swings were exceedingly severe. On one occasion, a fellow, oblivious to this fact, had the misfortune of waking Wen Yin. Had it not been for the timely intervention of others, that unfortunate soul would have found himself in grave peril. Sighing, Yin sat beside Inua, gazing at her earnestly. "Do you think I'm pitiable?" Inua looked at her, bewildered. "Just now, Director Lan pulled me aside, looked at me with pity, and told me not to be upset." Yin's expression mirrored Inua's confusion as she insisted, "I'm not upset." Before Inua could respond, Bai Wei approached with a fierce countenance, instantly rendering them both mute. Chapter 28. System. May I abandon this task? Yin had suggested that she visit Wen Yin, but Bai Wei had no intention of doing so. Beep. Host. The plot of the sad love song is underway. Please complete it swiftly. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed. Bai Wei thought, I truly will be finished. This system seems intent on slapping me in the face. Thankfully, she had refrained from voicing her earlier reluctance to see Wen, or else it would have been quite embarrassing. Please, host, proceed promptly. Complete the task quickly. The system continued its relentless chatter. All right, I'll go. Where's Xiao Lu? Bai Wei inquired, longing for Xiao Lu's melodious voice. 006 has been summoned by the main deity. Thus, the task is now assigned by me. The system responded unemotionally, adding, please complete the task quickly. Having finished her last sip of coffee and under the system's unyielding pressure, Bai Wei rose, but before she could say a word, Yin pushed her away. Hurry, we can do this together. Yin encouraged, making a gesture of support. I'm off, Bai Wei declared, turning to leave. Upon reaching the dining area, she paused. If she were to visit Wen, it would be prudent to bring something along. After all, it is customary in Chinese culture to present a small gift when visiting someone's home. A steak and a cup of red fruit juice would suffice. Thanking the staff, Bai Wei made her way to the dormitory, only to discover that Wen was absent. How ungrateful. She had saved him, and he couldn't even muster a simple thank you before leaving. Oh, she recalled that due to the plot's progression, the main deity had granted her a buff to ensure Wen remained on course, which meant he was currently playing the piano. Oh, how embarrassing. She had misjudged Wen. Bai Wei turned towards his dormitory and knocked gently. Tap, tap. After several knocks, there was still no response. Could that buff have worn off? Surely he isn't asleep? She mused, frustration brewing. How would she complete her task now? Meanwhile, inside, Wen was listening to the knocks, feeling utterly despondent. He wanted nothing more than to open the door, but he was utterly immobilized, compelled to play the piano instead of delivering medication to Bai Wei. The door was not closed. Yin silently lamented, but alas, Bai Wei had failed to hear his unspoken plea. Ah! Bai Wei exclaimed as the door suddenly slammed against the wall. She awkwardly steadied the tray, having not anticipated that the door was not securely shut. When no one answered, she leaned against it to listen, inadvertently causing it to swing open with a loud noise. Observing Yen, who continued to play the piano without interruption, Bai Wei felt ashamed for doubting whether the buff had failed. How naive of her! Seeing the door still ajar, Bai Wei adhered to the philosophy that as long as she remained composed, any embarrassment would fall upon others. Calmly, she closed the door, marveling at the excellent soundproofing. She had not heard a single note while standing outside. Standing behind the door, she watched Yen, poised at the piano, gracefully singing as he played. A gust of wind stirred, causing her to close her eyes, imagining his gaze arriving with the breeze. Light a lamp, wait for a person. No matter how long it takes, I am willing. I have no idea how many nights I have waited, but at this moment, all I wish is to rush to you. Bingo! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have listened to the sad love song. Reward: 2 days of life value, totaling 5 days. As the song concluded, Bai Wei felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Was this the song Yen had composed for Yin? Suddenly, she questioned whether her interference in preventing Yen from encountering Yin had truly saved him from a tragic fate. Initially, she had deemed Yen a scoundrel, draining her vitality, only to fall for the female protagonist upon her arrival. Yet now, it seemed her affection for Yen was unreciprocated, while his feelings for the female lead were genuine. Listening to Yen's melody, the lyrics revealed his endless yearning and anticipation for the female protagonist. System, may I abandon this task? Bai Wei asked, disheartened, addressing the cold mechanical system. Noticing her sudden despondency, the system softened its tone, gently inquiring, Host, why is that? Bai Wei bit her lip, gazing at Yen, who was lost in his music, and replied softly, Perhaps it would be better if this story followed its original course. It is what others yearn for. The system fell silent for a moment before responding. Host, I will report this to the main deity. You may return for now. All right, Bai Wei acquiesced, quietly turning to take the steak with her. Wei, when Yen called out urgently, rising hastily and colliding with the piano, oblivious to the mishap. He was no longer under control. Bai Wei turned to face Wen Yin, her heart heavy with guilt as she said, "I'm sorry. I mistakenly thought this was the wrong room. I'll leave now." After offering a sincere bow, she hurried out of Wen Yin's room, feeling suddenly unable to meet his gaze. After all, she herself did not believe her excuse. It was far too flimsy. Yet, she could not conjure a better explanation, feeling remorseful for her presumptions. Although she initially thought this task promising, today's events had overturned her perspective. The female protagonist, Yin Yin, had initially come to be with Wen Yin because she had inadvertently overheard Liu Yuding's words on campus. Liu Yuding had approached Yin Yin in an attempt to vie for Wen Yin's affection. Upon hearing this, Yin Yin's heart began to lean towards Wen Yin. That night, as Wen Yin played the piano alone, the female protagonist, unable to sleep, found herself in his company. Wen Yin's performance drew them closer, and their feelings began to deepen. However, she disrupted everything, and she felt deeply remorseful. Wei Wei. Wen Yin gazed at the now distant Bai Wei, his eyes filled with confusion, and hurriedly chased after her. Bai Wei halted upon seeing Wen Yin pursuing her, forcing a faint smile as she handed him the steak, saying, "Here, this is for you. I did not intend to disturb you." The latter words remained unspoken, for the truth was that she had indeed intended to prevent Wen Yin from encountering the female lead. Observing the white bandage on Bai Wei's hand, Wen Yin quickly accepted the tray and cautiously inquired, "Did you come specifically to deliver this to me?" He wished to ask why their relationship had become so strained when she had shown concern for him just that afternoon. It felt as though she treated him with the politeness reserved for a stranger, a notion he found unbearable. Yet, he lacked the courage. He was, after all, a coward. "You should go back. It is quite late. I shall take my leave." Bai Wei, meeting Wen Yin's ice-blue gaze, realized that she could not lie. She awkwardly shifted the subject and fled after speaking. Chapter 29. Wen Yin takes the blame. Wen Yin, watched Bai Wei's retreating figure, returned the items to his room, and turned to leave the school grounds. "Wei Wei, would you like some cake?" Yin Yin stood at the door of Bai Wei's dormitory, holding a black forest cake, smiling with her head tilted. Bai Wei was taken aback, not expecting the female lead to wait for her. She repressed her gloomy thoughts and smiled back, saying, "Come in." Wei Wei's room was so lovely. Yin Yin settled onto the cream-colored sofa, dividing the small 4-inch cake into portions and offering one to Bai Wei. "Thank you." Bai Wei inhaled the sweet aroma with satisfaction. It had been a long time since she had seen such a delicacy. "I love it too. I can make it for you often," Yin Yin remarked, her eyes full of delight as she watched Bai Wei's actions. "Thank you, Yin Yin. Now I shall eat." Bai Wei eagerly took a bite of the cake, exclaiming, "Indeed, delicious food can heal everything." Yin Yin observed Bai Wei enjoying the cake, her face beaming with happiness, and took a bite herself. With her mouth full of cake, Bai Wei looked at Yin Yin with sparkling eyes, mumbling, "Is today your birthday?" "No. I wanted to discuss Wen Yin with you." Yin Yin set down her cake, her expression turning serious, glancing at the cake on the table. She reflected on how it was both adored and resented by girls. They longed for it, yet it was too high in calories. She then bluntly stated, "I believe Liu Yuding is not as good as Wen Yin, so..." Yin Yin did not finish her thought, but straightened her posture, observing Bai Wei's reaction. Bai Wei paused in her cake eating, placing it down and looking at Yin Yin, who resembled a proper wife. Recalling how Yin Yin had urged her to see Wen Yin in the hall, her chestnut-colored eyes fluttered, and she shifted closer to the armrest of the sofa, saying, "We have no relationship. I am merely Wen Yin's blood bag. When I learned he had a fiancée, I should have distanced myself. I apologize. I did not mean to." Yin Yin regarded Bai Wei's delicate face, which bore no expression, and stammered, "This is not how it was supposed to go. Moreover, he likes you, and I do not like him. I will keep my distance from Wen Yin in the future," Bai Wei stated earnestly, feeling suddenly fatigued. She politely addressed Yin Yin. "Thank you for the cake. It is getting late. You should rest early." "All right, good night," Yin Yin exclaimed before hastily exiting Bai Wei's room, thinking, "Oh dear. Bai Wei is angry." She feared that if she lingered, Bai Wei might retaliate. "Inuo, that troublesome friend, has caused me trouble." Yin Yin stormed to Inuo's room, frantically pressing the doorbell. "Ding ding dong, coming. Inuo," hearing the relentless chime, rushed to open the door. How did you return so quickly? What happened? Inuo asked, oblivious to Yin's distressed expression as she held her phone. Once Inuo spoke, Yin erupted like a firecracker, exclaiming, "What kind of absurd idea did you come up with? Bai Wei is upset. What should we do? If Wen senses it tomorrow, he will surely scold us." Recalling Wen words, she felt doomed. Inuo, bewildered by the outburst, regained her composure and confidently replied, "That's impossible. The book states otherwise. Clearly, there must be a misunderstanding on your part." Yin regarded the overly self-assured Inuo with a cold smile, determined to make her see the truth. "I did precisely as you instructed. I guarantee there was no deviation. You simply do not understand Bai Wei." This assertion made Inuo defensive. As she set her phone aside and said, "Please explain." What a joke. She had known Bai Wei since childhood, and they had been together for so many years. Are you suggesting that Wei Wei likes Wen, but just does not admit it? Thus, to create a sense of urgency, you accelerated her relationship with Wen? Yin retorted, feeling exasperated for having believed Inuo's nonsense. Inuo nodded, asserting, "Indeed. You also said Wen likes Wei Wei. So what is the issue?" Yin felt an overwhelming desire to knock on Inuo's head to see what was inside. Is this the crux of the matter? The focus is not on whether Wen likes Wei Wei. I am well aware of that. The real issue is I foolishly believed your words and told Wei Wei something ambiguous, suggesting I liked Wen. I feel that now Wei Wei not only lacks any sense of urgency, but has also decided to distance herself from Wen. Yin lamented, feeling regretful for her earlier actions, realizing she must have been under the influence of fake wine. Otherwise, how could she have acted so foolishly? Inuo gasped, her eyes widening. Did she really say that? Yin rolled her eyes. Isn't that obvious? She even stated she is merely Wenyan's blood bag. I believe she has retracted any feeling she had for him. Tomorrow, she will surely distance herself from me as well. Oh, if only I had not acted so rashly. But the book says otherwise. Inuo pointed at her phone, showing it to Yin, who surrendered to the futility of the discussion. The book depicted the female lead having feelings for the male lead, but hesitating to confess. Thus, when stimulated by others, the female lead would finally confess her feelings. After observing Yin's distressed expression, Inuo murmured, I only intended for you to provoke her a little. She had not anticipated this outcome. Oh no, we are in trouble. Yin collapsed onto the sofa, her heart sinking as she exclaimed, but you must consider that Wei Wei does not seem to hold strong feelings for Yin. No, she does not feel that strongly? Inuo questioned hesitantly. Yin, feeling even more exhausted, lounged back on the sofa, replying no. And have you not noticed that while Wei Wei appears aloof, she is quite polite when conversing? However, she maintains a sense of boundaries that makes her seem difficult to approach. I have noticed. Otherwise, I would not have mentioned that if Wei Wei flaunted Wenyan's affection like others, people at school would surely dislike her. However, Wei Wei is the princess of our school, Inuo declared proudly. Yin felt on the verge of collapse, realizing they were not on the same wavelength. Yet, Inuo patted Yin's shoulder, reassuring her, do not worry. I will speak with Wei Wei tomorrow. After that, she stood up and fetched a bottle of red fruit juice for Yin. Yin, gritting her teeth, told Inuo, the main issue is that you still expect me to present myself as the legitimate wife. Wei Wei may forgive us tomorrow, but consider what will happen when Yin returns and Wei Wei distances herself from him, eventually tracing it back to us. Chapter 30, The Indifferent Exclamation. Inuo looked at Yin's serious demeanor, trembling slightly as she said, I only want to help. After all, they are merely one confession away from being together. I could cry. Will Yin thank us for this? I must tell you, it is evident to anyone that Wei Wei has never lacked love. Thus, she remains indifferent to her emotions. She can treat you with utmost kindness, yet if you cross her boundaries, she can become utterly ruthless in the blink of an eye. Yin, with a youthful yet mature demeanor, remarked how well she understands this. From the very first moment she expressed a desire to befriend Bai Wei, she had a good grasp of Bai Wei's character. Moreover, she had heard more than once about Bai Wei from both girls and boys, all of whom seemed to hold no grievances against her. In fact, She even overheard boys claiming that Wen is unworthy of Bai Wei. How do you know so much? Eno, with a cherubic face, exclaimed, "Let me tell you, Wei Wei and I are friends because our families are both prestigious. Uncle Bai insisted she take me along. Yet initially, she treated me with remarkable politeness, just as you described." Yin scoffed, then added, "Moreover, Wei Wei isn't particularly fond of socializing." "Indeed," Yin responded with a look of astonishment. "Oh dear, you big-headed fool. We must figure out how to make amends tomorrow," Yin said to Eno, exasperated and on the verge of tears. When Wen announced he would resolve the matter of the engagement, I realized he himself was unaware. Just as he was leaving, "We managed to scare off the bride he hadn't even secured yet." Eno replied with a pitiful expression, "So what do you propose we do?" "Make amends." Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, as the two sat staring at each other. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the world in tranquility and mystery, while the Duke's residence remained brightly lit. Within the Duke's abode, Wen harbored an unsettling premonition. "I say, why are you up at this hour? Is there something that cannot wait until tomorrow?" The Duke looked at Wen, who was knocking on the door late at night, and sighed in resignation. "Could you not consider this old man's health? Although vampires prefer nocturnal activities, I simply enjoy lying down. How do we escape this narrative?" Wen stated plainly. "Escape the narrative? Why would one do that? Did I not mention that this narrative pertains to Her Highness Bai Wei?" The Duke said with earnestness. "Ah, this old redhead is utterly unreliable. His Highness, Wen, is already in such dire straits. Yet this old fool still pens such tales for Her Highness Bai Wei to read, leading her to believe she has entered a novel. I am beginning to suspect that the old redhead is doing this on purpose. The old redhead is the celestial deity in charge of fate, managing the destinies of deities undergoing tribulations. However, with an engagement in place, it is impossible for Wei Wei to accept my affections. Furthermore, I shall not enter into any engagement with another. If one is to exist, it shall be with Wei Wei." That day, when Wei Wei awoke, my mind was somewhat sluggish. I thought it would be unkind to express my feelings to her. Yet, not expressing them would only bring her sorrow. Wen recalled the forced smile on Bai Wei's face that evening, as she believed that song was written for the so-called female protagonist when it was intended for her. However, he felt that without dissolving the engagement, any explanation would sound hollow. A bittersweet smile crept upon Wen lips, contemplating how he could strategize effectively in all matters, yet faltered when it came to anything concerning Wei Wei. He wished to clarify, but was uncertain whether it would adversely affect Wei Wei's mission. Thus, he could only ensure that she was not in danger before daring to make any decisions. Observing the bitter smile on Wen face, the Duke hastily added, "I had intended to visit the school tomorrow to discuss this matter. The old redhead has had a change of heart. He stated that everyone has their own life, and each individual is a unique protagonist." "So what does that mean?" Wen asked impatiently, his icy blue eyes filled with anxiety. "So tomorrow I shall announce the dissolution of your engagement with Yin. The old redhead will also arrange for Fu Zhu to assist Her Highness Bai Wei in adapting, gradually helping her restore her memories through dreams." The Duke yawned lazily. Fu Zhu, as recorded in the Shanhai Jing, is described as the gentlest of divine beasts, a water deity resembling a deer with 4 antlers, embodying grace and purity. Its appearance heralds a time of great flooding. "I must go to sleep now. We shall meet again tomorrow." After saying this, he left without regard for Wen. Wen's angelic face radiated joy, his gentle peach blossom eyes sparkling with warmth, his icy blue pupils resembling a tranquil pool of water, almost overflowing with tenderness. He typed on his phone, "Wei Wei, today's song is dedicated to you. Regarding the engagement, the Duke will inform them tomorrow. Yin is not my fiancée." "Oh no, has Wei Wei already gone to sleep? Perhaps I should wait until tomorrow morning to tell her." He hesitated, then decided to send a message, knowing that Wei Wei's phone was usually on silent, thus not disturbing her. Just as Wen was in turmoil over whether to send a message to Bai Wei, the Duke received a message from Bai Wei. As he was about to retire for the night, he instinctively checked his phone and was astonished to find a message from Bai Wei. He confirmed it 3 times, unable to believe it was truly her. "Good heavens! As far as I know, Bai Wei is quite the recluse among young people. I, an older man, cannot part with my phone, yet she manages to resist. Bai Wei never posts on social media, and she keeps her phone on silent. The Duke opened the message from Bai Wei. Dear Grandfather Duke, this is Bai Wei. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I primarily wanted to ensure you saw this message first. Since Wenyin already has a fiancé, I cannot allow him to continue drawing blood. It is not favorable for anyone. Please find another source for him. Thank you. Good heavens. How am I to explain this to Wenyin? The Duke mournfully gazed skyward. Very well, I shall confess. The Duke shuffled into his slippers, resigned to his fate as he stepped outside. Opening the door, he confronted Wenyin, who appeared utterly perplexed. I was just about to seek you out. The Duke nervously scratched his nose, exclaiming, help. This is the worst timing. It was all his fault for being lazy. He had been warned by the old redhead the day before, but he thought nothing would transpire and indulged in some wine with the old redhead. However, he must not divulge this, for if it were discovered, it would be a calamity. What does this mean? Wenyin held out his phone, presenting it to the Duke. The Duke glanced at the message Wenyin had sent to Her Highness Bai Wei, and a large red exclamation mark loomed ominously. This only heightened his unease. Chapter 31. You have been blocked. What does this exclamation mark signify? Why can I no longer send messages to Bai Wei? Wenyin, observing the Duke's guilty expression, could not help but press for an explanation. Honestly, after I finally decided to send it, it shows that you are not yet friends with WY. Please add them as a friend before sending a message. But he was already Bai Wei's friend. The Duke, seeing the confusion on Wenyin's face, struggled to contain his laughter and asked, Who is this WY? Would you prefer a straightforward answer or a more subtle one? Speak plainly. Enough with the riddles. Wenyin replied, furrowing his brow in irritation. The Duke, unfazed by Wenyin's impatience, chuckled softly. After all, if Wenyin were patient with them, that would be unusual. Clearing his throat, the Duke replied earnestly, To put it gently, you have been blocked by Her Highness Bai Wei. To put it bluntly, you have been removed from her friend list. Do not inquire how I know it was her, for only she could, would, and dares to do such a thing. He anticipated returning to share this amusing incident with the old redhead, so it could be recorded in the destiny scrolls of others undergoing trials. How amusing it would be to imagine the spectacle of the esteemed Wenyin being unfriended. He could already envision the gossip it would spark in the celestial realm. The sheer novelty of this situation was enough to capture attention. The Duke reveled in his triumph. Wenyin's thick lashes fluttered slightly, and the hand holding the phone fell weakly by her side as she spoke in a low voice. What did you need to discuss with me? The smile on the Duke's face froze, instantly resembling a chicken caught by the throat. Trembling, he replied, just now. Bai Wei Dianxia sent me a message instructing me to find you a new blood servant. You have a fiancée now. She is no longer suitable for you to feed upon. After finishing his words, the Duke swallowed hard. Indeed, as the ancients warned, one must not be overly excited, for such exuberance often leads to trouble. I understand, Wenyin said coolly, though her upright posture faltered and her lowered gaze obscured her emotions. What about the blood servant? Upon hearing this, the Duke covered his mouth in horror. What was he doing? Why was his mouth speaking without his brain's consent? Wenyin paused mid-step, her breath becoming heavier. In the moment she turned, she could not suppress the urge to clutch her chest, which ached painfully. After 2 seconds, she left behind a faint. It's fine, I don't need it. The Duke looked regretfully at Wenyin's retreating figure. Her usually steady and orderly silhouette now appeared slow and heavy, as if traversing a desolate desert. Under the orange glow of the lights, her shadow stretched long, filled with loneliness and helplessness. The once proud stance now seemed frail and solitary in the light. Alas, the Duke sighed heavily as he entered the room. What is love in this world? That it compels one to pledge life and death. Reflecting on the past romance between Wenyin and Bai Wei, it was indeed a tale celebrated throughout the heavens. Yet, everyone bears their own responsibilities, and Bai Wei happened to be the one with great aspirations. Forget it, the Duke mused, shaking his head. As the saying goes, may the friend die, but the monk lives on. He quickly retired for the night. Meanwhile, Wenyin lay awake in her room, enveloped in profound silence. Outside, Moonlight spilled onto the windowsill like a veil of silver. With her eyes closed, Wen Yin recalled the old man's deliberate inquiry about who W.Y. was. In the past, she would have proudly declared, "This is my wife, my one and only," a union symbolized by the capital letters of Wen Yin and Bai Wei, representing their eternal bond. Bai Wei would have smiled and gently chided her to be more modest. Remembering this, Wen Yin couldn't help but chuckle. "Bai Wei, starting tomorrow, I shall openly cling to you," she encouraged herself quietly. Morning heralds a new beginning, as the sun rises in the east and the earth gradually awakens. This moment is tranquil and brimming with hope, infused with new vitality and vigor. "Master, it's time to rise. We have a mission." 006 nudged the reluctant Bai Wei, who clung tightly to her soft blanket, her eyelids fluttering as she begrudgingly murmured, "Just 5 more minutes." "Master, you need to get up and go for a run. It's our mission," 006 stated helplessly, eyeing the still sleeping Bai Wei, and mischievously activated an alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Host is not actively engaging in the mission. Health points decreasing by 1. "What?" Bai Wei exclaimed, jolting upright at the mention of health points dropping, the warning in her mind finally ceasing. With tears in her eyes, she stared at the diminishing health points and sorrowfully headed to freshen up. "Why are my health points decreasing, Xiao Yozi?" "Master, if you don't take the mission seriously, your health will decrease. Moreover, there are time constraints," 006 replied sweetly. Bai Wei was nearly driven to madness. Last night, 006 suddenly returned, saying she no longer needed to prevent Wen Yin from meeting the female lead, but must complete other tasks to earn health points. Who would have thought this task required her to wake up at 7 a.m. for a run? Observing Bai Wei's sluggishness, 006 sprawled on the sofa, looking rather nonchalant. "Let's go," Bai Wei said weakly. 006 conjured a sandwich and calmly stated, "Master, you have 3 minutes to start running. You must finish by 8 a.m., or health points will be deducted." 3 minutes? No worries. She could manage it in 1 minute. Bai Wei thought confidently, taking a bite of the sandwich. "So let us hurry then," she urged, glancing at the still motionless 006. 006 shook his head knowingly and replied, "I'm not going. I'm here to supervise you. Only you need to run." Then, transforming into an adorable little boy, he naturally took Bai Wei's phone and, looking at the bewildered Bai Wei, cheerfully announced, "Master, you only have 1 minute left. Health points. You." Bai Wei glared at 006, who was leisurely playing with the phone, and despairingly sprinted toward the dormitory door. As she stepped outside, a gust of cold wind rushed at her, and the sunlight was particularly blinding, illuminating a deserted campus devoid of any soul. Ding dong. Congratulations, Master, on arriving at the battlefield on time. You may now commence your run, a light jog for 30 minutes. I know. Bai Wei ran with a heart full of grievances. This cursed task, along with the inexplicable book-turned reality, was more than enough. She had previously endured early morning classes at 8. Now, after finally managing to start classes at 10, she was still forced to run. Was there no fairness left in the world? Chapter 32. The defiant child obsessing over bears in the wild 006 observed Bai Wei, who radiated a "do not disturb me, I am lethal" aura, and swiftly regained focus. One must not provoke someone with morning grumpiness. He resumed watching bears in the wild, where the bears took responsibility for protecting the forest. After running a lap, Bai Wei found the path surprisingly quiet, devoid of anyone. Am I the only fool here? And what about that rebellious 006, who only knows how to watch bears in the wild? Suddenly, 006, transformed by the show, retorted, "Do not cause a ruckus. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ugh, these birds are so annoying. Waking up early is even worse." Bai Wei grumbled irritably at the sound of the birds chirping in the trees and quickened her pace. Waking up early, is that my fault? Half an hour later, Bai Wei stopped to catch her breath and wiped the sweat from her neck with a towel. The towel reminded her of a story she had heard as a child about a little lion whose mother had to travel far away. She hung some cakes around the lion's neck, but the lazy little lion only ate the cakes in front, fainting from hunger when the mother returned. Chuckling at the thought, Bai Wei realized her earlier irritability had vanished, replaced by newfound lightness. Ah, how true. My roommate once said that running improves one's mood, claiming it boosts dopamine. I never believed it, as I preferred staying indoors, but now I see the truth. Indeed, the morning air is refreshing. A gentle breeze brushed against her, carrying the faint scent of flowers and moist earth. Oh, how lofty you are! Who was it that called me the cold wind this morning? In the hall, Bai Wei stepped inside to find a few individuals sipping tea. She had to admit this suited her taste perfectly, as she enjoyed nurturing her health and indulging in leisurely pursuits. Her mood brightened even more. The onlookers admired Bai Wei's youthful and vibrant figure clad in simple black athletic wear and white sneakers, which she wore with an unmatched elegance. Her exquisite face flushed from running, adding a touch of charm while diminishing her previously aloof demeanor. Her brown waves were tied back in a high ponytail, framing her face. Wow, Princess Bai Wei is stunning. Someone call an ambulance. That face, that waist, those long legs. If I had those, I would strut around like a queen. I've decided. I'll start jogging tomorrow to catch up with Princess Bai Wei. In a month, this school will have another beauty. After finishing the sandwich provided by the rebellious 006, Bai Wei wasn't hungry and headed upstairs, unaware that her presence had sparked a running trend throughout the academy. Big Bear, return my hat. As soon as Bai Wei entered the door, she heard the classic line from Guantou Chang. Ah, the taste of childhood. Observing the oblivious 006. It was evident that he was still a child at heart. Unfortunately, she had already grown up. Suddenly, a mischievous glint flickered in her tea-brown eyes as she approached 006 and solemnly recited a classic line. Look at the time. Still playing? 006 jumped in surprise, hastily shoving his phone beneath the sofa cushion. Watching 006's flustered actions, Bai Wei couldn't help but laugh until her stomach hurt. Help! She was experiencing the feeling of being a parent. Realizing that Bai Wei was teasing him, 006 exclaimed in a pout, Master, you're mean. His chubby face was filled with frustration. Wow, so embarrassing. All right, I was wrong. Observing 006's flushed cheeks, Bai Wei suppressed her laughter and shifted the topic, saying, You forgot about my life points. 006 finally realized he had lost track of time and cheerfully replied, Master, your life points are 5 days. So high. Bai Wei's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a joyful smile. 006 nodded and continued, Yes, and if you maintain it for 8 days, on the 8th day, it will be 6 days of life points. The longer you persist, the greater the rewards. Just look at your little bear. I'm going to take a shower, Bai Wei said, grinning as she headed towards the bathroom. Seeing Bai Wei's expression as if she had been hit by a pie from the sky, 006 tilted his head in confusion. Wasn't she unhappy this morning? Why was she so cheerful now? Had she met someone she liked? Unable to comprehend, 006 turned back to his cartoon. Good fortune is coming. We're going to be rich, Bai Wei joyfully sang in the shower, her face beaming with happiness. Just running for half an hour grants 5 days of life points. And there's more every day. ISNT that better than stopping that scoundrel from meeting the heroine? Oh, dear. From now on, she vowed that running would be her favorite sport. She loved running. After her shower, it was already 9 p.m. Bai Wei glanced at 006, still nestled on the sofa. You should watch less. It's bad for your eyes. Bai Wei sat beside 006, speaking with a hint of exasperation. She finally understood why her mother used to nag her about watching cartoons as a child. 006, without lifting his eyelids, replied nonchalantly, "HMI. His eyes were practically glued to the screen. Bai Wei thought, this response is all too familiar. I know, but I just won't change. Sighing, she said, I have class now. You stay here and watch your show. She had initially wanted to ask him to join her for class, but given his stubborn demeanor, it was clear he would decline. Understood, master. 006 looked at the chatty Bai Wei, but considering she was only looking out for him, he reluctantly decided to understand. Thank you. Bai Wei walked to the door and turned to emphasize, when you go out later, don't walk out like that. You'll turn into a little cat. Understood? Otherwise, if a child suddenly appears, the school will be in chaos. Got it, master, just go. 006 replied without lifting his head. Bai Wei, observing 006's indifference, wondered if someone were to take away his cartoon, Would he throw a tantrum on the floor? The thought made her smirk as she opened the door. She nearly bumped into someone. Hesitating to step back for fear of revealing her unruly child on the sofa, she stood her ground, blocking the door. "May I help you?" Bai Wei asked the bespectacled young man in front of her, who looked rather shy. "Be Bai Wei, princess. I am Mu Fan." Mu Fan, gazing into Bai Wei's tea-brown eyes, averted his gaze, stammering nervously. Bai Wei chuckled at Mu Fan's flushed face, realizing there was someone even more socially awkward than herself. With a gentle smile, she nodded and inquired, "What brings you here?" Chapter 33. This Damned Jealousy. Bai Wei offered a faint smile, as gentle as a spring breeze. Though fleeting, it left an imprint in Mu Fan's mind. "The Duke has arrived and needs to speak to you, so I was sent to fetch you," Mu Fan said, his urgency evident as he emphasized his words. Bai Wei found it amusing to see Mu Fan blushing all the way to his neck just from talking to her. "Let us go." "Oh, okay." Mu Fan finally realized he was blocking the door and stepped back abruptly, nearly tripping over his own feet, his face turning as red as a boiled lobster. Once Bai Wei saw he had regained his balance, she withdrew her hand, which had instinctively reached out to assist him. Observing his hand, fair and slender, which she had only seen from a distance before, she noted even his fingernails had a hint of pink. Mu Fan's face flushed even deeper, his heart skipping a beat. If only he had fallen just now. He quickly shook his head, trying to dispel the thought. What was he thinking? He was a grown man. How could he expect Bai Wei, the delicate princess, to catch him? Bai Wei, noticing how flustered Mu Fan was, feared he might spontaneously combust. Seeing someone so socially anxious made her feel less distant. In truth, Mu Fan was quite handsome, with a fair complexion, black-rimmed glasses, a plaid shirt, and jeans that accentuated his bashfulness. Bai Wei's direct gaze made Mu Fan so nervous that he walked awkwardly. "Mu Fan, you don't need to be so tense. I used to be like you, blushing when speaking, but you must believe in yourself. It will get easier over time," Bai Wei said, looking at the nervous Mu Fan, casually walking down the corridor as if speaking to a friend. "Everyone is unique in their own way. Perhaps you will find that conversing is not so bad after all," she added, hoping to encourage him. "How strange," she mused. "Both of my parents are social butterflies, yet I have always been shy and introverted. As a child, I would blush profusely when speaking to others. My mother said perhaps that is the essence of opposites attracting." Mu Fan, hearing Bai Wei's comforting words, felt a tinge of melancholy. Did Bai Wei think he was socially awkward and was merely trying to comfort him? "Perhaps I was fine too. Thank you, Bai Wei princess," Mu Fan replied, his expression returning to normal, adorned with a bashful smile. "Bai Wei princess? Just call me by my name. That sounds too formal." Bai Wei felt a bit embarrassed by the title, exclaiming, "Help!" It made her feel like she was in ancient times. "All right." The two descended the stairs, smiling. In the corner, like a quail, Inua watched Bai Wei and the incredibly shy boy come downstairs. Inua nudged her companion Inian with her elbow, whispering, "Could it be that Wei likes boys like that?" "Impossible," Inian instinctively argued, sensing Inua's cool gaze on her right side. "Why not?" Inua looked at Inian, her expression puzzled. She thought it was quite possible. After all, aloof individuals often seem to favor more timid types. "Why do I feel a chill today? Especially at the back of my head." Inian swallowed hard and quietly said, "Look over there. Do you see anything?" She gestured with her eyes towards Inua, following Inian's gaze. Inua spotted Wenyan, who sat on the sofa with an unreadable expression. That gaze was somewhat intimidating, particularly those icy blue eyes, and the overall aura was too cold. It felt like one could freeze just by being near. Inua swallowed hard, realizing why she felt cold earlier. With just that gaze, there is no need for air conditioning in the summer. I believe Wei Wei does not favor this type. She prefers the aloof and distant. Do you agree? Inua deliberately raised her voice towards Inian, yet her eyes subtly darted towards Wenyan. Her assertions to Inian were resolute and unwavering. As anticipated, Wenyan's demeanor softened. Both of them sighed in relief. Oh dear, if this man were to become jealous, it would spell trouble for any woman. That cursed jealousy. "Wei Wei, you're here," Inua exclaimed upon noticing Bai Wei's arrival, swiftly pulling her away from the boy. This morning, upon awakening, she and Enian realized they had overslept. When they came down for breakfast, they encountered the cold-faced Wenyin and the leisurely Huang Jue. Alas, now she must redeem herself. Ah, Bai Wei smiled faintly, turning to politely greet Huang Jue. Good morning, Huang Jue. Coughing, Huang Jue nearly choked at Bai Wei's unexpected address, glanced at Wenyin's profound gaze, and instantly donned a beaming smile. Ha, Bai Wei has arrived. Please take a seat. Bai Wei was taken aback by Huang Jue's sudden enthusiasm, yet she maintained her politeness as she sat down. The others were equally bewildered. Huang Jue was notoriously ill-tempered, yet here he was treating Princess Bai Wei with such kindness, making it seem as if she were his granddaughter. This left Wenyin and Lu Yuting appearing as strangers. Wenyin, Lu Yuting, then I shall take my leave. Thank you, Huang Jue. Bai Wei politely settled down, glancing at the still-standing Mufan. She smiled and said, Mufan, thank you for calling me earlier. Do have a seat. Ha ha, sit. Sit, Huang Jue exclaimed, observing Wenyin's darkened expression with an amused glint. Mufan's demeanor towards Princess Bai Wei was indeed unique. It was no wonder he volunteered to summon her. The others were still processing the scene. When Wenyin returned and saw the two laughing together, he sighed, Oh, what a battleground this is. Ah, thank you, Bai Wei. Mufan replied shyly, taking a seat beside her on the sofa. Now, the arrangement in the spacious hall showcased 5 sofas in a U-shape. Huang Jue occupied the head, with Enian, Ina, and Bai Wei seated on the left side's first sofa, while Mufan took the second. Wenyin sat opposite, directly facing Bai Wei, with Lu Yuting on the right side's second sofa, and the rest scattered around. Wenyin gazed at Bai Wei, who had just descended, and his heart sank. It turned out she merely lacked warmth in her smiles for him. Inua and Enian caught sight of Wenyin, who appeared abandoned, and both inhaled sharply. Mufan was indeed extraordinary. Bai Wei observed Inua, who was shivering, and inquired, Are you feeling unwell? No, no. Inua hastily shook her head, denying any illness. Mufan found Inua's fervent head-shaking adorable. Could she be the socially anxious type Bai Wei mentioned? You need not feel apprehensive. Princess Bai Wei is quite gentle, he said, a bashful smile gracing his face, which others interpreted as him recalling something embarrassing. Bai Wei chuckled at the irony of being the socially anxious one while comforting a social butterfly. Inua is not socially anxious. Ah. Mufan scratched his head in dismay and turned to Inua, saying, My apologies. Old man, don't you have something to say? Wenyin interrupted Mufan before he could finish. Bai Wei silently rolled her eyes at Wenyin's interruption, noting his mood swings akin to a girl on her period, always fluctuating between sunny and stormy. What a mystery! Mufan offered a shy smile at Wenyin's interruption, though his gaze betrayed a lack of shyness. Wenyin, observing Mufan's bashful demeanor, narrowed his peach blossom eyes, which resembled the unfathomable depths of the ocean in their icy blue hue. Inua, perceiving the tension between Wenyin and Mufan, gasped involuntarily. This was escalating. Save me. She glanced at Bai Wei, who remained oblivious to the brewing storm. Ah, this is the dichotomy of the observer and the participant. Recalling Bai Wei's earlier words, Enian discreetly shifted closer, gently patting Inua. Huang Jue sighed at Wenyin's sullen disposition, realizing he would have to play the role of the peacemaker today. Ahem, Enian. Do you remember why Huang Jue decided to arrange a marriage contract for you and the two of them? Enian was taken aback by Huang Jue's question, memories flooding her mind. She nodded. Yes, it was because you saved me during my childhood and you asked me to accompany your grandson. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, However, Huang Jue, I believe there are myriad ways to express gratitude. This implied that binding 3 strangers together through such a contract was unnecessary. She trusted Huang Jue's wisdom would discern her meaning. The surrounding guests immediately began to murmur among themselves. What? Does this mean she does not desire the marriage contract? Huh, just a mere human. And she believes she is worthy of our prince. Precisely. Others echoed in agreement. Inua, about to speak, was interrupted by another voice. Enough. There are no distinctions in worth among people. Why should we make things difficult for each other? A girl boldly chastised those disparaging Enian. The crowd turned in surprise. realizing it was Lin Xing, the very one who had initially belittled Enian. Lin Xing, what are you pretending to be a good person for? You were the one who looked down on that human. Another girl scoffed. Enian was equally astonished that someone who had previously disliked her came to her defense. Lin Xing, taken aback, stiffened, glanced at Bai Wei's indifferent expression, then straightened her posture, declaring, I've reformed. I believe Princess Bai Wei is correct. Everyone is a girl. And being human is not Enian's fault. The murmurs fell silent. Well said. Huangjue clapped his hands, realizing he had neglected to consider whether Enian, as a human in a vampire-dominated school, might face bullying. He felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps annulling the contract would indeed be beneficial for all. Bai Wei joined in the applause, surprised by Lin Xing's unexpected words. It was truly a case of seeing someone in a new light after a brief separation. Seeing his wife applauding, Wen Yin too began to clap. Gradually, more and more joined in, clapping along. Lin Xing, receiving praise for the first time, felt a rush of shyness. Yet, gathering her courage, she addressed Enian. Enian, I was wrong at the beginning. I apologize. You need not forgive me, but I must express my regret. With that, she bowed deeply at a perfect 90 degrees. Observing Lin Xing's sincerity and noting her earlier defense, Enian felt their slate was clean. She smiled and replied, I forgive you. Really? You forgive me? Lin Xing said incredulously, lifting her head, then added in confusion, but I mocked you. Why not? You are amusing, Lin Xing. Enian replied with a smile. Lin Xing quickly shook her head, no. I just think you're too kind. Oh dear. Enian was indeed too kind to have endured bullying for the sake of a man. Lin Xing wished to slap herself for her earlier behavior. The others, feeling similarly ashamed, quickly followed suit, apologizing in unison. Enian, we are sorry. We were wrong. Indeed, from this point onward, you shall be our junior sister, and we shall protect you. Thank you. It is commendable to turn over a new leaf, Enian remarked. The esteemed Huangjue looked upon the youthful students within the school with a sense of satisfaction, playing the role of a benefactor. Thank you all. However, my deepest gratitude goes to Bai Wei. I have forgiven you, Enian said, her eyes slightly reddened. Suddenly called upon, Bai Wei, noticing Enian's misty eyes, gently patted her back in comfort. In truth, she had done nothing extraordinary. Growing up under the 5-star red flag, she could not bear to see another girl being bullied. Very well, since that is the case, I shall reward you all with a camping trip. The school will cover all expenses, Huangjue declared with great enthusiasm. The hall erupted in excitement, resembling a return to primitive society, filled with the sounds of jubilant exclamations. Listening to the cheers of the young ones, Huangjue felt a wave of happiness swell within him. After all, it was not his money being spent. He had a powerful benefactor to foot the bill. Glancing over at Wen Yin, he noticed that his gaze had remained fixed on Her Highness Bai Wei. Ah, how sweet. All right, we have rejoiced enough. It is time to discuss serious matters. Huangjue gestured for silence, and the room fell quiet. What is it? A student inquired impatiently. Huangjue shot the student a glare and, with a commanding voice, said, I am about to address the matter concerning the engagement I arranged for Enian. They are unwilling, so. Huangjue paused deliberately. Chapter 35. Love must be spoken out loud. What shall it be? Everyone held their breath, fearful of missing Huangjue's decision. It shall not be dissolved. Upon uttering these words, Huangjue stirred a tempest of reactions. Only Bai Wei remained composed on the sofa, seemingly unperturbed by Huangjue's proclamation. For the tale of the enchanting wife of a vampire revolved around the engagement between Enian, Liu Yuding, and Wen Yin. Without the engagement, would it not be chaos? In stark contrast to Bai Wei's calmness, the others erupted in disbelief. What? The engagement shall not be dissolved? Enian clearly wished to break free from it. I do not accept this. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. Would it not be better for our junior sister, Enian, to seek her own happiness? It is incomprehensible why Wen Yin is so favored. It is one thing for Princess Bai Wei to like him, but he is also coveting our junior sister's fate. We protest. Enian's gaze fell slightly, lost in thought. Wen Yin watched Huangjue's sudden change of heart. His icy blue eyes, once cool, now bore a chilling resemblance to that of Lucifer. Haha, I was merely jesting, Huang Jue quickly explained, sensing Wen Yin's rising anger. Young ones, do not be so impetuous. I am not an antiquated relic, since you all wish to break the engagement. Then let it be. The crowd observed Huang Jue's mischievous antics, their lips twitching in exasperation. To be honest, it was no wonder Wen Yin nearly exploded. Moments earlier, they too had been on the verge of doing the same. Bai Wei was taken aback, never expecting Huang Jue would truly dissolve the engagement. What would happen to the plotline? Shaking her head, she realized it was not her concern as a supporting character. Enough, enough. I shall not interfere in your youthful affairs. As for the promised camping trip, let me next month. By then, the Hongyingguo in the back mountain will have ripened. With that, Huang Jue swiftly retreated, his ostentatious cane in hand. Wen Yin had yet to converse with Bai Wei when a throng of people surrounded them. Junior sister, Yin Yin, congratulations. Yes, congratulations on the dissolution of the engagement. The camping trip next month. Each person offered their well wishes to Yin Yin. Sister Wei, now that Wen Yin's engagement has been dissolved, let us eagerly await the wedding treats. Hee hee, Lin Xing remarked, casting a knowing glance at Bai Wei. Bai Wei looked at the overly familiar Lin Xing and wondered when they had reached the stage of anticipating wedding treats. When did I become your sister? Moreover, this script is akin to that of a gang leader, Bai Wei queried, recalling that she had once scolded Lin Xing. And stop mixing up CPs every day. He does not like me, and I do not fancy Wen Yin's type. To clarify rumors, Bai Wei added. Lin Xing, with a playful grin, responded, You made me recognize my own mistakes. I do not care. From now on, you shall be my sister Wei. Listening to Lin Xing's words, Bai Wei's mouth twitched in disbelief. Is this forced affection? Lin Xing defiantly nodded and continued. Also, sister Wei, love must be expressed. After 2 attempts to rebut, Bai Wei decided not to waste her breath. Lin Xing wore a look of playful insistence, seemingly oblivious to Wen Yin's longing gaze. She could assure that soon Wen Yin would boldly pursue his beloved. Unbeknownst to Lin Xing, her assumption was spot on. Wei Wei. Wen Yin appeared behind Bai Wei and Lin Xing, his voice soft. Yet, no one noticed the disappointment lurking beneath his thick lashes. Bai Wei's heart skipped a beat. A fleeting moment of fear that Wen Yin had overheard her previous words, but it vanished as swiftly as it came. Was she going mad? Or had her heart turned wicked? Sensing Bai Wei's tension, Wen Yin's lips curled into a smile reminiscent of a blood-red rose as he said, I have dissolved the engagement. Thus, I can openly linger around you now. MHM. Bai Wei politely nodded, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes. Wen Yin's declaration of the engagement's dissolution was simply that. Why did he feel the need to share it with her? Lin Xing, noticing Wen Yin's purposeful explanation, raised an eyebrow in triumph. If this is not love, then what is? However, Wen Yin's subtlety was perplexing. When pursuing someone, one should boldly proclaim it to the world. So how would the object of affection know? With that thought, Lin Xing glanced at Liu Yuding, who sat on the sofa lost in thought, a wild smile creeping onto his lips. Sister Wei, take a good look at your Lin Mei Mei. Learn well. Lin Xing confidently proclaimed, giving a casual thumbs up. Bai Wei paused, watching Lin Xing's antics, and suddenly felt the urge to laugh. It was not at all like Lin Mei Mei. After Lin Xing concluded, he loudly announced, Everyone, please quiet down. I am about to do something significant. The previously boisterous hall fell silent in an instant. Awaiting Lin Xing's grand endeavor, one must admit, he knew how to capture attention. Striding confidently before Liu Yuding, Lin Xing tossed his hair back, casting a flirtatious glance at Liu Yuding, and declared, Liu Yuding, I like you. The declaration stunned the crowd into silence. Ina looked at Lin Xing, admiration evident on her face. This sister is quite daring. Bai Wei intended to console Ina, but it seemed as though everything was perfectly normal, as if she had never expressed reluctance to let go of Liu Yuding days prior. Could it be that Liu Yuding's words led her to lose interest? Bai Wei's gaze was too overt. Ina turned her head and remarked, I realized that was not love, just a habit of following him. Very well, Bai Wei nodded, turning her attention back to Lin Xing's momentous declaration. Observing the dazed Liu Yuding, Lin Xing continued, I have liked you since childhood, the moment you rescued me from being lost in Huang Jueting's back garden. You resembled a prince. My affection for you is not born from gratitude, but from deep contemplation. After a brief pause, he added, I understand you may have reservations, but I wish to convey my feelings. You are wonderful and need not seek others' approval. If possible, may I pursue you? Upon finishing, Lin Xing nervously clasped his hands together, his eyes fixed on Liu Yuding, eager to learn his thoughts. Liu Yuding gazed at Lin Xing, her chestnut curls reminiscent of ancient trees in a dense forest. Her expressive, large eyes glimmered with sincerity and anxiety, evoking memories of his childhood. Chapter 36. Farewell, Scoundrel. In the resplendent Duke's court, soft light cascaded across the meticulously adorned corridors and spacious hall. The flames in the fireplace danced, casting a warm glow that illuminated the elegantly dressed nobles and the lively guests. However, outside the castle, the garden echoed with faint, sorrowful sobs, where a little girl wept inconsolably. Mama, he did not wish to remain in the grand hall, so he ventured to the back garden, following the sound until he discovered a small girl crouched in a corner, her cherubic face adorned with large, dark eyes that were now red from crying. What troubles you? Are you unable to find your mother? Liu Yuding gently inquired, his voice imbued with a soothing tone. The little girl sniffled. I shall help you find your mother if you promise not to cry. All right? Okay. As the memory faded, Liu Yuding gazed into those dark, grape-like eyes and felt an impulse to witness her tears. Thus, he teasingly remarked, perhaps if you bring me breakfast every day, I might consider it. The words took him by surprise. Was this truly Liu Yuding speaking? Countless individuals had been rejected in the past. He had always thought of Wen Yin with warmth, akin to competing against her, yet he found it impossible to utter harsh words to Lin Xing. Cursed be it. Surely, Lin Xing had struck a chord with his innermost thoughts. He yearned for the Duke's approval. Thus, he resolved to keep Lin Xing close, to prevent her from inadvertently revealing anything. Yes, that was it, Liu Yuding affirmed silently, no longer troubled. He leaned back in a relaxed manner, not rushing the stunned Lin Xing, patiently awaiting her response. Not only was Lin Xing taken aback, but the others were equally astonished. They questioned if they had misheard or were still dreaming. For how could Liu Yuding have agreed to Lin Xing's confession? Bai Wei was equally taken aback. Did this imply the male lead had chosen his official match? What? Please repeat that. You agreed that I could pursue you? Lin Xing asked incredulously, doubting her own hearing. How could someone so timid in childhood speak so boldly in adulthood? Was there any need to declare such sentiments so loudly? A faint blush graced Liu Yuding's androgynous visage as he awkwardly replied, one does not repeat kind words. With that, he rose to leave, only to find Lin Xing lagging behind. Annoyed, he said, hurry, I want breakfast. I'm coming. Lin Xing's eyes lit up as she eagerly followed. Turning back, she exclaimed to Bai Wei, did you see that? When you like someone, you must express it boldly. With that, she dashed off, bouncing alongside Liu Yuding like a jubilant rabbit who had just discovered carrot. Brother Ting, what would you like to eat? Steak? Bai Wei, still rooted in place, felt as though the luxurious floor tiles beneath her feet were about to crumble under the weight of embarrassment. With a polite smile, she turned and marched briskly toward the teaching building. Wen Yin naturally caught up with Bai Wei, his ice-blue eyes reflecting deep contemplation. As the crowd observed the departing pairs, a wave of lamentation erupted. Wah, before I could even react, my husband has been snatched away. I'm devastated. Lin Xing was far too swift. We barely had time to process it, and she's already poised to be the girlfriend. Let me go. My husband belongs to someone else now. Oh dear, we're going to be late for class, someone exclaimed, and the previously lamenting crowd quickly abandoned their mourning to rush toward the teaching building, fearing the consequences of tardiness. Meanwhile, Bai Wei felt as though someone was trailing her. Upon glancing back, she noticed Wen Yin right behind her. Forget it. There's only one way to the teaching building. I'm not being overly sentimental. With that thought, Bai Wei quickened her pace. Wen Yin observed the girl ahead, bathed in the morning sun, golden rays filtering through the leaves and adorning the ground. In this serene tableau, a girl clad in blue and white uniform hurried along the cobblestone path, resembling an irate little kitten. She turned to him, huffing in indignation before storming off. Wen Yin noted her feigned anger, barely suppressing a smile. She certainly had spirit. How endearing. He hastened his steps to catch up, lest she become upset again. Bai Wei, can we talk after school? Wen Yin said gently, glancing at his white shirt, suddenly feeling it was rather dull compared to the uniform. He resolved to acquire one later. Oomph. Bai Wei couldn't resist rolling her eyes, then turned with a soft smile, mimicking Wen Yin's gentle tone. Is your next line going to be, let's discuss this? Wen Yin looked at her, suddenly sensing her smile was somewhat insincere, realizing that if he affirmed her jest, she would undoubtedly be displeased. Yet, he truly did wish to discuss matters. Yes, I have something to say to you. Wen Yin ultimately chose honesty, as he genuinely had something to convey to Bai Wei. I don't believe there is much to discuss. Bai Wei's delicate face bore an expression of as expected, casting a disapproving glance at Wen Yin, who still wished to speak. Wen Yin understood that indeed, it was as she predicted. Farewell, scoundrel. With that, Bai Wei delivered the words Wen Yin had longed to express, feeling relieved and invigorated as she departed. Wen Yin watched her retreating figure, filled with exasperation. Alas, it seemed his reputation as a scoundrel would linger for some time. He sighed, acknowledging that his wife was correct. He had failed to manage the situation properly. It appeared Lin Xing's assertion was quite accurate. It was time for him to take action. With that thought, Wen Yin made his way to Li Luo's office. In the office of the head of the teaching department, he knocked. Come in. Wen Yin entered, observing Li Luo, adorned in her customary black-rimmed glasses, diligently working. Approaching her desk, he caught her attention. Li Luo looked up from her documents, surprised to see Wen Yin standing before her. Wen Yin, what brings you here? As the distinguished figure of Fengyun Academy, Wen Yin was accustomed to her warm demeanor, yet she sometimes wondered if he truly belonged to the Duke's lineage. Given his exceptional tolerance, Wen Yin politely stated, Teacher Li Luo, I wish to transfer classes. Chapter 37. Wen Yin receives the school uniform transfer classes? Surely, you don't intend to join our class? Li Luo mused, recalling how they had previously shipped Wen Yin and Bai Wei as a couple, only for her to proclaim that he had a fiancée and could not be with Bai Wei. Yet just days later, the engagement had been dissolved. To seek a transfer so soon after breaking an engagement, there must be something between them, or she would not bear the Li surname. Which class do you wish to join? Li Luo inquired, her expression a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. I wish to transfer to the class with Bai Wei, Wen Yin replied, his tone resolute and unwavering. Li Luo was taken aback by his forthrightness. It seemed Wen Yin indeed harbored feelings for Bai Wei. Has the Duke approved this? If he consents, I have no objections. Li Luo, not one to hinder young love, accepted the situation with an open mind. After all, they were in university, and romance was commonplace. Moreover, Wen Yin's demeanor suggested he aimed to seize the opportunity. He has no objections. Wen Yin promptly affirmed, his tone filled with conviction. Since that is the case, Li Luo expressed no objections and said, you may go find Lan Shi to handle the message. Thank you, teacher, Wen Yin replied, a smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a courteous gentleman addressing Li Luo. Li Luo gazed at the boy before her, who had just agreed to her request, noting the warmth on his usually cold visage. With Bai Wei's exquisite and radiant appearance beside him, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in her mind, a match made in heaven. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback, then casually replied, all right, if there is nothing else, go find Lan Shi to take care of it. Wen Yin nodded, but as he was about to leave, a sudden thought of his wife in a school uniform struck him, causing him to pause and say to Li Luo, teacher, I would like to obtain a set of school uniform. Obtain a school uniform? Li Luo was taken aback, her eyes widening behind her black-rimmed glasses. It was not merely her surprise. At this stage, the youth were in the prime of their beauty at 18, preferring to wear their own clothes. Moreover, Fengyun Academy was a university with no strict dress code for students, making the school uniform more of an ornament. Yet now, Wen Yin surprisingly desired one. Indeed, Wen Yin said nonchalantly. Observing his impassive demeanor, Li Luo realized she had overreacted, adjusting her glasses in an attempt to conceal her surprise. She then replied calmly, Very well. Go find Lan Shi. I must head to class now. She picked up her lesson plan. Why do you always come to me for everything? Lan Shi exclaimed. All right. Thank you. Teacher, I shall take my leave, Wen Yin said politely as he strode out. Li Luo watched the tall figure of the youth. She had taught Wen Yin before, yet he had always appeared cold and indifferent to everyone. Even when she once witnessed him interacting with the Marquis, he lacked the reverence that Lu Yuting displayed. Only once, during a stroll in the garden with her fellow teachers, did she observe Wen Yin and Bai Wei walking together, revealing a more emotional side to the boy. Sighing, she thought that he hardly resembled the Marquis's grandson. Rather, it seemed the Marquis was mindful of Wen Yan's demeanor. Startled by her own thoughts, Li Luo quickly shook her head and proceeded to class in the second grade, Class 1. Upon entering the classroom, she noticed a different hue and calmly walked to the podium, casting a glance at Bai Wei by the window, who seemed to hold the key to understanding why Wen Yin suddenly wanted a school uniform. A phrase suddenly crossed her mind. During student days, school uniforms are the best couple attire. In the morning sunlight, the classroom appeared exceptionally bright. By a window, Bai Wei donned a simple blue and white school uniform. Her chestnut waves tied up in a high ponytail, lazily leaning against her chair, listening to Inuo speak. Gazing into Bai Wei's hazel eyes, Li Luo felt an inexplicable familiarity, yet cannot recall why. All right, class is starting, Li Luo said sternly, tapping her teaching stick on the desk, which swiftly silenced the bustling classroom. Today, we shall discuss healing formations. Meanwhile, in Lan Shi's office, he was taken aback by Wen Yan's sudden appearance. He had not anticipated that Wen Yan would seek him out. Lan Shi quickly rose from his chair, but before he could inquire, Wen Yan spoke up. I wish to transfer to second grade, Class 1. Li Luo sent me to correct the information. Lan Shi had yet to voice his question when Wen Yan directly stated his purpose, aware that he had matters to attend to before school ended. Huh? Lan Shi momentarily failed to comprehend. Such a minor transfer could have been accomplished with a simple phone call. Yet, Wen Yan had taken the trouble to come in person. Observing Lan Shi's dazed expression, Wen Yan impatiently urged, hurry up, just grab a set of school uniform. What? A school uniform? Lan Shi was momentarily stunned again by Wen Yan's request. He recalled the time he delivered the school uniform to Wen Yan, who had expressed blatant disdain, declaring it ugly. Now, Wen Yan surprisingly desired a uniform. Wen Yan, noticing Lan Shi's hesitance, felt a twinge of annoyance flash across his ice-blue eyes as he bypassed Lan Shi and sat in his chair. The sound of fingers dancing across the keyboard echoed, akin to a pianist's graceful movements, each keystroke imbued with rhythm and confidence. Lan Shi, observing Wen Yan, instinctively shrank back. Realizing he was not Bai Wei, he should not have posed so many questions. Gazing at Wen Yan's angelic visage, he felt an inexplicable chill. A minute later, Wen Yan ceased typing, standing with one hand in his pocket, exuding an air of noble elegance. The spacious office was filled with a gentle breeze wafting through the slightly ajar window, tousling Wen Yan's silver hair and clothing as his ice-blue eyes remained trained on the unmoving Lan Shi. Do you have anything else? Lan Shi stammered, feeling a sense of dread. Please do not look at me like that. It terrifies me. Wen Yan cast a cold glance at Lan Shi, pondering how he managed to occupy this office with such inefficiency and lack of acumen. Where's the school uniform? He inquired in a tone as frigid as unrefined jade, devoid of emotion. Sensing Wen Yan's impatience, Lan Shi quickly replied, wait a moment, I will retrieve it, and hurriedly exited. Lan Shi dashed through the corridor to fetch the school uniform, thanking his lucky stars that he was a vampire, allowing him to cover the distance in under a minute. Upon reaching the expansive uniform room, he felt grateful that every student had a personal locker for their uniform. He swiftly located Wen Yan's locker, retrieved the uniform, and hurried back to the office. Seeing Wen Yan casually leaning against the wall, one hand holding a phone, Lan Shi quietly waited at a distance, too apprehensive to eavesdrop on Wen Yan's conversation. Yes, just like that. Wen Yan's cold voice resonated clearly, akin to pearls dropping, crisp and clear. After hanging up, a glimmer of amusement graced Wen Yan's tranquil gaze. The school uniform, he said, raising his hand slightly, and the smile in his ice-blue eyes vanished in an instant. Lan Shi feeling the stark contrast in treatment, exclaimed, "Surely this does not warrant such a blatant difference." The next moment, he wore a broad smile as he handed the school uniform to Wan Yin, lamenting the plight of a worker. "Thank you," Wan Yin responded, as though fulfilling a task, his tone devoid of sentiment. Lan Shu watched Wan Yin depart, pondering whether he was merely a tool, used and discarded. Sorrowfully turning back to his opulent office, he peered at the second grade, Class 1 records, curious about what might captivate Wan Yin. Bai Wei. Upon seeing that name, a look of realization crossed Lan Shu's face. He understood why Wan Yin had suddenly sought to transfer classes. It was to dissolve his engagement, aiming for an advantageous position to pursue her. Oh no, it should be a straightforward pursuit of affection. In second grade, Class 1, Wan Yin stood at the doorway clad in his school uniform. Watching the figure by the window, a smile unconsciously graced his lips, his eyes filled with affection. Knock, knock, knock. Li Luo, engrossed in her lecture and observing her students diligently taking notes, was interrupted, causing her to frown in displeasure. Turning her head, she was surprised to see Wan Yin in a blue and white school uniform at the door. Raising an eyebrow at his efficiency, it had barely been 30 minutes since he had left. "Teacher Li Luo," Wan Yin nodded politely. The moment his voice resonated, Bai Wei, who was taking notes, paused, puzzled by his unexpected presence in their class. Meanwhile, whispers rippled through the classroom. "Goodness, does that voice belong to Wen Xuezhang? Not merely similar. I can assure you, it is indeed Wan Yin. What brings Senior Wan Yin to our class?" Inua tilted her head and whispered to Bai Wei, "Wei Wei, do you think it's really Wan Yin?" "I don't know," Bai Wei replied nonchalantly. Before Inua could say more, she caught a glimpse of Li Luo's piercing gaze and immediately fell silent. "All right, everyone quiet down," Li Luo commanded as she tapped the podium. The students promptly straightened up and ceased their chatter. Li Luo was known as the formidable enforcer of discipline at their school, clad in a professional outfit with black-rimmed glasses, cascading waves, and bold red lips. Just her presence commanded respect. Who would dare to misbehave in her presence? "Today, I would like to introduce a new student," Li Luo announced, turning to Wan Yin. "Wan Yin, please come in." As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom erupted with excitement. "Wan Yin, it can't be the one I'm thinking of. Please, let it be Senior Wan." "No way, it could be a namesake." All eyes turned to the door as Wan Yin stepped into the classroom, adorned in a blue and white uniform that exuded an air of sophistication. Instantly, the room fell silent, the only sound being the collective breath of astonishment. Moments later, the classroom erupted again. "Oh my, is that really a school uniform? It's so effortlessly elegant, the silver hair, that face. Oh my, I'm utterly captivated. Don't stop me. I'm going to get a uniform today. Huh, I'll wear it this afternoon. I'll match with Senior Wan." Wan Yin, overhearing their remarks, felt a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He resolved to inform Lan Shu later that the uniforms had already been donated. After all, he wished to reserve this couple's attire for himself and his beloved. Bai Wei gazed at Wan Yin on the podium, a hint of awe flickering in her eyes. Who would have thought this guy could look so dashing in a uniform? "From today onwards, Wan Yin will be joining our class," Li Luo announced, her gaze fixed on Wan Yin, who seemed entirely absorbed in Bai Wei. She suppressed a smile, thinking, "Hee, today I shall play matchmaker. Wan Yin, please introduce yourself," she prompted before stepping aside, granting him the stage. Wan Yin, who had been watching Bai Wei intently, noticed the spark of admiration in her eyes. "Hello everyone, I am Wan Yin." His lips, reminiscent of pale roses, curved slightly upward, and his enchanting, soulful eyes glimmered. The girls in the classroom gasped, clutching their chests in disbelief. "Oh my," he smiled. Bai Wei thought it was rather exaggerated. Yet when she looked up, she met Wan Yin's gaze, which seemed to have been fixed on her all along. Suddenly, Bai Wei felt the summer heat intensify. It was as if her ears had malfunctioned. The surrounding sounds faded away. "Hey Wei Wei, you two are secretly getting along behind my back," Inua exclaimed. Noticing the matching outfits worn by Bai Wei and Wan Yin, her doll-like face scrunching in feigned anger. How ironic, she thought, as she recalled telling Bai Wei that her comments were merely meant to instill a sense of urgency. Bai Wei had insisted, "I don't like Wan Yin, and he doesn't like me. Why would I feel any urgency?" Inua's words jolted Bai Wei back to reality. Had she really felt like Wen Yin was looking at her? Am I going crazy? Bai Wei turned her head, blinking rapidly. Why? She blurted out, immediately regretting her impulsive words. Hadn't she just implied a connection between herself and Wen Yin? She shot a glare at Wen Yin, blaming him for his charming smile, thinking it was just because he had a decent appearance. Wen Yin, seeing Bai Wei's irritated expression, found her demeanor quite endearing. My dear wife, is so adorable. Li Luo observed the chemistry between Wen Yin and Bai Wei, unable to suppress a smile. Bai Wei caught Wen Yin's laughter and nearly lunged at him in a fit of indignation. You must be mocking me, right? Is that it? She turned to Inua, only to find her pouting in a pitiful manner. Yes, laughing at me, Bai Wei said defensively. Inua nodded solemnly, her eyes reflecting despair. You two are wearing matching outfits behind my back in school uniforms. For a moment, the classroom was engulfed in silence. You two are wearing couple outfits? Inua's words hung in the air, and suddenly the sound of everyone turning to look at them echoed. Inua, bewildered, stammered, I was just saying. It dawned on Bai Wei that she and Wen Yin were indeed wearing similar attire, hence her earlier feeling of familiarity. How could she have forgotten this was the school uniform? She had simply chosen it this morning for its loose fit. Besides, hadn't Wen Yin been wearing a black academy suit earlier? How'd he change so quickly? The students stared at Bai Wei in her blue and white uniform. Then at Wen Yin, who was similarly attired. Silence reigned. Are we being force-fed dog food? Someone whispered. Teacher, where should I sit? Wen Yin's voice broke the stillness. Cool and composed. Li Luo, regaining her composure, lowered her hand from her mouth and cleared her throat. You may sit behind Bai Wei. Conveniently, there was a vacant desk behind her as one student was absent that day. Li Luo, with a touch of favoritism, made the decision without hesitation. Wen Yin smirked, clearly pleased. Thank you, teacher, he said, striding confidently to occupy the seat behind Bai Wei, now delighted to be her desk mate. What a scoundrel! Bai Wei sneered at Wen Yin, who looked as flamboyant as a peacock. As he passed by her, he caught her remark, halting momentarily to tilt his head in confusion. Wait, when did I become a scoundrel? I haven't done anything today. His pause drew the attention of the entire class, each with their own thoughts. Bai Wei gritted her teeth. He is provoking me. Li Luo, under the influence of her own shipper-s lens, tightened her grip on her lesson plan. Inside, she was giddy with excitement. Oh, she is going to be sweetly overwhelmed. Ha. The boys in class sighed. This is so blatant. They're openly flaunting their relationship. The girls lamented. My heart is shattered. My unbegun romance has perished. Inua observed Bai Wei's cold gaze directed at Wen Yin and the bewilderment on Wen Yin's face. Silently, she chose to remain a bystander. If Wen Yin knew that Bai Wei was acting this way because of her and Yin Yin's meddling, he might very well experience the depths of despair. All right, let us begin the class, Li Luo announced, breaking the tense atmosphere. She redirected her focus from her shipper's fantasies to the lecture. The healing array is typically implemented through a series of rituals and incantations. These practices are believed to attract healing energies and channel them to areas in need of restoration. Li Luo's voice was calm and rhythmic, and Bai Wei, having been educated within a rigorous moral framework, instinctively paid attention and diligently took notes. Li Luo observed her students, filled with pride at their dedication to note-taking, feeling quite pleased with her class. In Li Luo's eyes, Wen Yin, who was also diligently taking notes, was instead sketching lightly on a blank page, his pencil gliding across the paper, leaving behind soft, delicate lines. His hand danced across the page as if performing a unique ballet. Bai Wei, while engrossed in her notes, sensed a gaze upon her. She tore off a piece of paper from her notebook and hastily scrawled a note, folding it before passing it to Inua. Inua looked at the note Bai Wei had handed her, and Bai Wei gestured for her to read it. Inua received a message from Bai Wei and opened the note, revealing a line that caught her attention. Take a look at that scoundrel, Wen Yin. Is he plotting something sinister? That scoundrel, Wen Yin? Inua abruptly turned to Bai Wei, swallowing hard in awe at the incredulity in Bai Wei's eyes. This indeed illustrated the audacity of those favored in novels. Otherwise, judging by Bai Wei's mere use of the term scumbag, it seemed no one had ever dared to utter such words about Wen Yin. Although it was said that Waneen's mother was the first love of a marquis's son, regarded by others as the other woman, even with such an identity, she was still the granddaughter of the marquis. No one dared to speak ill against them, and Waneen's handsome visage had already drawn countless women like moths to a flame. Bai Wei noticed the admiration in Inua's eyes and blinked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Did Inua think she was being overly sentimental? Yet, she had genuinely felt someone watching her moments ago. Never mind, Bai Wei turned back to her notebook and wrote, "Forget it. No need to look anymore." While Bai Wei was writing, Inua had turned around and managed a hasty glance, only to see Waneen resting his chin on his hand, gazing at Bai Wei's silhouette with an expression of tenderness and longing. Waneen's gaze was so focused, as if Bai Wei was his entire world. His eyes brimmed with deep nostalgia and affection, as if he were reminiscing about the beautiful moments they had shared. Suddenly, Inua felt a pang of envy. No, she intended to write that Waneen had no ulterior motives, but the words eluded her. How could she assert that he harbored no ill intentions when it was clear he had feelings for Bai Wei? Yet, Bai Wei's insinuation was evidently not of that nature. If she wrote that Waneen was indeed plotting something, it would not align with what Bai Wei had implied. Ah, how perplexing. Inua scratched her head in frustration, pondering how to articulate this dilemma. She was in urgent need of a solution. Bai Wei observed Inua struggle to write and leaned over to see what she was penning. Inua felt Bai Wei's proximity and was enveloped by a faint, refreshing citrus scent, reminiscent of being embraced by the sea. Inua stiffened. Although she frequently linked arms with Bai Wei, this was the first time Bai Wei had leaned in so close. A sense of inexplicable pressure washed over her. Bai Wei glanced at Inua's paper, noticing the unfinished word no, indicating her inner conflict. She smirked, knowing Waneen was certainly up to no good. She was eager to discover his intentions after class. Was it merely a gaze of infatuation? Inua silently exhaled, relieved as Bai Wei returned to her previous position. Waneen felt aggrieved at the sight of his beloved so close to Inua. Even Bai Wei had never been this near him. Suddenly, Inua became somewhat bothersome. Surely, she was deliberately writing something to attract Bai Wei's attention. Inua felt a chill at the back of her head, reminiscent of that morning. An idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Chapter 40. Click, the photo shark went wild. Waneen was jealous because Bai Wei was so close to Inua. Inua was rendered speechless. After all, she was a girl. How could Waneen be so petty? Although she thought this, she still discreetly moved a bit farther from Bai Wei. After all, we cannot provoke men in love. Time flowed swiftly, each moment in class passing with remarkable speed. Before long, the familiar and pleasant sound of the bell rang, and Lilu announced, "All right, class is dismissed." With that, Lilu vanished like a gust of wind. "Haha, my dear sisters, I have brought sweet treats." As soon as Lilu's words fell, the classroom buzzed with excitement, students huddling together, chattering incessantly. Inua darted out, eager to join Ini in for some fun. She certainly did not want to be a third wheel in the classroom. If she hindered Waneen's pursuit of Bai Wei, she would undoubtedly face his piercing gaze. Bai Wei, lost in thought, assumed Inua had gone to the restroom, leaning her head against the window, consumed by her turmoil. The little white angel in her mind urged, "Just turn around and boldly ask Waneen, 'Were you watching me during class? Are you plotting something?'" Bai Wei nodded. This was a straightforward approach that matched her style. The little black demon interjected, "What if Waneen wasn't looking at you? Wouldn't that be awkward?" The two little figures began to argue. "Awkward? Just ask him, it's not awkward." Bai Wei shook her head, dismissing both thoughts. Engrossed in her contemplation, Bai Wei missed the adoring gaze Waneen cast upon her. Meanwhile, onlookers observed the two students in identical uniforms by the window, their phones nearly igniting from excitement. Yet, the two main characters remained blissfully unaware of the stir they had caused. Whether Waneen had seen her or chose not to say remained a mystery. Bai Wei, frustrated, suddenly had a brilliant idea. She would directly ask him why he had changed classes and then follow up with the question about any ulterior motives. A clever little scheme indeed. A raindrop fell with a soft plop, startling Waneen. This was the special notification sound he had set for Bai Wei on WeChat. But hadn't she blocked him? Could it be that she had now approved his friend request? Waneen took out his phone and, to his delight, saw that WY had accepted his friend request and they could begin chatting. Wennin's ice-blue eyes sparkled with joy. He had not anticipated that after several attempts, Bai Wei would finally agree. Meanwhile, Bai Wei was in her dorm, engrossed in Bear's outrageous. Wennin looked up, only then realizing that he had been staring at Bai Wei's silhouette. She had not even been holding her phone. How could she have accepted his WeChat request? Had he simply not noticed? Wennin leaned closer, resting his hand on the edge of the desk, intending to see whether Bai Wei had her phone. Upon hearing Wennin call her name, Bai Wei's lips curled into a smile. She had been searching for an opportunity to question him. It was as if a pillow had fallen just as she felt sleepy. Bai Wei immediately adjusted her demeanor, adopting an icy expression filled with authority as she turned, only to find the warmth of Wennin's forehead and the sight of his collarbone. This proximity allowed Bai Wei to distinctly sense Wennin's presence, a delicate fragrance of roses lingering in the air. An unusual fluttering in her heart overcame her, leaving her breathless. Click! Bai Wei abruptly snapped back to reality, retreating as if retracting a message, turning to sit upright and leaving Wennin with a resolute back. She nervously grasped her pen, her eyelids fluttering. Wennin gazed at the top of Bai Wei's fluffy head, noting a stray strand bobbing gently. The faint scent of citrus and the sea still lingered in the air. After a long pause, Wennin finally moved, returning to his seat. He watched Bai Wei's earlobe, as radiant as a red rose, filled with twinkling stars. Meanwhile, the classroom fell silent, but the school forum erupted with excitement. Title: Wennin and Bai Wei are now a couple. The accompanying image depicted sunlight streaming through the ornate windows, casting a soft glow on Bai Wei and Wennin, creating a scene reminiscent of a dream. Wennin leaned over his desk, his body inclined forward, his blood-red lips brushing against Bai Wei's forehead as she turned to face him, while his previously calm, ice-blue eyes now stirred with waves of emotion. Wennin's silver hair playfully cascaded down, intertwining with Bai Wei's flowing brown locks, both clad in matching blue and white uniforms. Their hair appeared like a veil, ethereal and hazy, making it seem as though Bai Wei was kissing Wennin's throat. Ah, the Tubosu is screaming. How tantalizing. Please share more, dear host. I am a Dugu, and I love to watch. Help! The Civil Affairs Bureau has arrived. Let me marry on the spot. If you need some entertainment, I can assist. Oh, I have come to realize that I no longer fancy Wenyan. Rather, I am drawn to the two of you. Please bombard me with your sweetness. Meanwhile, Yimo hastily ran off in search of Yin, only to catch sight from afar of Yang standing with a gentleman. Yinoa stood at a distance, observing Yinan in a white shirt and a red plaid skirt, her face adorned with a hint of shyness. An arrow of heartbreak pierced Yin's heart as she lamented her solitary existence, while everyone else was coupled. Oh, how she wished to cry, biting her sleeve as she watched Yinan and the man converse with joyful laughter. Suddenly, Yinan raised her gaze and was startled to find Yinoa peering at her with a sorrowful expression from behind a pillar. Yinoa! The gentleman across from Yinan noticed her movement and turned in tandem with her gaze. Upon seeing the man, Yinoa was taken aback. With his golden locks and dapper tailcoat, his androgynous visage revealed that he was none other than their class teacher, S. Uncle. Could it be that this was the plot of a novel where one kicks the heartless nephew and turns to marry the uncle, thus becoming the heartless nephew, S. Aunt? Lanshi politely nodded at Yinoa, then turned to Yan, speaking gently. You two continue your conversation, I shall take my leave. Lastly, Lanshi mustered the courage to tenderly say to Yan, please consider what I mentioned, all right? Chapter 41. Yinoa's fury. What was that Lanshi mentioned? Yinoa perked up, her eyes widening with curiosity. What could possibly transpire between them? After she finished speaking, he nervously fidgeted with his hands, glancing at Yinan. Under the earnest gaze of this strikingly androgynous young man, Yinan recalled the scene when Lanshi approached her earlier, just after class. Having lost sleep over her conversation with Wei the previous night, she intended to take a brief nap at her desk, fearing she might succumb to fatigue at such a young age. Just as she laid her head down, a commotion erupted outside the classroom, with whispers of its Lanshi intermingled with excited shrieks. However, fatigue weighed heavily on her, and she desired nothing more than to continue her slumber. Yinan, are you all right? A familiar, gentle voice broke through, though she struggled to recall where she had heard it. Ignoring it, she attempted to drift back to sleep. But the voice persisted, nagging her while tugging at her clothing, as if determined to rouse her. With a sense of resignation, Yineng sat up, her eyes resembling those of the panda. Looking feeble enough to float away, she uttered, "What is it?" Lan Shi gasped at Yineng's appearance, mistaking her for someone afflicted with a severe illness, and urgently asked Yineng, "What is wrong? Let me take you to the infirmary." He reached out to pull her up. Squinting, Yineng finally recognized the handsome face before her, Lan Shi, the one who had guided him into the school at the start of the term. With a half-hearted yawn, she replied, "I'm fine. Just didn't sleep well last night. Please, just tell me what you need." Lan Shi, displaying skepticism, responded, "Really? But we often stay up late together." Before she could finish, it dawned on him that Yineng was not human. Unlike them, the vampires. Curiosity piqued. Yineng was eager to discover Lan Shi's purpose for seeking her out. When Lan Shi finally voiced his intention, she was utterly taken aback. With utmost seriousness, Lan Shi stated, "Since you have annulled your engagement with the thing, would you consider me? I have a car, a house, and while I initially approached you out of sympathy, I have come to realize my feelings for you have blossomed into genuine affection. I like you, Yineng." At that moment, Yineng felt as though the wind howled around her, her heart racing like a drumbeat, echoing the words, "I like you," in an infinite loop within her mind. Lan Shi continued speaking, even mentioning that the good fortune should not flow to outsiders, urging her to consider him. Before she could respond, she caught sight of Inoue lurking behind the pillar. Turning to Lan Shi, she bit her lip and said, "I will think it over." Yet before she could finish, Lan Shi interrupted, assuring her, "No worries, I'll wait for you." Without confirming whether she heard him, he hurriedly departed. As Lan Shi dashed away, he failed to notice Yineng's bemused smile, watching the typically composed he now flustered and disheveled in his haste. Oh, who could that be?" Yineng amused, observing Yineng gazing dreamily at Lan Shi's retreating figure, her tone dripping with envy. Indeed, everyone seems to have found a partner, while she remains a solitary soul. "Oh dear." Yineng's cheeks flushed pink as she bashfully said to Yineng, "Didn't you see? What brings you here?" She reached to grasp Yineng's hand. Feeling a shiver at Yineng's demeanor, Yineng suddenly found solace in staying within a classroom. With a wistful gaze towards the heavens, Yineng lamented, "Wenyan has transferred to our class. I only confided yesterday's events to Bai Wei. Let us leave the space for him. Consider it an apology gift for yesterday." Yineng quipped, "Shouldn't Wenyan be thanking you then?" Yineng proudly declared, "However, it's only for today, as Bai Wei mentioned she does not like Wenyan." Yineng refrained from exposing this inconsistency, recalling how Wu had asserted the night before that Wei harbored feelings for Wenyan, but was merely reluctant to admit it, thus proposing to provoke her. Yet, in the span of a single night, her stance had shifted. Such a fickle woman. Yet, as Yineng's good friend, how could she unmask her and cause her distress? Unbeknownst to Yineng, she remained oblivious to Yineng's pretense as she eagerly inquired, "So, do you think you like Lan Shi now? Tell me more about your relationship." With keen anticipation, Yineng leaned in, ready to listen intently. In a hushed tone, Yineng confessed, "I'm not certain. I just feel he is quite wonderful, though I feel unworthy of him." Yineng scoffed, pouting in disdain, "You're quite close to on your thing. I hardly think you should belittle yourself so." Before Yineng could retort, her phone rang, interrupting her train of thought. The incessant chimes of incoming messages filled the air, and Yineng felt as if the notifications now surpassed all the messages she had received throughout a day. "Wait a moment," Yineng murmured as she retrieved her phone, discovering a flurry of messages from the forum, including those from the Chensui Di Changwei Gongju group, with a glaring red notification indicating 99 unread messages. She first opened Bai Wei's support group, wondering if there was a significant update regarding Bai Wei. Ever since the last incident, Lin Xing had added her to a group named Chensui Di Changwei Gongju, which was established by him as a support network for Bai Wei, consisting of her devoted fans. The group was quite expansive, including various subgroups such as those dedicated to beauty, hand-holding, and leg admiration, each with their own unique focus. The term chisoi signified a quiet observance of Bai's life without intruding upon her, a collective effort to protect their beloved princess. Yet, it was uncommon for the main group to be buzzing with so many notifications, usually reserved for evenings. What could have prompted such excitement today? As she entered the group, a pinned message caught her eye, and upon reading it, her pupils widened in shock, rendering her speechless. Yinol, filled with curiosity, asked, "What is going on? You seem utterly astonished." She had left her phone in the classroom. Without uttering a word, Yinang handed her phone to Yimo. Upon glancing at the screen, Yu gasped in disbelief, exclaiming a string of expletives. With her eyes drawn close to the mobile screen, a trembling finger pointed at the woman depicted therein, exclaiming, "Isn't this Wei Wei? Is Wenyan indeed kissing her?" "Yes," replied Enian with a solemn nod. In an instant, Inua erupted, snatching Enian's phone and declaring furiously, "Wenyan, how dare you tarnish my sister?" Chapter 42. The most pampered man is the luckiest. Enian observed Inua's fierce determination to confront Wenyan and hurriedly pursued her. "Let us not create a scene, dear sister. Just yesterday, we nearly sent his wife flying. And now that we've seemingly reconciled things with Wei Wei, it would be inappropriate for us to interfere again. How dare he sully my Wei Wei?" Inua was practically fuming. After only a brief absence, she found her dear Wei Wei sullied by Wenyan. Enian, sensing the urgency, cautiously suggested, "Shouldn't we first ascertain the situation? What if it was an accident?" "An accident? Just look at Wenyan, who normally keeps a distance from everyone. How could this be unintentional? I trust him not at all," Inuo retorted angrily. Having grown up alongside by Wei Wei and the others, she was well aware of Wenyan's character. Any woman who dared to approach him must be deluding herself. She recalled how cold and distant he had always been, never engaging with others, yet behaving like a charming green tea in front of Wei Wei. Seeing Inua so furious, Enian fell silent. Inua was akin to a firecracker, her thoughts consumed by the notion of Wei Wei being kissed, her emotions ablaze. As they approached, it became evident that Wenyan had leaned in closely to Wei Wei, their faces alarmingly near. Inua's youthful visage contorted with rage as she charged towards their table, resembling a protective hen. Wei Wei looked up, her expression akin to an angry little bird, confusion evident on her delicate features. Inua, witnessing Wei Wei's bewilderment, felt her temper flare even more. Wenyan, taking advantage of Wei Wei's naivety, brazenly swept her away, and Inua resolved to protect her sister. Positioning herself between Wenyan and Wei Wei, Inua glared at him defiantly. Wenyan, seeing Inua's determination to insert herself between him and his wife, withdrew slightly, lazily leaning back in his chair. His icy blue eyes devoid of emotion as they met Inua's glare. Were it not for the fact that Inua was a friend of his wife, he would have gladly invited her to the Dark Night Pavilion for a chat. Inua, catching sight of the dispassionate look in Wenyan's eyes, felt a chill run down her spine as she swallowed hard, realizing she had just confronted a formidable foe. Yet with thoughts of Wei Wei in mind, she pressed on, her words spilling forth like water from a tipped vessel. "Did you kiss Wei Wei?" she demanded, tossing the photo from her phone onto Wenyan's desk with an air of authority. Enian, hiding at the back, felt her heart ache for her phone. If only she weren't afraid of Wei Wei's displeasure, she would have taught Inua a lesson. Wei Wei mused, "Am I really so petty? Moreover, you're not entirely wrong." Wenyan, gazing at the image on the desk, chuckled. "I did kiss my wife, huh? How I wish to save this." Yet this was not his phone. He pondered how to avoid the inconvenience of adding this stumbling block on WeChat. Inua, noticing Wenyan's submissive demeanor, grew bolder. Wei Wei, hearing Inua's words, feigned immobility, feeling utterly embarrassed. This predicament was not solely Wenyan's fault. Her sudden turn had precipitated the debacle. She discreetly tugged at Inua's sleeve, prompting Inua to turn and sweetly inquire, "Wei Wei, what is the matter? Speak, and I shall advocate for you." Inua patted her chest confidently, though the force nearly knocked her off balance. Wei Wei found Inua's antics amusing and replied, "It's nothing. It was merely an accident." She bit her lip and continued, "I intended to confront him about his intentions, but when I turned, well, oh dear," she lamented, her face burning with embarrassment. realizing her forehead kiss had vanished, and she bore some responsibility for that. Wen Yin observed his wife pulling Inua aside, a flicker of tenderness in his gaze. Fully aware that although Wei Wei had yet to regain her memories, she would still stand by him. "Inian, have you checked the forum? Why are you silent?" Wen Yin noticed a message popping up on the desk. "Wei Wei, could you please ask her to take her phone away?" He gently tugged at Wei Wei's matching school uniform, his tone laced with a playful charm. Upon hearing Wen Yin's voice, Wei Wei felt heat rise to her cheeks. Oh no, is Wen Yin actually being playful? Wen Yin, noticing her flushed ears, could not suppress a triumphant smile, realizing that his wife was fond of his playful side, and he would gladly oblige. "Wei Wei," he said, shaking her sleeve gently, his voice sweet and tender. "Understood. I will comply," Wei Wei replied, striving to maintain her composure, unwilling to reveal her vulnerability. After all, she had her pride. She could not let anyone know that she was defenseless against a playful Wen Yin. Wen Yin, feeling victorious, chimed, "I have already understood." Clearing his throat, he addressed Inua. "You may reclaim your phone now." Wei Wei looked at Inua, her voice tinged with guilt. Inua, it seems you're viewing me like a tyrant." The onlookers shared knowing glances, collectively musing that a pampered man was indeed the luckiest. The allure of a handsome man was one matter, but a handsome man who could also be playful was truly captivating. Some expressed their astonishment that the usually aloof Wen Yin displayed such charm when in love. Love is indeed a relentless force," they remarked. Inua turned away, reclaiming her phone while casting a disdainful glance at Wen Yin, muttering, "How green this tea is." Behind them, Inian wholeheartedly agreed with Inua's assessment, deeming Wen Yin a scheming green tea man. Wen Yin, watching Inua take the phone, sighed inwardly, "On my wife's photo." Suddenly, a thought struck him. The forum. Wen Yin felt enlightened. Indeed, there must be something on the forum. He quickly retrieved his phone and messaged Lanchi. Inua, holding the phone, remembered Inian and promptly rushed outside to hand the phone to her, saying, "Wei Wei 1T hold it against you. Come by after class. We'll be waiting." As the bell rang, Inian barely had time to respond, exchanging a glance with Inua before dashing off. Chapter 43, 006 Arrogance. Wen Yin is heartbroken. Wei Wei noticed Inua rushing over and naturally spotted Inian as well. Wen Yin, observing his wife's attention diverted to Inian, sighed softly. "Oh, what can I do? My wife is simply too popular." The notification sound of a message interrupted Wen Yin's solitary lament. Lanchi, image. Wen Yin opened the image, the very one he had desired. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, he was astonished by their quick reflexes. However, this was fortuitous. It would make claiming their relationship much smoother in the future. With deft fingers, Wen Yin saved the image, his icy blue eyes sparkling with countless stars as he reflected on the day he and his wife wore matching outfits and shared a kiss, eager to preserve the memory. As she pondered, Wen Yin put away her phone and took out her sketchbook. Her slender fingers, defined by elegant joints, grasped the brush as she became engrossed in her work, the sound of swift strokes filling the air. The class commenced, and everyone returned to their seats. "Wei Wei, you just help Wen Yin." Inua, sitting at her desk, pouted and expressed her discontent. With a haughty huff, she tilted her head to one side. Wu Bai observed Inua's fluffy head, radiating a vibe that seemed to plead for affection, reminiscent of a child seeking comfort. "Well, it's Wen Yin who should apologize to me," Wu Bai gently remarked, always patient with those she cared about. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Inua's irate voice. "So he apologizes to you, and you forgive him just like that?" "I haven't finished speaking." Wu Bai sighed in resignation. Inua, brushing her nose, moved a bit closer and defiantly said, "Then go ahead and say it. I'm listening." With a soft smile, Wu Bai slowly explained. "He said he was sorry about the blood-sucking incident the other day and gave me some ointment, claiming it would help with scars. It smells quite pleasant, see?" As she spoke, Wu Bai handed a small white porcelain bottle to Inua. Inua, eyeing the humble bottle with disdain, accepted the ointment, eager to discover what Wen Yin had gifted to her dear Wu Bai. Upon opening the cap, a fragrant aroma wafted out, enveloping her in a warm sensation. She glanced around, akin to a curious puppy sniffing for scents, before hastily sealing the bottle. Tian Shan Shuelian? Inua exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment, her voice dropping to a whisper. My goodness, is this meant for scar removal? I must have been ignorant. My apologies for my earlier assumptions. Unaware of Inua's shock, Wu Bai nodded and continued. He mentioned that he doesn't have feelings for Yin and has only spoken with her once regarding the annulment of the engagement. He asked if I could refrain from harboring such strong prejudices against him. So what now? Inua regarded Wu Bai, who seemed oblivious to the significance of Tian Shan Shuelian, maintaining a composed expression as she returned the ointment. She could attest that when Yin had indeed only spoken once to Yin, for she had been present. However, she had no desire to defend him. Moreover, when Yin had not elaborated on the rarity of Tian Shan Shuelian, so she would reluctantly refrain from sowing discord. Clearing her throat, Wu Bai awkwardly stated, upon reflection, I realize I have been too biased against him. In truth, when Yin has done nothing wrong, I hastily labeled him a scoundrel without basis. As long as I do not harbor feelings for him, it suffices. Indeed, Inua nodded, acknowledging that when Yin's demeanor towards Wu Bai was indeed unique. All right, let us commence our lesson, Li Luo announced, apologizing for the delay caused by her earlier commitments. As a teacher, she had mastered the art of maintaining composure, concealing her earlier gossiping in the office. It's quite all right, teacher. No matter how long you take, it's no trouble at all. The students chimed in unison, their sincerity palpable. I'm well aware of your little thoughts. You wish for me to be delayed every class so you can frolic freely, don't you? Li Luo teased, and the students laughed, acknowledging the truth in her words while refusing to admit it. Enough already, let us begin. Li Luo chuckled, flipping open her lesson plan to commence the lecture. Today, we shall continue discussing healing formations. As she taught, her eyes discreetly scanned the classroom, landing on Wen Yin, who had been focused on sketching since the class began. Li Luo ambled over to his desk, and upon glancing at his work, she halted in her tracks. Wen Yin was drawing Wu Bai, replicating the very photograph she had seen on the forum. How intriguing. She was certain that just yesterday, he had also been sketching Wu Bai. Maintaining an air of calm, Li Luo continued her walk while her mind raced with thoughts of gossiping after class. Wu Bai. Wen Yin, he placed the sketchbook into his bag, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at Wu Bai's silhouette. Suddenly, he recalled an important matter he had forgotten. He wanted to inquire whether Wu Bai had accepted his WeChat request, yet he had not seen her with her phone. Contemplating whether to discreetly ask, he felt his phone vibrate. Help me tell Wu Bai that I'm hungry and ask her to bring me food. Wen Yin's expression darkened as he read the message. So, it was her phone he had seen earlier. She had indeed agreed, and she was aware of him. Who are you? Why do you have Wu Bai's phone? Wen Yin's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the phone, feeling as though a piece of his heart had been wrenched away, leaving him breathless. Thoughts spiraled in his mind. Was Wu Bai's relationship with this person so intimate that she would lend her phone to him? I am Wu Bai's treasured little Lu. You know, by telling her this, she will be informed, came the audacious reply from the other side, relishing the chance to flaunt its knowledge. Wen Yin remained silent for a prolonged moment, eventually replying with a simple okay, before placing the phone back in his bag, his eyelids drooping to conceal the sorrow in his icy blue eyes. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Well, that will be all for today, Li Luo announced before departing. Wu Bai, let us go find Yin, Inua said while packing her things. Wu Bai nodded in agreement. Wu Bai, Wen Yin called softly. Turning back, Wu Bai asked curiously, what is it? In chapter 44, Wen Yin, in a playful manner, mentioned, someone sent me a message claiming to be your little Lu, asking you to bring him food. Upon saying this, Wen Yin felt a piercing pain in his heart. Wasn't he the cherished one? Who was that wild man? Little Lu? Wu Bai questioned, taking a moment to realize that it referred to the troublesome child who had been watching Xiong Chumin in her dormitory. Oh, I see, she replied, nodding, and then added, I understand now. Let us go. As she turned to leave with Inua, Wen Yin gently grasped her wrist, forcing a smile and asking, could you tell me who he is? I want to challenge that wild man openly. Huh? Wu Bai blinked in surprise, taking a couple of seconds to process Wen Yin's inquiry. How was she to explain this? Inua, watching from the side, smirked, eager to see what trouble Wu Bai would unveil. The other students, sensing the unfolding drama, chose to remain seated, anticipating juicy gossip. Observing Wu Bai's hesitation, Wenyan lowered his head and said, "If it's inconvenient for you to share, it's all right. I'm fine." Inua suppressed the urge to roll her eyes at Wenyan's endearing demeanor. Wu Bai, seeing Wenyan resemble a forlorn puppy, felt a pang of guilt. She had promised to treat Wenyan as a friend, and thus she could not allow her friend to feel pain. Softening her tone, Wu Bai explained, "He is my nephew. His mother is away, so he was sent to me for the night." Silently scolding herself, she thought of the mischief that little Lu could cause. "Ah, I see," Wenyan replied calmly. "I will accompany you." Before Wu Bai could protest, he added with a hint of melancholy, "No one else will eat with me. You're my only friend." He left no room for refusal. After a moment's consideration, Wu Bai relented, saying, "All right then," observing the angelic visage of Wenyan, which was marred by a profound sense of disappointment. An overwhelming surge of compassion welled up within me, leading me to conclude that Wenyan's plight was indeed tragic. Though he appeared cold and aloof, it was evident that he had no companions to share in his company. "From this moment forth, you shall be my friend, Bai Wei," she declared with an air of authority. "Henceforth, Inua and Yin shall also be your friends." With that proclamation, Wenyan was officially recognized as Bai Wei's brother. "Ah," Wenyan gazed at the assertive Bai Wei, his expression shifting from one of grievance to utter bewilderment. "You will now have friends," Inua chimed in, reveling in the situation with barely suppressed laughter. "Ha ha, this is too amusing. He deserves it, that green tea boy." Wenyan, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "All right, then I shall be under the protection of Bai Wei from now on." Alas, his intention had merely been to elicit sympathy from Bai Wei, not to provoke such a response. Bai Wei quipped, "I never anticipated that I would consider you a friend, only for you to attempt to woo me." Yin, peering through the doorway, interjected with an amused expression. Bai Wei observed Wenyan, who appeared less than pleased, and pondered the enigma of a man's heart, as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. "Come along." Yin nudged Wenyan, casting a knowing glance at Inua. "Have they become a couple?" Inua suppressed a laugh, raising an eyebrow as she gestured towards her phone. Bai Wei turned to Yin and declared, "From now on, Wenyan is also our friend, and we shall dine together." Inua, unable to contain her amusement, burst into laughter, hastily covering her mouth. "I apologize. I seldom laugh unless utterly compelled to." "Ah." Yin looked perplexed, observing the stifled laughter of Inua and the disgruntled countenance of Wenyan. How had a wife become a brother? The group made their way to the dining hall, with Bai Wei and Wenyan leading the way, while Yin and Inua trailed behind, busily typing on their phones. "Yin, quick, tell me." Eating melon JPG, Inua, suppressing her laughter, replied. Wenyan, with a distinctly green tea demeanor, expressed his desire to dine with Bai Wei while lamenting his lack of friends. Yin's eyes widened in realization, deducing, thus, Bai Wei would indeed consider Wenyan a friend, wouldn't she? Indeed. Bai Wei, glancing back at the two behind her, called out, "Hurry up, you two." "All right." Yin responded, quickly urging Inua to catch up. "Bai Wei, you truly are remarkable. Our circle has expanded with an additional friend," Yin proclaimed with mock seriousness. Inua shot her a look, struggling to suppress her laughter. Yin, observing the two troublesome figures, felt a pang in his heart, realizing their lack of discernment in conversation. Just wait until Bai Wei officially acknowledges him. He would whisk her away on adventures around the world, leaving them to revel in their current delight. In the dormitory, 006 was clutching its painfully empty stomach. "Where's my master with my meal? I am starving," it fretted, wondering if Yin had failed to inform a master. Rolling on the sofa in distress, the sound of the door clicking opened startled 006, who quickly scrambled to the entrance. "Master, you have finally arrived. I am on the verge of starvation," it exclaimed without even glancing at the door. Silence enveloped the room as 006 lifted its gaze to see Yin. Yin looked down at the small creature, which struggled to gaze back at him. The two exchanged a wordless stare. "Bai Wei asked me to take you to eat," Yin said calmly, noting Bai Wei's evident affection for the little creature. "Understood," 006 replied in a soft voice. The two made their way, wordlessly, to the dining hall. Upon seeing Bai Wei, 006 dashed towards her like a child spotting a parent in a kindergarten. Onlookers gaped at the sight of the small boy accompanying Wen Yan, wondering if he was her child. Bai Wei quickly interrupted 006, rising to say, "Little Six, come here. Your aunt will take you to eat." 006 looked bewildered, unsure how it had become the master's nephew. Though confused, it obediently nodded, "All right." Yin and Inua, marveling at the adorable 006, immediately reached out to play with him. How delightful! Others around them watched enviously, wishing to join in the fun. 006, feeling its face contort and its stomach protest, turned to Bai Wei and pleaded, "Aunt, I want to eat." Bai Wei regarded the pitiful 006, appearing not to comprehend. Who told you to bypass Wen Yin's WeChat and speak out of turn?" 006 gazed at Bai Wei, who seemed disinclined to rescue it, feeling desperate. "Help me, please." Chapter 45. 006 cries out for uncle. Wen Yin comes to the rescue. Wen Yin pushed a meal tray towards Bai Wei, speaking gently to the amused Bai Wei. Wei, let's eat first." MHM. Bai Wei disregarded 006's forlorn gaze and picked up her chopsticks without hesitation. Meanwhile, Inua and Yin were thoroughly entertained, playing with 006. Bai Wei remained composed as she dined, while Wen Yin sat beside her, equally unperturbed as he took up his own chopsticks. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but think of the contemporary narratives surrounding post-2000s parenting, genuine love between partners, while children are often unexpected. 006, observing the indifferent Bai Wei and the amused crowd, rolled its eyes in contemplation. As Bai Wei noticed 006's restless eyes, a sense of foreboding washed over her. In the next moment, 006 called out to Wen Yin in a muffled voice, "Uncle, save me. Uncle." The hall fell silent. All eyes turned towards them. Inua and Yin paused their playful antics, while Bai Wei stared at 006 in disbelief. How could this audacious little creature cause such a ruckus? Wen Yin, hearing the small one's words, paused mid-bite, a smile creeping onto his face as he glanced at Inua and Yin. "Let him go." Inua and Yin obediently released 006, exchanging glances that conveyed a mutual understanding. This little dumpling certainly knew how to manipulate situations. Bai Wei set down her chopsticks, a sardonic smile playing on her lips as she rolled up her sleeves and approached 006, ready to discipline the mischievous child. Gasps filled the room as everyone abandoned their meals, watching in silent anticipation. Realizing he had crossed the line, 006 swiftly scampered behind Wen Yin, clutching the hem of his shirt. "Uncle, save me," it whispered in a timid voice. Caught between Bai Wei and 006, Wen Yin found himself in a precarious position, unsure whether to hand over 006 or to protect it. Sighing, he glanced at the little one hiding behind him, realizing that being an uncle was no easy task. "Come here," Bai Wei commanded with a calm demeanor, yet to 006, it felt like the calm before a storm. Extending its small head from behind Wen Yin, 006 weakly protested, "I don't want to." Bai Wei, amused by the contradiction of such bravado from such a timid figure, couldn't help but smile. "I shall repeat myself. Come here," Bai Wei emphasized, clearly exasperated. It seemed that 3 days without a reprimand had led to a complete disregard for her authority. 006 lowered its head, feigning contrition as it murmured, "Aunt, I understand my mistake." "And what mistake is that?" Bai Wei questioned, resolute in her skepticism. 006 sensed that Bai Wei would not easily forgive unless it articulated its fault. With wide, innocent eyes, it blinked in confusion, as if to say, "I know I've erred, but do I really need to specify where?" Wen Yin, observing the pitiable 006, rose as if to defend the mischievous child, soothingly addressing Bai Wei, "Let us eat first. He must be famished. We can discipline him after he has had his fill." 006, upon receiving assistance from Wen Yin, eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at rice and exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed." Finally, with a pitiful demeanor, he added, "I am so hungry I could faint." Bai Wei, observing the harmonious exchange between the two, harbored suspicions that they had conspired together, yet lacked any evidence. Casting a glance at the pitiful 006, she, with an air of compassion, declared, All right then, you may eat. Very well, 006 responded, immediately sprinting towards Wen Yin's provisions, plopping down on a chair and commencing his feast. Bai Wei gazed at 006, who appeared as though he had not eaten for days, and exasperatedly remarked, "You are eating Wen Yin's food. I noticed he hasn't had any yet." With his mouth stuffed, 006 blinked his large eyes and mumbled incoherently towards Bai Wei. She sighed. "So you have been eyeing his meal all along. How shameful. No worries, I will fetch another portion." "You eat first, Wen Yin," he replied calmly, unfazed by his food being snatched away. Bai Wei glanced at 006, who resembled a refugee consumed by thoughts of food, and suggested, "Let me help you get it." "No, I will go," Wen Yin insisted, leaving no room for Bai Wei to interject as he confidently strode towards the food. The onlookers, holding their chopsticks with utmost seriousness, cast furtive glances towards Bai Wei's table, whispering among themselves, "Oh my God, is this not a family of 3? What an adorable child. I wish to pet him. Isn't this the mischievous son who has troubled his mother while the aloof father stands by helplessly? Let them be together. I'll swallow the key. Did you not notice that the little darling's eyes are also a pale blue? He carries a hint of Wen Xuezhang's demeanor. Goodness gracious, it truly is." Instantly, the campus forum erupted with excitement, titled, "A Happy Family of 3. Bai Wei, observing Wen Yin's retreating figure, then gazing at the ravenous 006, thought to herself that this arrangement was quite pleasant, as it allowed her to address her own rebellious child. "Xiao Liuzi." She gently placed a piece of steak from her bowl onto 006's plate. 006 lifted his head from the bowl, momentarily meeting her gaze and uttering, Bai Wei took a deep breath, reminding herself that this was her mischievous child, and it was her responsibility that he was in such a state. No, she had no responsibility at all. She slammed her hand on the table, causing 006 to promptly set down his chopsticks and sit up straight. The crowd silently implored, "Wen Yin, return quickly. Your son requires discipline." Perhaps the collective desire for Xiao Liuzi to avoid reprimand was too fervent, for before Bai Wei could utter her admonitions, Wen Yin had already arrived. "What is the matter?" he inquired, placing his belongings down as he observed the upright little pudding seated on the chair. Bai Wei had intended to caution 006 against making a fuss, but she was interrupted by Wen Yin, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Upon noticing Wen Yin's arrival, 006 fell silent, discreetly gesturing with his hand as if to kneel. This gesture went unnoticed by Bai Wei, but was duly acknowledged by the others. Bai Wei, feeling relieved that 006 had escaped a scolding, retorted, "I told him not to cause a ruckus." Chapter 46. He calls you Father, Wen Yin, with a face as angelic as his, looked on in confusion and asked, "What did he shout?" He was about to say your name. Bai Wei started, only to realize Wen Yin was playfully toying with her. "He calls you Father," she blurted out. Wen Yin paused, then burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Bai Wei, watching his eyes gleam with mirth, felt her cheeks flush as she became acutely aware of the surrounding stifled laughter. "Oh dear, have I fallen into Wen Yin's trap? Even further?" The onlookers, witnessing this exchange, chuckled discreetly as they indulged in their shipper fantasies, flooding the forum with comments. "Help. This is the first time I've seen Wen Yin so joyously amused. Ha ha ha. Wen Yin is overjoyed to be an unexpected father. Everyone is in stitches. Princess Bai Wei turns adorably clumsy around Wen Yin. One moment, he is tricking her the next. She leaps into the pit herself." Inua and Yin were casually eating while observing the family trio. Upon the realization that she shared this sentiment, Inua was taken aback, for she was not particularly supportive of Wen Yin and Bai Wei being together. Shaking her head, she attempted to dispel this troubling thought. Yin, noticing Inua's shaking head, felt puzzled but prioritized their shipper agenda, mischievously prodding, "Come on, join us in this delightful revelry. Look, it's a worthy investment." As she scrolled through comments, they quickly found pictures of Wen Yin and Bai Wei strolling together, and another of them sitting together in the garden, enjoying the breeze. "Quick, pull me in." Inua, now thoroughly captivated, had completely forgotten her earlier steadfast belief that the pairing of Bai Wei and Wen Yin was a poor notion. After joining the fan club for their ship, the two nestled into a corner of the sofa, live streaming the interactions between Bai Wei and Wen Yin. Meanwhile, Bai Wei, witnessing Wen Yin laughing to the point of pain, felt her delicate features flush as she playfully admonished him, "Stop laughing." 006, observing Wen Yin's exuberant laughter, found it quite sudden. Not only had he gained an aunt, but he now had to acknowledge a new father figure as well. Wen Yin regarded Bai Wei, whose expression resembled that of a feisty kitten threatening him, but to him it appeared devoid of any real threat. Nevertheless, he quelled his laughter. His ice-blue eyes filled with affection as he remarked, "Are you so domineering, Wei Wei?" Bai Wei, looking at the duo, found neither of them to be a source of comfort. With a resigned glare, she declared, "You two may continue eating. I've finished." With that, she turned her back on the pair, leaving them behind. As 006 and Wen Yin watched Bai Wei ascend the stairs, they exchanged a knowing glance, settling into their chairs in silent agreement. "TSK, why don't you two pursue her?" "Indeed, Wen Yin, if you continue like this, you may lose your wife." "Oh dear, if Wen Yin won't go, I shall. Do not stop me. I will chase after her." The chatter on the school forum intensified, each participant eager to intervene. Meanwhile, in Yin and Inua, the two spies, nestled on the sofa, were keenly monitoring the unfolding drama. Once Bai Wei exited, the two exchanged glances filled with mutual disdain, their grievances nearly spilling over. Yet, they remained silent, locked in a silent showdown. As time passed, the forum participants and onlookers grew impatient, observing the two still seated in their impasse. Is this truly how men resolve their differences? By glaring at one another? Ha ha, don't be too amusing. This is merely the display of masculine bravado. When Princess Bai Wei is present, the little bun cries for his father. In her absence, he pouts. It must be said that the spectators possessed keen insight, for the disdain in their gazes was palpable. 006, with the demeanor of a little adult, looked down at Wen Yin with arms crossed, disdainfully stating, "Frankly, after all this time, you still cannot win over Wei Wei? Such a waste of your handsome face." Ah, the battle has commenced. The little bun has fired the first shot. The crowd eagerly anticipated the ensuing exchange. Wen Yin, maintaining a cool demeanor, retorted defiantly, "You are not Wei Wei. How can you claim to know her feelings toward me?" Just as 006 was about to respond, Wen Yin continued, "Moreover, matters of adults are best left to adults. You should focus on your meal." U006 stared wide-eyed at Wen Yin, snorting. As the saying goes, one may lose a person, but not the battle. Wen Yin glanced at the glaring 006, and to his surprise, the resemblance to Wei Wei was striking. "All right, let us dine. After eating, I shall take you to see something." Wen Yin gently pushed the still-warm meal towards 006, speaking in a soft tone. As he noticed 006's reluctance to refuse, he lightly tapped the table with his slender fingers. In an instant, 006 fell silent, merely huffing in a proud manner, but ultimately obliged to eat. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered by the sudden harmony between father and son. Why the atmosphere shifted to one of familial affection so abruptly? Some even rewound the video to rewatch, still in confusion. "Let's go." 006 elegantly wiped his mouth and generously spoke to Wen Yin. Wen Yin merely extended his hand towards 006, saying, "Hold on to my sleeve." Without hesitation, 006 grasped Wen Yin's sleeve. The crowd watched in astonishment as the previously bickering duo now wandered off together, oblivious to their destination. Wen Yin led 006, who was at his knee height, to the school's rear garden. "What brings you to the rear garden? Did you not mention it was related to Wei Wei?" 006 gazed at Wen Yin in disbelief, having thought that Wen Yin's earlier point at Wei Wei's meal was indeed relevant. The beauty of the garden was undeniable, with winding paths adorned with lovely flowers and ancient trees arranged artfully. Yet, the most striking were the vividly red roses, interspersed with charming pavilions and gazebos. If the classroom was likened to a castle, then the garden resembled an antiquated pavilion. Seeing the impatient 006, Wen Yin helplessly stated, "I wish to confess my feelings to Wei Wei this afternoon and would like your assistance." "No way. You cannot be planning to confess here in this garden. There is nothing here. How can you even consider it? 006's soft face was filled with astonishment, his mouth agape in exaggerated disbelief. Wenyin pulled at 006's hood, saying, "No, we are still inside." Chapter 47. Wenyin and 006 Garden Conspiracy. "Do not carry me like that," 006 protested, flailing his short legs, his face scrunched up in displeasure. Although Wenyin was bearing him, it was quite undignified. 006's round eyes scanned the surroundings, and upon realizing no one was watching, he wiggled his legs slightly before becoming still, content to be a pretty little burden in Wenyin's grasp. A hint of amusement flickered across Wenyin's angelic face as he strode towards the rear of the garden, holding on to 006's black sweatshirt. Bai Wei sat on the sofa, intermittently checking her phone, hugging a cushion with her legs crossed, and glancing towards the door. The absence of one person left the room feeling empty, stirring unease within her. Sigh, where could that ungrateful child be? Has something happened? After a prolonged absence, Bai Wei could no longer suppress her worries. Let me see where he is. Has he consumed a few tons of food to take this long? She muttered to herself, rising to put on her shoes and heading towards the hall. In the hall, silence reigned, with neatly arranged chairs and empty tables. A cool breeze wafted through the window, carrying a faint floral scent. Bai Wei furrowed her brows, pondering where the two had gone. Finding a seat, she pulled out her phone, intending to inquire with Wenyin. As she viewed the messages on the WeChat chat interface, she understood why Wenyin had asked her that morning about the identity of that person. Initially perplexed, she now felt that her reputation would inevitably be tarnished by that ungrateful child. Dear little Leo, she recoiled slightly. Would she truly express such ambiguous sentiments? Such words could easily be misinterpreted, sending chills down her spine. Scrolling back through the messages, she composed a text for Wenyin. In the afternoon, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting gentle halos on the ground, as in a fairy tale garden, where Wenyin and 006 sat in a small pavilion. So, you wish for me to gauge Wei Wei's sentiments on your behalf. 006 summarized Wenyin's intentions, scrutinizing him with a discerning eye. This face is barely passable. The owner should find it acceptable. Assessing his physique, the attire was flattering, yet the presence of abs remained uncertain. Despite the owner's aloof demeanor, he must surely prefer a man with abs. Wenyin spoke leisurely, pushing a plate of peach crisps towards 006. He did not rush him, merely waiting quietly, knowing that if 006 declined to assist, he had alternative strategies. 006 reached out with his soft little hand, taking a piece of peach crisp, his round eyes lighting up at the moment it touched his lips. What is this? So delicious. With his mouth still full, his hand eagerly reached for the plate. Peach crisp, Wenyin stated, gazing at the food-obsessed 006 with a hint of exasperation. So, will you help me inquire? Upon hearing this, 006 halted his hand, realizing he was being tempted. Did he truly believe he could be so easily swayed by mere peach crisps? That was rather underestimating him. If you ask, I will buy you whatever you desire afterward, Wenyin offered, observing 006's unmoving form. This plate of peach crisps is not meant to bribe you. Go ahead and eat. 006, munching on the peach crisps, retorted, Did you not claim that Wei Wei has feelings for you? Why then do you need me to probe? Ding dong. Wait a moment. Wei Wei has messaged me. A smile spread across Wenyin's lips, the sun filtering through the trees behind him, but the radiance in his eyes rivaled the sunlight. 006 watched Wenyin's proud demeanor, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Was it truly necessary to flaunt that Wei Wei had messaged him? Where have you two gone? Why aren't you downstairs? Cat confused JPG. Wenyin's smile widened, radiating sweetness. His wife was concerned about him. It was imperative to respond promptly. A hallmark of a good husband. With his slender fingers, he typed on his phone. We are in the rear garden, returning shortly. After sending the message, he lifted his gaze, reverting to his usual cold demeanor, addressing 006. Keep your peach crisps. We are leaving. He added boastfully, Wei Wei is coming down to find us. Observing Wenyin's rapid change in demeanor, 006 felt displeased. It was, after all, Wenyin who sought his assistance, Yet he acted so nonchalantly. He was, after all, Bai Wei's little darling. Was he not deserving of polite conversation from Wenyan? Feeling disgruntled, he resolved to remain still. Did you not wish for me to probe Bai Wei? 006 sat firmly, adopting the stance of a seasoned negotiator before Wenyan. Wenyan approached the immobile 006, showing no leniency, and walked directly towards him. 006 defiantly raised his voice. What do you intend to do? This was the epitome of false bravado. Enough of this chatter. Wenyan, observing 006's incessant prattling, reached out to grasp his clothing, intending to carry him back, as it would be far more convenient. Otherwise, how could he keep his wife waiting? Am I not helping you? If you strike me, Bai Wei will not spare you, 006 exclaimed, closing his eyes in fright as he shouted. Wenyan, exasperated, lifted the little figure of 006 and strode towards the dining hall. 006, feeling no pain, cautiously opened one eye and beheld the expressionless face of Wenyan. A sigh of relief escaped him. It turned out he was not about to be struck. In truth, he was merely a bit cold. Rest assured, I promised you I would inquire about Bai Wei, 006 remarked to Wenyan, who was carrying her, assuming his silence was simply a sign of his reticence. His small mouth continued to chatter, assuring, do not worry, Bai Wei will still hold affection for you. Even if she does not, as your friend, I shall assist you. Wenyan, witnessing the little fellow who moments ago sought negotiations now declare him a friend, was reminded of his wife, who also recognized him as a friend. Alas! However, if you lack abs, I suggest you commence training promptly, as this is quite significant for Bai Wei. Wenyan, lost in thought, felt a flush rise to his ears, akin to the peach blossoms lining the roadside. Meanwhile, 006 continued to expose the hidden truths about Bai Wei, revealing her exterior coldness masked a warm heart, asserting that once one truly enters her heart, affection would flourish. Chapter 48. Am I Beyond Redemption? Bai Wei sat by the window, awaiting her wayward child, 006. 006 represented more than just a system. He resembled a child, while she embodied the role of an elder sister. Although she often referred to 006 as a wayward child, he had become akin to family. Yet, this school was indeed a haven for relaxation, fostering a tranquil spirit. At this moment, seated by the window, she observed the drooping branches of a willow tree, unveiling a vivid and enchanting tableau. The sky was a deep cerulean, resembling a vast expanse of silk, with wisps of white clouds gracefully drifting by, while in the distance lay a castle reminiscent of fairy tale. Nearby, trees and flowers were arranged harmoniously, creating a picturesque scene. Unbeknownst to Bai Wei, as she admired the scenery, she herself became a part of the landscape. From afar, Wenyan gazed at her graceful silhouette, placing 006 upon the ground to capture her image with his phone. This truly validated the adage that while you stand on the bridge admiring the view, the onlookers above are captivated by you, with countless sights and dreams unfurling. Andy, I'm back, 006 exclaimed, dashing towards Bai Wei, acknowledging his identity as a beloved local treasure. Upon turning around, Bai Wei spotted 006 rushing towards her, accompanied by the leisurely approaching Wenyan. Against the light, she could not discern his expression, yet it seemed he was in good spirits. Realizing her preoccupation with his mood, Bai Wei paused, puzzled by her concern for Wenyan. Auntie, were you waiting here for me? 006 asked, his round eyes gleaming with joy. Yes, so what mischief did you two get into? Bai Wei retorted, casting a glance at 006 before observing Wenyan beside her. 006 slyly glanced at Wenyan and mysteriously declared, this is a secret between us men. With that, he grasped Bai Wei's hand and attempted to lead her away. You little rascal, Bai Wei exclaimed. You should take a nap first. Wenyan watched as the little one pulled her away until they disappeared from sight, before heading to his own room. Upon reaching his room, Bai Wei expertly tossed her phone to 006. She stifled a yawn, her fair, oval face showing signs of fatigue, and sleepily remarked, watch your little bear. I'm off to sleep. This habit was indeed a formidable thing. Accustomed to daily slumber, she found it impossible to resist the call of sleep. Why wasn't it close? Bai Wei pushed against the door, only to find it stuck, and, as she prepared to exert more force, she noticed 006 straining to pull it. His face turned as red as a monkey's backside. Bai Wei sighed. If you wish to sleep, just say so. If I grow too tired and slam the door shut, there would be yet another fool caught in a door. With that, she strode towards her large bed, shaking the blanket, diving in, and covering herself in one smooth motion. Lying there, eyes closed, she sighed contentedly. Indeed, her beloved bed was the finest of all. Master, what does it feel like to like someone? 006 queried from the corner of the bed, suddenly breaking the silence. Bai Wei, startled by 006's unexpected voice, recalled his presence. Exhausted, she pondered briefly before providing a formal response. It means thinking of her at all times, longing for her in her absence, and finding joy in her presence. When she is happy, you are happy. Little Lou, you surely don't have a crush, do you? 006 continued. What kind of person do you like, master? A handsome man who is both fierce and gentle, Bai Wei replied candidly. 006, finding typing tedious, began sending voice messages to Wen Yin instead. Does the person you wish to like openly proclaim their affection to the world, or would you prefer a private confession between the two of you? Of course, love should be declared to the world. Bai Wei, overwhelmed by 006's relentless inquiries, was about to shoo him away. Then, master, sleep well. I shall take my leave. With that, 006 swiftly exited, closing the door gently behind him. Once the bothersome noise had vanished, Bai Wei fell into a deep slumber. In that moment, within Wen Yin's room, the soft sunlight filtered in, illuminating the space. Wen Yin sat upon the sofa, his long, elegantly defined fingers, akin to a divine creation, glided a black brush across the paper. His silver hair veiled his focused, tender gaze. After a long while, he set down the brush, his fingers caressing the artwork with a sense of affection and reverence. Memories of Bai Wei's message inquiring about their whereabouts flashed through his mind as he envisioned her sitting by the window, quietly awaiting their return, much like a wife anticipating her husband's arrival. As this thought crossed his mind, Wen Yin couldn't help but emit a low, pleasant chuckle from his throat. Ding dong. Wen Yin carefully placed his sketchbook down and picked up his phone, noticing a message from WY. Instantly, he recognized it was from that little rascal. WY. Wei Wei likes a handsome man who is both fierce and gentle. What does that mean? Before Wen Yin could respond, another message notification chimed in. It was a voice message, and he assumed it was that little one opting for convenience over typing. He clicked it open, and the voice that resonated caught him off guard. To like someone means to think of her. When apart, one longs for her, and when together, there is joy. In the empty room, Bai Wei's voice, cool yet languid, carried a softness that was undeniably alluring. Am I beyond redemption? Wen Yin leaned back against the sofa, lowering his head, a bittersweet smile curling his lips. In that moment, his silhouette against the sofa appeared particularly solitary, contrasting sharply with the spacious room around him. Meanwhile, 006, observing the silence of WeChat, wondered if Wen Yin was truly so unconcerned. He momentarily paused his cartoon viewing and began furiously typing on his phone, launching a barrage of messages at Wen Yin. Even if Wen Yin was asleep, he would rouse him with his persistence. Hey, Wen Yin, what does a handsome man mean? Zing zong. Wen Yin's phone rang incessantly, like a death knell. He picked it up and replied to the little rascal. I saw it. It means a handsome guy. Upon receiving Wen Yin's response, 006 breathed a sigh of relief, contentedly messaging back, got it. I'm off to watch cartoons now. Goodbye. He then swiftly deleted the messages and settled down to enjoy his Xiong Chu Mo episode. Wen Yin chuckled softly at the little rascal's antics. He truly was a child at heart. However, having him accompanied by Wei was indeed a good thing. Wen Yin picked up the sketchbook from the table and, with a gentle sigh, embraced the moment. Chapter 49. Dream the matters of love and affection are the most ethereal. Perhaps a fleeting glance is enough to be etched in one's memory for a lifetime. Or a moment of warmth during a time of despair can illuminate one's entire existence. Or a long-lasting devotion can be encapsulated in the tender words of Wen Yin. which are, for Bai Wei, the essence of everlasting love. The heart may flutter at a mere glance, yet it is not confined to that moment alone, serving as the reason for countless stops along the journey of life. Bai Wei, don't. A heart-wrenching voice called out to her, and an inexplicable sense of suffocating sorrow enveloped her heart, yearning for solace while an insurmountable barrier lay between them, compelling her to break free. Suddenly, Bai Wei jolted awake, sitting upright in bed with one hand pressed against her gently heaving chest. She surveyed the dimly lit room and sighed in relief, realizing it had merely been a dream. Yet, the pain and sadness in her chest felt hauntingly real, and that silhouette stirred a sense of familiarity within her. With a loud bang, the door was forcefully swung open from the outside. Bai Wei watched the swaying door and the figure of 006 rushing towards her, instantly casting aside her recent thoughts. Xiao Yozi, please don't be so noisy. Remain calm and speak slowly, Bai Wei said, exasperation evident as she observed the flustered 006. Oh, 006 obediently stood still, nodding in response. Bai Wei nodded in satisfaction, rising to draw back the curtains, addressing 006. What is it? 006 presented a phone to Bai Wei, its cherubic face displaying a serene expression as it announced, Master, it is now 14:55. You have 5 minutes until class begins. What? Bai Wei, no longer languid, hurriedly donned her outerwear, anxiously slipping into her shoes, and lamented to 006. Why didn't you say so sooner? Without waiting for a response, she dashed towards the classroom, exclaiming, help! If I'm late, it will be so embarrassing. But you told me not to be so noisy, 006 innocently remarked, its round eyes filled with innocence as it trotted off to watch its favorite show, Xiong Chu Men. Beep, beep, as 006 unlocked its phone. It received a message from Wen Yin. Why hasn't Wei Wei arrived in class yet? Sighing, 006 shook its head, contemplating the potential chaos if it were to abandon the household. It calmly replied, she overslept and is on her way. She'll arrive in a few minutes. Unbeknownst to Bai Wei, her secret had been exposed by 006. Has she forgotten her books? 006 mused, glancing at the tome on the coffee table inscribed with the characters for formation, realizing how well Wen Yin understood his beloved. Sighing, 006 decided to deliver the book to Wen Yin, recognizing its importance within this household. Click. The sound of the door closing was accompanied by 006's mournful voice. Realizing that, Bai Wei had yet to input her fingerprint to unlock the door. Thus, how would it enter later? After a brief moment of sadness, 006 resolved to deliver the book to its unreliable master. Ding, ding, ding. Bai Wei sprinted into the classroom, rushing to her desk, only to find Wen Yin seated next to her. Isn't that Inuo's seat? They exchanged bewildered glances. Wen Yin chuckled softly at the confusion and doubt etched on Bai Wei's face, finding her endearing. Bai Wei, upon witnessing the playful twinkle in Wen Yin's eyes, felt a tinge of embarrassment, contemplating whether she had mistakenly entered the wrong class, only to realize that Wen Yin had transferred to her class. All right, the teacher is about to arrive. Wei Wei still hasn't entered. Wen Yin nudged his chair, making space for Bai Wei. Thud, thud, thud. As the sound of clicking heels echoed, Bai Wei hurriedly took her seat. Have some juice and take a moment to relax, Wen Yin said, offering her a bottle of red fruit juice, while pondering whether he should wake his beloved wife in the future. Oh, how I love her. The classmates were eagerly shipping the couple. Bai Wei, feeling parched, took the juice, bashfully thanking Wen Yin. His gaze suggested he was aware of her late arrival. Bai Wei lowered her head, biting the straw, feeling her cool demeanor crumble before Wen Yin. Inuo observed the others, who were stretching their necks to catch a glimpse of the couple, and felt inexplicably pleased by the spectacle. As Bai Wei turned her head, she noticed Inuo's mischievous grin, causing her to worry about his state of mind. Ahem, Inuo cleared his throat, quickly masking his playful smile, and asked Bai Wei seriously, what happened? Why are you sitting in the back? Bai Wei whispered, I didn't want to make Wen Yin upset. I just thought speaking loudly during class wasn't appropriate. Before Inuo could respond, Wen Yin turned his head, prompting an immediate silence. Why didn't you ask me? The voice from beside her startled Bai Wei, making her freeze in place, fearing that turning around might lead to a repeat of that tragic day. Bai Wei stood rigid, acutely aware of Yin inching closer, the faint scent of roses wafting from him, and the warmth of his breath brushing her ear. Her heart raced uncontrollably, for it was not the first time. "Speak normally and don't come so close," Bai Wei said, her eyes darting away as she subtly shifted towards the wall, her hand bracing against it. "Darn it, didn't I already hear the sound of the teacheress heels? Why hasn't she arrived yet?" The onlookers watched this scene, excitement palpable as they tightened their grips in anticipation, some even discreetly taking photos. Others exchanged glances, silently requesting to be included in the photos. Bai Wei, noticing Inuo's amused expression, reached out to nudge Yin, only to recoil as if burned, her hand withdrawing instantly. "Oh dear!" Inuo stifled a laugh, unable to contain himself. Hearing Inuo's laughter, Bai Wei's fair complexion flushed crimson. The warmth lingering on her hand made her realize she had touched Yin's abdomen. Ahem! Yin cleared his throat, his expression turning slightly awkward as he noticed Bai Wei's face resembling a ripe apple. His blue eyes flickered. "All right, turn back. I want to talk to you." Bai Wei pressed her hand to her face, attempting to cool her flushed cheeks, but the recent memories flooded her mind, causing her temperature to rise further. In a fit of folly, she decided to turn back. Chapter 50. This is Bai Wei's family. Bai Wei covered her face, retreating like a quail, fixated on the table, hardly daring to glance at Yin, murmuring, "You can speak." Oh dear, she felt as if she might perish. Her heart had raced just moments ago. She couldn't possibly have developed feelings for her friend. Could she? Had she gone mad? Or was her heart simply broken? The others witnessed this scene, their phones nearly worn out from capturing the moment, while students from other classes successfully tuned out the lesson to indulge in the drama. The forum buzzed with activity, the title left to the creativity of the crowd, with images depicting sunlight streaming through the window, forming a beam that illuminated one side of the classroom, creating a serene, oil painting-like atmosphere. The protagonists, Yin closing in on Bai Wei, who cowered in the corner, painted a vivid picture. "Help! This is the tale of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit. Someone bring the Civil Affairs Bureau to them. Kill me, so I can add some excitement. Otherwise, I'll be suffocated by the sweetness of you two." And Inuo, with that anti-smile, is clearly performing for me. Meanwhile, in the corner, Bai Wei's responses were only visible to Yin, while her phone was completely oblivious to the fact that they had single-handedly caused the forum to erupt multiple times. As Yin was about to speak, Li Luo entered with a click of her high heels, bringing with her a wave of excitement. Yin glanced at the person Li Luo was holding, and then at the blushing Bai Wei, choosing to remain silent. The class was still buzzing with excitement from the earlier gossip when Li Luo strolled in, leading a small child by the hand. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, their eagerness to speak stifled by the fear of startling the little one. Who could this child belong to? So small, yet left outside? Li Luo, noticing the animated expressions of her classmates, quickly inquired. This was certainly not her child. She had merely spotted a cute little one struggling up the stairs with a book in hand upon her arrival at class. Reflecting on it, their school had no teachers who typically brought children along. To her surprise, she discovered that the child was searching for someone from their class. She simply had to find out who this adorable child belonged to. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Wei looked up, and to her astonishment, the child clutching the book on the podium was none other than her own troublesome offspring, 006. Before Bai Wei could utter a word, Inuo sprang to her feet and exclaimed, "Teacher, this child belongs to Yin and Bai Wei." The collective acknowledgement from the others echoed in agreement. "Yes, yes. This is Yin and Bai Wei's child." Li Luo, with a knowing glance at Yin, instructed him to come forward. Had it not been for her role as an educator, she might have leapt with joy herself. In that instant, Bai Wei felt a wave of heat wash over her as Yin approached, only intensifying the connection others were beginning to draw between them. Oh dear, Bai Wei genuinely felt as though she might lose her sanity. The shy princess was utterly flustered. Goodness, both of them were undeniably attractive. Their child was simply adorable. With round, bright eyes, thick hair, and a fair complexion, she desperately wanted to cuddle him. Why were the others speaking so loudly? Bai Wei's hands fell awkwardly, unsure of where to rest. Wen Yin observed Bai Wei's helpless expression and invited 006 to sit in his chair, addressing Li Luo. Teacher, may I take a moment to clarify? Xiao Liu is merely Bai Wei's nephew, and she is somewhat shy, so please refrain from spreading rumors. His cool, clear voice resonated throughout the classroom. Bai Wei, gazing at Wen Yin's upright figure illuminated by the afternoon sun, suddenly understood why people at school remarked that his face resembled that of an angel. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed Wen Yin's words, their excitement palpable. Li Luo regarded Wen Yin and Bai Wei with a hint of admiration, convinced that if Bai Wei did not harbor feelings for him, she would write her name backward. I merely came to deliver a book to my aunt, and besides, Wen Yin has yet to become my uncle. 006 soft, adorable voice rang out in the classroom. Indeed, Wen Yin replied with a gracious smile, dragging a chair from beside Inuo to sit next to 006. Li Luo couldn't suppress a laugh at 006 words, praising. Xiao Liu is quite discerning with his aunt's choices. Indeed, 006 proudly affirmed, as he considered his owner. Anyone wishing to become his owner's spouse must pass his scrutiny. The previously quiet classroom was suddenly enlivened by 006 endearing comments. Help! He's so adorable. I want a nephew like that. But alas, my nephews are troublesome. Someone lamented. Let us sneak him away in a sack for a few nights and borrow him from Wen Yin to play. Another suggested. All right, class is starting. You're all big brothers and sisters, so set a good example. Li Luo said gently, flipping open her lesson plan. Instantly, the chatter ceased, and everyone straightened their posture, silently acknowledging her authority. 006 handed Bai Wei her book and whispered, Aunt, the door is shut, so I have to stay here. Bai Wei looked at 006 big, innocent eyes, and then at the book on the desk, sighing. After all, 006 was innocent in this matter. All right, just don't speak, okay? Bai Wei nodded, her cheeks regaining their fair complexion. After saying that, she earnestly opened her book, though her trembling eyelids betrayed her calm facade. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class, and Bai Wei stared at the blank pages of her notebook, momentarily stunned. Throughout the first lesson, she felt as though she absorbed nothing. The teacher's words had turned into a monotonous chant, passing through one ear and out the other. As Li Luo exited, the enthusiastic students immediately sprang into action. Soon, Wen Yin's desk was surrounded, or rather, 006 was surrounded by eager children standing cautiously in front, fearful of startling him. Inuo's eyes sparkled as she approached 006. Speaking sweetly, Xiao Liu, would you like to come play with us? The others waved enticing objects in front of him, but before 006 could respond, Wen Yin leaned in to whisper something. 006 shot Wen Yin a disdainful glance, but ultimately followed Inuo and the others. Bai Wei perked up, straining to listen. Yet she heard nothing. If you wish to know, simply ask, Wen Yin remarked, noticing Bai Wei's curious demeanor as she leaned in. His icy blue eyes sparkled with warmth. After the earlier episode and her inexplicable heart flutter, Bai Wei had retreated in her shell, unsure how to face Wen Yin. She silently feigned indifference, straightening up and declaring, I'm going to read. I don't want to know. With that, she opened her book, pretending to be studious. However, the silence around her felt overwhelming. Bai Wei subtly extended a hand to shield her head, her eyes darting around the classroom. To her surprise, only a handful of students remained, with most captivated by 006's charming presence. Wen Yin watched Bai Wei's childlike curiosity as she subtly surveyed her surroundings. The afternoon light illuminated her delicate features, revealing the fine texture of her skin akin to that of a child's. Bai Wei attributed her heightened sensitivity to her vampiric nature, acutely aware of the subtle shifts in her surroundings. Wen Yin's gaze was too potent for her to ignore. Why did you switch seats with Inuo? Bai Wei asked casually, striving for a nonchalant tone, though her curiosity betrayed her. Wen Yin rested one hand on the desk, his blue eyes fixed on Bai Wei's face as he replied gently, I told the teacher that you were my only friend here, so she moved me. He concluded with emphasis, and Inuo agreed to it. Ah, Bai Wei nodded, pondering his last statement as a smile crept onto her lips. How had she never noticed that Wen Yin possessed a hint of charm? Wen Yin admired Bai Wei's smile, wishing to capture every moment. With the earlier awkwardness dissipated, Bai Wei felt emboldened to tease Wen Yin. "So, are you afraid I might misconstrue your intentions?" she asked, lowering her hand from her head, a playful smile gracing her lips, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Bai Wei tilted her head towards Wen Yin, her sleek, high ponytail swaying gently, and her radiant face, complemented by a refined school uniform, created a striking visual impact. With a glint of mischief in her starry eyes, she appeared to shine even more brilliantly in the light. Indeed, Wen Yin sensed Bai Wei's attitude towards him, and a pleasant smile graced his lips. Bai Wei did not expect Wen Yin to admit it. She thought he would make excuses and deny it. This left her perplexed, as it was not part of her plan. Wen Yin observed Bai Wei's astonished expression and, with a serious tone in his ice-blue eyes, earnestly stated, "I truly fear that Bai Wei might misunderstand me. I do not wish for her to harbor any misconceptions." In that moment, Bai Wei felt as though Wen Yin's ice-blue gaze resembled the boundless ocean, threatening to drown her in its depths. Her chestnut brown eyes flickered slightly as she awkwardly replied, "I understand." After speaking, she inexplicably recalled Wen Yin's earnest eyes. Contemplating, she felt her previous response was too curt, and thus she earnestly reassured him, "I do not misunderstand you." Wen Yin, witnessing her earnest declaration, smiled even wider. He knew his girl well. Though she appeared indifferent, she would reciprocate tenfold for even the slightest kindness shown to her. "You please stop laughing." Bai Wei gazed at Wen Yin, who was grinning like a mischievous sprite, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Wen Yin, noticing Bai Wei's unwavering gaze, affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Wei Wei even has to manage my laughter." Feeling the warmth of his large hand on her head and gazing upon his angelic visage, an inexplicable familiarity surged from within her heart. A hazy image flickered in her mind, resembling the current scene, yet remained unclear and unfathomable. What is Wei Wei pondering? Is she considering what it would take to manage me? Wen Yin observed Bai Wei's dazed expression, his lips curling into a self-satisfied smile. Yet his ice-blue eyes betrayed a deep concern. He felt anxious, genuinely wishing to ask her if she recalled anything, yet fearing that he might inadvertently burden her. I did not. You just love to talk nonsense." Bai Wei hastily denied, her previous emotions evaporating with Wen Yin's words. "In truth, it would be quite easy for Wei Wei to manage me. She simply needs to grant me an identity." Wen Yin's voice rose slightly in a teasing tone, laced with a hint of coaxing charm. Bai Wei felt as though his voice was a feather, gently brushing against her heart, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. So, was Wen Yin's suggestion truly aligned with her own thoughts? Was he implying a boyfriend's identity? Bai Wei remained uncertain. "What did you just discuss with Xiao Yozi?" Bai Wei stiffly shifted the topic, avoiding Wen Yin's earlier insinuation. Upon speaking, a flicker of regret crossed her eyes as past memories resurfaced. She had once confidently shared her views on relationships with Inuo, declaring that if she ever had feelings for someone, she would boldly confess. Irrespective of whether her affections would be reciprocated, it was merely to provide closure to her feelings. Yet, in reality, she faltered. After all, just days prior, she had expressed significant discontent towards Wen Yin, and now, only a few days later, she found herself developing feelings for him again. Such a confession would be met with disbelief. Indeed, one should never casually make promises, for one can never predict when they might face sudden repercussions. The secret will be revealed to Wei Wei after class. Wen Yin's lips curled into a smile, as if his previous statement had merely been a jest, leaving an air of suspense. Observing Bai Wei's evasive demeanor, his smile remained. Today was satisfactory. At least Wei Wei no longer resisted him. Moreover, he believed that if she could fall for him once, even if she forgot, he could make her fall for him countless times. Bai Wei interjected, "No, why does everyone seem to have secrets? Oh dear, Xiaolu, how did you become so adorable? And why is your skin so flawless? Please teach me." The sound of boisterous footsteps and chatter echoed from the entrance. Chapter 52. What am I to do with you? 006, startled by the sudden loud voices, nearly dropped the lollipop in his mouth, his round eyes filled with confusion. Wait, wasn't I just up in the tree, eavesdropping on my owner? How had it turned so loud at the door? Inua observed 006's bewildered expression and shook his finger mysteriously, saying, Xiao Lu, you'll understand when you grow up. Yes, yes, the others chimed in agreement. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Bai Wei listened to the approaching commotion, her expression one of perplexity. The bell rang, and as if by magic, all the students swiftly converged. Orderly entering the classroom, Bai Wei watched as 006 transformed into the center of attention. Tears of envy welled up in her eyes, not because she envied the attention, but rather the array of delightful snacks in 006 possession. Suddenly, Bai Wei was presented with a colorful assortment of lollipops and the radiant smile of Wen Yin, leaving her momentarily unsure whether it was the vibrant candies or his charming smile that dazzled her. How could I help you? 006 stomped over to Wen Yin, one hand clutching the candy while the other rested on her hip, huffing in a mock display of annoyance at him. Observing the pile of sweets Wen Yin had placed on the table for his owner, 006 felt her own candies suddenly lose their appeal. She had not assisted her older siblings. They had all given her sweets instead. How unfair. I helped Wen Yin, yet received no reward. Bai Wei, realizing she had been staring at Wen Yin in a daze, was startled back to reality. Xiao Liuzi, she called out as 006 prepared to leave, wanting to offer her candy, but realizing it belonged to Wen Yin, not her. Her hand froze mid-reach. Come on in. Bai Wei took a breath and gestured toward the chair for 006. Fortunately, she responded quickly. Wen Yin placed the candy in Bai Wei's hand, exhaling in resignation as he addressed 006. This is for Wei Wei. You already have yours, right? I'll have someone deliver more to you after school. Oh, okay. The others perked up at Wen Yan's words, collectively reacting with excited expressions. As Li Luo approached the corridor, she was startled by the commotion coming from the classroom, initially thinking she had wandered into a wild jungle. Stopping at the back door, she confirmed it was indeed her class. Upon seeing Li Luo about to enter, everyone straightened up, embodying the age-old adage, if I react quickly, the teacher's reprimands will not reach me. Little one, the teacher has arrived, the surrounding students whispered to 006. Hearing her friend's warnings, 006 turned to Wen Yin and huffed before eagerly dragging her chair to sit behind him, proudly joining Inua. Inua happily lifted 006 on her chair, and 006 playfully kicked Wen Yan's chair with her short legs. You, do not cause trouble. Bai Wei, glancing at the candy in her hands, suddenly felt it was too hot to hold. She hastily handed it over to 006, deciding not to worry about it. Worst case, she would buy more to return to Wen Yin later. 006, eyeing the candy on the table with a mix of pride and mischief, leaned close to Wen Yin and said, Thank you. Auntie, you treat me the best. Bai Wei, smiling, shot a warning glance at 006, feeling the weight of Wen Yan's pleading gaze without needing to turn around. Inua gazed at the provocatively composed Wen Yin, observing the way Wen Yin bit her back molars, and then shifted her attention to her friend Bai Wei, who was entangled in a tense situation. With a smile, Inua extended her hand towards Bai Wei and said, Wei Wei, I also desire that. Bai Wei, noticing Inua's gleeful demeanor as she watched the unfolding drama, bit her back molars and replied, You should ask Xiao Liuzai. With that, she turned her back on both 006 and Inua. Bai Wei then noticed Wen Yin with her head lowered, her silver hair obscuring her angelic visage, rendering it impossible for Bai Wei to discern Wen Yin's expression. All right, let us commence the lesson. The voice of Père Luo chimed in unison with Bai Wei's. Bai Wei observed Père Luo, who had already flipped through the lesson notes, and despite her desire to speak, she remained silent. Wen Yin sensed Bai Wei's glance, her slender fingers resting on a black sketchbook, her lowered head concealing her emotions. The evening sun cast a warm glow on the youth's silhouette, evoking an inexplicable sense of diminished brilliance. The Ryu Xingqian formation was a celestial array capable of ensnaring individuals in the vastness of the cosmos, rendering them helplessly lost. Père Luo animatedly lectured at the podium, while Bai Wei felt Wenyan's breath beside her. Her feminine intuition informed her that Wenyan was undeniably upset. However, speaking out would seem too abrupt. What could she do? As Bai Wei pondered how to console Wenyan, others discreetly craned their necks to gauge the atmosphere, sensing something was amiss. Inua and 006 observed Wenyan's bowed head, which emanated an inexplicable emotion, while Bai Wei, standing by, offered no comfort. "Oh dear, this has gone awry," 006 remarked, seizing Inua's pen to scribble a note and pass it to her, signaling her to look. Inua subtly nodded and read the content. "Did I cause trouble?" The corners of Inua's mouth twitched as she patiently processed the tiny one's words, realizing it referred to potential mischief. Noticing the child's worried demeanor, Inua pointed to herself, indicating her involvement, then gestured towards 006 Candy, mimicking an eating motion. In the end, 006, still a child, quickly transitioned from worry to delight as she indulged in the candy. Wenyan, having observed Bai Wei's prolonged silence and lack of comfort, felt a surge of unjustified grievance. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, people change, and sometimes the phrase "things have changed" resonates deeply, instilling a sense of helplessness. He had been able to stand by Bai Wei even when she scarcely spoke, for he believed she would return. Once her original self was restored, everything would be worthwhile. Reflecting on the time before Bai Wei's essence had returned, he had spent each day talking to her, counting down the moments until her spirit could be restored. He longed to tell her that she should take better care of him. Yet, upon their reunion, the words he had prepared felt lodged in his throat. Ultimately, the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. He wished for Bai Wei to speak, but her words only brought him sorrow. "Bai Wei, how am I to navigate this?" Chapter 53. The Director of Education is the head of the CP Bai Wei. What am I to do? I cannot simply wait for you to find your essence without any expectation. Contemplating this, Wenyan wearily pressed his fingers against his temple. Père Luo observed her infatuated students. Sensing they faced a dilemma, Wenyan, engrossed in his thoughts, had neglected his studies, likely having already anticipated this outcome. Thus, Père Luo resolved to exercise her authority as a teacher, aiming to foster camaraderie among the students. Indeed, should not students aid one another? Père Luo asserted, placing her lesson notes aside with a cheerful expression. "Classmates, we have been engaged in lessons for quite some time. Let us discuss other matters to relax." "Huh, sure." The students, preoccupied with concerns regarding Bai Wei and Wenyan, momentarily faltered and quickly withdrew their curious gazes, responding seriously. Each one discreetly watched, fearing the worst, that the couple might be on the verge of a breakup. "All right, let us delve into matters beyond our studies. I believe that while learning is essential, our lives should encompass more than just academia." As Père Luo spoke, she moved a chair to sit in front of the podium. "What do you all think?" Père Luo posed the question, her gaze earnest as she regarded the students, who seemed to stretch their necks like giraffes, feigning ignorance. Bai Wei, slightly taken aback, wondered how they had transitioned into such a heartfelt discussion. Having instinctively turned to Inua for input, she found herself confronted by Wenyan's cold expression, which silenced her. She had completely forgotten that Wenyan was still upset. What should she do? Bai Wei blinked her tea-brown eyes, weakly turning to grab a piece of paper. After a moment's thought, she resolutely wrote, "Do you no longer wish to speak with me?" Wenyan reflected on Bai Wei's inquiry, his angelic face darkening in response. Was he unworthy? Meanwhile, the other students responded to Père Luo in unison, "Yes." "Ah, the youth can indeed be taught." Père Luo nodded, continuing, "In that case, let us discuss the upcoming sports meet. What do you think is the most important aspect of it?" As soon as Père Luo finished speaking, a chorus of lamentations erupted in the classroom. "The most important thing is to have handsome participants." "Oh no, not the sports meet again. It is excruciatingly dull. I cannot endure it. Each time, it is but a handful of people, and I feel like I'm being forced into it." Père Luo listened intently, realizing that the topic had veered off course. She attempted to intervene, but the students' grievances about the sports meet were overwhelming. Adjusting her glasses, Père Luo called for silence, but the clamor persisted. In exasperation, she struck the podium with her pointer. Why is it that I am always the one to suffer? The students fell silent, exchanging glances. Meanwhile, Bai Wei, engrossed in her writing, paid no heed to Perluo's remarks. She slid the note closer to Wen Yin, gently prodding his hand with the pen cap. Wen Yin glanced at the paper beside him, and his long fingers moved across the note. A line of soft yet powerful words caught his eye. Please do not be angry. It was my mistake to give the candy you gave me to Xiao Liuzai. I apologize. I will buy you candy after class, all right? Wen Yin could envision the expression on Bai Wei's face as she penned those words, especially the final, all right, which felt like a feather brushing against his heart. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance at the note before coldly diverting his gaze. The sparkle in his ice-blue eyes had dimmed. If Wei Wei were to coax him a bit more, he might just forgive her. He wanted her to realize that he too possessed a temper and that he remained uniquely special in her heart. Bai Wei stared at the solitary note on the table, untouched by Wen Yin, and at his indifferent demeanor, feeling a void within her. Meanwhile, Père Luo, stationed at the podium, had a clear view of everything unfolding below. Seizing the opportunity, she declared, "Indeed, the most important thing is unity and friendship." Père Luo emphasized her words and cast a knowing glance towards Bai Wei and Wen Yin, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she observed Bai Wei passing a note to Wen Yin. The students sensed that Père Luo was behaving unusually today. It was rare for her to engage them in such discussions or relaxation. What could be the reason for this? The students exchanged puzzled glances. Bai Wei, hearing Père Luo's sudden proclamation, looked up to find Père Luo seemingly directing her gaze at them. Could it be that she was speaking directly to her? Putsu, Inual whispered a secret code to Bai Wei, exclaiming how troublesome it all was. It seemed even Lilual was a member of the Bai Wei and Wenyan CP army. Yet the main character appeared somewhat inept. As Bai Wei turned, she noticed Inual holding a piece of candy. Confused, she attempted to ask Inual with lip movements what she was doing. 006, observing her bewilderment, felt a pang of sympathy and discreetly pointed towards Wen Yin. In a moment of clarity, Bai Wei realized that Inual intended for her to use the candy to coax Wen Yin. When Wen Yin saw Bai Wei turn away, a flicker of disappointment crossed his azure eyes. He understood that Bai Wei had yet to regain her memories. Thus, it was unreasonable to expect her to care for him as she once did. Given that Bai Wei now harbored a slight fondness for him, he decided not to be too proud, and since Wei was attempting to appease him, he would reluctantly forgive her. With this thought, Wen Yin took the paper handed to him by Bai Wei, which simply read how. The speed of writing was anything but casual. Others speculated about Lilua's true intentions, whispering amongst themselves. Classmate 1, what do you think the teacher really means? Classmate 2, doesn't it seem like he's watching Bai Wei and Wang Yin? I suspect he's also a CP fan. As soon as these words were spoken, realization dawned on the group, finding logic in the statement. After all, why else would Inual suddenly suggest they relax? Moreover, Lilual had been closely observing Bai Wei and Wen Yin. Upon recognizing this notion, the group's eyes widened in astonishment. Who would have thought that the usually stern director could indulge in CP? What is unity? Unity is strength, a fundamental essence that transcends all. And thus it is of utmost importance, especially the love shared among classmates. The group watched as Lilua's gaze drifted towards Bai Wei, and with utmost seriousness, he proclaimed the need for love among classmates. Chapter 54. The task. Encourage Wen Yin to participate in the sports meet. The students were to assist one another. In regarding the upcoming sports meet, Bai Wei observed the situation on her and Wen Yin's side with a sense of dread. How could the main character remain so unresponsive? Bai Wei heard Luo repeatedly stress the importance of mutual assistance and love among classmates, leading her to deeply suspect that he was indeed hinting at her. Just as she was about to inquire with Inual, Liluo stated, especially since Wen Yin just joined our class, we, as his classmates, should provide him ample support. There was the undeniable proof that Liluo was indeed referring to her. Ding! A task has been assigned. Participation in this sports meet can earn you 10 days of vitality. 006, with a soft and tender voice, read the task from the board, perplexed as to how her master's assignments had shifted to athletic endeavors. Ding dong. Please confirm the task. Confirm. With her confirmation, Bai Wei felt a wave of despair wash over her. Not only did she need to apologize to Wenyan, but she now faced an additional task. Truly, what a calamity. Nevertheless, she resolved to tackle each challenge one step at a time. I. The voices of Bai Wei and Wenyan echoed simultaneously, hers cold as raindrops, while his held a gentle warmth. Their words intertwined, creating a unique ambience. You go first. No, you go first. Both spoke in unison, creating a moment of awkwardness, tinged with an air of ambiguity. Law observed their exchange, sensing a pink haze enveloping the atmosphere. Mission accomplished. He then resumed his serious demeanor, stating, "Let us commence with the lesson. Those without materials should gaze upon one another." Listening to Li Luo's words, Bai Wei quietly shifted her books to align with the midpoint of the two desks. The others glanced around, quickly deducing that the only student without a book was Wenyan, thus concluding that Li Luo was indeed shipping their CP. As the realization struck, the students widened their eyes, while those nearest to Li Luo discreetly communicated through gestures, pointing at Bai Wei and Wenyan, questioning, "Teacher, are you also a CP fan?" Li Luo noticed their gestures, a hint of discomfort crossing his face, yet he feigned ignorance. A moment later, he resumed his serious tone. In addition to formations, attack spells also include forbidden techniques, which can be perilous. The others whispered amongst themselves, "Li Luo is definitely a CP fan. We must uncover her forum account." Meanwhile, Li Luo remained blissfully unaware that her identity was on the brink of exposure. Seeing Bai Wei place her book at the center of the table, Wenyan's ice blue eyes sparkled with delight, prompting him to subtly adjust his chair. Bai Wei noticed his movement, and a wave of guilt washed over her. It was truly her fault for giving away the candy Wenyan had given her to the little six, even though he had yet to forgive her. Apologizing was indeed warranted. Surprisingly, Wenyan forgave her nonetheless. Here, almost simultaneously with Bai Wei's utterance, Wenyan also said here. Taken aback, Bai Wei gazed at the elegantly inscribed title on the paper held in Wenyan's long fingers. His handwriting was a reflection of his character, graceful and fluid, each stroke reminiscent of drifting clouds, both elegant and resilient, gentle yet resolute. As she admired Wenyan's writing, a surge of inexplicable emotion blossomed within Bai Wei. Observing their interaction, the other students exchanged glances filled with curiosity. Wenyan, noticing Bai Wei lost in thought, allowed a flicker of intrigue to cross his ice-blue gaze. He refrained from interrupting her reverie and gently took the pink lollipop from her hand. Startled, Bai Wei abruptly returned to reality, her eyes darting away in a flurry of embarrassment. She had become entranced by Wenyan once more. Forbidden techniques typically require specific rituals for their use, and schools generally prohibit their arbitrary application. Li Luo's words echoed in Bai Wei's ears. Bai Wei, her chestnut eyes scanning the pages, noticed Wenyan's solitary black sketchbook on the desk. Contemplating for a moment, she retrieved a notebook from her bag and offered it to him, signaling for him to take notes. Wenyan accepted the pink notebook obediently, casting a sly glance at Bai Wei. He leaned closer and whispered, "You must wait for me after class, all right?" After speaking, he tactfully stepped back, leaving the impression that he merely wished to exchange a few words. The fleeting warmth of his breath sent Bai Wei into a flustered state as she nodded in response. The class swiftly came to an end, the melodious sound of the dismissal bell ringing through the air. After school, Bai Wei, as usual, began to tidy her belongings. Regarding the sports meet we discussed, which is scheduled for next Monday, today being Friday, I need to collect the registration forms. Li Luo's footsteps suddenly paused, and he turned to Bai Wei, adding, "This time, our class must have 2 participants." In the classroom, the atmosphere shifted to one of stunned silence, as if the air had been siphoned away. Everyone gazed at Li Luo in confusion, unsure of his intentions. Bai Wei, now being singled out, wore a bewildered expression. "Wait, hasn't participation in the sports meet always been voluntary? Why am I being asked to collect forms? And how am I to find 2 participants among 5? After a brief moment of realization, as she approached to retrieve the forms. Wen Yin interjected, "I'll go get them." Wen Yin finished speaking and strode confidently towards the podium. Li Luo handed the watch to Wen Yin and encouraged him with a cheer, adding softly to ensure he understood, "No girl can resist a handsome guy who plays basketball." With that, she clicked her high heels and departed, leaving her accomplishments and fame concealed. Holding the sports watch, Wen Yin descended, his ice blue eyes deep in contemplation. "Inuo, why don't you participate in the sports meet?" Bai Wei, seizing the opportunity while Wen Yin was distracted, began to rally others. "No," Inuo replied without hesitation. "Please." Bai Wei pleaded tragically, feeling unfamiliar in this class. "You could charm me a little, and perhaps I would agree." Wen Yin leaned down closer to Bai Wei, his silver hair cascading over her face. The evening breeze brushed against them, gently sweeping his silver locks across her cheek. "I want tea." Before Bai Wei could finish, a chime echoed ominously. She suddenly felt a wave of dread. Sure enough, the system's cold voice announced, "Host, let Wen Yin participate in the sports meet. Reward, 5 days of life energy." Listening to the system's unfeeling tone, Bai Wei glanced at Wen Yin, who bore a smile that was both amused and perplexed. Why did she have the eerie feeling that Wen Yin would indeed be compelled to join the sports meet? This system seemed to conspire against her, embarrassing her at every turn. Having lived for 18 years, she had little rebellious spirit to spare. Bai Wei resolutely rejected the system in her heart, stating, "I refuse." "Host, failure to complete the task will result in an electric shock. Will you still refuse?" The system's relentless voice contrasted sharply with the soft, persuasive tone of Xiao Lu. Furthermore, Bai Wei noticed that whenever the system appeared, it was as if 006 was in a stupor. Bai Wei fell silent, uncertain whether the system would actually administer a shock. System detected host is not diligently completing the task. Electric shock countdown begins. 5, 4, 3. In a mere second, the countdown had commenced. Bai Wei remained quiet, her exquisite face devoid of expression as she awaited the system's next move, intent on discovering if it would truly act. 1. Electric shock commencing. Just as the system's words concluded, Bai Wei felt a sharp pain in her chest, akin to being pricked by needles. Her once vibrant complexion drained to a pallid hue. Yet who was Bai Wei? As the saying goes, one must persevere down the path they have chosen, even if it means kneeling. Thus, despite the sting, she concealed her discomfort. Moments later, she capitulated and cried out, "Stop. I will do it." Wise individuals recognize the tides of circumstance. Tranquility can lead to vast horizons. Bai Wei had not anticipated the system's mercilessness, which bore no resemblance to the charm of Xiao Lu. The electric shock was delivered as casually as one might consume a cabbage. Once Bai Wei spoke, the system ceased the shock, reverting to a gentler tone. "All right. I wish the host swift success in completing the task. Moi, please give a 5-star review." "Haha," was the only expression that could encapsulate her feelings. Bai Wei truly felt a surge of gratitude, suspecting that the system and Wen Yin were in cahoots. Otherwise, why did the system always appear to compel her whenever she refused? This time, it had audaciously resorted to electric shock. If only she could reveal that Wen Yin and the system were allies, she would certainly relish the irony. Suddenly, Wen Yin felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an unsettling premonition. As Bai Wei turned back, her face adorned with a businesslike smile, her tone softened, though her brown eyes narrowed as she asked Wen Yin, "Are you certain, absolutely certain, that you want me to plead with you?" Observing Bai Wei's demeanor, Wen Yin truly doubted that if he affirmed, she would refrain from retaliating. "No need, just say the word, and I shall comply," he replied, straightening his posture, taking a step back, and speaking earnestly. "Come on, weren't you just saying you wanted me to act cute?" Bai Wei remarked, smiling sweetly at him. Who could fathom the turmoil she had endured in those fleeting seconds? It was electric shock, after all. If she could not suffer in silence, then neither should others. At present, the only remedy for her pent-up frustration was to unleash her madness upon others, resolutely avoiding self-inflicted turmoil. "No," Wen Yin stated firmly, his ice-blue eyes brimming with determination. His lips, as delicate as a rose, parted decisively. "Don't, but you just said you wanted me to act cute," Bai Wei exclaimed. Yes, indeed. 006 and Inua observed the unfolding drama, their faces betraying barely concealed amusement. Indeed, Bai Wei seized Wen Yan's sleeve, recalling how characters on television would act cute. The first step was to tug at his sleeve, which she did. The second step was to soften her voice, adding a melodic lilt, yet not too much. She needed to employ endearing repetitions. Bai Wei's sparkling almond-shaped eyes twinkled as she sweetly implored, "Wen Yin Gidge, please participate in the sports meet." Ugh, how nauseating. Bai Wei felt sickened by her own words, nearly retching. Wen Yin stood frozen, stiff as Bai Wei tugged at his sleeve. His silver hair obscuring ears that reddened more than the blood-red roses blooming outside. Inua and 006 were equally astonished, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. The large and the small exchanged incredulous glances, confirming that they were not merely dreaming, but rather witnessing a reality. The scene could only be described as jaw-dropping. It was truly unexpected for Bai Wei to act so adorably. Oh, dear heavens, this was indeed a first. The sound of silent photographs being taken filled the air, affirming the old adage that silence before an explosion is often the calm before the storm. Bai Wei gazed at the stunned Wen Yan, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. It seemed this tactic of hers, dealing a blow to her adversary while inflicting damage upon herself, was rather effective. Smirking, Bai Wei realized she was indeed determined to bewilder Wen Yan. "Wen Yan Gidge, pretty please?" she cooed, shaking his hand as her voice took on an almost lyrical quality. Bai Wei was so focused on her mission to unsettle Wen Yan that she hardly noticed the others still present. Listening to Bai Wei's rising intonation, Inua's exquisitely chiseled features bore a playful smile, her heart racing at the sound. Not only Wen Yan, but even Inua could see the faint blush blooming on his cheeks. Meanwhile, oblivious to her surroundings, Bai Wei's gleaming almond eyes sparkled with triumph. The classmates around them could no longer suppress their laughter, their mirth adding a sweet flavor to the tranquil evening air. One daring student chuckled, "Hey, Wen Yan, Princess Bai Wei has acted cute. If you don't agree, I might just step in." The sudden interjection jolted Wen Yan from the sugary barrage of Bai Wei's charm, and Bai Wei, upon hearing the voice, abruptly realized they were surrounded by classmates. "Help! I actually acted cute in front of the entire class. No, this had to be a dream." Bai Wei blinked in disbelief, certain she was hallucinating. Moments later, summoning her courage, she opened her eyes. Looking at her classmates, Bai Wei, despite her talent for feigning death, solemnly declared that she had indeed perished, socially speaking. Wen Yan observed the gradual flush spreading across Bai Wei's face. His gaze shifted from her hand, which she had clasped around his, back to her, his eyes flickering with a hint of shyness and helplessness. Nonetheless, Wen Yan subtly shifted his body to shield her from the prying eyes of others. Bai Wei, beneath the towering silhouette of Wen Yan, pretended to be a large turtle, feigning lifelessness. "All right," Wen Yan murmured, his voice brimming with affection. The interaction between Bai Wei and Wen Yan incited fervent discussion and laughter among their peers. The surrounding students, unable to contain their excitement, erupted into a chorus of playful cheers. Some urged, "You two should confess quickly, hurry, and get together," while others expressed envy, exclaiming, "Oh my, who could survive such sweetness? With the two of them in our class, we won't even need to buy candy." In the classroom bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, an unexpected display of affection and a shy response filled the air with vitality and joy. Meanwhile, Bai Wei remained hidden beneath Wen Yan's imposing figure, continuing her act of lifelessness. A gentle evening breeze swept through, carrying a faint scent of roses, as if the classroom itself was suffused with sweetness. It perfectly embodied the sentiment. I need not use youth to define them, but rather let them embody youth. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a cacophony of voices, startling not just one, but several individuals. The others, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected interruption, resumed their lively chatter as they sought the source of the commotion. Outside the window of Class 2, right beside Bai Wei, a series of unfortunate tumbles ensued as one of their classmates fell. Lan Shi, witnessing the scene, leapt from a tree and hurried over to Yin Yan, who appeared alarmed. "Are you all right?" Lan Shi asked, quickly helping Yin, whose androgynous beauty was marred by concern. "I'm fine," Yin replied, brushing off the grass from her skirt. And the group intended to quietly return to their previous position by the windowsill to gossip about their favorite pair. However, upon lifting their heads, they locked eyes with the occupants inside the classroom, and the two groups stared at each other in disbelief. "Hello." Yin awkwardly waved her hand in greeting. Realizing they had been seen, Bai Wei, spotting the crowd outside the window, wished to vanish from existence, silently pleading, "Oh God, if I have erred, please punish me, but spare me from social demise." Yin, noticing Bai Wei's despondent expression, extended his long hand, presenting a pink notebook to shield her from view. What a good person, Bai Wei thought, feeling her social anxiety momentarily lifted. After a brief pause, the atmosphere in the classroom regained its liveliness. Observing the onlookers peering in from outside, one classmate abruptly opened the window, addressing Yin, "Hey, how can you be spying on us?" Others chimed in, "Exactly. But how can you steal a glance at our exclusive sweetness? Next time, we'll charge for entry." Yin and her companions protested. "But we're part of Wei Wei's support team. We're qualified to indulge in this sweetness. It's our right." Her friends chimed in, "Yes, that's right. Some of you aren't even in the support team. We are direct relatives, so it's only natural for us to look. Besides, we're not spying. We're openly observing." The two sides remained at an impasse, each insisting on their position. In the midst of this commotion, Bai Wei felt she had never wanted to disappear more in her life. Meanwhile, Inua, enjoying the lollipop she had snagged from 006, sat comfortably in front of the window, exuding an air of authority. "Today I'll charge just 30 lollipops for friendship," she declared, "but after today, such opportunities will be rare. I'll guard the window, and if you want to see, you'll have to pay." The class erupted in applause, chanting, "No Jia is formidable." Little Li, witnessing the embarrassment of her master, when Yin's gluttony for her sugary treats, and the bickering classmates thought, truly, this class would fall apart without him. 006, displaying an unexpected maturity, sighed and leaned towards Inua, reminding her, "We agreed to discuss this after class." Inua's youthful face froze, her round eyes widening in realization as she swallowed hard, almost forgetting. She gestured to the noisy crowd, who looked at her in confusion. 006 raised his small hands above his head, forming a large heart, his soft face reflecting his exasperation. The class took a moment to comprehend 006's gesture before exclaiming in unison, "Oh!" They began to gather their belongings, calling out, "Let us hurry and get ready to leave. Are you going to the garden tonight or to the entrance of the teaching building?" In an instant, those once present in the classroom disappeared, pairing off as they dashed outside, inadvertently whisking away a bewildered Yin and her friends. Bai Wei glanced around the now empty classroom, releasing a sigh of relief. She turned to find Inua and 006 had also departed, these unreliable friends, seeming to revel in her potential social embarrassment. "Wei Wei, you promised to wait for me." Yin, hearing the chatter of their classmates, suddenly remembered the task at hand. Bai Wei paused, taken aback that Yin still recalled, yet she had made a promise. One must uphold integrity and honor. "All right, let us go," Bai Wei replied to Yin. "Let us go. I'll take you somewhere," he said, his long fingers entwining with hers, his oceanic gaze brimming with uncontainable joy as he led her outside. Bai Wei watched Yin's profile. The sunlight seemed to pale in comparison to his smile, which began at the corner of his lips and gradually illuminated his cheeks, reaching his eyes that sparkled like the coldest winter day. His laughter was sincere and unreserved, infectious in its warmth. "We arrived," Yin announced, halting his steps and turning to face Bai Wei, his ice-blue eyes filled with determination and joy. Gently, he addressed her, "Wei Wei, we are here." Startled by Yin's sudden declaration, Bai Wei felt flustered, her hair obscuring her ears, which now bore a rosy hue. In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, she stammered, "Ah, are we here?" Yin chuckled softly at her flustered demeanor, noting how she remained the same, often lost in thought. He reached up, ruffling her soft hair with his long, fair hand. His voice was gentle and low. "Wei Wei, will you wait here for a moment?" As the sun dipped low in the sky, A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a soothing sound. The vibrant and fragrant roses swayed in the evening air, releasing their delicate scent. Wenyan's voice, soft and melodic, carried a hint of coaxing. Upon hearing him, Bai Wei felt her cheeks warm even more. She lowered her head to hide her unease, murmuring, "All right." Unbeknownst to her, her voice trembled slightly, laced with nervousness. Wenyan, witnessing her agreement, beamed with angelic delight, his entire being radiating the essence of a noble prince in the glow of the sunset. Bai Wei found herself mesmerized by Wenyan's smile, as if time had come to a standstill. Every movement of it seemed to play out in slow motion before her eyes. Wenyan gazed at the setting sun, his broad and warm hand clasping Bai Wei's wrist. With a gentle demeanor, he pulled her beneath the pavilion, his voice tenderly advising, "Wei Wei, please wait here for a moment." In his eyes, Bai Wei appeared as a child. "All right," she replied, a hint of rigidity flashing across her delicate, pale face. Was it truly necessary to speak to her in such a juvenile manner? After speaking, Wenyan strode purposefully into the garden, his steps steady and swift. The sun dipped lower, a gentle breeze tousling his silver hair, and his tall figure, illuminated by the golden light, appeared almost enchanting. Suddenly, a voice from the system interrupted Bai Wei's thoughts. "Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have completed the task of participating in the sports meet and ensuring Wenyan's participation. You have gained 15 days of life energy." Bai Wei was momentarily startled, realizing she had been entranced by Wenyan's retreating figure. But Wenyan hasn't participated yet. Does this count as completing the task? She voiced her doubts. Actually, rewards should be granted upon Wenyan's agreement. However, the system needed a break, thus the reward was postponed, the system explained before logging off. Bai Wei glanced at the additional life energy on her task board, pondering the unreliability of this system that required rest. And what of 006? She had no idea where he had wandered off to, frolicking about like a mischievous child, hardly returning home since making friends. Meanwhile, 006 was in the back garden, busily orchestrating matters like a miniature adult. Clad in a black, scaled-down tailcoat, he darted among a crowd of adults in black suits, chattering away. This big brother. And this flower. This little brother. Ensure the umbrella is checked. Big brothers. Have you prepared the rain machine? By the time Wenyan arrived at the back garden, everyone else was already prepared. 006 stood at the forefront, resembling a general ready for battle, exuding confidence. "Is everyone ready?" Wenyan inquired. Upon hearing his voice, 006 shouted, "Ready." And the others echoed, with serious expressions, "Ready." The group, brimming with excitement, eagerly clutched their items, their enthusiasm palpable and impossible to ignore. "You should go change your clothes. Inuo must have asked your aunt to do the same," 006 advised, taking on the role of concerned adult. Wenyan glanced at 006 and instructed the others to make their arrangements before striding inside. Suddenly, Inuo burst forth from behind Bai Wei, like a playful monkey, tapping her shoulder. Bai Wei jumped, her eyes widening in surprise as she shot a glare at Inuo. "Where's Xiaolu? Where have you two been playing?" Inuo sheepishly scratched her nose, her doll-like face betraying a hint of mystery, her round eyes sparkling with excitement. "Let me take you to try on a set of clothes. You'll definitely love this one." Bai Wei hesitated, recalling her promise to Wenyan to wait. "But I promised Wenyan I would stay here. Perhaps I should wait a bit longer," she said, her eyes betraying her unease. Inuo, with a warm gaze, resolutely took Bai Wei's hand, insisting, "Come on, just for a moment." Pouting and playfully looking at Bai Wei, she offered no room for refusal. Reluctantly, Bai Wei followed Inuo into the back garden. Inside an ancient castle, Inuo halted and gestured for Bai Wei to look. The vintage house held a white outfit draped elegantly on a hanger. Bai Wei followed Inuo's gaze, startled by the sight of the garment. The white attire shimmered like a mountain spring, reminiscent of the first snow in winter. Under the bright setting sun, its pure hue seemed to glimmer softly, akin to pearls embedded within a silver moon. The hem was adorned with delicate crystals and pearls, resembling the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. Yet, why did this garment appear so familiar? "Hurry and try it on. It's for you quickly." Inuo urged, nearly bouncing with impatience. Bai Wei, taken aback by Inuo's eagerness, stepped into the fitting room and donned the exquisite outfit. Striding out with grace, Inuo was momentarily speechless, as Bai Wei's figure, illuminated by the sunset, resembled an elegant silhouette. Her movements were light and agile, and the white attire made her look like an ethereal orchid amidst the mist, a fairy illuminated by moonlight, both noble and transcendent. "Am I not suited for this?" Bai Wei asked, observing Inuo's astonished expression. "Not suited? Oh my God, who else could wear it better than you?" Inuo exclaimed, dragging Bai Wei along with hasty steps. "We must hurry. We can't be late." Chapter 58, Surprises and Precious Gifts. Bai Wei, bewildered, followed Inuo's lead as she was pulled along without knowing their destination. "What are we going to be late for?" she questioned, confused by the sudden rush. With their speed, one would think they were late for a grand event, yet it was merely a small sports meet. Inuo, her doll-like face brimming with secrecy, replied, "It's a secret. If I tell you, it won't be special." She then playfully winked. As the gentle breeze stirred, carrying the fragrance of roses, Inuo guided Bai Wei through the campus, twisting and turning until they finally arrived at a place called Mo Lan Xian. Before Bai Wei could take in her surroundings, Inuo pushed her inside. It appeared to be a hair salon, yet it lacked the modern mirrors, having only one at the front. The decor was reminiscent of an ancient lady's boudoir, exuding a vintage charm that seemed slightly out of place, yet fitting within the castle's ambience. Inuo eagerly seated Bai Wei in a cream-colored floral chair that echoed European royal style. A long-haired, beautifully dressed woman entered the room, greeting them with warmth. "You're here," she said, her face radiating friendliness. "Fenghua, you know about today, right?" Inuo asked the elegant lady. The woman nodded with a soft smile. "Please take a seat. It will be ready shortly." As Inuo settled beside her, curious, she picked up a celadon teacup, then washed her hands in a lovely basin before drying them with a white towel. "Shall we begin?" she asked Bai Wei. "Yes, thank you, Miss," Bai Wei replied. It struck her that she had yet to see anyone unattractive at the school. Everyone was uniquely beautiful or handsome, fit to debut in modern society. Inuo, overhearing Bai Wei's thoughts, nearly choked on her tea, contemplating how to explain that the lady she referred to as sister was actually a brother. As Bai Wei turned to look back, her hair was in the hands of the exquisite Fenghua. "Let's get started," Fenghua said softly, reaching for a comb at the dressing table. Bai Wei observed Fenghua's elegantly long fingers, realizing her own hands, while long, lacked the same distinct bone structure. The hands of Fenghua bore a resemblance to those of a young man. And recalling her earlier address to Fenghua as sister, Bai Wei felt a twinge of realization. As she pondered, it seemed that she had indeed called out incorrectly. With this thought, Bai Wei felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles, yet she could not bring herself to utter the word brother. Thus, in the silence, only the sounds of Fenghua washing and drying her hair could be heard. Gradually, Bai Wei began to doze off in the tranquil atmosphere. It was simply too quiet. And was this merely a hair styling session? Why was time dragging on? Bai Wei began to suspect that Fenghua was dying and perming her hair repeatedly. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Wei was liberated by Fenghua's declaration of all done. Inuo sprang from her seat and rushed to stand before Bai Wei, her round eyes sparkling with excitement, staring at Bai Wei in a daze. Bai Wei felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that she, a mere commoner, looked too unsightly in such stunning attire? It seemed she still possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Perhaps she was better off in her school uniform. Her face was too striking, ill-suited for such ethereal garments. Bai Wei had grown accustomed to being casual, favoring the comfort of loose clothing. Thus, during her school days, when most students disliked the baggy uniform, she had bought 4 sets to wear interchangeably. Bai Mu remarked, "Do not speak so grandly. You are simply lazy." This was her first time meticulously styling her hair, and she felt somewhat out of place. As she awkwardly attempted to touch her hair, Inuo firmly grasped her arm and said seriously, "Do not move." Bai Wei was startled by the sudden seriousness of it all. Fenghua, gracefully sipping tea, cast a fleeting glance their way and spoke. "All right, Wei Wei looks beautiful. Go take a look." Bai Wei was unable to voice her gratitude for the title and gently said to Inua, "But why did you bring me here to do my hair?" Suddenly, a thought struck her, causing her eyes to widen. "I promised Wen Yin I would wait for him. Has it been nearly an hour already?" Saying this, she disregarded her style and desired to rush to the garden. After all, the hairstyle paled in comparison to her commitment, at least in Bai Wei's eyes. Ipsilon, noticing Bai Wei's intent to leave, hurriedly said, "It was Wen Yin who asked me to bring you here, and then we'll head to the back garden. Okay? Aren't you curious? Let's just take a look." In awe, like a little pusher, guided Bai Wei to stand before the mirror. In the reflection, she beheld herself adorned in a resplendent white robe, her previously brown wavy locks transformed into long black hair, crowned with an ice blue hairpin that added an air of elegance. Bai Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly her? Indeed, it was Hanfu. Even a commoner like her appeared enchanting in it. Just as Bai Wei was lost in self-admiration, Inua's figure appeared in the mirror, satisfied as she declared, "Let us go." Following Inua's lead, Bai Wei noticed Inua had changed into a set of crimson Hanfu and couldn't help but ask, "Are we attending some banquet today?" Inua pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, sort of." As they left, neither noticed Feng Hua's presence and continued on their way. Once they had walked some distance, Bai Wei quietly confided to Inua, "Oh, that was so awkward. I actually called her sister instead." Inua looked at her in surprise and exclaimed, "You noticed?" "Yes, I could tell by her hand and your reactions." As they chatted, they arrived at the back garden, where Bai Wei gazed around in disbelief. "Wait, how has this back garden changed from what it was at first? Did we take a wrong turn?" She observed the stone bench beneath the peach tree and the fallen petals scattered by the wind. Inua urged Bai Wei to sit on the bench and said, "No, just wait. There will be a surprise and a precious gift. Just sit here and you will see soon." Chapter 59. A familiar feeling seated on the stone bench. Bai Wei contemplated the person who had left her waiting, feeling somewhat exasperated. She rested one hand on the stone table, her legs crossed halfway, only to remember that she was now an ethereal being. She quickly placed her legs down and leaned casually against the table. When asked why she did not sit properly, she would reply that it was simply too tiring. She was the kind of person who would rather sit than stand and rather lie down than sit. The sun slowly descended, painting the horizon with its radiant glow. A gentle breeze swept through the dense peach grove, which stood quietly in a corner of the world. The twisted branches of the peach trees resembled the gnarled hands of an elderly man, imbued with a sense of heavy history. The peach blossoms, illuminated by the sunset, appeared as if ignited, resembling a stroke of evening glow descending upon the earth. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of fallen petals, wafting the sweet and fragrant aroma of peach blossoms, enchanting and delightful, making one feel as though they existed in a blissful dream. Bai Wei surveyed the scene and inexplicably felt a sense of déjà vu. It seemed she had seen it somewhere before, yet upon deeper reflection, she could not recall where. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred, sending the delicate pink petals cascading like raindrops, drifting like poetry. From the depths of the peach grove, a man strode forward, clad in white, his silver hair elegantly gathered with a jade crown. Bai Wei silently marveled at his bearing and aura. Was this not her ideal partner from dreams? Wen Yin, observing Bai Wei gazing at him, smiled even more broadly. As he approached, Bai Wei finally discerned the angelic features of the man before her. His eyes a deep blue akin to the vast ocean. "Oh my!" Bai Wei quickly closed her mouth, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. Was this truly Wen Yin? The thought that she had just considered him her dream lover felt akin to biting into a piece of disliked cantaloupe, unsettling and awkward. Indeed, the old adage rings true. Clothes make the man. How different he appeared in this new attire. She almost failed to recognize him. "This fairy, may I ask your name?" Wen Yin stood before Bai Wei, a smile upon his lips, curiosity gleaming in his ice-blue eyes. Watching Wen Yin feign ignorance as if truly meeting her for the first time, Bai Wei shot him a bemused glance. First encounter? The phrase jolted her, as the scene felt like one from a dream she had once experienced. "I am Wen Yin. Wen Qi Ru Yu, Yin Yin Juanzi." His voice was gentle, as warm and invigorating as sunlight, gradually aligning with the imagery from her dreams. The only distinction was that in her dreams, Wen Yin had black hair, while the man before her now sported silvery tresses. Bai Wei gazed into his ice-blue eyes, sensing a flicker of anticipation and tension within them. Bai Wei, casting aside my modest name brings joy to my heart, like a smile that opens the clouds. As she uttered these words, a sweet smile graced her lips, accompanied by a sense of inexplicable fate. Their gazes met in the air, and it felt as though time itself had momentarily halted. Oh no, don't crowd me. You're the one crowding me. I can't even see. Keep your voices down. What if they hear us? A cacophony of voices erupted in the quiet, warm peach grove, creating a jarring contrast. The sounds reached Bai Wei's ears, prompting her to turn her head. The tender atmosphere that had enveloped Bai Wei and Wen Yin was abruptly shattered by the unexpected noise. Wen Yin seemed to hear the sound of shattering air, his expression darkening as he turned to face the group of friends. The once jovial smile vanished from his face in an instant. The group, realizing they had disrupted a delicate moment, exchanged awkward smiles in an attempt to mask their embarrassment. What are you all doing here? Wen Yin, with his back turned to Bai Wei, possessed eyes as deep and inscrutable as the abyss, emanating an aura of icy severity. The group felt an unexplainable chill, trembling in fear, their eyes brimming with tears. Help! We didn't mean to intrude. Did they truly need to be glared so menacingly? Inuo discreetly nudged Yin beside her and whispered, "It's all your fault." Yin, filled with a sense of defiance, lightly struck Inuo and cast a furtive glare, exclaiming, "It's all your fault." Under the gaze of Wen Yin, which bore a hint of reproach, they dared to quietly shift the blame amongst themselves. Bai Wei observed Wen Yin's displeased demeanor and pondered, with sudden clarity, that perhaps Wen Yin was upset because Inuo and the others had interrupted his previous words. Realizing this, Bai Wei felt a surge of sympathy for the group huddled together across from her. They seemed rather unjustly treated. Well, since everyone was present, let us commence. Inuo had mentioned a surprise, after all. Bai Wei spoke up, determined to disrupt the tense standoff. Upon hearing her words, Wen Yin paused, and when he turned back, his ice-blue eyes were filled with tenderness as they regarded Bai Wei. "All right," Wen Yin said affectionately, "I'll fetch the items." Bai Wei replied, suddenly feeling a warmth from Wen Yin's gaze, responding casually while her eyes inadvertently drifted to Inuo and the others. She noticed Inuo with a face that seemed on the verge of tears. After a fleeting glance at her, Inuo dashed away. Bai Wei was perplexed. Why did it seem that her attempt to divert Wen Yin's unjust ire had only made Inuo more inclined to cry? Was it a touch of emotional overwhelm? Inuo genuinely felt like crying now, as she observed the others meticulously organizing everything. Oh dear! It dawned on her that Bai Wei hadn't considered Wen Yin's intentions of confession at all. Meanwhile, Wen Yin presumed that Bai Wei understood and was eagerly anticipating him to proceed. Inuo felt utterly despondent. What if Bai Wei rejected him? Yin, holding an umbrella, looked at Inuo, who was dejected as if mourning a loss, and scolded. "What are you doing? This is the day my sister Wei is to be confessed to. Try to be a bit happier." Lin Xing slapped Inuo on the shoulder, also reproaching her. Exactly, Yin is right. Inuo nearly collapsed from the impact, her doll-like face etched with sorrow as she lamented, "You just don't understand." Just as Yin was about to inquire further, 006, resembling a little adult, urged, "Hurry up. Wen Yin isn't the one rushing us," they replied, and disregarding Inuo's melancholy, they playfully coaxed her into smiling, leading her away. Bai Wei, brimming with excitement, rubbed her hands together as she watched the group approach her, carrying an array of objects. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with anticipation. Good heavens! She had truly achieved something. And what kind of treasure warranted such an enthusiastic entourage? She could hardly wait to behold it. Chapter 60. Unspoken Affections. Bai Wei gazed at Wen Yin, striding towards her, clad in white, his posture upright, one hand resting behind his back. In that moment, her gem-like, chestnut-brown eyes shimmered with light. Oh dear God! Bai Wei had indeed arrived at a significant moment, fortunate enough to behold a treasure. At this instant, with the treasure's presence, Wen Yin appeared transformed in Bai Wei's eyes. Wen Yin, observing the figure beneath the peach tree, felt warmth bloom within his ice-blue gaze as he reminisced about their first encounter, when she had sat amidst the vibrant peach blossoms, clad in white like a painting. He had never anticipated that a fleeting glimpse would leave such an indelible mark on his memory, leading him to desire to meet her again, which eventually blossomed into heartfelt conversations and, ultimately, a deep affection that culminated in their decision to wed. Wenyin believed their journey would continue uninterrupted. However, he was utterly unprepared for the events that would unfold on the eve of their union. A shadow of sorrow flickered in his eyes as he contemplated this. Lost in thought, Wenyin found himself standing before Bai Wei. Bai Wei struggled to contain her exhilaration, her trembling hands fighting the urge to seize the treasure behind her. Her eyes were filled with a desperate plea for him to reveal it. It was no wonder she was so animated. A wedding ceremony was indeed a precious event. Wenyin lowered his gaze to meet the expectant expression of Bai Wei, and a smile crept onto his lips. In response to her excitement, he produced a bouquet of red roses. At the very moment Wenyin unveiled the roses, the group hidden behind the peach tree exchanged fervent glances, signaling, brothers, prepare to spring into action. Bai Wei stared at the exquisite roses before her, momentarily dazed, and inquired, is this the treasure? Had she truly fallen so far behind? When did roses become treasures? Or perhaps they were of an exceptionally rare variety. What? Wenyin asked, confused by Bai Wei's bewildered expression. His words interrupted. He too was perplexed. What treasure? The hidden onlookers behind the peach tree shared in the confusion. Why were they discussing treasures at such a crucial moment? Inuo, observing Bai Wei and Wenyin, felt an overwhelming urge to facepalm. She had not anticipated Bai Wei's emotional naivete. Bai Wei, equally puzzled by Wenyin's expression, explained, Inuo told me to wait here for a surprise, a treasure. Wenyin, gazing at Bai Wei's bewildered visage, clenched his fists in quiet frustration. Yet the words he longed to articulate eluded him. A gentle breeze stirred, sending petals cascading down. It was undeniably a picturesque scene. Yet the air felt oddly stagnant at this moment. Silence enveloped them. Bai Wei watched as the wind tousled Wenyin's hair, making it difficult to discern his emotions from those ice-blue eyes, which now seemed tinged with sadness. A sudden realization struck her. Perhaps she had made a mistake. The hidden observers sensed the tension in the atmosphere, their thoughts racing. This felt amiss. The others exchanged glances, signaling Inuo, Inian, and Lin Xing pointed ahead, urging them to observe. What on earth is happening? Lin Xing asked, bewildered. Inian scratched his head, replying, I don't know. Wasn't everything fine at the start? Both turned to Inuo simultaneously, who appeared utterly despondent. Suddenly, Inian's eyes widened as a thought struck him. Wait, you didn't do something, did you? Inuo opened her mouth, but found no words to refute him, falling into silence. Lin Xing, witnessing this, exploded with frustration, but after a glance at the front, he lowered his voice to inquire, what is going on? I just wanted to give Wei Wei a surprise by mentioning a treasure, Inuo said, exasperated. Who knew Wei Wei would be so fixated on the idea of a treasure? The moment the word treasure was uttered, it consumed her thoughts entirely. Inian and Lin Xing exchanged glances, feeling the abruptness of the situation. What shall we do now? Lin Xing asked, taking a moment to compose himself. The group exchanged glances, assessing Bai Wei and Wenyin ahead. Inuo, uncertain, suggested, shall we wait and see? After a moment of contemplation, Inuo and Inian agreed, nodding in silent accord. They turned to observe Bai Wei, who could not see Wenyin's usual ice-blue gaze as he lowered his head, leaving her somewhat at a loss. But it was Inuo who informed her of the treasure's presence. After a lengthy silence, Wenyin pressed his lips together, his emotions obscured in those ice-blue depths, and asked Bai Wei, so, did you come here for the treasure? Bai Wei, gazing into those flickering ice-blue eyes, found herself at a loss for words. Those eyes, once as clear as water, now resembled a bottomless sea, shrouded in inscrutable emotions, sending a shiver down her spine. Bai Wei instinctively took a step back, feeling increasingly disoriented. Wenyin, observing the absence of the familiar sparkle in her eyes that once reflected his image, now saw only confusion and a hint of fear. A bitter smile crept onto his angelic face, overshadowed by sorrow, while a flicker of sadness crossed his ice-blue gaze. His beloved is afraid of him. He seems to be quite unsuccessful, doesn't he? Bai Wei, gazed at Wen Yan's wounded eyes and felt as though a piece of my heart had suddenly vanished, leaving a twinge of pain. In that fleeting moment, she found herself contradicting her long-held belief of never deceiving others. She wished to tell Wen Yan that her presence was not due to the precious treasure. I understand, Wen Yan softly interrupted Bai Wei, unwilling to listen further. He could not bear to hear her claim that she had come because of the treasure, unaware of her intentions, or that she had not contemplated his confession. After speaking, he placed the flowers in Bai Wei's embrace, forcing a stiff smile. These flowers were given to every admirer of the treasure. With that, he brushed past Bai Wei, leaving behind the remark that they would bring the treasure over. Bai Wei glanced at the flowers in her hands, her intended words morphing into an awkward laugh. All right. Upon hearing Bai Wei's response, Wen Yan paused, his gaze lowering before hastening his steps. Watching his retreating figure, Bai Wei exhaled in relief and murmured to herself, "Thank goodness I didn't say anything, otherwise it would have been awkward." Chapter 61. Silent Vigil. Everyone stared in disbelief at Wen Yan, who had suddenly departed. Those hiding behind the peach tree were utterly stunned at this unexpected turn of events. The onlookers gaped, mouths agape, as they watched Wen Yan's silhouette vanish, forgetting to call out to him. In that instant, the air felt as if it had come to a standstill. Bai Wei quietly observed Wen Yan's figure until it completely disappeared among the peach trees. Her tea-brown eyes blinked, as if to validate her own words. A smile crept onto her lips, a semblance of relief, as she sat on a stone bench. Yet, why did she feel a pang of sorrow knowing that Wen Yan was not upset due to her misunderstanding? Just moments ago, she had thought he was about to confess his feelings. Alas, it seemed she had misjudged the situation. The intoxicating fragrance of roses enveloped her, snapping Bai Wei back to reality. With a self-deprecating smile, she wondered what was wrong with him, why he had acted this way. Initially, she had despised Wen Yan and wished to distance herself from him, but he seemed different from her expectations, and she could not pinpoint when her feelings had shifted. No, it must be the overwhelming scent of tonight's roses. This rare variety was to blame. Bai Wei rationalized her thoughts, placing the roses on the stone table. Her delicate, oval face bore a childlike pout as she pointed an elegant finger at the roses, scolding, "It's because of you. It's all your fault." Ina watched Bai Wei's demeanor, concern evident in her eyes, and said to Yin Yan, "Do you think Wei Wei has gone mad?" Yin Yan, gazing at Bai Wei's silhouette with sympathy, replied angrily to Ino, "Why didn't you just say it directly? Now what are we going to do?" The others exchanged bewildered glances. This was not how they had envisioned things unfolding. They had anticipated a confession from Wen Yan, leading to a sweet union, with them openly reveling in their romance. How had it turned into this? Lin Xing observed Bai Wei's figure, the setting sun casting a warm glow through the falling peach blossoms upon her. Yet, that silhouette appeared particularly frail and solitary amidst the peach grove. Ugh, that scoundrel Wen Yan! How dare he leave Wei Wei all alone here? Lin Xing exclaimed indignantly, spitting into the air, before adding disdainfully, "He does not deserve my perfect Wei Jie." She emphasized her disdain for the term deserve. Finally, she resolutely declared, "I will bring Wei Jie back." With a sweeping glance at those around her, she commanded, "You all, go find me 10 or 8 handsome young men better looking than Wen Yan. Go now." "What? Why so many?" one naive follower asked innocently. Others pondered but hesitated to voice their thoughts. Could it be for Wei Jie? One astonished follower whispered, covering their mouth in disbelief. "Why not?" Lin Xing replied, casting a dismissive glance at the noisy crowd, her steady voice reverberating in the air. Each word from Lin Xing was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. The followers, hiding behind the peach tree, widened their eyes in astonishment, contemplating whether they were truly abandoning Wen Yan to seek a new suitor for Wei Jie. Yet, was 10 or 8 too excessive? Yin Yan voiced her uncertainty, although she too found the idea appealing. MHM, The others nodded vigorously in agreement, understanding the difficulty of finding so many attractive men in such a short time. Akin to attempting to pluck stars from the sky, Ino remained silent, observing Bai Wei's figure, wanting to approach her, but inadvertently catching sight of a corner of clothing. Retreating her steps quietly. Perhaps it is best to wait a little longer. Bai Wei needs to understand her own heart. Some matters are clearer to the observer than to the one involved. Lin Xing, noticing the inaction and multitude of questions among them, anxiously stamped her foot and exclaimed, "This is for selecting a partner for Wei Jia. You wooden-headed fools, hurry up." As she spoke, she raised her foot, preparing to kick the naive follower in front of her. The group promptly scattered in search of candidates. Lin Xing, seeing them leave, was determined to comfort her heartbroken Wei Jia. "Wait." Ino quickly grabbed Lin Xing, preventing her from approaching Bai Wei. "Step aside," Lin Xing retorted coldly to Ino, fully aware that Ino meant well for Wei Jia. However, human emotions tend to skew perception. She understood this in theory, but found it hard to maintain composure while being stopped from comforting Wei Jia. Yin Yan, sensing the tension between the two, quickly intervened. "Let's discuss this calmly. We are all sisters." Ino, realizing Lin Xing's intent, pointed helplessly toward a peach tree not far from Bai Wei. Lin Xing and Yin Yan turned to follow Ino's gesture, spotting a corner of clothing. "So what?" Lin Xing questioned. The fact remained that when Yin had left Wei Jia alone, what kind of man secretly watched from behind? "Listen to me," Ino urged, tugging at Lin Xing's sleeve, indicating they should move behind the peach tree. Yin Yan obediently followed Ino's lead, while Ino tried to coax the stubborn Lin Xing beneath the tree. "If you go, won't Wei Wei realize we are secretly watching her?" Lin Xing remained unmoved. Ino countered, "Do you think Wei Wei would allow us to see her vulnerable side?" "She wouldn't. So your presence would serve no purpose." Lin Xing fell silent. Although reluctant to admit it, Ino's words held truth. The group resumed their clandestine observation from behind the peach tree. 006 has certainly gone wild and hasn't returned. "Perhaps I should just head home tomorrow," Bai Wei murmured, her slender fingers poking the vibrant roses on the table, her previous sorrow dissipating without a trace. Unbeknownst to her, when Yin had not truly left, he could not allow Bai Wei to be alone. Thus, he remained hidden behind the tree, watching as Bai Wei transitioned from a state of mild sadness, indicating she still cared for him. However, he planned to let the situation unfold, only to see Bai Wei treat the flowers as if nothing had happened, forgetting about him entirely. Observing her carefree demeanor, Wan Yin sighed, his eyes brimming with affection. "This simply won't do," Ino remarked, noticing both Bai Wei and Wan Yan's immobility, her concern evident. "What shall we do?" Yin Yan inquired. Chapter 62. Taking initiative, encountering rivals. Ino, regarding Yin Yan's question, shook her head. "I have no idea." They exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned to Lin Xing in the middle, their eyes communicating unspoken questions. "What should we do?" Lin Xing observed the two unreliable individuals, arms crossed, leaning against a tree, exuding an air of detachment. "Have you concluded so swiftly?" The standoff among the three was abruptly interrupted by a sudden, childlike voice, unmistakably that of 006, the little darling. "Xiaolu," exclaimed Inua, extending a hand to signify that the incident was merely a trifling matter. Lin Xing, with a hint of disdain, coldly snorted at Inua, remarking, "A trifling issue indeed, merely two individuals parting ways unhappily, hardly a significant affair." Inua retorted, "You do not grasp the essence of sarcasm. Enough of this. I shall seek the master." 006, looking at them with exasperation, lamented the unreliability of everyone, noting that chaos ensued in their brief absence. As 006 walked with small, brisk steps towards Bai Wei, Inua saw 006 and pointed, saying, "I believe we can still make an effort. Let us contemplate further solutions." Following Inua's gaze, 006 spotted a white corner of clothing against the brown trunk of the peach blossom tree, and then glanced at Bai Wei, who remained seated on the stone bench. "Oh, truly, you are a source of worry," 006 sighed, shaking her head in resignation. "So, Xiaolu, think of a way to salvage the situation and engage those two who have fallen silent." In awe, bending down with a grin, gently patted 006 on the shoulder. Very well. 006 reluctantly nodded, placing her hand behind her back, taking on a mature demeanor as she gazed at the setting sun and then at the tools behind the peach tree. Her round, glimmering eyes turned mischievously as she waved at the three behind the tree. The group began to chatter excitedly. Hee, this will do. Inua chuckled mischievously, turning to 006 and saying, Xiaolu, you go. Once you arrive, we will commence. With foresight, Inua handed a paper umbrella to 006, who took it and, in mere moments, reached Wei Yan's side. Here you go. 006 disdainfully glanced at Wei Yan as she handed him the umbrella. Understanding her intent, Wei Yan hesitated, suddenly lacking the courage he had possessed earlier. Xiaolu, she does not fancy me. Thus, I shall refrain from confessing. His meaning was clear, though a sense of emptiness lingered in his heart. He never anticipated becoming a coward in matters of love. 006, observing Wei Yan's indecision, began to speak rapidly. When asked to go, you should go. Besides, the master has affections for you. She is merely shy. If you do not speak up, how will she know? As the saying goes, where there is sincerity, there is success. You have yet to take the first step, yet you expect results. I truly do not comprehend adults like you. In conclusion, 006 boldly declared, it is one word from you. Will you go? If not, I shall find someone else for the master, and you will simply remain in silence. 006 words startled Wei Yan, instantly enlightening him. Indeed, with Bai Wei being so exceptional, if he did not take the initiative, others would surely do so, and he would be left behind. This was unacceptable. I shall go. Wei Yan felt revitalized. Grasping the umbrella, striding confidently towards Bai Wei. Observing Wei Yan's determined demeanor, 006 couldn't help but smirk, wondering if he had assessed the situation at all. It had not even begun to rain yet. Alas, without me, this place will truly fall apart. 006 sighed helplessly, signaling to the ever-watchful Inua to commence their plan. Action. In an instant, the previously clear sky transformed as a gentle rain began to fall. It is raining. The raindrops touched Bai Wei's face, prompting her to glance upwards, puzzled. Isn't the sun still shining? Could it be a rainbow rain? Bai Wei stepped slightly away from the peach tree, mindful of the teachings from her teacher that one should never stand beneath a tree in the rain. Surveying her surroundings, the rain was light, and amidst the picturesque peach grove, the delicate droplets fell like dreams, softly tapping every blossom. The orchard, ablaze with peach blossoms under the rain, resembled a watercolor painting. Graceful yet alluring. Such a breathtaking scene was rare. Bai Wei decided to seek shelter in a small pavilion and indulge in the moment. With her enchanting eyes scanning the area, she identified her target and dashed towards the curtain of rain. Hurry, Wei Yan. Don't lag behind, Inua urged. Watching Bai Wei sprint into the rain, exasperated at Wei Yan's slow pace. However, Inua's concerns were unwarranted. For Wei Yan had already instructed himself not to let Bai Wei get wet, so the rain merely brushed her face. In that very moment, those seeking to find a handsome man for Bai Wei noticed the gentle rain ahead and glanced at the man they had brought. What has commenced? I don't know. Perhaps they saw us returning with a handsome man and decided to initiate the plan. It could be. Quickly, the group hurriedly thrust an umbrella into the hands of a man clad in black, instructing, Hurry, have you seen the lady in white beneath the peach tree? That is Princess Bai Wei. Go deliver the umbrella. Understood. The black-clad man, with a stern expression, reluctantly approached Bai Wei. Observing his swift stride, the group exchanged doubtful glances. Questioning, does he truly appear unwilling? It seems a bit too smooth, doesn't it? Initially, he seemed reluctant, but upon hearing Princess Bai Wei's name, he changed. Indeed, this is quite unsettling, they realized, exchanging worried glances as the man neared Bai Wei. They quickly advised, hurry and find Lin Xing and the others. Meanwhile, upon seeing Bai Wei nearing the rain, Wei Yan swiftly retracted the umbrella, his feet barely touching the ground as he dashed towards her. Wei Wei. Almost simultaneously, both voices rang out, causing Bai Wei to pause. A figure in white appeared before her, and as she lifted her gaze, She saw Wei Yin gently raising the umbrella to shield her from the falling rain. Wei Wei, a strange voice echoed. Chapter 63. Rivalry unfolds. Bai Wei stared at the sudden arrival, her small face filled with confusion as she asked, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Bai Wei surveyed the black-clad man before her, contrasting sharply with Wei Yin. If Wei Yin resembled the pure, serene Tianshan snow lotus, then this man, holding a paper umbrella, was akin to the ominous flower on his dark robe, striking yet cold, with a high nose and a slight smirk. His deep black eyes seemed capable of swallowing all light. Searching her memory, Bai Wei realized she did not recognize this individual. "Anye, why are you here?" Wei Yin stepped forward, standing protectively beside Bai Wei, the umbrella slightly shielding her. Anye's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Are you afraid that Wei Wei will abandon you upon seeing me? After all, Wei Wei has a fondness for me." Standing between them, Bai Wei glanced at the confidently smirking Anye, confusion filling her mind. When did I ever like this average man? I was completely unaware. Just as Bai Wei was about to question Anye about her supposed feelings for him, she sensed a change in Wei Yan's aura, transforming him into something akin to a demon. With one hand unshielded by the umbrella, he raised an icy blue array, and the previously gentle rain morphed into visible ice blades, hurtling towards Anye. Anye had not anticipated that Wen Yin would actually injure him in front of Bai Wei. It is human nature to gravitate towards benefits while avoiding harm. Just as the icy arrow was about to pierce him, Anye swiftly bent down, and the arrow whooshed past, embedding itself into the peach tree behind him. Bai Wei, witnessing the arrow completely vanish into the tree, was taken aback. Had it struck Anye, it would have surely left him gravely injured or worse. This was the first time she had seen such a ruthless side of Wen Yin. The onlookers concealed behind the peach tree were equally startled by the sudden appearance of an additional figure who had encountered Wen Yin and Bing Feng. The captors of the handsome, Anye hurriedly approached Lin Xing. Upon seeing her subordinates return, Lin Xing wondered if they had actually retrieved something. Ino, noticing the unexpected addition of a man in black, exclaimed in disbelief, "Did you really find someone?" Lin Xing, remaining silent, inquired of the returnees, "What transpired? Do you have a grudge against Wen Yin?" The assistant glanced nervously at the two who had engaged in combat and stammered. "We considered that there was no one more attractive at the school than Senior Wen, so we decided to search outside and found this person on the road." Lin Xing, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed her forehead and asked, and then the assistant, noticing her expression, steeled himself and said, "We loudly proclaimed that we wanted her to be the future consort of Princess Bai Wei. Initially, he appeared cold and unyielding, but once we mentioned it, he ceased to resist and was subsequently captured." He added weakly, "However, we believe there is something amiss." Lin Xing was at a loss for words. As 006 observed Anye, a grave expression crossed her face before she vanished. "Ah, Xiaolu, what do we do now? Should we investigate?" Ino, who had intended to inquire further of 006, found her absent. Yin sighed. Is this truly the way of good fortune? Why must it be so convoluted? After a long silence, Lin Xing replied, "Let us observe for now. You go and have someone investigate that individual." She then continued to watch Wen Yin and Bai Wei ahead. "And Yi, you are unworthy." Wen Yan's voice resonated with an icy chill, as frigid and merciless as the arrow embedded in the peach tree. And Yi, with a provocative smile, retorted, Feeling anxious, are we?" Bai Wei felt as though the two were adversaries, standing frozen in place, unsure of how to react. A glance at Wen Yin revealed that his umbrella was tilting towards her, causing his clothes to dampen. Before her mind could fully process it, she found herself stepping closer to Wen Yin. When she finally comprehended her actions, she hesitated, wanting to retreat, but noticing that Wen Yan's sleeve remained dry, she remained still. And Yi observed Bai Wei's movements, and in that fleeting moment of lowered gaze, his dark eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, mesmerizing and sinister, reminiscent of a blood moon. The two sides were at an impasse, neither yielding. "But that is the reality, Wen Yin. Your interference is futile," and Yi continued to taunt recklessly. Almost instantaneously, Bai Wei sensed the surrounding peach trees quivering. Wen Yin regarded Yi with the gaze reserved for the deceased. At the moment when Yin made his move, the fallen peach blossoms on the ground surged forth like a long, perceptive whip, striking towards Yi. Unfazed, Yi suddenly produced a small vial. Grinning wickedly as he addressed Wen Yin, would you care to see what this is? If I were to shatter it. Wen Yan's azure eyes flickered at the sight of the vial. As the aggressive peach blossoms were about to collide with it, he disregarded the risk of backlash and instantaneously retracted his spell. In an instant, the petals of the peach blossoms rained down. Wen Yan's complexion turned ghostly pale. Bai Wei, momentarily forgetting to react, gazed at the glowing vial in Ye's grasp with a complex expression. What was the purpose of that vial? Why was it so significant to Wen Yan? Wen Yan, observing Ye's boastful demeanor, clenched his fists beneath his flowing sleeves, his voice trembling as he inquired. Why is that vial in your possession? Ha ha ha, why is it in my hands? And he laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. Wen Yin stood motionless, fixated on Yi. After a moment, Yi, having had his fill of laughter, condescended to say, of course, it was given to me by our benevolent father. He then looked at Wen Yin with a vengeful glint and added, can you guess why he chose to bestow it upon me? He continued, my dear elder brother is envious of you. He fears you may threaten his position. Of course, this has nothing to do with me. But I could not refuse the terms he offered. Wen Yin seemed to grasp something profound, nearly losing his balance. Bai Wei hurriedly supported him, wishing to inquire about his condition, but found the words stuck in her throat. Given the current situation, it was best not to press him further. And Yi observed the glaring scene before him, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he said, I suspect you do not wish to hear this, but I am determined to speak it nonetheless. Chapter 64. The appearance of Yi. The vial of memory. The onlookers were taken aback by Ye's audacious demeanor, unable to suppress their gasps of disbelief. Who exactly was this individual, so brazen, and what was that object he held that commanded such importance from Wen Yin? It was evident that Wen Yin was on the brink, having chosen not to retract the A-level formation he had initiated, risking injury to himself while prioritizing the safety of the vial. Those versed in formations understood that a formation's strength reflected the caster's abilities. Should a powerful formation be retracted, it would result in a double backlash, typically leading to mere superficial injuries for the opponent. Yet, that vial was undoubtedly precious. The others, witnessing Wen Yan's waning color, felt a surge of guilt. They had inadvertently brought Wen Yan's enemy to the school. Lin Xing, observing the persistent drizzle above, quickly gestured for them to act. Hurry and cease the rain. Can't you see Wen Yin is at a disadvantage, juggling an umbrella, protecting Bai Wei, and battling that man in black? What a bunch of oblivious fools. Realizing their error, the group promptly scrambled to dispel the rain. In an instant, the gentle rain vanished, and the sun began to set, its vibrant hues gradually consumed by deepening shades of blue and gray. The sky transformed from a soft afternoon blue to the darker tones of dusk. The scenery blurred, enveloped in a shroud of hazy mist. Amidst the dimming twilight, Yi, clad in black, appeared even more pronounced against the backdrop, akin to a bold stroke of black ink on a sheet of white paper, tinged with an ominous, almost wicked aura. He lowered his gaze, feigning contemplation, and said, Wen Yin, what do you think would happen if I were to shatter her memories? Would she forget you forever? At this, Wen Yan's demeanor shifted, resembling an enraged lion as he shot Yi a piercing glare. The rain had ceased. The umbrella in his grasp transformed into a lethal weapon aimed at Yi. Wen Yin, strike. Let us see whether your speed surpasses my ability to crush it. Yi retreated a step, a smug smile playing on his lips. As Yi tightened his grip on the vial, Wen Yin swiftly twisted his wrist, executing a spin that drove the umbrella into the ground. Standing firm, his eyes reddened with fury, he reluctantly asked, Yi, what do you truly desire? Bai Wei observed Wen Yan's trembling shoulders and glanced at the arrogant Yi. It was evident that Yi was instigating trouble, seeking to provoke a confrontation. Even if it were not so, as his classmate and deskmate, Wen Yin deserved assistance from Wen Wei. Wen Wei found a reason to persuade herself. Anya, Xiang Wei Bingpa. Wen Wei took a step forward and spoke in a calm tone. Yet, The fair hand hidden within her voluminous sleeves almost instantly emanated an ice-blue magical aura. Anya looked at Wen Wei, momentarily forgetting his reaction, pondering silently for a second. He thought Wen Wei was communicating some secret code to him. Almost as soon as Wen Wei's words fell, a multitude of ice-blue roses blossomed beneath Anya's feet, and in an instant, thorny rose vines ensnared his limbs. Wen Yin, witnessing Wen Wei calling out to Anya, felt a surge of vulnerability in her eyes. However, upon realizing that Wen Wei was aiding her ice-blue gaze sparkled brightly, akin to the scattered stars in the twilight sky. Anya gazed at Wen Wei in disbelief as she bound his hand with thorny roses to assist Wen Yin, and sorrowfully exclaimed, "You would harm me for him." Once again, Wen Wei chose Wen Yin over him. Hearing these words, Wen Wei cast a cold glance at Anya, instantly concluding that he was gravely misguided. The way he spoke made it sound as if she were a heartless woman. Those hiding behind the peach tree overheard Anya's words, their eyes rolling with intrigue. They quietly gossiped. "I dare wager a bag of spicy strips that Anya is deeply infatuated with our sister Wei. I'll bet 2 bags of spicy strips that Anya and Wen Yin will come to blows over sister Wei. Who do you think sister Wei will help? If she assists Wen Yin, you all owe me 3 bags of spicy strips. If she helps no one, then I will give you 5 bags." After a moment of contemplation, the two concluded that Wen Wei would likely assist no one and boldly declared, "All right, no problem." A few of them discreetly observed, unaware that others were wagering on their fate. After Anya finished speaking, he noticed the rose vines had not pierced his hand and immediately sought to crush the small vial. Since he could not possess it, neither would Wen Yin have it easily. Upon witnessing this, Wen Yin grew anxious to intervene. Yet, Wen Wei remained composed, her fingers subtly moving as the rose vines deftly lifted their slender branches, accurately striking Anya's wrist joint. Anya felt a sharp pain, and his grip on the vial loosened. Just as the vial was about to fall, the rose vines obediently caught it and gently passed it to Wen Wei, affectionately nudging her hand before retreating. Anya watched helplessly as Wen Wei prepared to hand the vial to Wen Yin, struggling desperately, but to no avail against the slender ice-blue vines. "Wen Wei, do not give it to him," Anya pleaded, his voice tinged with sorrow and a hint of unwillingness. However, it did not deter Wen Wei. She handed the vial to Wen Yin, deliberately emphasizing, "I am helping you because you are my desk mate. I would do the same for anyone else." It seemed as though she was trying to convince herself. "Yes, I understand," Wen Yin affirmed with certainty. Wen Wei cast a disdainful glance at the admiring Wen Yin, almost wanting to declare in a melodramatic fashion, "Do not be infatuated with me. I am but a legend." Ignoring Anya, who remained stationary, Wen Wei intended to teach him a lesson. She calmly told Wen Yin, "Now that we have what we came for, let us depart." "All right," Wen Yin replied obediently, holding the vial with the joy of a child who has just received candy. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You two owe 3 bags of spicy strips." The others chimed in, surprised by Wen Wei's assistance to Wen Yin. Reluctantly, they conceded, "Fine, fine, fine." Anya watched the retreating figures of the two, calling out in frustration, "Wen Wei, I have something to say to you. Could you wait?" Wen Wei paused, turned slightly, and replied coolly, "What do you wish to say?" A fleeting smile of bitterness crossed Anya's defiant face as he earnestly gazed into Wen Wei's eyes and asked, "Why?" Chapter 65. Will you not inquire of me? Wen Wei looked into Anya's serious gaze, sensing he truly sought to understand her reasoning. Yet, a frown creased her brow as she questioned, "What do you mean by why? You cannot just leave the conversation half-finished. You must first explain your reasons." Anya pressed, his defiant demeanor dissipating, resembling a child wronged in kindergarten. Observing Anya's expression, Wen Wei found herself at a loss for words. Wen Yin stood quietly beside her, feeling a surge of frustration. Damn it, Anya is such a scheming boy. He knows Wen Wei's weakness is her inability to resist the soft and vulnerable, especially when it comes to adorable things. Hence, he behaves this way. Anya stood there, absorbing Wen Wei's reaction with a wounded air, silent and still. Those hiding behind the peach tree, witnessing the scene, could not help but murmur in astonishment, "Oh my, if this boy gets too scheming, no girl stand a chance." Indeed. Faced with such a cunning little wolf, how will Sister Wei choose? Shall we make another bet? If Sister Wei chooses Wen Yen, you owe me 5 bags of spicy strips. If she does not, I will owe you 5 bags. After some deliberation, one declared, all right. What they truly wanted to express was that only children make choices. Sister Wei is an adult and can have them all. Nevertheless, they were certain she would win. Sister Wei would undoubtedly choose Wen Yen. The group of gamblers, hidden behind the peach tree, nervously clasped their hands, silently urging, choose Wen Yen. Choose Wen Yen. Do not choose Wen Yen. As dusk deepened, the moon gradually ascended in the sky, casting its luminous glow over the peach grove, shrouded in a veil of mystique. Through the silvery moonlight, Wen Wei's figure appeared somewhat obscured to Anya. Wen Wei hesitated for a moment, tilting her head in confusion and inquiring, is there still a need for a reason? Truth be told, such matters are often difficult to define. Some individuals require justification for their actions, while others act without need for explanation. Perhaps this is the nature of the human heart. Whom I choose to assist is simply my choice. Is a reason necessary? Wen Wei continued, glancing at Anya, perhaps blinded by the moonlight. She added, if a reason must be given, it is simply that he is my desk mate. To conclude, she emphasized, our teacher said that classmates should help one another. Anya observed Wen Wei's nonchalant demeanor, his dark eyes concealing an unreadable expression, and he replied in a flat tone, I see. You may leave. While his emotions remained obscured, a profound sense of disappointment lingered. Without uttering another word, Wen Wei turned and walked away. Those hiding behind the peach tree watched Anya's darkened eyes, following their retreating figures. A disheartened expression etched upon his face. I told you Sister Wei would choose Wen Yen. Hurry up with the spicy strips. One with eyes full of anticipation remarked. The others pouted in resignation, saying, fine. TSK, TSK, TSK. As long as he stands there, she will love him. My goodness, what unconditional favoritism. A little admirer exclaimed, gazing at the sky, brimming with emotion. Lin Xing, observing the departing Wen Wei and Wen Yen alongside Inua and Inian, exchanged puzzled glances. After a while, Lin Xing pointed at the nearby fireworks and asked, so, shall we launch the fireworks? Inian shook her head, replying, I don't know. Wen Yen hasn't even confessed yet. How can we launch them? Inua, surrendering to the situation, said, the two of them have created so much fuss without even confessing. We might as well let it go. Lin Xing glanced at the despondent Inua, her lips twitching as she addressed her companions. Never mind. Let's wait a little longer before we set them off. Under the twilight sky, Xing Jie offered spicy strips to her companions. The small entourage, clutching their prize, settled on the ground, indulging in the savory snacks while gossiping animatedly. Lin Xing glanced at the brooding figure clad in black, and one of the eager followers inquired, have you gathered any information about him? The response was a shake of the head. No, we couldn't find anything. Another follower lamented, honestly, Wen Yen is quite disappointing. With all of us assisting him, he still fails to muster the courage to confess. In disdain, Inua interjected. Just as Lin Xing was about to voice her thoughts, a sudden sound interrupted her. Ding, ding, dong. Inua leaned in for a closer look, her eyes widening as she recognized the name displayed on the phone screen. Lu Yuting. Oh dear. Here comes the check-in. Lin Xing muttered, let me take this call. Just before she could answer, Inua, with a fierce gaze, demanded, put on speaker. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. Even the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible as everyone quieted, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Reluctantly, Lin Xing activated the speakerphone, reassured that Lu Yuting wouldn't utter anything misconstrued. Lin Xing, it's quite late. Are you coming back? Are you planning to starve me or yourself? Lu Yuting's refined voice resonated through the device. Under the scrutiny of her companions, Lin Xing felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly responded, understood. I'll be back soon. She hastily ended the call, declaring, I must take my leave, and vanished into the peach grove, unable to bear the weight of their curious stares. Lu Yuting frowned at the abruptly terminated call, muttering to himself, she is so audacious before having won my heart. What would happen if she truly possessed it? Clearly, I cannot indulge her too much. Meanwhile, Lin Xing, sprinting towards the cafeteria, found herself unexpectedly sneezing. On the other side, their companions, witnessing the usually punctual Lin Jie being so easily swayed, sighed in resignation. Ah, this is love. Someone suddenly broke the silence, posing a question that piqued their curiosity. By the way, what exactly is in that small vial? The group that had been engrossed in discussion was instantly captivated, gathering together, while Inuo and Yin perked up their ears nearby. I believe it is of great significance to Wen Yen. That is rather obvious. Isn't it? Anyone can tell it's important to him. I recall someone mentioning that if that vial were to be destroyed, she would forget Wen Yen forever. With widened eyes, another added, could it possibly be Wen Yan's beloved white moonlight? No way. Please no. At that moment, Wen Yen, glancing at the silent Bai Wei, asked, Aren't you curious about what I hold? As dusk deepened, the two strolled through the peach grove. Bai Wei slowed her pace, considering that Wen Yen had sustained internal injuries that required personal healing. Listening to Wen Yan's words, Bai Wei turned to survey the orchard, her tone indifferent as she remarked, This is your affair. Speak if you wish. Wen Yen regarded the figure ahead, contemplating whether to confide in Bai Wei about the memories contained within the vial. Yet, would she believe him? If I tell you, would you trust me? His ice-blue eyes shimmered with hope. Bai Wei turned and met his gaze, suddenly understanding the feeling of being unable to refuse when looking into his eyes. Due to the earlier scuffle, Wen Yan's silvery hair was somewhat disheveled, strands falling around his face. Bathed in moonlight, his complexion appeared pale, and his hopeful gaze made him resemble an ethereal beauty. You go ahead and say it. Bai Wei, feeling unnaturally flustered, averted her eyes and stammered. This was quite unlike her. Thankfully, the encroaching night concealed her discomfort. Wen Yen contemplated his words carefully, wishing to express that these were the memories of his beloved, yet such a statement might lead to misunderstandings. Bai Wei, listening intently to Wen Yan's words, felt an inexplicable tension. Could be his white moonlight. It is a memory of a family member who holds great importance to me. Wen Yen caressed the small vial, a smile gracing his lips. Ah, family? Bai Wei exclaimed, somewhat surprised. I thought it was related to a white moonlight. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying away Bai Wei's words, leaving only a faint echo of moonlight. What are you saying about moonlight? Wen Yen inquired softly. Bai Wei, taken aback that he could still catch her quiet words, felt embarrassed and glanced at the sky. I was merely commenting on how round the moon is tonight. Indeed, the moon is quite round. Wen Yen mused, the phrase lingering in his mind. And the wind is gentle too. A smile graced Wen Yan's angelic face, his eyes reflecting the silhouette of the figure before him. Ah, Bai Wei, perplexed by Wen Yan's sudden mention of the wind, failed to grasp the connection. Wen Yen chuckled softly, gazing at the distant Yunmeng pavilion, then shifted the topic. Tonight, there will be fireworks. Would you like to see them, Bai Wei? Fireworks. Let us go, Bai Wei exclaimed excitedly, her previous concerns forgotten as she became enthralled by the prospect. She, a simple girl, cherished such extravagant spectacles. With a smile, Wen Yen followed closely behind Bai Wei, who was now gleeful like a child. As night enveloped the world, the crystal chandelier illuminated the room, casting elongated shadows of Bai Wei and Wen Yen, creating an air of unspoken intimacy. Bai Wei dashed up the stairs to the dream immortal pavilion, only to realize, wait, this is a castle. How can we see the fireworks from behind the windows? It would be better to watch from outside. Where are we going to view the fireworks? Bai Wei questioned, standing at the top of the staircase, puzzled. Wen Yen approached, intending to take her hand, but reconsidered and said, Follow me. Bai Wei, her heart brimming with excitement for the fireworks, responded eagerly, All right. Observing Wen Yan's steady strides made her anxious, fearing she might miss the display. Yet, she remembered Wen Yan's injuries and restrained herself. With a single gesture, Wen Yen perceived her intentions, hearing Bai Wei's footsteps quickening and then slowing. He understood her eagerness to see the fireworks while being considerate of him. A smile graced Wen Yan's lips as he quickened his pace. Let us hurry. Oh, we're coming. Bai Wei hastened to catch up, glancing at Wen Yen with concern. Is your injury all right? If I were injured, would you assist in my healing? Wen Yen teased lightly, glancing at Bai Wei. Bai Wei blinked. Why did their conversation feel so vague? Couldn't they be more direct? Just joking, let's go. Wen Yin observed her silence and hurried ahead. Bai Wei followed closely, puzzled by Wen Yan's sudden, quiet demeanor. An awkward silence enveloped them. Or at least that was how Bai Wei perceived it. Come in. Wen Yin opened a door on the 5th floor, gesturing for Bai Wei to step inside. All right. Bai Wei entered the room, instantly captivated by the distinct decor. Unlike the numerous rooms below, this space was designed as an open-air haven. The interior was spacious and minimalist, adorned with glass and colorful stones, allowing the light to flood in and offering an expansive view of the starry sky. Comfortable lounge chairs and tables filled the center, and outside was a balcony that seemed to house a garden. May I go explore? Bai Wei looked at Wen Yin with anticipation. Of course, Wen Yin replied calmly. As the echoes of the New Year's celebration faded, Bai Wei eagerly dashed over, flinging open the glass door, allowing a gentle breeze to sweep into the room. Oh! Bai Wei could not help but lean on the balcony, savoring the caress of the evening wind that enveloped her. It felt delightful, akin to silk gliding over her skin, tender yet tinged with a hint of tickling sensation. She turned back, calling out to Wen Yin with fervor, Wen Yin, come over and enjoy the breeze. A soft response came from Wen Yin, but Bai Wei suddenly recalled that she might have inadvertently upset him earlier, and it seemed they were entangled in a silent standoff. A sudden cough from Wen Yin startled Bai Wei, prompting her to rush to his side, gently patting his back to ease his discomfort. Observing his state, she felt a pang of guilt. Could it be that she had truly upset him? Raising her right hand, a soothing, icy blue aura emanated from her, gradually flowing into Wen Yan's being. He soon appeared to recover, taking a deep breath. Are you feeling better? Bai Wei inquired with concern. Yes, Wen Yin replied, lifting his gaze, and Bai Wei was momentarily captivated. Oh my, was this truly what she was witnessing? His enchanting peach blossom eyes, usually so expressive, now glistened with a hint of red at the corners, resembling a tranquil pool of water, drawing her in like the vastness of the ocean. Wen Yin, caught off guard by Bai Wei's unabashed stare, felt warmth creeping to his ears. Chapter 67, Confession Beneath the Fireworks. Bai Wei abruptly snapped back to reality, blinking as she gazed into the distance. Oh dear, why haven't the fireworks started yet? Unbeknownst to her, the tension in her voice and the avoidance in her gaze betrayed her true feelings. Just one more minute, Wen Yin stated calmly, standing beside her. Intrigued by his certainty, Bai Wei asked, how do you know? She recalled their earlier cold exchange, adding, I didn't anticipate your question, and I was momentarily taken aback. I didn't mean to imply I wouldn't help you. Wen Yin's voice took on a slightly aggrieved tone as he responded, I understand. You used to answer my questions, regardless of their validity, even hypothetically. With a resounding bang, the sky erupted in a symphony of fireworks, their vibrant colors painting the night. They soared high, unfurling into countless blossoms of red and yellow, resembling shooting stars cascading through the air, a breathtaking spectacle. Yet at that moment, Bai Wei wished for the fireworks to unfold more slowly, for the sound of their explosion drowned out Wen Yan's murmured words, leaving her unaware of what he had said. What did you say? Bai Wei shouted over the din, only catching a glimpse of Wen Yan's forlorn expression. Wen Yan began, but Bai Wei leaned closer, whispering urgently in his ear, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't like guessing. She emphasized each word, fearing he might retreat into silence. After speaking, she quickly turned her attention back to the fireworks, reaching for her phone to capture the moment, only to realize it had become 006 exclusive device. What a pity. Bai Wei turned to borrow Wen Yin's phone, only to find he had vanished from her side. As he left, she murmured softly, her eyes downcast, unable to discern her feelings. As she gazed at the fireworks, she noticed the dazzling display had already faded, leaving only the lingering scent of their brilliance behind. Indeed, fireworks are fleeting. They blossom for but a moment, and with a mere turn, they leave behind sighs of nostalgia. Bai Wei looked skyward at a 45-degree angle, allowing her melancholy to spill forth. Wen Yin stood a short distance behind her, his cool voice cutting through the stillness of the night. Bai Wei stiffened, her sorrow momentarily interrupted as she awkwardly turned her head, forcing a polite smile. Surely, Wen Yin had not overheard her poetic lamentations. She had merely felt an impulse to express herself. Suddenly, a bouquet of fiery red roses captured her attention. The blooms were vibrant and luscious, rivaling the earlier bouquet, yet adorned with glistening dewdrops. Bai Wei stared, momentarily entranced. Surely this was another gift from Wen Yin? But why two in one day? Did it carry a different meaning? Her gaze shifted from the roses to the angelic face behind them. Bai Wei looked at Wen Yin, puzzled and eager to inquire. To her astonishment, Wen Yin suddenly knelt on one knee, causing Bai Wei to gasp in alarm, instinctively reaching out to steady him. You need to go to such lengths. Before she could finish, she caught the resigned look in Wen Yin's eyes and immediately realized her blunder. How foolish she had been. Wei Wei, I just confessed that I like you. Will you be my girlfriend, my future partner? Wen Yin declared, holding the roses aloft with earnest eyes filled with sincerity. In that instant, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks. Bai Wei, startled by his unexpected declaration and the booming sound surrounding them, stammered, You mentioned this earlier, didn't you? Wen Yin, gazing at the bewildered Bai Wei, explained with a hint of exasperation. This wasn't how I intended to propose. But I was upset by a certain little fool. A little fool? Was he referring to her? Wen Yin actually called her a little fool? She should be incensed. Yet inexplicably, her heart felt as though it had been sweetened by honey. What a curious sensation. Bai Wei swallowed hard, her heart racing as if a small deer danced within her chest, leaving her feeling exhilarated yet overwhelmed. You've never said you liked me, she stammered, struggling to breathe as the weight of her emotions pressed down upon her. Wen Yin chuckled softly as he observed Bai Wei's complexion shifting from pink to crimson. Hearing his laughter, Bai Wei felt like a startled kitten, her defenses rising as she glared at him. You laugh at me, as if it's a given. Yet, before him, her indignation held no weight. Rather, it was endearing. My apologies. I suppose I did not make my feelings clear enough, Wen Yin replied, his tone laced with affection. So, I like you, Wei Wei. Will you consent to be my girlfriend? Bai Wei gazed into Wen Yin's eyes, illuminated by the fireworks, and noticed her reflection mirrored within them. It seemed he always looked at her this way. Wen Yin remained patient, quietly awaiting her response, as if fearing to pressure her. His voice softened. Wei Wei, there is no need to feel burdened. My confession is merely to express my feelings, if you share my sentiments. It will be a beautiful story. If not, that is perfectly fine. With a gentle smile, he added, I will try harder. Bai Wei's earlier tension dissipated somewhat at his words. You like me? She asked, gathering her courage. I'm not her. I don't even know why I'm here. In recent days, she had come to realize her feelings for Wen Yin, and thus it was time to articulate her thoughts clearly. Wen Yin paused, then earnestly replied, Wei Wei, the person I like is you. You simply don't recall our shared memories. My actions today were meant to jog your memory. Bai Wei sighed internally at Wen Yin's earnestness. So be it. Even if he was deceiving her, she would walk away. Wei Wei, Wen Yin called, his enchanting eyes fixed upon her, his tone playful. Bai Wei, momentarily forgetting that he was still kneeling, awkwardly rubbed her nose. I accept, she said hurriedly, reaching out to help him up. Since she had already developed feelings, there was no need for hesitation. Really, once Wei Wei agrees, there can be no turning back. Wen Yin's icy blue eyes sparkled with joy and surprise as he rose, yearning to embrace Bai Wei. Chapter 68. A Successful Confession. Bai Wei is hurt. Bai Wei gazed at Wen Yin, who appeared as though he had acquired the entire world upon receiving her affirmative response. She couldn't help but ponder whether such exuberance was truly warranted. After some contemplation, she realized that this news indeed bore a certain joy. Thus, she found herself unable to resist smiling back at Wen Yin. In that instant, it was as if countless roses had blossomed, her charming smile radiating beauty, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. Wen Yin was instantly captivated by Bai Wei's radiant smile. Her bright expression was right before him, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with mirth. For a moment, he felt a mix of surprise and delight. Time passed swiftly, and he could hardly recall the last time Bai Wei had smiled at him with such sincerity. Just then, as Wen Yin stood, he became entranced by Bai Wei's smile, momentarily forgetting that he was half kneeling. The prolonged kneeling caused him to stand abruptly, and a sharp, tingling sensation surged through him, causing him to lose his balance and stumble forward. Bai Wei's eyes widened in alarm at this scene. Before she could reach out to steady Wen Yan, she felt a force collide with her, causing her to lose her equilibrium and stagger backward. Observing Bai Wei's bewildered expression as she struggled to catch him, Wen Yan instinctively pulled her into his embrace and swiftly twisted his body, making himself a cushion. With a thud, the vibrant red roses fell to the ground. Wen Yan's back collided with the unforgiving balcony, sending a jolt of pain through him. He felt a fleeting sense of relief that he had managed to catch Bai Wei. However, the next moment unfolded as he had anticipated. Due to inertia, Bai Wei lunged toward him and inadvertently struck his collarbone with her soft lips. Wen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, his icy blue gaze trembling with shock. Bai Wei's long lashes fluttered, and the metallic taste of blood in her mouth rendered her momentarily motionless. At that moment, the world fell silent. In the next instant, fireworks erupted in a splendid display, leaving Bai Wei feeling as though the world around her was blurring. This was utterly unexpected for Wen Yan, who, feeling a surge of nervousness, found his hand around Bai Wei, trembling slightly, momentarily forgetting the numbness in his legs. The sound of the fireworks mingled with the rapid beating of their hearts. Bai Wei felt her lips go numb, pondering if Wen Yan's collarbone was made of iron. She nudged him, attempting to free herself from his grip. She was overwhelmed with embarrassment, her earlier intention of confessing now overshadowed by the pain of her injury. With a soft whimper, she pushed Wen Yan's shoulder again, only to be pulled closer as he tightened his embrace, resting his head gently against her shoulder, pleading in a pitiful tone, "Don't push me away. My back hurts. And my legs are numb." Bai Wei replied, "Wait, if your legs are numb and your back hurts, why are you still holding me? My lips are still tinged with blood." She had yet to feel any sense of grievance, while Wen Yan appeared to be the one in distress. "Fine. If it's an embrace you want, then so be it." Under the starlit night, Wen Yan held Bai Wei close, his icy blue eyes shimmering with happiness. The stars twinkled in the night sky, illuminating the tranquil evening, while the distant fireworks continued to burst forth, painting the dark canvas of the night in vibrant colors. A gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of roses, mingling with a hint of iron in the air. Suddenly alert to the scent of blood, Wen Yan paused, puzzled by its presence. He hesitated, uncertain why there was a faint trace of blood, and instinctively inhaled, scrunching his nose in curiosity. Bai Wei watched him intently, wondering what he was smelling. Did she perhaps emit an unpleasant odor? As this thought crossed her mind, she stared at him in disbelief, questioning, "Were you sniffing?" The moment Bai Wei spoke, Wen Yan became acutely aware of the metallic scent intensifying, and he realized it was indeed Bai Wei's blood. In a flurry of concern, he released her and grasped her shoulders, anxiously asking, "Wei Wei, are you hurt? Let me see." He turned her around, scanning for any visible injuries, but found none. He must have overlooked something crucial. Seeing Wen Yan's insistence for her to turn again, Bai Wei raised her voice, "Stop." Forgetting that vampires possess an acute sensitivity to the scent of blood, she stepped back, pressing her lips together and emphasizing, "I am not injured." Observing the disbelief on his face, she reiterated, "Really?" Standing a bit farther away and positioned downwind, she hoped Wen Yan could no longer detect the scent of blood. He noticed her pursed lips and the deeper red hue of her mouth, recalling that she had likely struck her lips against his collarbone. How could he have been so oblivious to her injury for so long? Wen Yan stepped closer to her, taking her hand with a gentle tone, saying, "Come here." "Where to?" Bai Wei followed his lead. Wen Yan guided her to a rocking chair, urging her to sit. "Wei Wei, wait here. I'll be back shortly." He then pushed open the glass door and swiftly located a bottle of ointment within the minimalist space. Oh. Bai Wei watched his retreating figure, momentarily dazed, before leisurely rocking in the chair, finding it rather amusing. As she entertained herself, Wen Yan soon returned. "I'm back," he announced, pulling Bai Wei from her reverie. You're back," she replied awkwardly, halting the rocking chair with her foot. Looking up at Wen Yan, she was met with his smiling gaze. causing her to shyly lower her eyes, replaying her earlier foolish antics in her mind. Oh no, what foolishness have I exhibited before Wen Yin today? This is so embarrassing. She mentally lamented, feeling utterly humiliated. Come, let me apply the ointment. Otherwise, it will swell when you return. Wen Yin opened a small porcelain bottle adorned with plum blossoms, speaking softly to her. But I'm not injured. Bai Wei raised her head slightly, perplexed as she looked at him. This was a classic case of someone forgetting the pain before the wound had healed. Wen Yin arched an eyebrow, scrutinizing her, and said slowly, "Really, you're not injured?" His deliberate enunciation caused Bai Wei to feel a twinge of anxiety. She pondered carefully, her mind racing. Chapter 69, Applying Medication. Romance Under Fireworks. Bai Wei observed Wen Yin's earnest expression, gingerly touching her now-numb lips. Is this really necessary? She hesitated, questioning whether such a trivial injury warranted treatment. Wen Yin remained silent, leaning slightly, his cool fingers gently lifting her face as he instructed, "Don't move. I need to apply the ointment." What if they sense the blood when you return and lose control, injuring you further? Bai Wei was compelled to raise her gaze, meeting Wen Yan's icy blue eyes, which held an indescribable allure, reminiscent of a vast, unfathomable ocean. She felt as if she could sink into them, never to awaken. A sharp sting on her lips jolted her back to reality. Why does it hurt so much? Wen Yin, is it really necessary to be so rough? She glared at him silently, accusing him without words. Hearing her cry of pain, Wen Yan's brows knitted together slightly, and he softly explained, "I'm using alcohol to disinfect. It might sting a bit, so bear with it." Alcohol? Where did that come from? She wondered, having not noticed it earlier. Bai Wei eyed the cotton swab and alcohol in Wen Yan's hand, curious about how he always seemed to conjure up items out of thin air. Bai Wei raised her gaze and found herself mere inches away from Wen Yan's face. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, and for a moment, she felt at a loss on how to breathe. "All right, this way it won't swell up. And remember not to bite your lips, do you understand?" Wen Yin said after applying the medication, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. "MHM, and from now on, you mustn't allow yourself to get hurt casually. MHM, forget it. I'll keep an eye on you. MHM." After Bai Wei nodded in agreement, she suddenly realized that something about Wen Yan's earlier words fell off. Not biting her lips was understandable, but him wanting to watch over her? What was that about? Before she could ponder further, she was startled by an unexpected sight before her. Was she supposed to set off fireworks herself? It seemed Wen Yin had conjured several sparklers from nowhere, shaped like hearts and stars. "Wow!" Bai Wei exclaimed, her excitement causing her to stand up, only to forget that she was on a rocking chair. Seeing this, Wen Yin quickly reached out to shield her head. Bai Wei promptly sat back down. Once she regained her composure, she hastily grabbed Wen Yan's hand, relieved that she hadn't sustained any injuries. "Thank goodness I'm unscathed." Bai Wei looked at Wen Yan's well-defined hand, expressing her gratitude. "It's all right, no harm done." Wen Yin affectionately reassured her, gently patting Bai Wei's head. "Let us go and set off the fireworks." As he spoke, he did not move, instead helping Bai Wei to her feet before finally releasing her hand. "Hurry, hurry." Bai Wei was as excited as a child, eagerly reaching for Wen Yin. "Here." He handed Bai Wei a heart-shaped sparkler, affectionately encouraging her, "Give it a try, but be cautious." He softly advised, lighting the other end of the sparkler. PFF bang. "Oh my gosh." Bai Wei gasped, startled by the sudden light and the fiery sensation that seemed to threaten her hand, almost tossing it away. "Hold on tight. Otherwise, it'll fall." Wen Yin quickly grasped Bai Wei's hand, chuckling as he recounted, "When I first tried it, I dropped it and nearly set the sofa on fire." "Huh. Thankfully, we're far from the rocking chair. Don't you care about your boyfriend?" "All right, I'll reflect on myself." "Is your sofa all right?" "It's fine." Wen Yin looked at the mischievous Bai Wei with a hint of exasperation. "Extinguish it, extinguish it," Bai Wei exclaimed, her eyes widening at the dwindling sparkler, fearful that the flame might reach her. "It won't burn you. It'll scorch me first," Wen Yin gently reassured her. "It's not my first time, but I'm a bit scared," Bai Wei admitted, perhaps unaware that her tone carried a hint of playful whining. The sparkler had extinguished. "Still want to play?" Wen Yin asked softly, observing Bai Wei with the sparkler in her hand. Play, play, play. I want to light it myself. Bai Wei eagerly took a star-shaped sparkler from Wen Yan's hand and darted to one side, carefully igniting it. PFF, bang. Wen Yan, look, I lit it. She proudly showcased the ignited sparkler, resembling a kindergarten child flaunting a gold star. Wei Wei is amazing. Wen Yan looked at his cheerful girlfriend with tender admiration. As he watched her revel in the moment, he took out his phone to capture the memory. Wen Yan, it's out. Bai Wei rushed over, holding up the extinguished sparkler with an expression of naivety. Wen Yan handed her another heart-shaped sparkler. After playing for a while, Bai Wei approached to find Wen Yan secretly taking pictures of her. You're secretly photographing me, she exclaimed, as if she had caught a thief. No, I'm taking it openly. Wen Yan replied with a playful grin, snapping another shot. Photographing your girlfriend is perfectly legitimate. Bai Wei felt a flush of warmth as she observed Wen Yan's unabashed demeanor. Why did he call her his girlfriend in such a flirtatious manner? Wei Wei, feeling shy? Wen Yan leaned closer, studying her blushing face. What is there to be shy about? I'm tired. Let's go back. Bai Wei turned her face away, feeling somewhat guilty. Oh really? Wen Yan leaned in slightly, their faces merely centimeters apart. No. Bai Wei stood rigidly, as if petrified. She felt Wen Yan's warm breath brush against her face, causing her heart to race. As she sensed him drawing nearer, as if to kiss her, she nervously stammered, What were you doing? Suddenly, Wen Yan bent down to pick up the fallen stick of the sparkler. Ah, so you were just picking up the stick. A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Wei's mind. Wei, did you think I was planning something? Wen Yan tossed the stick into the trash and turned to meet Bai Wei's gaze. Bai Wei hastily replied, No, nothing. Help! What was she thinking? This was truly embarrassing. Wen Yan smirked, having seen through her thoughts, and asked, What did you think I was planning? I wasn't thinking anything, don't accuse me. Bai Wei retorted anxiously. She was not. She hadn't tea. Under the luminous moonlight, Wen Yan smiled gently, clad in white, resembling an ethereal being illuminated by the moon. Bai Wei found herself momentarily entranced. However, in Chapter 70, under the moonlight, amidst romance and reluctance, Wen Yan suddenly leaned closer to Bai Wei and swiftly pecked her cheek. Bai Wei froze, even afraid to blink. Had he really just kissed her? It wasn't an accident, was it? Just giving a stamp to my girlfriend. She won't mind, right? Wen Yan flashed a radiant smile at Bai Wei. In an instant, the temperature on her face surged. How could Wen Yan be so bold, launching a surprise attack? How should she respond to his claim of stamping his girlfriend? If she said she didn't mind, wouldn't that make her seem casual? If she said she did mind, wouldn't that make her seem overly sensitive? Ah, I can't stand Wen Yan. Huh, where's your girlfriend? I don't see her, Bai Wei replied, glancing around with an expression of feigned ignorance. Rather than internalizing my turmoil, I might as well unleash it on others. Huh, you don't know who my girlfriend is? Wen Yan asked, feigning shock, his eyes shimmering with mirth. Bai Wei sensed something amiss, her intuition warning her of potential trouble. Right, I don't know, she murmured, her voice growing softer as she regarded Wen Yan's widening smile. She felt that he was about to pull a major stunt. Wen Yan, observing Bai Wei's stubborn demeanor, grinned widely and declared, Wei, you'd better listen closely. Bai Wei's instinct screamed that something was brewing, and just as she tried to intervene, Wen Yan dashed toward the balcony, cupping his hands around his mouth. Bai Wei is Wen Yan's girlfriend. His resonant voice pierced the tranquil night, echoing through the mountains. Bai Wei is Wen Yan's girlfriend. Bai Wei was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief, before she rushed toward Wen Yan. Seeing him prepare to shout again, she leaped up, wrapped her arms around his head, and quickly covered his mouth. Wen Yan bent down in response. To threaten him, Bai Wei pressed his head down with surprising force. Don't shout. Others are trying to sleep, Bai Wei warned in a hushed tone. Ah, how could Wen Yan be so embarrassing? Bai Wei felt his warm breath on her hand, and in an instant, it felt as if her hand might ignite. She contemplated releasing him, but feared he might act recklessly. So, she made an effort to ignore the warmth radiating from her hand. I can let you go, but you mustn't shout, understood? Bai Wei spoke sternly to Wen Yan. In her attempt to ensure he wouldn't shout, she hadn't even noticed that she had inadvertently rested his head on her shoulder. under the embrace of the night. The warm orange glow of lights illuminated the silhouettes of two figures. The peach orchard in front of the balcony revealed only faint outlines of the blossoms, while Yi, shrouded in dark attire, silently observed the tender interaction between them. A surge of unwillingness filled Yi's obsidian eyes, as Bai Wei's gentle demeanor toward Yin undoubtedly fueled Yi's irritation. Why must it be that in the presence of Yin, only he is seen, and I am overlooked? Yi's gaze was imbued with an icy indifference, yet it faintly flickered with a hint of hurt. Unfortunately, Bai Wei remained oblivious to Yi's unspoken thoughts, and Yi could not grasp the answers he longed for. At that moment, Bai Wei was earnestly attempting to coax Yin into yielding, a blush adorning her cheeks. Yin, upon hearing her words, released a soft chuckle from his throat. He then adjusted his posture, leaning against Bai Wei's shoulder like a delicate wife, though not overly heavy. In truth, the distance from the dormitory was considerable, and the soundproofing was quite effective. However, Yin, cherishing the opportunity to be close to his beloved, would never voice such sentiments. Do you understand? Bai Wei, caught off guard by Yin's laughter, feigned composure. The gentle breeze tousled their hair, intertwining Bai Wei's inky tresses with Yin's silvery strands, evoking a sense of tender intimacy. A soft murmur escaped Yin's lips, resonating warmly in the stillness of the night. Upon hearing his words, Bai Wei sighed in relief and cautiously released her hold on him, her gaze fixed intently on Yin, wary of any betrayal. I won't shout anymore, Yin said, noticing Bai Wei's vigilant demeanor. Bai Wei observed his contrite expression and momentarily chose to forgive him. So, Wei, do you now know who my girlfriend is? Yin teased, elongating his words. Bai Wei glared at him, as if to say that another incorrect answer would provoke her to shout once more. I know, she retorted, stepping out onto the balcony. Behind her, Yin made a series of comical faces, pleading, Wei, please don't be angry, I was wrong. Fix your boyfriend, will you? On a summer night, a gentle breeze swept through the deserted school corridors, leaving Bai Wei with an uneasy heart as she walked ahead. Although Yin chattered behind her, the atmosphere felt increasingly eerie under the night sky. Bai Wei gradually slowed her pace, and the rustling sounds from the woods startled her. Wei, don't be afraid. I'm here, Yin reassured her, pulling her close. Bai Wei was suddenly enveloped in the warmth of his broad chest, dispelling her fear in an instant. I am not scared, she insisted, averting her gaze. Yet, the darkness loomed ahead, and a vague sensation of movement unsettled her. Bai Wei's heart raced as she focused intently on the path before her. All right, Yin said, his tone tinged with disappointment as he released her shoulder. Bai Wei felt a chill creep down her spine, accompanied by a subtle sense of loss that she was unaware of. Help! Why does my back feel so cold? She thought. No, it must be an illusion. There are no ghosts in this world. Repeating this mantra, she endeavored to dispel her fears. Suddenly, Yin brushed past her shoulder. Is he going to leave me behind? Bai Wei scolded inwardly. To her surprise, Yin bent down and half-squatted before her. Bai Wei stared at his sturdy back, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. He wasn't abandoning her after all. What are you doing? She asked, somewhat bewildered. Of course, I'm a bit scared. So, I want to carry my girlfriend, Yin replied, glancing back at her. So he intends to carry her. Bai Wei quickly cast a wary glance at the dark path ahead. Under the moonlight, she suddenly heard that rustling sound again, and her instincts kicked in as she leaped onto Yin's back, clutching his neck tightly. Startled, Yin nearly lost his balance, but quickly steadied himself, ensuring Bai Wei was secure. This is what you said. You're the one who's scared, Bai Wei exclaimed, her voice trembling, though she feigned bravado. Yin chuckled softly, affectionately replying, Yes, I am scared. His voice, much like the cool summer breeze, felt refreshing yet comforting, akin to gentle raindrops touching the soul. Hearing such endearing words from him left Bai Wei momentarily speechless. Why was Yin so kind to her? Even her parents had never spoken to her with such tenderness. Deep down, she understood that he was not truly afraid. Why are you so good to me? Bai Wei hesitantly inquired. Why indeed? It seemed almost foolish for him to extend such kindness, accepting her unreasonable demands. Yet, was Wen Yin foolish? No. Her rational mind reassured her that he was anything but. His kindness was entirely selfless, leaving her at a loss for words. For reasons unknown, Bai Wei yearned to share her innermost thoughts with him. I live a rather mundane life with my parents, who are often absent. They claim it's for my sake, so I never demand their presence. As a child, while others would cry when their parents left, my mother taught me not to weep. As she spoke, memories of her first arrival in this place flooded back, overwhelmed with fear. She had silently reassured herself that her parents were not around, thus she must not cry. Yet, even with her parents present, she wouldn't shed tears. That was merely a comfort she offered herself. Thus, the unconditional love her parents lavished upon her represented an ideal, a stark contrast to reality. "Wan Wei, you're wonderful," Wan Yin said, surprised yet attentive as he listened to her. Bai Wei continued, "I seem to have grown accustomed to solitude. I am often distant with friends, and I approach everything with indifference. Since childhood, others have not liked playing with me because I always wore cold expression." A hint of melancholy seeped into her tone. "Wei Wei, I have never found you cold-hearted," Wen Yin countered gently, his heart aching at the thought of her upbringing. Bai Wei gazed forward, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Wen Yin, I am a rather heartless person. In my world, I prefer things to be foolproof, and I dislike owing anyone a favor. If something is beyond my control, I will discard it, without hesitation, even if it is something I deeply cherish. I am quick to retreat and timid. Wan Wei, what is it you wish to tell me? Therefore, Wen Yin, I am certainly not a good girlfriend. Why would you treat me so well? Why choose me?" Resting her head on his shoulder, Bai Wei closed her eyes, weary and apprehensive of his response. The silence that followed made her heart sink gradually. Perhaps it was best not to possess anything at all. Having someone meant there would be expectations. "Wei Wei, I have never regarded you as cold-hearted. If one were to possess a touch of coldness, then the world would be devoid of warm-hearted individuals," Wen Yin remarked. Bai Wei found this statement somewhat amusing. Did she not possess warmth? "Surely you jest." A self-deprecating smile graced Bai Wei's lips, and she decided to let it slide, for it was the first time she had heard such words. Even if Wen Yin were merely placating her, she would accept it. Wen Yin fell silent for a moment, then spoke with an unprecedented seriousness, articulating each word distinctly. "I do not jest with you, nor have I ever deceived anyone. I simply know that Bai Wei is the person for whom I would dedicate my entire life to protect." Bai Wei fell silent, and though she claimed to be cold, her parents had not treated her well, yet she refrained from speaking ill of them. Nevertheless, whenever someone was in need, my girl would always lend a helping hand. Wan Yin gently and calmly recounted how Bai Wei had helped stray cats from her hometown find homes and even visited them. Wan Yin narrated the deeds Bai Wei had accomplished in the 21st century, as seen in the reflection of the water moon. "Wen Yin, how do you know?" Bai Wei leaned against Wen Yan's shoulder, her tone muffled. The cool night breeze tousled Bai Wei's hair and disturbed her heart. She felt a sense of relief that she could not see Wen Yan's eyes, for she dared not believe that merely listening to his words could evoke such sadness. What would happen if she gazed into his eyes? "I see it clearly," Wen Yan replied honestly. "I know my girl is wonderful. It is merely the people you care about who have caused you sorrow, which has led to this state." He emphasized thus, "My Wei Wei is the best and deserves my utmost devotion." Wen Yan's voice was both gentle and resolute. Bai Wei's previously tense nerves snapped, and her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. She had not anticipated that the feeling she buried deep within her heart would be voiced by Wen Yan. "Bai Wei, you must not cry." Bai Wei silently buried her head against Wen Yan's shoulder, replying with a heavy nasal tone, Hum. We have arrived." Wen Yan heard Bai Wei's muffled voice and glanced at the dormitory entrance ahead. Standing before the rose garden, he softly addressed Bai Wei. "Wei Wei, we have reached our destination." Hum. Bai Wei gently sniffed, composed herself, and said to Wen Yan, "Please set me down." Bai Wei lifted her gaze to the orange light illuminating the dormitory door, suddenly finding it glaring and her eyes weary. "Why is the light so bright tonight?" Wan Yin lowered Bai Wei to the ground and stood before her. Bai Wei silently collided with Wen Yan's ice-blue eyes, which were filled with concern. She averted her gaze, suddenly hesitant to meet his eyes, fearing she would find pity reflected within them. "I must go," Bai Wei stammered, striving to maintain her composure, fearful of revealing her vulnerable side before Wen Yan. Chapter 72. Years of resentment flooding her heart in an instant upon finishing her sentence. Bai Wei lowered her head and stepped forward decisively. She feared that if she remained with Wen Yan any longer, she would succumb to tears. Suddenly, she was pulled forcefully into a warm embrace, the familiar scent enveloping her senses. An inexplicable sense of grievance welled within Bai Wei, leaving her uncertain of the reason. "Wei Wei, if you feel wronged, it is all right to cry. For my girlfriend, even in tears, remains the best." Wen Yan's tender voice echoed in her ears. The tears Bai Wei had been holding back began to swirl in her eyes, and the tension that had gripped her dissolved. Bai Wei gazed at the night sky, where the moon shone brilliantly, and with a thick nasal tone, she declared, "I am not wronged. I wish to return home." Wen Yan released her, grasping her shoulders, observing her desperate attempt to avoid his gaze. In a serious tone, he urged, "Wei Wei, look me in the eyes and speak." He emphasized, "I will trust you." Bai Wei's hands clenched into fists, determined not to cry. Memories flooded her mind. "Wei Wei, your parents work hard to provide you with a better life. Do not cry. For tears do not signify goodness. Wei Wei, if you weep, it will burden your mother, and others will perceive her as unkind. You must not disappoint her." Bai Wei strove to suppress her emotions. "I am not wronged," Bai Wei asserted, enunciating each word deliberately. Wen Yan regarded her, his beautiful almond-shaped eyes now tinged with red. Yet they regained their clarity, reflecting her defiance as she reiterated her point. Wen Yan gently placed his hand on Bai Wei's face, his ice-blue gaze fixed upon her. "Yet your eyes tell me otherwise. You have been wronged." The tears Bai Wei had managed to contain surged forth, and she squeezed her fists, bowing her head before they could fall. However, Wen Yan cupped her face with both hands. "Wen Yan, I have not been wronged." Bai Wei attempted to protest, but before she could finish, she felt Wen Yan leaning closer, momentarily rendering her thoughts blank. Wen Yan tenderly brushed her reddened eyes, his voice laced with affection. "Wei Wei, I have never deceived anyone, nor will I ever. I only know that if this person belongs to you, I willingly accept it. For with me, you may cry, as I understand that my girl can be strong in the world. Yet with me, she may find solace." Bai Wei blinked, meeting Wen Yan's gaze, his expression of concern and affection etched deeply in her memory, as if imprinted upon her heart. Bai Wei realized that sometimes the kindness of others requires no justification. He would even tell her that it was permissible to cry when feeling wronged, for he would be her support. Bai Wei's tears flowed uncontrollably, as if all her past grievances sought release in front of Wen Yan. "There is no one here, only your boyfriend, unseen by others." Wen Yan enveloped Bai Wei in his arms, gently patting her back. "Woo, thank you, Wen Yan." In that moment, Bai Wei discovered the profound sensation of being comforted, as happiness surged within her. Tears streamed forth, blurring her vision. "From now on, Wei Wei has me. I will always stand by her side." Wen Yan whispered softly in her ear. Hum. Bai Wei felt as though her heart were filled with cotton candy, soft and sweet. Ding ding ding. Today's task: rise early for a 30-minute run. Life points: 5 days. Please complete the task promptly. Ding ding ding. Uncertain how much time had passed, Bai Wei was roused from her slumber by the system's unrelenting voice. "Understood," Bai Wei mentally replied, eyes still closed. As Bai Wei opened her eyes, Wen Yan's angelic visage appeared before her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Why was he here? "Time to rise. I prepare breakfast." Wen Yan made breakfast? Bai Wei glanced around, noting the vintage reddish-brown wooden walls, while she lay on a soft navy blue bed, inhaling the familiar scent of Wen Yan. Does this mean last night's events were real? Did Wen Yan confess? And did she agree? Was it not a dream? Did he carry her back? Had she truly cried so profusely? Bai Wei lay quietly in bed, replaying the events of the previous night when she had sobbed uncontrollably, her heart sinking. How embarrassing. No, Bai Wei, what foolishness have you engaged in? You are 18. How utterly mortifying. At this thought, Bai Wei's cheeks flushed crimson. Why is my face so hot? Am I feverish? Wan Yin anxiously touched her forehead, realizing she might indeed have a fever. I'll fetch some fever-reducing medicine. Wan Yin expressed concern, knowing that emotional fluctuations could lead to illness. I'm fine. I'm not feverish. Bai Wei quickly grasped Wan Yan's sleeve. Then why is your face so red? I already said I'm not. Please step back. I need a change. Bai Wei turned her back to Wan Yin, determined to keep her composure. Wan Yin was taken aback, not feverish. Oh, so she is merely shy. Wan Yin gazed at the person ignoring him, his voice elongated as he said, I did not. Bai Wei's tone was insufficiently confident. Is that so? Bai Wei felt Wan Yan's breath drawing near, rendering her stiff and immobile. Good morning, girlfriend. Wan Yin bent down to kiss the top of Bai Wei's head, his tone gentle as he urged, get up for breakfast. Oh my, how could Wan Yan's voice be so tender? In an instant, the temperature on Bai Wei's face skyrocketed, almost igniting her. Thud, thud, thud. Bai Wei listened to Wan Yan's footsteps receding. She buried her head in the pillow, emitting a series of excited, peculiar sounds. Beep, beep, host. Mission. Understood. Bai Wei scrambled out of bed and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. How embarrassing it was yesterday. This must not happen again. Bai Wei looked up at the mirror, where her white hair and somewhat disheveled black locks reflected back at her. Her hazel eyes were misty, just as they usually were. Wait a minute, just as usual? After crying so dismally yesterday, her eyes were not swollen? A fleeting image of Wan Yin crossed her mind. He must have applied something to her eyes. Otherwise, given her tearful state, it would be strange if they weren't red. Oh no, how mortifying. The best solution was to make him forget. Bai Wei thought, shaking her head to dismiss the thought. If she dwelled on it, it would only become more embarrassing. Chapter 73. Honey Toast. After finishing her grooming, Bai Wei stood before the door. Suddenly, she felt that what she was about to open was not merely a door, but the courage to face Wan Yin. The thought of seeing him soon made her uncontrollably recall how she had cried in his arms yesterday. At this realization, her face flushed once more. Leaning against the door, she covered her face with her hands, attempting to cool her cheeks. Taking a deep breath, Bai Wei felt slightly better. As long as she proactively mentioned her tearful episode from yesterday, she would feel less awkward. After all, it was something she had to confront. If worse came to worst, she could always feign ignorance. With a determined push, Bai Wei opened the door. Good heavens! She was taken aback, realizing how poverty had limited her imagination. Standing on the second floor, she beheld the expansive, lofty living room, where a magnificent chandelier hung like a crystal palace in the center. Below, a European-style carpet spread out, exuding opulence at first glance. As Bai Wei descended the spiral staircase, the wooden floor creaked beneath her feet. The aroma wafting up was delightful. Before she even reached the bottom, the fragrance of food enveloped her, reminiscent of sweet cake, yet distinctly different. Wan Yin was indeed preparing breakfast. Upon hearing her approaching footsteps, he looked up and softly said, "Come eat breakfast. After that, we can go for a run." Under the sunlight, Wan Yan's gentle smile was captivating. And though he wore the most formal white shirt and black trousers, he held breakfast in his hands. He appeared as if he were glowing. Quite handsome indeed. Bai Wei could not help but smile back at him. Let us eat. With his slender, fair hands, he picked a piece of honey toast from the basket and placed it before Bai Wei, accompanied by a steaming cup of coffee. Bai Wei's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the honey toast, golden bread drizzled with amber honey and a layer of icing. Just inhaling the sweet scent of honey was utterly enchanting. Did you make this? She inquired. Yes, give it a try, Wan Yin replied with a smile. Well, I shall not be polite then. Bai Wei eagerly took a bite of the honey toast. Oh my, it is delicious. The soft bread combined with the sweetness of the honey was nothing short of divine. She had never tasted anything so delectable in her life. Watching Bai Wei savor the honey toast, Wan Yin couldn't help but break off a small piece to taste himself. Was it truly that good? He had merely followed the steps on his phone, mixing flour, sugar, honey, and various ingredients to bake in the oven. However, the scent was indeed delightful. Bai Wei had once mentioned that if one felt unhappy, eating something sweet could lift their spirits. That was why he had decided to make bread. Oh my, this is too delicious, Bai Wei exclaimed, giving Wan Yin a thumbs up before quickly finishing the toast. With her mouth still full, she mumbled, You made this so well. Have some coffee to cleanse your palate. Are you still hungry? Wen Yin smiled indulgently, realizing why seeing someone enjoy his dessert brought him joy. Her happiness reflected his own. Bai Wei stared at the enticing honey toast in the basket, her fair face twisted in a dilemma. She had already eaten one and felt nearly full. Moreover, the calories were too high. Eating another would invoke a deep sense of guilt. But the honey toast was truly too delicious. We're going for a run later. Having another wound tea hurt, she argued. Wen Yin observed her conflicted expression and thought that she was too thin. A little extra weight would make her even cuter. I want to eat anymore. Bai Wei firmly shook her head, taking a sip of coffee. Just half then. Wen Yin gently pulled apart a piece of honey toast and offered half to Bai Wei. Half should be fine. All right, after we finish, we shall go for a run. Bai Wei declared, already biting into the bread. Let us go. Knock, knock, knock. Before Wen Yin could respond, Bai Wei heard a series of knocks at the door. She opened it, glancing outside to find it empty. That's odd. There's no one here? Can I take a look downstairs? 006 placed her hands on her hips, looking up at Bai Wei with an air of cool defiance. Oh dear. 006's sudden exclamation startled Bai Wei. Let us go, Wen Yin said, lowering his head to adjust his cuffs, addressing Bai Wei. Let us go. Bai Wei remained silent, and 006's soft, melodious voice chimed in. Hearing the sound, Wen Yin paused in his actions, looking down to see the little girl. How did you know about this place? Wen Yin inquired, puzzled, while Bai Wei also turned her gaze towards 006. For a moment, they stood facing each other in silence. 2 seconds later, 006 suddenly jumped up with a furious expression, her round eyes accusingly fixed on Bai Wei and Wen Yin. How can you both ask me why I know about this place? You two are incredibly irresponsible. You left a little child alone at home. She emphasized her point, her small face scrunched up in discontent as she scolded. Don't you two have any conscience? Huh? The unexpected accusation left Bai Wei bewildered. Wen Yin was momentarily stunned, then turned to 006, saying, Go grab some bread from the table. We're going for a run. With that, he took Bai Wei's hand and maneuvered around 006, heading outside. 006 stared in confusion at their retreating figures. These two irresponsible people. She huffed. Gurgle, gurgle. 006 wrinkled her nose like a little puppy and dashed toward the honey toast. Wow, so delicious, she exclaimed, her fair little hands clutching the honey toast, her round eyes brimming with satisfaction as she devoured it. A while later, it's all gone. 006 patted her round belly, glancing into the now empty basket. Oh no, it's been finished. She had planned to take some back with her. Oh right, Wen Yin mentioned that in the future, if she wanted something, she could just tell him, and he would make it for her. 006 happily stood up, bouncing off to find Wen Yin and Bai Wei. In the soft morning light, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the shaded path. The air was fresh and cool, imbued with a hint of sweet earthiness. On the usually tranquil path, an unexpected number of individuals were jogging today, moving in small clusters, a throng trailing behind 2 individuals. Their eyes sparkled, as if they had just unearthed a new continent. Chapter 74. The Secret Garden. The morning sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, casting a soft glow that enveloped the entire campus in a delicate halo. Bai Wei and Wen Yin ran side by side along the path, their eyes wandering curiously, surprised by the unusual crowd today. A sense of bewilderment filled Bai Wei's heart. Just yesterday morning, she had seen not a soul during her run. Why were there so many people today? Wen Yin, why are there so many people jogging today? Bai Wei whispered her curiosity to Wen Yin, immediately regretting her inquiry. At that moment, understanding dawned on her. Silver hair danced in the air, and the depths of blue eyes rippled like a clear spring, drawing one in. Long lashes fluttered delicately, akin to a butterfly. The corners of his mouth curved gently, resembling a crescent moon in the sky. With such a captivating visage, even without a smile, Wen Yin could effortlessly attract throngs of infatuated young women, let alone when he actually smiled. I have no idea. Wen Yin mimicked Bai Wei's manner, responding softly. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome face loomed in front of Bai Wei, its skin as white as snow, eyes as deep as the ocean, lashes curling elegantly, and lips as red as rose petals. You. Bai Wei was momentarily stunned by this unexpected beauty, stumbling back a step, nearly losing her balance. However, this time, she did not fall, as a firm hand grasped her arm, guiding her safely to the side of the path. What's wrong? Is it really too crowded? Wen Yin asked with concern, gazing at Bai Wei. No, I'm merely curious, Bai Wei replied, tugging at her arm, wishing for Wen Yin to release her. All right, let me take you to a quiet place, Wen Yin said, tightening his grip on her hand, his tone affectionate. Let us just jog here, Bai Wei insisted, attempting to break free from Wen Yan's hold. She was nearing her running duration, so why venture so far? Trust your boyfriend. Wen Yin seemed to disregard her words, his tone playful as he continued. With that, he pulled Bai Wei along, quickening their pace. Wow! Bai Wei heard the chorus of cheers from behind and felt her cheeks flush. Help! This is the first time I've been cheered on. Can you please not hold my hand? Desperation washed over her. Her innocence felt compromised. Wen Yin replied, How could being with me diminish your innocence? Bai Wei's thoughts became a tangled mess. We've arrived, but this is my secret garden, Wen Yin said, glancing at Bai Wei. He initially intended to say it was their secret garden, but reconsidered, holding back. Ding dong, congratulations, host, for completing today's running task, earning 5 days of vitality. In addition, since the host encouraged over 20 people from the dormitory to jog, an extra 2 days of vitality have been awarded. Keep up the great work. The soft, somewhat mechanical voice of the system chimed in unison with Wen Yin's words. Oh my goodness! Bai Wei was so thrilled upon hearing the system's announcement that she nearly leaped with joy. What is this? This is effortless reward. I did nothing, yet I gained 2 extra days of vitality. Why are you so elated? Wen Yin noticed her unusual excitement and could not help but smile. Is it because I brought you to my secret garden? Huh? Bai Wei was caught off guard by the sudden question. How should she respond? Should she say that fortune had smiled upon her? Yet, she couldn't divulge the system's secrets to Wen Yin. He might think she was too immersed in fiction. Bai Wei's gaze drifted around, landing on a beautifully carved iron gate. The view beyond was strikingly picturesque. I think it's beautiful inside, which is why I'm happy. She pointed towards the gate. Let us go. I'll show you, Wen Yin said playfully, noticing her delight. Creaking open, the gate emitted a sound that echoed against the ground. Wow! Bai Wei's eyes widened in awe as she took in the enchanting scenery. This truly deserves to be called a secret garden. Though the entire Fengyun Academy was beautiful, she had never encountered such a magical place before. It lay deeper within the academy, where the fragrance of blooming roses wafted gently in the air, creating an inviting ambience. What made this tranquil garden even more appealing was the presence of a charming swing nestled among the flowers. The swing, framed by a white structure, rested on lush green grass, adorned above with pristine white blossoms. The interplay of green leaves and white flowers rendered the swing extraordinarily enchanting, resembling a fairy crowned with blossoms. Upon entering the garden, Wen Yin immediately took Bai Wei's hand and rushed towards the swing, exuding a relaxed and joyful aura. Who would have thought that the usually aloof Wen Yin would find pleasure in such a whimsical place? Truly, appearances can be deceiving. This swing is beautiful, Bai Wei exclaimed, her smile illuminating her face, masking her initial surprise. She feared that if she remained silent any longer, laughter would escape her lips. What if others discovered Wen Yan's softer side? The room was painted in delightfully feminine hues, and the secret garden reflected an equally enchanting charm. Get ready. I'm going to push you, Wen Yin said, pulling Bai Wei onto the swing and positioning himself behind it, his excitement palpable. Okay. Bai Wei grasped the swing's ropes, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Here we go. As Wen Yan's words fell, the swing began to sway. Bai Wei's hair danced in the wind, her blue ribbon fluttering gracefully. This was her first experience on a swing, and as it soared upward, she felt a peculiar blend of exhilaration and fear. The sensation of weightlessness was daunting, yet the breathtaking view was captivating. Push me higher, Bai Wei exclaimed, gripping the swing's chains tightly, her excitement evident. Hold on tight. Wen Yin gently placed his hand on her back, offering reassurance. After some time, Wen Yin stood before Bai Wei. watching her joyfully swing her legs and gaze up at him with a radiant smile reminiscent of a child. Seeing Bai Wei's beaming expression, Wen Yin could not help but be affected, gently ruffling her hair. Isn't this fun? Chapter 75. The Ring, Whining. An official announcement. Bai Wei noticed Wen Yin's eager expression, as if silently urging her to praise him. It's so much fun. This place is so beautiful. Like a paradise. If only there were a little house here, I would want to live here forever. Haha, I knew you would love it, Wen Yin replied, his smile radiant. Bai Wei glanced at the now brightening sky and asked curiously, what time is it? She felt they had been playing for quite a while. While she adored this place, being late would not be ideal. It's 9 o'clock, Wen Yin said, pulling out his phone from his pocket. Then we can play a bit longer. Bai Wei, extend your hand. Wen Yin suddenly reached out to her, his voice soft. Bai Wei looked at his long, fair hand, its nails reflecting a hint of pink in the sunlight. She admired Wen Yin's hands, wishing she could possess such elegant ones. They appeared so alluring. Upon witnessing Bai Wei's reaction, Wen Yin's lips twitched slightly as he reached out to tousle her hair, saying, Wei, there is no need for envy. What I possess is also yours. Just extend your hand, and I shall reveal it to you shortly. Wen Yin's voice was gentle, imbued with a hint of joy and a trace of helplessness. All right, Bai Wei, with her charmingly naive demeanor, eagerly stretched out her hand. Your right hand. Wen Yin observed her adorably foolish expression and, with a sigh of resignation, continued. Bai Wei, noticing the look on Wen Yin's face, seemed to sense something, her heart inexplicably racing with excitement, akin to the thrill of swinging joyously. What are you doing? She stammered, her right hand trembling slightly. Without uttering a word, Wen Yin gently grasped her hand and knelt before her on one knee, treating her secret as a treasured gem, as he slid a ring on her index finger. Suddenly, Bai Wei felt a cool sensation envelop her finger. She gazed at Wen Yin, whose nervous eyelashes fluttered, her eyes drawn to the ring. The piece sparkled under the sunlight, exuding an ancient yet elegant beauty. The exquisite platinum design shimmered like the delicate patterns of rose petals, adorned with a lustrous pearl that resembled the most exquisite star in the ocean. The subtle, undulating waves etched into the band mirrored the gentle flow of the sea. All right, Your Highness, Wen Yin said with a smile, lowering his gaze beneath Bai Wei's watchful eyes. He leaned down and softly kissed the back of her hand, akin to a prince bestowing a gentle caress upon his beloved. In that moment, Bai Wei felt a sudden warmth envelop her hand, as if it might ignite spontaneously. Why, you can get up now, she stammered, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her starry eyes brimming with shyness as they met Wen Yin's. Okay, Wen Yin stood, retrieving another ring from his pocket and placing it in Bai Wei's palm. He then extended his right hand towards her, his meaning clear. Now, please adorn me. With her heart racing, Bai Wei took Wen Yin's hand, her breath hitching in nervous anticipation. As she slipped the ring onto his finger, relief washed over her, allowing her to breathe freely once more. Oh, Wen Yin gazed at the ring on his hand, a blissful smile illuminating his face. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with delight as he crouched down, excitedly embracing Bai Wei's waist and burying his head in her abdomen, emitting peculiar sounds. Whoa, I am so happy. I have a girlfriend now. Bai Wei was taken aback. Is Wen Yin really crying from excitement? What should I do? Help! She felt utterly immobilized, realizing Wen Yin was resting on her lap. Wen Yin affectionately nuzzled her with his head. Bai Wei, bemused, gently stroked his soft hair and said, I'm also very happy to have such a boyfriend. Initially taken aback by her gesture, Wen Yin then reached out, clasping her hand as she tousled his hair. He lifted his head, beaming. Bai Wei observed their interlocked fingers, resembling a prince holding his most precious treasure, a smile gracing his face. From now on, everyone will know I am Bai Wei's boyfriend. His tousled hair fell softly over his forehead, his azure eyes twinkling like stars in the sky, radiant like the sun yet warm and inviting. Bai Wei felt her heart swell like a soft, sweet honey toast in the morning. Come sit here. She shuffled over on the swing, making room for Wen Yin. All right. A gleam ignited in Wen Yin's eyes as he took out his phone, looking at Bai Wei expectantly. Wei Wei, I want to announce it, he declared, pulling her hand and playfully shaking it. Please? Sure, Bai Wei replied, her tone affectionate as she noticed his eager demeanor. Smile for the camera? Wenyan wrapped his arms around Bai Wei, resting his head against hers. Bai Wei faced the camera, her smile radiant. Click. Seeing Wenyan's joyous expression, she said, go ahead and post it. My phone is with my little buddy, and I'll share it when we return. Bai Wei suddenly found that her previous reluctance towards such matters had diminished. She realized that being together felt quite pleasant. Let's take another picture, Wenyan playfully insisted, unable to conceal his sweetness. All right, Bai Wei chuckled at Wenyan's adorable antics, never expecting his typically aloof demeanor to soften so endearingly. He was as clingy as a golden retriever. Like this. Wenyan extended his right hand, adorned with a ring, palm facing the sun, fingers together with the thumb slightly bent, forming an inverted heart shape. He gestured for her to mimic his actions. Got it. Bai Wei mirrored his hand, creating a similar heart shape. How we take the photo? She glanced at Wenyan, who was awkwardly holding his phone. Your left hand is inside. How we capture this? Wenyan pondered for a moment. Then his eyes sparkled with inspiration. Like this. He wrapped his arm around Bai Wei's shoulders, pulling her close. Click. Do we need to take more? Bai Wei asked with a playful smile. Wenyan, holding the phone in one hand and clasping Bai Wei's hand with the other, laughed. Haha, no more for today. I'll bring my camera tomorrow. All right, I'll post it as soon as I get back. Great. The two chatted as they strolled hand in hand towards the classroom. The tall boy and the graceful girl walked in harmony, their strides synchronized, resembling a masterpiece painted by an artist. Inside the classroom, a student rushed in, phone in hand, exclaiming, Extra! Extra! Major news! Chapter 76, Breaking News, Extra! Extra! Breaking news! A fair-haired girl dashed into the classroom, her voice rising above the chatter. The phone in her hand shook incessantly like a newspaper being sold. Upon hearing her, the class erupted in excitement, akin to a swarm of bees. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity, urging her to speak. Come on, Xiao Xiao, quit teasing us. Xiao Xiao, known for her talent in uncovering all gossip at Fengyan Academy, was determined to become the best reporter, often seen with a camera hanging around her neck. Seeing the eager expressions of her classmates, she decided to reveal the news. Coupling her hands around her mouth, she announced loudly. The most important news is that Senior Wenyan and Princess Bai Wei have officially announced their relationship. With this revelation, the fans of the Wenyan and Bai Wei couple felt as if a bomb had been dropped in a boiling water. Ah, my couple has officially announced their relationship. Where did you see this? Are they sharing sweet moments? Hurry, tell me. My blood sugar is low, and I need some sweetness. In the midst of the frenzy, several voices expressed dissatisfaction, but the excitement surrounding the couple drowned them out. Xiao Xiao, observing the fervor among her peers, proclaimed, check your moments. And also, we have a new handsome guy transferring to our class. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom erupted in a chorus of synchronized whispers, their excitement palpable. To their surprise, the usually reserved Wenyan had unexpectedly posted 2 photos on his moments. The first read, I became the boyfriend of Princess Bai Wei, accompanied by a picture of Bai Wei smiling at him while holding heart-shaped fireworks, with a backdrop of dazzling fireworks illuminating the sky. Chapter 2. Allow me to introduce my princess, currently my girlfriend and future wife, Bai Wei. Accompanying images. The first depicts a garden full of rose blossoms, where Bai Wei and Wenyan are seated on a swing. Bai Wei smiles at the camera, while Wenyan's ice-blue eyes remain fixed upon her. The second image shows 2 elegant hands forming an inverted heart in the air. In the next moment, the classroom erupts with excited squeals. Ah, this is too much. Ah, a ring. Is this a proposal? One might think it's her first time seeing it. Help! I'm losing my mind. My princess, my girlfriend, my future wife. One classmate, hand in a heart shape, blissfully exclaims. The sweetness is palpable, even from behind the screen. Ah, they're making hearts in the sky. How can this be so delightful? We thought yesterday's fireworks were something else, but it turns out our young master was confessing. In the back row, Inua gazes at the images on WeChat, her doll-like face glowing with joy, yet tinged with a hint of frustration. Ah, look, it's Wenyan and Bai Wei. They are so sweet. Everywhere Bai Wei walks, people pause, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they whisper to one another. Suddenly, Bai Wei feels shy, struggling a bit and signaling to Wen Yin to let go. What's wrong? Wen Yin asks innocently, his voice soft. Bai Wei gazes into Wen Yin's ice-blue eyes, realizing she cannot find the words to ask him to release her. Let us hurry. We have class soon, she blurts out in a rush, clearly flustered. Curse it. I must be losing my mind. She thinks, for just a moment, she had considered that if she spoke up, those beautiful eyes would show sadness. All right, Wen Yin replies, a dazzling smile gracing his lips. Nearby, a group of classmates is energetically enjoying the sweet spectacle, their excitement palpable. Bai Wei suddenly feels overwhelmed and tugs Wen Yin, making a beeline for the classroom. They pause at the door, hearing a murmur inside. Bai Wei faintly catches the words 999 and wish 999. Wen Yin, hold her hand. Feels warm. Bai Wei whispers to him, her almond-shaped eyes blinking nervously. She would admit to feeling shy. Let us use the back door, Wen Yin suggests. Noticing Bai Wei's embarrassment, and with a sly wink, he pulls her through the entrance. As they approach the back door, Bai Wei is suddenly struck by the fear of being caught. Her heart races as she swiftly drags Wen Yin to the back row of seats. You're back. Inua observes calmly from the rear, casually enjoying some sunflower seeds, as if Bai Wei's romantic escapades were a covert operation. In an instant, all eyes in the classroom turn towards them. This is the effect I wanted, Inua thinks. Welcome back, Wei Jia. Everyone is so enthusiastic. What should I do? Bai Wei exclaims, taken aback, as a swarm of classmates rush towards them. Princess Bai Wei, when are you getting married? Can we have some wedding candies? Can I document your love story? A barrage of inquiries leaves Bai Wei stunned. How is she supposed to respond? She has only just begun dating. The thought of marriage is far from her mind. Just as Wen Yin is about to speak, Bai Wei seizes a sports event registration form from the table. Upon seeing her action, the crowd assumes she is inviting them to sign up for the sports event. I just remembered I have to go to class. I'll take my leave. Oh, I need to prepare too. I'm leaving as well. One by one, they scurry away like mice fleeing a cat, some even dragging their belongings back to their seats. Only Xiao Xiao remains, holding up her DSLR. Click. The sound resonates in the quiet classroom. Xiao Xiao looks up, her expression stiff. Bai Wei blinks at her, raising the registration form. I'll send you photos of your wedding. Oops, I have to go. Bai Wei watches Xiao Xiao's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of frustration. Can't anyone let me finish my sentence? Chapter 77. Wei Jia is upset, and Yin Gu takes action. Wen Yin can't help but chuckle at Bai Wei's expression, ruffling her hair affectionately. Hey! Bai Wei shoots him an annoyed glare, slapping the registration form onto Wen Yin's desk. You go submit it. She turns away decisively, offering him a sulky profile. Wen Yin observes Bai Wei, who resembles a pouting kitten, and gently pinches her cheek. In an instant, Bai Wei feels as if all the air has escaped her. Wei Wei is so adorable. Wen Yin bursts into laughter. Hearing his laughter, the girls in class abandon their books, turning to gaze at him. Typically, Wen Yin maintains an icy demeanor, rarely speaking with them, let alone smiling. Yet today, he seems genuinely joyful. His smile is pure and warm, like the sun in winter, enchanting everyone despite knowing it isn't directed at them. Caught in the moment, Bai Wei momentarily forgets her irritation, gazing at Wen Yin in disbelief, as if to say, did you just call me cute? How could Wen Yin think she is cute? She, Bai Wei, has a face that exudes aloofness, far from anything resembling cuteness. Wen Yin remains silent, merely gazing at Bai Wei. The intensity of his gaze makes her heart race, causing her to flush, as if sensing her surprise. Wen Yin's smile widens. Just when Bai Wei contemplates whether to ask him to stop pinching her cheeks before her face burns, Inua's voice breaks through the moment. Oh, lovebirds are truly terrifying. Inua observes the duo, shivering at the display. You two are giving me goosebumps. In an instant, Bai Wei's face turns crimson. Help! You keep writing, Bai Wei exclaims, throwing a random book from Wen Yin's desk. Wen Yin glances at the book she has picked up. Realizing it is his sketchbook containing drawings of Bai Wei, he instinctively places his hand over it, Wei Wei, let us change to another book. You might get upset looking at this. Inua interjects. You didn't write anything scandalous in there, did you? Like a white moonlight? The words ignite curiosity among their classmates. Bai Wei's previously flushed face pales at Inua's comment. She has a tendency to overreact. What is that about? She asks, leaning back in her chair lazily. Come on, let us hear it. Inua urges, snacking away, clearly enjoying the moment. The others join in, eager for the spectacle, some even whispering, "Oh dear. Weijia isnt some stand-in, is she?" Acting all high and mighty. Wenyan's expression suddenly turns frosty. Perhaps he has been too lenient lately, allowing them to think he is easygoing. He cannot bear to hear anyone speak ill of Bai Wei in his presence. Ina, sensing the tension, shoots them a cold glare. If you can't speak properly, you might as well donate your mouth. What level do you think you are to converse with me? Lulu Mei, unyielding, retorts. Who do you think you are? Just Bai Wei's little follower, right? Exactly. We weren't even talking about you. Inua's cherubic face suddenly hardened as she rose to her feet. Bai Wei, who had previously exuded a languid aura, instantly transformed, her apricot eyes casting a frigid glance. An icy blue energy surged forth from her hand. Before Bai Wei could strike, a domineering force surged toward the two individuals. The onlookers barely comprehended what had transpired when the two troublemakers, Lulu Mei, found themselves crashing onto the podium. With a soft thud, the two gazed at the source of their misfortune, Wenyan, and only then realized the foolishness of their actions, their eyes brimming with dread. Wenyan stood up and approached the two reckless individuals. The sound of her heels echoed on the floor, resonating like a drumbeat in the hearts of the spectators. The atmosphere, once filled with a light-hearted ambience, plummeted to an icy silence. Some individuals trembled slightly, their hands clutching their phones. They had been too careless in recent days, even posting photos of Wenyan on forums and engaging in various frivolous discussions. We were wrong. We apologized, the two pleaded, their fear overshadowing their physical pain as they shrank away from Wenyan. What did you just say? Wenyan's icy voice reverberated in the classroom, a gentle breeze brushing aside the wisps of hair on her forehead. Her angelic visage transformed into one reminiscent of a devil. We were wrong. We will never dare again. The two Lulu Mei whimpered, cowering on the ground. Their earlier bravado completely vanished. Bai Wei sat expressionlessly, flipping through a book. The black sketchbook now rested on Wenyan's desk. Some individuals, oblivious to the pain until it struck them personally, only knew how to chatter incessantly. Wenyan scoffed coldly. That is my cherished princess. And you think you are worthy to bark? With that, an ice-blue sword pierced mercilessly into Lulu Mei's shoulder. The audience winced at the pitiful cries emanating from the podium, the faint-hearted trembling in fear. Others from different classes, drawn by the commotion, rushed to the entrance, only to witness the two sprawled on the podium, their faces smeared with blood, the most horrifying sight being the two gaping wounds on their shoulders. The surrounding area was stained with crimson, yet no blood flowed. The ice-blue blade stained red, rendering it both eerie and terrifying. Meanwhile, Wenyan stood tall, her posture regal, her blood-red lips parting with a chilling promise. Next time, it will not be so simple. What on earth is happening? Li Luo, accompanied by Yi, hurried down the corridor upon hearing a piercing scream, only to be met with this disconcerting scene. Her expression soured as she realized the incident was a result of Wenyan's actions. Wow, teacher, why are your students so terrifying? And Yi, leisurely trailing behind Li Luo, remarked with a hint of mischief upon spotting Wenyan. What is going on here? Li Luo asked sternly, directing her gaze at the silent class. Wenyan, did you do this? She demanded, scrutinizing the quiet crowd. Wenyan remained still, her expression subtly cold, yet she refrained from speaking. If these two gossip-mongers dared to turn the tables, it would not end lightly. The crowd at the door grew larger, hushed whispers circulating. What happened? Did they wake up Wenyan? I don't know, I just arrived. Goodness, this is terrifying. But the one in black is so handsome. Inua's eyes sparkled as she tugged at Bai Wei's clothing, her curiosity ignited. Isn't that the one from last night? Don't you have any thoughts on this? Bai Wei sighed. casting a helpless glance at Inua. I'm a married woman now. What thoughts could I have? Oh, can't you just take it all in? Only children have preferences. Inua eagerly observed Bai Wei, her cherubic face brimming with mischief. Besides the little wolf cub and the aloof male god, just imagining it is exhilarating. Bai Wei's lips twitched involuntarily, contemplating whether to address Inua's outrageous words. Inua giggled foolishly. Let me have my fun. I really want to know what a battlefield feels like. Fine, if you like him, go after him. I prefer this type. Clearly, he is a captivating beauty, Bai Wei replied. The two Lulu-Mei sprawled on the ground, regarded Li Luo as if she were their savior, disregarding their pain and crawling toward her in desperation. Teacher, we didn't mean it, they cried, clutching at Li Luo's pant leg, their faces streaked with tears and sweat, their hair matted. Under the sunlight, they appeared utterly disheveled. It was me, Wen Yin stated flatly. This was merely a warning. Teacher, we just mentioned Bai Wei. Lulu-Mei's voice faltered, her face flushing as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. And Yi stepped forward, placing a foot on Lulu-Mei's shoulder, dark mist coiling around her neck. How dare you speak of her? He smirked, a devilish grin spreading across his face. The crowd was momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. No one anticipated that Yi, who had been watching the drama unfold with amusement, would suddenly morph into a figure demanding retribution. Bai Wei was taken aback. She could understand Wen Yan's reprimand, but Ye's transformation was perplexing. Inua, gazing at the handsome figure in black on the podium, thought to herself, oh my, he truly is a charismatic madman, especially for Bai Wei. This is exhilarating. I might just change my allegiance. Help us. The two cried out in anguish toward Li Luo. Li Luo, finally regaining her composure, hastily intervened. And Yi stopped. And Yi appeared unfazed, continuing his menacing demeanor. Li Luo, exasperated, felt a headache coming on, though it was true that the two had provoked Bai Wei. The punishment seemed excessive. Just as she was about to intervene, an ice-blue vine gently dispersed the dark mist, allowing the two to breathe freely on the floor. The two Lulu-Mei looked up, realizing that Bai Wei had intervened to save them, their expressions becoming complicated. Bai Wei, observing their conflicted gazes, wished to convey that she merely believed Wen Yan's lesson had sufficed. She sought to avoid any lethal outcomes. Li Luo sighed in relief as Bai Wei's intervention averted further chaos. What was with all these incidents? It seemed that tranquility was an elusive state, always shattered by dramatic upheaval. Bai Wei, you still help them? And Yi questioned, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of grievance. The onlookers buzzed with renewed curiosity, albeit with a newfound restraint. Bai Wei, gazing at the somewhat aggrieved Yi, fell silent. She had mentioned yesterday that she did not know Yi. Moreover, if she had not lost her memory, she would have confronted him the day before. Oh, Inua exclaimed, tugging at Bai Wei's clothing in excitement. Wen Yin cast a sidelong glance at Yi. She is my girlfriend, and I will protect her. And he narrowed his eyes, wondering if Wen Yin was flaunting her relationship. All right, class is about to begin. Please return to your seats, Li Luo instructed, waving her hand in exasperation. Someone, take them to the infirmary, she commanded, and the two on the floor almost burst into tears of gratitude. A few individuals quickly averted their gazes, pretending to read as several others quietly assisted Lulu-Mei off the floor. Wen Yin offered a dispassionate glance, but said nothing. As she approached Yi, her footsteps slightly faltered. Do not cause her trouble. And Yi, watching Wen Yan's retreating figure, scoffed coldly before taking a seat behind Bai Wei, next to Inua. Inua, glancing at the imposing figure beside her, instinctively shifted away. She could indulge in her fantasies, but in reality, she still feared such unpredictability. The fierce demeanor of Yi, just moments ago, seemed to suggest he could extinguish a life without so much as a flutter of his eyelashes. Yi, however, had noticed Inua, yet he never deigned to pay attention to inconsequential individuals. Wei Wei, as I mentioned yesterday, I shall see you today. And Yi reached out to poke Bai Wei, leaning in with a mischievous grin. Wen Yin, wrapping an arm around Bai Wei's shoulder, inadvertently caught Ye's hand. In an instant, Yi recoiled in disdain, wiping his hand on his clothing as if Wen Yin were some infectious disease. Wen Yin, equally displeased, shook off his sleeves and turned to Bai Wei, gently saying, "I will deliver the form to her. You stay here." "Understood," Bai Wei replied, momentarily flustered by Wen Yan's embrace, unsure of where to place her hands. Her long lashes fluttered as she added, "Next time, please speak without getting so close." "Noted. But next time, it will still be like this," Wen Yin released Bai Wei, allowing her to take his seat as he walked toward the podium with the sports event registration form. Inua observed Inye's gleeful expression and felt certain that this madman was up to something. Inye's gaze fell on Bai Wei in Wen Yan's seat, a sly smile creeping across his lips as his enchanting blood-red eyes flickered momentarily. "Is what I say particularly significant?" And he turned to Bai Wei with a cheerful grin. Bai Wei, feeling uncomfortable, furrowed her brows and shifted slightly forward, questioning, "Inye, are we that familiar?" Upon uttering this, panic surged through Inua, who covered her mouth and muttered worriedly, inching away from the unpredictable Inye. She had a foreboding sense that something was about to unfold. Inye blinked in disbelief, stammering, "What did you just say?" Chapter 79, a play of 4, as Bai Wei listened to Inye's words. She genuinely suspected that everyone around her had poor hearing or that his voice was simply too soft. She glanced at the podium where Li Luo had just exited. With impatience, she reiterated, "Inye, are we that familiar? Could you refrain from speaking in a manner that leads to misunderstandings? Is this the first time you've heard it clearly?" Bai Wei emphasized at the end. The others perked up their ears, exclaiming in astonishment at the juicy gossip circulating these past few days. They realized that as long as they did not provoke Princess Bai Wei, they would remain safe. Thus, they thought, how foolish to pass up on the gossip. Upon returning with the form, Wen Yin only caught the tail end of the conversation and, perplexed, ruffled Bai Wei's hair, asking, "What are you talking about?" Bai Wei, dissatisfied, shook her head, causing her hair to become disheveled. And he stared at Bai Wei and Wen Yin for a while, giving a self-deprecating smile as he replied, "Understood." Bai Wei took heed of Inye's words and settled back in her seat. "So, what did Wei Wei say to him?" Wen Yin leaned in, maintaining an appropriate distance as he inquired. Bai Wei, with a lazy glance, responded, "You still haven't answered my question, and yet you come to ask me." She pointed at the sketchbook on Wen Yan's desk, leaning back in her chair with a demeanor that suggested she was settling an old score. Wen Yin realized from her expression that she hadn't even glanced at the sketchbook. "Oh, so Wei Wei hasn't seen it," he said, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Bai Wei retorted, "No, she hasn't seen it. Why are you disappointed?" Seeing the confusion on Bai Wei's face, Wen Yin, with a cherubic look, lamented, "But I am your boyfriend now." "Well, and?" Bai Wei replied, bewildered. "What does that have to do with whether she looks at the sketchbook?" Wen Yin gazed at her incredulously, eyes wide open as if she were a heartbreaker, and said, "You dare to ask, and speak properly." Bai Wei, exasperated, regarded Wen Yin, whose expression conveyed he was sulking. Wen Yin huffed, "I refuse to accept that." He turned away, presenting Bai Wei with an offended profile. Bai Wei thought, is this how a little wife throws a tantrum? She felt at a loss for words, uncertain of how to comfort him. Inua, observing Villainess flüsterte de manner, shook her head knowingly. Bai Wei is definitely in trouble. She reflected on how the absence of comparison lessens the sting, looking at how she treated others coldly while being gentle with Wen Yin. Inua pulled out some sunflower seeds and glanced at the brooding Inye beside her, feeling a twinge of sympathy. She offered some seeds, asking, "Would you like some?" Inye remained silent, but reached out for them. Inua was taken aback, then begrudgingly split the seeds in half, swearing she had merely been polite. Moreover, those seeds were from the previous night, allocated to her by their CP group. "Is he really that good?" Inye inquired, his tone calm as though he were posing a trivial question. "Huh?" Inua was momentarily stunned by Inye's abrupt question, failing to grasp immediately whom he was referring to. Silence enveloped them as Inua looked at the now reticent figure beside her, realizing after a second that he was referring to Wen Yin. "Ah, it's clear that our Wei Jie possesses great charm. Yet, this brother has no hope," she remarked. "Try to console him. Honestly, feelings aren't contingent upon how good someone is. Is that so?" Inua pondered, then added, "It mainly depends on whether the person cares." The two fell into silence, with Inua unconcerned, snacking on seeds while observing the scene ahead. She was curious whether Bai Wei would indeed soothe Wenyan. Oh, she forgot that she had already comforted him once when he fainted and had clung to her, preventing her from leaving her to pat his back as one would to a child. Wenyan waited for a long time, yet Bai Wei showed no signs of acknowledgement, which infuriated him to the point of feeling a heart attack coming on. Could she not utter a single, "I like you," or "I care about you"? All he desired was a simple word from her. Was his demeanor not evident? "You simply do not care about me," Wenyan turned and bluntly accused her. As he pivoted, his gaze collided with hers, filled with helplessness, causing his heart to flutter. Bai Wei softly tousled Wenyan's silky hair, stating, "I do not." The morning sun bathed Bai Wei in warmth as she reached out to ruffle the hair of the upset youth, clumsily attempting to comfort him in her own way. The previously aloof hazel eyes now looked upon him with a mix of resignation and affection. Inua, witnessing this scene, suddenly found the sunflower seeds in her hand unappetizing. That was clearly Bai Wei's way of comforting him, and now Wenyan had received it too. And Yi, equally displeased, crunched loudly on his seeds. The others discreetly observed the dynamic duo at the back of the class, imagining a romantic narrative where they both liked each other while feeling envious. Ultimately, they resolved to team up to seize what they desired. The class erupted in laughter, their expressions twisted in mischief. Suddenly, Wenyan sensed an eerie silence around him, with only the pounding of his heart echoing in his ears. "Really?" Bai Wei let her hand drop, her expression resolute. She wanted to say something more, but glanced around, noticing the onlookers who seemed to be engrossed in their own activities. Some were buried in their books, while others engaged in lively discussions. Had she misread the situation? For safety's sake, Bai Wei shifted closer to Wenyan, whispering, "Besides, didn't I say? If you have something to say, just tell me directly. I dislike guessing." After a moment of hesitation, she continued, "Moreover, I am not particularly skilled at comforting others or engaging in conversation. Isn't that just a form of coaxing?" Wenyan instantly smiled radiantly, imitating Bai Wei, and whispered, "I can teach you how to coax someone." After saying this, she looked at Bai Wei with eager anticipation. Ino glanced at the two heads huddled together, whispering, and disdainfully eyed the sunflower seeds. She turned to Anya and asked, "Do you think these seeds taste sour?" Anya examined the seeds in his hand and nodded in agreement. Both of them pursed their lips, casting a slightly sour glance at the two heads leaning towards each other. Their hands itched to pry them apart. Meanwhile, Wenyan and Bai Wei remained blissfully unaware of the desire to separate them. Bai Wei looked at Wenyan, who resembled a cunning wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood, and with a glint of mischief in her eyes, she said seriously, "All right, go ahead and tell me." Seeing Bai Wei actually eager to learn, Wenyan immediately sat up straight, adopting an air of authority. "First, to coax a boyfriend, the address must be affectionate. Just like how I call you Wei Wei." Wenyan's ice-blue eyes sparkled with excitement as she counted on her long fingers. After finishing, she blinked earnestly and asked, "So, if I were to get angry, what should you call me?" Bai Wei pretended to ponder seriously. Wenyan rested one hand on the table, anxiously and expectantly watching Bai Wei, her eyes wide open, afraid that she might miss Bai Wei's answer by merely blinking. Bai Wei tilted her head, looking intently at Wenyan, and replied, "You should call me. What should you call me?" Wenyan gazed at Bai Wei with eager anticipation. "Call me Yin Yin," Bai Wei confidently declared, as if she had answered a question she was sure of. Ino couldn't help but chuckle at Bai Wei's words. Wenyan's hand slipped, and as she looked up at Bai Wei, she noticed the girl's almond-shaped eyes sparkling with delight, revealing a hint of pride. Only then did Wenyan realize that Bai Wei was teasing her. "Humph, here I'm trying to teach you, and you are teasing me instead. I'm upset now." Wenyan pouted, turning her head to one side in dissatisfaction. The surrounding atmosphere fell silent, for the aloof male god's anger was rather adorable. All right, I didn't mean it," Bai Wei said, stifling a laugh while looking at the sulking Wenyan. "You didn't listen to what I said properly," Wenyan retorted, her face puffed up like a child. Seeing Wenyan like this, Bai Wei couldn't resist teasing her a bit more. But I think Yin Yin sounds quite affectionate. Bai Wei leaned in earnestly. That's not affectionate at all. It sounds quite childish, Wen Yin replied with a frown. Before she could finish her sentence, the school bell rang loudly. Wen Yin's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, leaving her even more upset. As Wen Yin sulked, Ino and Anya behind her couldn't help but feel delighted, their lips curling into smiles as they sat comfortably. Ino and Anya exclaimed, "Ah, I have never found this bell so melodious." Li Luo, wearing high heels, strode into the classroom. It was Saturday, a day that should have been a holiday, yet everyone was gathered to discuss matters regarding the sports event. The students were indifferent to Li Luo's mention of whether there would be a holiday, as they attended very few classes anyway. They simply came to sit for a while before heading back. The school had announced an additional event for this semester's sports day, horse racing. Li Luo observed the nonchalant students and was about to say that school was over. Just then, the students who had seemed indifferent began chattering excitedly. "Oh my, there's going to be horse racing this semester. When did the school become so enlightened?" "Exactly, the school is too dull. We need something exciting like this." Just imagining the rush of wind at the racetrack is exhilarating. It was surprising that they showed no interest in other sports, yet were so thrilled about horse racing. Ino, intrigued, poked Bai Wei and asked, "Wei Wei, are you going to participate in the race as well?" Bai Wei shook her head, explaining that her participation in running was already tied to system requirements and her vitality. Otherwise, she would have gone mad trying to participate, and besides, she didn't know how to race. Although her dream was to ride freely across the vast grasslands of the Northwest and to experience the gentle waters of Jiangnan, she wouldn't participate in the horse racing. Ino looked at Bai Wei, then at Wen Yin, her round eyes glimmering. She leaned closer and whispered, "Let Wen Yin teach you." "She definitely will. Then you both can participate together." "I'll ask her," Ino added, her face brimming with pride as she took out her phone. This time, they are in for a treat. Once Bai Wei makes a move, Wen Yin will surely join in. She planned to persuade Yin Yin as well, and maybe even Lan Shi. Finally, she would convince Lin Xing and make Lu Yuding participate too. Ino chuckled mischievously while holding her phone. Anya observed her silly demeanor and thought she looked quite foolish. "Stop laughing," he said. "Huh?" Ino jumped in surprise at Anya's unexpected comment, causing her to hiccup. "Mind your own business," Ino retorted, feeling less intimidated by Anya now, and rolled her eyes at him. Anya glanced up and down at Ino, frowning. "What are you doing?" His gaze was reminiscent of a brothel madam. "Hey, why don't you participate in the horse racing? Wen Yin will join too," Ino said with a smile. "Not going," Anya replied, casting a disapproving glance at Ino while sounding rather aloof. "Fine, if you don't want to go, then don't," Ino replied, typing away on her phone. She began to convince Yin Yin and the others to join in, imagining all the handsome boys who would gather for the event. "Oh, it's sure to be a grand spectacle." Li Luo observed the students animatedly discussing the upcoming event and decided to let them continue. "Teacher, can everyone participate in the horse racing?" A student called out loudly. Once one person asked, others jumped in with their inquiries. "Where will the race take place?" "Wait, is a horse race? Where do the horses come from? Can we choose them ourselves? Is it on Monday?" A barrage of questions bombarded Li Luo, leaving her somewhat bewildered, as she had never seen her class so invested in anything before. Usually, they were polite and well-mannered, yet indifferent to most matters. Li Luo made a stopping gesture and called out loudly, "Stop!" The classroom finally quieted down. "All right, I will answer your questions one by one," she said as she sat on the podium. "First, the sports day will be held on Monday, which is the day after tomorrow. Secondly, the horse racing will take place on the back mountain, and the school will provide the horses for everyone. Thirdly, anyone who wants to participate can do so. Just inform us directly in the group chat." Li Luo quickly listed all the important information. In conclusion, she added, "Do you have any more questions? If not, you can leave. Let us look forward to the sports day next Monday." "Okay," the students replied, and they gradually exited the classroom in groups, discussing the sports event enthusiastically. "Hey, are you going to participate?" "I don't know. Do you think Wen Yin and the others will join?" "Of course. Haven't you seen the news?" Inua tidied her belongings and suddenly jumped in front of Bai Wei. "Wei Wei, Yin Yin, and the others said to come find us. Let us return together." "All right." Bai Wei nodded in agreement. Wei Wei, don't forget me, and Yi chimed in. And Yi, have you asked if you can call me wife Wei Wei? Bai Wei had yet to speak when Wen Yin, dissatisfied, addressed in Yi. Ignoring Wen Yin, and Yi gazed eagerly at Bai Wei. Bai Wei nodded affirmatively, saying, I believe Wen Yin is correct. There must be a sense of boundaries. Indeed, Wen Yin replied with a sense of pride, though her earlobes turned slightly red. Then, disregarding the nonchalant in Yi, she gently took Bai Wei's hand and said, Let us step outside. They need to talk. MHM, Bai Wei nodded and told Inua, We will wait for you outside. Observing Wen Yin's flushed earlobes, Bai Wei couldn't help but recall Wen Yin mentioning her embarrassment earlier that morning. A mischievous smile flickered in Bai Wei's eyes as she pointed to Wen Yin's ears, saying, Your ears are quite red. What's the matter? Before Wen Yin could respond, Bai Wei mimicked her, looking teasingly at Wen Yin and stretching her voice so. I see it's because you're shy. Calling you Yin made you blush. Knowing Bai Wei's intentions, Wen Yin shook her head defiantly. Oh, I didn't expect my wife to hold a grudge. And Yi thought, what should I do? Just pamper her. You do. I don't. And Yi observed the departing figures of Wen Yin and Bai Wei. The young girl wore a serene ice blue gown, exuding a cool demeanor, yet was sweetly held by the young man beside her. At this moment, she resembled a little fox playfully pointing at the boy's flushed earlobes, teasing him. Although the boy insisted otherwise, his ice blue eyes revealed affection. And he suddenly recalled a phrase. Seeing her attire reminded him of his own gaze. In awe, witnessing this scene, took a photo with a smile, shaking her head in admiration. Isn't this just her causing a ruckus while he indulges her? Family, the dog food has arrived. Immediately, the comments flooded with thank you, Sister Nual, for the feed. Hee, isn't it delightful? Inua remarked, noticing in Yi's stillness, her voice dwindling. She remembered that he wasn't fond of shipping pairs and that he viewed Wen Yin as a rival, albeit unilaterally. Hey bro, don't just stand there. Inua patted in Yi's shoulder, offering comfort. Let us go. And he lowered his gaze, his expression unreadable. This scene reminded him of the time in the heavenly realm when Bai Wei was the water goddess and Wen Yin was the revered emperor. As the water goddess, Bai Wei's hair flowed like beautiful ocean waves. Yet, even though Wen Yin was a dragon, his eyes were a striking ice blue instead of the expected tea brown. Everyone claimed they were fated to be together. Observing Yi's despondent demeanor, Inua quipped, no need to hang on one tree. Although our Wei Wei is exceptional, she already has someone she likes. We must learn to let go. Love means letting go. Just let go. Upon the arrival of Yin and Lin Xing, they heard Inua's melodic voice. What is she singing about? Yin thought, chuckling at Inua's lively movements. Do you think there is something brewing between those two? Bai Wei asked with an ant-like smile as she looked at Inua and Yi approaching. Huh? Who with whom? Lin Xing asked cluelessly. Wen Yin had no particular opinion, but since his own wife had asked, he naturally agreed. There is potential, Wen Yin nodded. Lin Xing observed the two in front of her and then glanced at Yin, who seemed at a loss for words. Am I being a bit superfluous? Am I being fed dog food? Am I intruding on their little world? Come here, Lu Yuding said, looking at Lin Xing, who appeared a bit dazed. With a hint of exasperation, Lin Xing, feeling slightly downcast, muttered, Oh. Hey, you all are here. Let us go. Inua cheerfully hopped ahead. The group strolled along the school path, the afternoon sun filtering through the branches, casting dappled shadows. Wei Wei, do you want to ride a horse? Wen Yin asked as he walked ahead with Bai Wei. I do, but I don't know how. After the sports meeting, we'll have a holiday for National Day. I'll take you for a carriage ride. How does that sound? Sounds great. Lin Xing felt a twinge of discontent. She was never her Wei's sole favorite. And now with Wen Yin around, things felt even worse. Were we eating today? Lu Yuding suddenly inquired. Anything is fine. Lin Xing mused. Am I too lenient? Do you have no sense of pursuing someone? Huh? Lin Xing was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Her mind hadn't caught up yet, and with astonishment, she stammered. You are very lenient with me? Lu Yuding's expression darkened as he chose to ignore her. This implied he was kind to her. She felt as if her goodwill was wasted. I was wrong. I just spoke without thinking. Lin Xing hurriedly chased after him, regretting her impulsive words. This was truly her mouth running ahead while her brain lagged. Damn it! Inua and Yi, trailing behind, were enjoying the show. Yet only Inua was indulging in the shipping. Inyen and Lan, she were chatting sweetly behind. Why? Why are all the handsome gods someone else's? What is wrong with granting me a handsome guy? What harm would adding another beauty do? Would the world stop spinning? The word envy had exhausted her. Let us just watch the sports meeting. We can enjoy that. The crowd responded with a humble JPG. Chapter 82. The sports meeting today. The weather is splendid, with clear skies. Next comes the annual sports meeting of Fengyu Academy, hoping that each class will reap good rewards. The Duke stood on the high platform, elegantly dressed, energetically announcing, "Let us welcome the teachers from each class to speak." Observing from afar, he appeared exceptionally graceful. The crowd, upon hearing his words, looked up to see the sun shining brightly. One had to admire the art of speaking. If they saw such a glaring sun, they would simply exclaim, "Oh, the sun is so bright." But the Duke artfully described it as clear skies. Ah, this is the disparity between people. The audience murmured their dissatisfaction, expressing their impatience at the length of the speeches. How long will this go on? It's the same few lines every year. This is at least half an hour of droning on. They're not tired of it, but we are. Our ears are about to develop calluses. Can't they revise the script to show us some respect? Bai Wei felt a bit agitated hearing the crowd's complaints. However, listening to the Duke speak about the sports meeting made her feel somewhat anxious. Damn it, what a troublesome task I have to win against Wenyan. I wonder if the competition is gender segregated. Otherwise, I feel I might not stand a chance. At this moment, Bai Wei felt a surge of strength in her hand. She didn't need to turn around to know it was Wenyan. What's wrong? Are you nervous, Wei Wei? He gently inquired, lowering his head. Bai Wei pondered, then quietly asked Wenyan, "Why hasn't the competition rules been announced? Do you know? No need to be anxious. It's always boys competing against boys and girls against girls. The first time is certainly no different." Wenyan spoke with unwavering certainty, asserting that Wei Wei possessed the purest bloodline among them, alleviating any concerns. Observing Wenyan's assured demeanor, Wei Wei felt a faint smile bloom on her face. Her previously tense heart now completely at ease. Since the competition involved boys against boys and girls against girls, her anxiety diminished significantly. Otherwise, if she were to run alongside Wenyan, she would surely be outpaced. With his long legs, one stride from him would require two from her. Noticing Wei Wei's slight nervousness, Wenyan curiously inquired, "Do you want a medal?" Surprised, Wei Wei, who was mentally preparing herself, momentarily failed to comprehend his question. Gazing at him in confusion, did he mean what she thought? If she expressed a desire for the medal, would that mean Wenyan would aim to win, thus claiming first place? No. At that moment, Wei Wei's entire being was filled with a resolute refusal. Clearing her throat, she blinked and composed herself, gazing earnestly at Wenyan. "I don't want it," she responded solemnly. Wenyan paused, taken aback by her serious expression, and then, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, "Ah, I thought you were anxious because you wanted the medal." Could it be that he misinterpreted her intentions? Why would Wei Wei, who did not wish for the medal, be so tense? Perhaps it was due to her first time participating. Observing Wenyan's disappointed demeanor, Wei Wei silently reflected on her own actions. She cursed herself. Others had advised her to encourage others and not to undermine their self-confidence. She had been too serious. After a moment's thought, Wei Wei turned to Wenyan and explained, "That's not what I meant. I meant you shouldn't push yourself for the medal. Just do your best. Winning or losing isn't important. Friendship is paramount." At the end, Wei Wei spoke with a solemnity that nearly moved herself to tears. So, Wei Wei was concerned for him. Wenyan's ice-blue eyes sparkled with delight as he playfully held Wei Wei's hand, his face radiating joy akin to a child who had just received candy. As Wei Wei gazed at Wenyan, the warm sunlight illuminated his silver hair, making it glisten as if it were emanating light, resembling an angel. A sense of guilt washed over her. "Oh dear, Wei Wei, how could you behave this way? One must be forthright." "Ah, but this is merely a kind-hearted fib. All right, let us discuss the competition rules." Li Luo stood atop the platform, clad in professional attire, exuding an air of competence. Listen up. Wei Wei excitedly tugged at Wen Yan's sleeve, fully attentive. Thank goodness. The matter she had been concerned about had finally arrived. Li Luo continued this year. We will alter the rules slightly. The competition will mix genders through a lottery. 5 boys and 5 girls will form a group of 10. Now, we shall take a 10-minute break before we begin. As soon as Li Luo's words fell, the audience erupted into a flurry of excitement. Goodness, boys and girls running together? This is fate knocking at the door. Quickly, may the heavens bless us with handsome competitors. If that happens, I shall seize the opportunity to fall dramatically. How could they change things so suddenly? Had I known, I would have signed up too. My fate, my future husband. Wei Wei found herself utterly bewildered by the surrounding voices, some filled with excitement, others with despair. Did this mean they had suddenly changed the rules this year? With tearful eyes, Wei Wei looked at Wen Yan, seeking reassurance. No, she couldn't possibly handle this. The news struck her like a bolt from the blue. Wen Yan, noticing Wei Wei's distress, awkwardly reassured her. It's all right. It's just a simple competition. You will do great. Thank you. Wei Wei beamed at him, though internally she felt like crying. Wen Yan observed the faint insincerity in Wei Wei's smile and felt a twinge of frustration. What was going on? Why such an abrupt change in rules? As Wen Yan glanced up, he caught sight of the old duke watching them with a grin reminiscent of a doting aunt. In a flash of realization, Wen Yan pondered if this was all orchestrated by the duke. All right, time's up. Everyone, line up to draw lots. The duke said cheerfully. Wait, let's go. Don't be nervous. I'm here, Wen Yan gently encouraged as he took her hand and walked forward. Wei Wei approached the red lottery box, her heart racing with anxiety. Please, Saint Mary, Jesus, and all deities, bless me with not drawing the same lot as Wen Yan. Let me smoothly secure first place and triumph over him. Inwardly, she fervently prayed and boldly reached into the box. Go ahead. Wei Wei pulled out a folded paper and stood aside, waiting for Wen Yan. All right. Wen Yan casually drew a slip. He pondered why Wei Wei seemed so jittery. It must relate to this race and her aspirations. Surely, she wished to avoid running alongside him for fear of not securing first place. But that old man must have tampered with the lots. They were bound to be paired together. Done, Wen Yan announced, approaching Wei Wei with his paper. The crowd behind them surged forward to draw their lots. What did you get? Wei Wei eagerly asked as Wen Yan approached. The others froze. Ears perked to hear what Wen Yan had drawn. If they matched, that would mean running together with the idol. Wen Yan unfolded the paper, revealing a bold red 3. 3, he said, extending the paper toward Wei Wei. 3. The audience silently echoed the number, hoping to draw the same. However, Wei Wei fervently wished for a different result and swallowed hard as she hastily unfolded her paper. Compared to Wen Yan's calm manner, her actions appeared somewhat hasty. 3? Wei Wei exclaimed in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the paper in her hand. Confirming it once more, the glaring 3 felt like a piercing pain to her eyes. 3. Just moments ago, she had been too anxious to look, wanting Wen Yan to go first. The crowd responded with a chorus of envy. Oh dear, I got 2. I got 1. Wei Wei stood, dazed among the throng, the recent excitement leaving her utterly bewildered. Did Wei Wei not want to be paired with him? Wen Yan looked at her with a pitiful expression, his ice blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Seeing his gaze, Wei Wei realized her reactions had been too transparent. No, I could never think that. She quickly denied. Looking into Wen Yan's eyes, she suddenly felt a sense of acceptance. Just as she had previously stated, friendship was more important than winning. Even if she did not secure first place, it was merely a fleeting moment. She could recover from it elsewhere. With this newfound clarity, Wei Wei exclaimed, "Let us go. Time for the competition." She grasped Wen Yan's hand and headed towards the race area, looking up at him with determination. "Let us have a little contest. I am certain I shall win." "All right," Wen Yan replied, relieved and wholeheartedly agreeing. It was worth all the coaxing and charm he had displayed. He felt reassured knowing that with Wei Wei as his partner, she would undoubtedly triumph over him. Go Wei Wei. Go Wei Wei. Go Wen Yan. Go. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers as Wen Yan and Wei Wei stepped onto the track. The sound of cheers rose higher with each moment, creating an atmosphere so fervent that even Bai Wei, who was preparing on stage, was startled. A glance at the crowd revealed that Inua and the others were still holding up banners for her. Bai Wei silently averted her gaze, wishing only to escape at that moment. This conspicuous package was utterly overwhelming. Wen Yin, having completed his preparations, glanced at Bai Wei. Startled by Wen Yin suddenly squatting before her, Bai Wei whispered, "What are you doing?" "Just checking if my girlfriend's shoelaces are tied properly," Wen Yin replied. His head bowed as he focused on tying her laces. Instantly, the runners from Bai Wei's team were filled with envy. "Oh no, I'm inundated with dog food. It's fine. I'll manage on my own." "I'm not envious, truly." The crowd below continued to take photos and shout excitedly, their enthusiasm nearly lifting the sky above the sports field. This is too much for me." When I returned home for National Day, my mother asked why my hypoglycemia had improved. I told her it was because I drink sugar every day. I declare that I will tell my son about their beautiful love story, hoping he learns from His Highness Wen Yin. The host, a senior student and a fan of the Bai Wei and Wen Yin pairing, was so eager to witness the scene that he nearly dashed down to the stage. "Haha, dear athletes, let us check our shoelaces. We should learn from His Highness Wen Yin." Just as the host finished speaking, the microphone had not yet moved away. The sound of a chuckle echoed clearly across the sports field. Realizing this, the host quickly pulled the microphone back. "I was merely delighted to see our athletes so earnest this year," he emphasized. "No hidden meanings here." Instantly, the crowd erupted in agreement. "Yes, we testify that there are no ulterior motives." Bai Wei felt as if she were being roasted by the sun. "Why can't I check them myself?" she said, slightly blushing as she looked at Wen Yin. With a radiant smile, Wen Yin replied, "I'm willing." Hearing the laughter surrounding her, Bai Wei found herself at a loss for words. "All right, everyone, it's the final round. Prepare," the host declared, his voice filled with mirth. "Girlfriend, go for it." Wen Yin extended a long hand towards her. On the playground, he seemed to radiate light, causing Bai Wei's heart to flutter. Beneath the brilliant sunlight, Wen Yin's smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Bai Wei gazed into his clear, pure eyes and instinctively reached out her hand. The sound of their high five resonated alongside Bai Wei's melodious voice. "Boyfriend, go for it." As the words fell, they were followed by a sharp sound of a gunshot. The two of them dashed towards the finish line as swiftly as the wind. A few onlookers, witnessing Wen Yin and the others sprinting ahead, hurried to join them. Entirely oblivious to the host's gunshot, Bai Wei crossed the finish line, the red ribbon falling, and the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. "Oh wow, Wei Jie is amazing. Oh, I won." Bai Wei, holding the red ribbon with one hand, looked proudly at Wen Yin and said, "Look at me." Wen Yin affectionately ruffled her hair. "You did great, girlfriend." The two hosts on a high platform rushed over. "Let us see if anyone has something to say." Chapter 84. "Wen Yin, do you want a medal? I can give it to you." I arrived first." One host raised a microphone and dashed in front of Wen Yin and Bai Wei. The other host watched the smug Xiao Xiao beside him and sighed in frustration, smiling as he stood by. "Next time, I must be faster than Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao stood at the forefront, excitedly declaring, "Congratulations to our Bai Wei for achieving first place with the best results." Applause erupted from the crowd. "Hee. Does Princess Bai Wei have anything to say?" Xiao Xiao extended the microphone towards Bai Wei, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Alongside Xiao Xiao's voice came the system's deliberately gentle announcement. "Congratulations, host, for surpassing Wen Yin at the sports meet, earning you 10 days of life points." Moi. Bai Wei could not help but smile, looking at Wen Yin. "Wen Yin, do you want a medal? I'll give it to you." Her playful voice echoed across the empty sports field. "Oh, Wei Jie is so commanding. I want it. I want it." In an instant, hands shot up from the stands, waving and shouting. "It seems everyone is quite excited," another host remarked. "So, do you all want to know His Highness Wen Yan's answer?" "Yes," the crowd replied in unison. The teachers seated on the high platform mused, "We've never seen them unite for anything else like this. Let's find out how His Highness Wen Yin will respond." A handsome host in formal attire raised a microphone to Wen Yin. "Thank you for the medal, my girlfriend." Wen Yan's tone rose slightly, imbued with a hint of Bai Wei's playful charm. Hearing his words, Xiao Xiao silently gave a thumbs up. "Impressive," with just a few words. He asserted his claim while showcasing their affection. The crowd murmured, "This dog food is truly omnipresent." Haha, it seems those wishing for Wei Jia's medal will be disappointed. Xiao Xiao cheerfully commented, "We may not have Princess Bai Wei's medal, but we can ask for something else." Another host said mysteriously. The audience instantly ignited with curiosity. "What do you want?" Xiao Xiao looked confused. In response to the crowd's bewilderment, the host smiled and asked, "When will we be able to enjoy your wedding candy?" This question dropped like a bombshell in everyone's hearts. The crowd gaped at the stage, stunned by the audacity of the inquiry. Bai Wei, witnessing the somewhat chaotic scene, felt unsure of how to respond. Wan pulled Bai Wei close, shielding her behind him as he stepped forward. "Tomorrow at 10 a.m. You can come to the front of the teaching building to collect the gift boxes." As soon as Yan's words fell, cheers erupted throughout the sports field. The stands were filled with people shaking cola bottles, seemingly conjured from thin air. Wow! Inua and Lin Xing looked at the people at the front, stunned for a year, realizing they had fallen behind. Lin Xing was equally shocked, pointing at the cola bottles the girls in front were holding. "Where did those come from? Our work is clearly lacking." Ini sighed in envy, then, unwilling to be outdone, shouted, "Thank you, Chungu. Thank you, Wei Jia." In an instant, the gentle breeze rustled the treetops, carrying with it a faint scent of roses. It swept over the jubilant cheers of the young boys and girls, infusing the entire campus with a joyful essence. Youth is truly wonderful. Looking at the exuberant young people below, one couldn't help but feel nostalgic. "Not at all, Your Highness." The crowd-esque compliments hung in the air, yet the prince merely smiled gently, stating, "All right, it's time to go down and present the awards." Although his tone was tender, it bore an undeniable authority that left no room for refusal. Instantly, those who had intended to compliment fell silent. Yes, they respectfully bowed and followed the prince down. "I wonder if I can share in the joy." The prince approached Bai Wei and Wan, jokingly inquiring. "Your Highness," Bai Wei replied politely, "aren't you afraid your teeth can't handle it?" Wan retorted without hesitation. The prince, observing that Wan not only failed to thank him, but also showed him a good face, could only glare silently at him. "Mind your manners." Bai Wei playfully pinched Wan, issuing a warning. Wan, though feeling aggrieved, could only smile at the Duke and say, "Understood. I will deliver it to you tomorrow." It was clearly that old man who was causing trouble all day. The Duke observed their little antics and laughed heartily. Splendid. Now, let us proceed with the awards and then the horse race. Let us cheer. Cheer. The horse racing arena of Fengyun Academy erupted with enthusiastic cheers. The atmosphere was so vibrant that Bai Wei, seated at the front of the audience, felt the noise was truly deafening. They had not even arrived yet, and the excitement was already palpable. Bai Wei looked at Inua and the others, who were shouting with glee, wondering how they could be so energetic when the event had yet to commence. "What did you say?" Inua perked up her ears and shouted back to Bai Wei. Bai Wei replied, "I said, are you not tired?" She rubbed her ears and articulated each word deliberately. This is the ambience we desire," Inua grinned. "And today is filled with handsome men, hee. Who else is here?" Bai Wei inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Your man, along with Lan, Shi, Lu Yuting." Inua counted on her fingers. "Oh, by the way, why haven't we seen you today?" Inua glanced around. Bai Wei looked about. "What about Yin and the others?" she asked, noticing the 2 empty seats beside her. "Oh, they went to buy something and will be back shortly," replied Inua. Dang, Sister Wei. Here are the freshly popped popcorn." Lin Xing exclaimed as she jumped out from behind Bai Wei. Startled, Bai Wei glanced at them nervously. "Where did you buy the popcorn?" she queried, puzzled since such items were not available at school. "I know, they released new products recently," Lin Xing said, stuffing a bucket of popcorn into Bai Wei's arms. "New products?" Chapter 85, Yan's Injury. It seems there are suddenly many items from the human world these days. Lin Xing noted as she popped a kernel in her mouth. "More human items," Bai Wei observed Yan, who remained silent, her eyes glimmering as she savored a piece of popcorn, then smiled knowingly. "You all are quite adept at enjoying yourselves, aren't you? Eating freshly made popcorn while watching handsome men ride horses. What a splendid indulgence," Inua said, stuffing her mouth with a handful of popcorn, crunching audibly. They're coming, they're coming. They are about to emerge. Someone shouted excitedly, and the crowd erupted in fervor. Wenyan, quick, call out to him. Inua urged Bai Wei, gripping her hand in excitement. Bai Wei, reluctantly holding onto the popcorn, hesitated. I think I'll pass on shouting. The lively atmosphere was simply not suited for her. She felt that if she shouted again, she wouldn't be able to manage. Inua, exasperated, exclaimed, how can you be like this? If Wenyan comes out and sees you didn't cheer for him, he will surely be disappointed. Forget it, Bai Wei still refused. Look at her. Inua sought assistance from Yin and Lin Xing. If you don't want to shout, you could at least give Wenyan a hand gesture, Yin suggested, noticing Bai Wei's discomfort with the lively environment. Bai Wei was taken aback by this side of herself, feeling averse to socializing. Exactly, she said, her eyes brightening as she gratefully glanced at Yin. I think Yin's idea is absolutely wonderful. Hee. Yin beamed with joy. Ah, look, His Highness Wenyan has come out. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers as Wenyan appeared, the sound of cameras clicking incessantly. Heads craned forward, a frenzy of excitement. Help! I can't shout it out. What should I do? Hurry! Seeing Bai Wei remain motionless, Inua urged her excitedly. Bai Wei looked up as Wenyan rode a white horse, a dark mane flowing behind him. His eyes, as pure and clear as the sea, turned towards Bai Wei. In that moment, a smile crept onto her lips, and she raised her arm to form a heart shape in the air. In a fleeting second, Wenyan responded with a subtle smile, as if achieving what he desired. He swiftly galloped away like the wind. The audience area was not as congested as before, yet discussions remained fervent. Help! His Highness Wenyan riding is simply too dashing. Oh, he smiled over here just moments ago. Help! Riding a white horse and glancing back. Ah, that youthful charm hits hard. I can't wait to see Lan Shi and Yu Ting next. Bai Wei watched the direction Wenyan had departed, a smile gracing her face as she listened to the chatter behind her. TSK, I was just worried. Look at this. There's no need for concern. Turning around, she noticed Inua feigning disappointment. Bai Wei, with popcorn in hand, decided to console her group of jealous friends. Princess Bai, His Highness Wenyan has fallen. You must go check on him. Xiao rushed over, urgency etched on her face. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted like oil splattering into a heated pot. Bai Wei, startled by Xiao's words, hastily dashed outside, feeling as if the path was interminable. As she ran, anxiety brewed within her. How could Wenyan have fallen from his horse? Was he severely injured? Bai Wei's mind conjured a scene of the horse going wild, Wenyan tumbling to the ground, face twisted in pain, with no one to assist him. Impossible, she reassured herself inwardly. Lin Xing is also worried, she remarked. Why does it feel like a gust of wind has blown past? Where's Bai Wei? Lin Xing looked at the popcorn in her hands, confused by the now empty seat beside her. Inua watched as Bai Wei disappeared from sight. She must be at Wenyan's side by now. Meanwhile, Xiao stood breathlessly watching Bai Wei sprint towards Wenyan, exclaiming, "This is the power of love." Turning back to the racetrack, Inua calmly popped a kernel into her mouth, listening to the surrounding girls' anxious chatter. Oh my, how could His Highness Wenyan be injured? Is it serious? Was he fine just moments ago? What happened? Let's go take a look. But we still have to see Yu Ting later. What should we do? Inua observed the seated crowd, her concern palpable. Should we head over now? Yin asked Inua. Let's hold off for now. Bai Wei is there, and besides, our presence wouldn't help. Wenyan doesn't wish to see us, Inua replied, offering popcorn to Yin and the others. Yin and Lin Xing remained somewhat worried. Can Bai Wei manage alone? Relax. Inua reassured with confidence. Aren't their staff members around? And we might not even get to see him. Let us just sit here and watch the other events. We can go over later. All right. Xiao announced from the stage. Everyone, His Highness Wenyan has sustained an injury, but there's no need for concern. It's not serious. Princess Bai Wei is tending to him. Upon hearing Xiao's words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the audience. Phew. Thank goodness it's not severe. He has Princess Bai Wei with him. Let us watch something else. The horse racing resumed, starting with Lan Shi's appearance. Ah, Lord Lan is as elegant as ever. Yes, yes, so handsome, but I still worry for His Highness Wen Yen. In the upcoming circus performances, the audience appear to be rather distracted. Well, the sports event has concluded for today. Everyone can disperse now. As Xiao Xiao finished speaking, she attempted to leave, already stepping forward, but immediately turned back, saying, "Oh, remember to take the trash with you." No sooner had Xiao Zhao's words left her lips than the crowd began to murmur about Wen Yen, hastily departing. "Quick, quick! Let us go see His Highness Wen Yen. First, let us purchase some flowers." "Yes, yes, flowers. We shall go buy them too." Lan Shi and her companions emerged, approaching Yin Yin and her group, saying, "Let us go as well." Chapter 86. Caring for the porcelain doll Wen Yin at the affiliated hospital of Fengyan Academy. In a comfortable private room, the opulence and intricacy of the decor were striking. The first thing that caught the eye was the spaciousness. With walls adorned in luxurious golden wallpaper, embellished with delicate patterns and soft hues that imparted a sense of tranquility and warmth. Sunlight streamed through the window, adding a gentle glow to the room. It is fortunate that the injury is not severe. However, as the saying goes, it takes 100 days for bones to heal. So a period of recuperation is necessary. A doctor in a white coat stood by the bedside, glancing at Wen Yin as for drip. Furthermore, avoid any abrupt movements, he advised, casting a concerned look at Wen Yin. "Alas, these youngsters." "Thank you, doctor. May I inquire if there's anything else I should be mindful of?" Bai Wei, standing nearby, asked. "Truly, it is worrisome. She has only been in a relationship for a day and is already experiencing the trials of caring for a boyfriend. She truly is remarkable." The doctor regarded the young lady before him with a hint of regret. Sigh, how did she come to have a boyfriend? If not, he would have considered introducing his eternally single son to her. With her charming looks, pleasant demeanor, and politeness, it's a pity his son is not worthy. To such an endearing individual, he spoke in a gentle tone. Avoid overly greasy foods. Otherwise, it would be wise to prepare some sweets for him, considering he fainted due to low blood sugar. Additionally, ensure he eats on time. Bai Wei diligently noted this and thanked the doctor. "All right, thank you very much, doctor." "Ha, no need for thanks. It is my duty," the doctor replied with a smile that radiated happiness. Observing the doctor's demeanor, Bai Wei found him rather endearing. "Should you require anything, simply press the call button," the doctor said cheerfully. "Oh dear, if I don't leave soon, I fear I might inadvertently introduce a match for the young lady." Yet, this young man treats her quite well. Even while injured, he reassured her with a smile, saying, "I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. It doesn't hurt." He then added, addressing Wen Yin, "You, my lad, are fortunate. You have such a caring girlfriend." "Indeed, I concur." Wen Yin, upon hearing the doctor's words, beamed brightly, pride evident in his tone. The door closed with a soft thud. Bai Wei settled into the accompanying chair beside the bed, watching Wen Yin, whose right hand was wrapped in white gauze resembling a zongzi. He was still smiling. "My hand doesn't hurt anymore." Bai Wei shot a disapproving glance at the grinning Wen Yin, her thoughts drifting back to her arrival at the racetrack. The sun shone upon the lush green grass, the reflected light somewhat blinding. A crowd gathered around Wen Yin, who stood tall, speaking in a calm demeanor. However, based on Bai Wei's understanding of him, he was likely assuring everyone that he was all right. Amidst the anxious crowd, Wen Yin appeared remarkably aloof, with a hint of helplessness. Wei Wei, upon catching sight of her, his ice blue eyes sparkled with joy. He made his way toward her, but with one hand injured, his movements were unsteady, resembling someone on the verge of falling, which startled Bai Wei standing nearby. As the crowd noticed Wen Yin attempting to move, they quickly stepped back, fearful of accidentally bumping into him. "Wait, where do you think you're going?" Bai Wei urgently urged Wen Yin to remain still. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that his face appeared somewhat pale, seemingly unblemished at first glance. Yet, a careful look revealed that one of Wen Yin's hands hung limply. Wen Yin obediently stood in place, his eyes glistening as he looked at Bai Wei, murmuring, "Wei Wei, my hand hurts." The crowd collectively gasped, realizing that just moments ago, he appeared so detached. Yet here he was, waiting for her. Why not head to the infirmary? Bai Wei regarded Wen Yin, who resembled a porcelain doll. Fearing that he might not grasp the severity of his condition, Bai Wei felt somewhat flustered, contemplating how to assist him, given that his hand was injured. Wei Wei has arrived. Please take Wen Yin with you. We shall take our leave now. With that, the group scattered like startled deer. Bai Wei thought, wait, this individual is injured, and instead of taking him to the infirmary, they gathered around to wait for her. With a sense of helplessness, Bai Wei tended to the ailing. Beautiful prince, Wen Yin. Noticing Bai Wei's worried expression, Wen Yin felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would not have let her worry so. Can I not even smile? Wen Yin lay on the bed, gazing at Bai Wei, his face reflecting a mix of innocence and mischief. He then turned and added, a hint of petulance in his voice. Fine, but I want Wei Wei to hold my hand. As he attempted to lift his forehand to grasp Bai Wei's, she noticed his slender, bony hand, now somewhat pale, with a 4-needle inserted. The moment he moved, the 4-line swayed, causing Bai Wei to feel a flutter of panic. Bai Wei quickly extended her hand to grasp Wen Yin's gently, using her other hand to stabilize the 4-line. Her tone firm. If you don't lie still, what will happen if your hand swells up? I understand. There is no need for you to worry so. Iem me fine, Wen Yin reassured Bai Wei softly. Moreover, this is merely a minor injury, truly. To alleviate her concerns, he emphasized this point. If this is considered a minor injury, then what constitutes a serious one? Can you not simply lie still? Bai Wei observed Wen Yin's slightly pale complexion, his ice blue eyes resembling the clear sea, overflowing with tenderness. Suddenly, Bai Wei found his gentle gaze overwhelmingly intense. The reprimand she had prepared to voice evaporated into thin air. Why are your hands so cold? Bai Wei gently grasped his jade-like hand, realizing that the one receiving the 4 was indeed chilly. That's why I wanted Wei Wei to hold my hand. Now it's warm, Wen Yin said with a smile, his tone imbued with an indescribable intimacy and playfulness. Sunlight poured through the glass window, casting a gentle glow upon him, the white hospital gown accentuating his fair complexion, resembling an injured kitten presenting its soft belly to its owner. Knock, knock, knock. What sound is that? Bai Wei scanned the room, finally realizing it was the sound of her own heartbeat. She was utterly enchanted by Wen Yin's charm. I will wash some strawberries for you. Bai Wei suddenly felt the air around them thickening. If she did not step away, she feared her heart might race uncontrollably. But I don't want to eat. Just having you accompany me is enough, Wen Yin said with a pitiful gaze directed at Bai Wei. Heart, I have endured more than I should. Chapter 6 Yinyan's perspective Ame Yinyan. Hey, I am wholeheartedly focused on training martial arts with my master. If you wonder why a girl practices martial arts, it is to fend off bad people. Just kidding. In truth, I'm unsure why my parents insist on my training. When I was younger, I found it exhausting and would plead with my mother to let me quit. Yet, no matter how much I fussed, she always insisted I continue. Tick-tock. The passage of time hurried forward, and in the blink of an eye, I am now 19 years old. Today, I received my acceptance letter from Sheng Ing University. I must rush home to share this thrilling news with my parents. Why is this exciting, you may ask? I can hardly contain the smile that stretches across my face. It is because Sheng Ing Dashue is the university of our dreams, yet only a select few gain admission. And I am the first to enter this year. It is said that this esteemed institution is home to an ancient family, and it is extraordinarily beautiful, with each student enjoying their own private room. I must hurry home to inform my parents. Upon returning, I see my parents conversing on the sofa. I can hardly contain my excitement as I exclaim, Mom and Dad, you're back. I received my acceptance letter from Fengyan Dashue. I'm going to go to school this afternoon. My mother, with a glimmer of evasion in her eyes, respond with a sheepish grin. That's wonderful, Nyin Nyin. My father chimes in, indeed. Observing their demeanor, I, with an expression of earnestness, look at them and say, come on, what is it? What is going on? My mother hastily pulls me to sit between them and says, it's just a small matter. She then subtly gestures to my father. A small matter? I doubt that, you mischievous old man. Their expressions reveal that they are certainly up to something that concerns me. You may wonder how I am so certain. It is a lesson learned through experience. for I have witnessed their behavior countless times, and each instance has never boded well. Their unreliability could fill volumes. For instance, when I was just 7, they entrusted me to a master's care while they went to admire the cherry blossoms. At 12, they left a note at home and embarked on a spontaneous trip. Each time they return, it is the same. Alas, speaking of it brings tears. I, at such a young age, learned to cook for myself. As I grew older, they became even bolder, often disappearing for days. They epitomized the saying that parents are true love, while children are mere accidents. My father, with a guilty expression, says, "Nyin Yin, your mother and I just returned from your grandfather's house yesterday. We actually knew you would be accepted into Fongyindashue all along. You see, when I was a child, your grandfather and I were taken by bad people, but fortunately, an elderly gentleman rescued us. They became sworn brothers, and it was agreed that if your grandmother had a girl, we would arrange a marriage, but it turned out to be a boy." I look at him, demanding, "And then?" With my years of experience, I know there is more to this tale. My father awkwardly continues, "Well, your grandfather wanted us to visit, and since we saw you busy practicing martial arts, we decided to go ourselves." I interject, "Are you sure it's not because you didn't want me tagging along as a third wheel?" My father replies, "Oh, that is not the point. The important thing is that when we visited your grandfather, he mentioned how he has been missing one Laoj since your college entrance exams ended. He reminisced about how he originally had only one grandson, whose name he did not disclose, and then he gained another grandson. He doesn't want to appear biased. So he told both grandsons that they have an unnamed fiancée, and ultimately, it will be up to them to win her heart." I summarize, "So what you mean is, I am bound to a fiancée you chose for me, and there are 2 of them? And who are they? No one knows." Seeing my father a loss for words, my mother quickly interjects, "Oh, Nyin Yin, we had no choice. Your father and I have always encouraged you to learn martial arts, so when you go to Fongyindashue, you could defend yourself against any bullies." I concede, "Well, at least you are somewhat concerned for me. I shall forgive you once more. I declare, I understand now. I need to pack my belongings, as I am off to school soon." As I prepare to gather my things, I notice my father pulling out a suitcase from beside the sofa, saying, "Nyin Yin, your mother and I have packed for you. The car is waiting downstairs. If anyone bothers you at school, just stand up for yourself." I respond, "Really? That's quite generous of you." I assure them, I'm not joining a gang, honestly. Turning back to them, I say, "Mom and Dad, I will come back to visit you." I see my father offering an orange to my mother, who, without looking up, murmurs, "Yes, we will miss you, Nyin Yin." Sighing, I drag my suitcase away. Upon reaching the door, I hear my father say, "Dear, the third will has finally left. How about a candlelight dinner tonight?" My heart sinks. It seems I've interrupted their romantic interlude once again. Closing the door, I decide to leave it be, out of sight, out of mind. Descending the stairs, I hop into the car, and the driver sets off. Off we go, advancing toward Fongyindashue. The vehicle speeds along, heading toward my new university. Upon arrival, I open the door and pull my suitcase out, thanking the driver profusely. "No need for thanks, young lady. Farewell," he replies, standing at the entrance of Fongyindashue. I am utterly astonished by the magnificent architecture before me. Though located on the outskirts of B City, the imposing dark gate, adorned with climbing roses, adds an air of mystery, while the white castle lies nestled against undulating hills, both beautiful and enigmatic. Standing at the gate is a young gentleman with misty blue hair, clad in a sleek black tailcoat and holding a folding fan, exuding an air of genteel elegance. "You must be Nyin Yin," he says. "I am Montak Vosuang, the director of Fongyindashue. Allow me to escort you to your dormitory to drop off your luggage and familiarize you with our school." His voice is melodious and gentle. "Ah, very well. To the left and center are the administrative buildings, classrooms, and a grand hall. To the right, the ground floor houses the cafeteria with dormitories above." Our esteemed director states flatly, "As expected of you, director, to deliver astonishing revelations in the most mundane tone. Is that a teaching building? That looks like a castle." I inquire, "Are classes still in session?" Observing the quiet surroundings, I notice that the campus is devoid of students. "Oh, today is Saturday. Everyone has gone to the mountains to gather fruit and hike. Behind the teaching building is a garden, and every month we organize a trip to the mountains." "Cool, me. Let me show you to your dormitory," the director continues. Chapter 88. Ancestors, please stay still. I shall return shortly. Bai Wei gently reassures, attempting to ignore Wen Yan's forlorn gaze. Rising, she grabs strawberries and hurries to the tea room. All right. Wen Yan lies on the hospital bed, glancing at his immobile arms. The midday sun spills through the window, casting a soft glow upon his head, resembling an angel gracing the earthly realm. Through the ajar door of the tea room, he glimpses a figure clad in a pale blue tracksuit. The sleeves casually rolled to the elbows revealed delicate, fair arms, tempting one to take a bite. Insanity. Has he lost his mind? What was he thinking? A hint of unease flickers in Wen Yan's ice-blue eyes, his pale complexion tinged with a blush. In this tranquil setting, the courtyard of the hospital is bustling with various flowers in bloom. The fountain glistens under the sunlight, its surface reflecting diamond-like brilliance. The ivory columns are exquisitely carved. In the grand European-style, building boasts magnificent rectangular floor-to-ceiling windows. Originally a serene place for recuperation, it now feels somewhat noisy and crowded. Students, this is a hospital, a place for patients to rest in peace. Please return to your classes. A doctor in a white coat stands at the entrance, addressing the crowd. But doctor, we are deeply concerned for His Highness Wen Yan. May we please see him? A girl implores as she attempts to push past the doctor. The doctor extends a hand to stop her, his expression stern as he says, "This is a hospital, and you must adhere to the rules. Please leave, students. Doctor, please. We are truly worried about His Highness Wen Yan. Let's see him." A girl steps forward, clasping her hands together, her innocent eyes pleading with the doctor. Yet the doctor remains unmoved. If you persist in loitering here, I will have to call security or your teachers. Let's proceed inside to see him. We are quite anxious. He has fallen from his horse. Indeed, if you allow us just a glance, we shall leave if he is well. I assure you, our visit will not disturb anyone. In an instant, a throng of people began to push their way inside, while the doctor, visibly distressed, stood resolutely at the door. The atmosphere became chaotic. What are you doing? Who are you? Some girls shouted in displeasure. As footsteps approached, 5 individuals were seen walking towards them, with the foremost being Lan Shi. Director Lan, you have arrived, the doctor stationed at the door sighed in relief. It is them who insist on seeing Wen Yan. But this is against protocol, the doctor hastily explained. A group of girls, observing the doctor's complaint, chimed in unison, Director. We merely wish to see how severely Wen Yan is injured. No, we just want a quick look, yet he refuses to allow us. Director, please take us in. Lan Shi's countenance, strikingly androgynous, displayed a hint of displeasure at the ruckus. What does this noise signify? This is a hospital. The surroundings fell silent. Some individuals lowered their heads in shame, while others attempted to argue, opening their mouths. I understand your concern for him, but he is now out of danger. If you have anything to say, you may convey it through me. Lan, she stepped forward. Furthermore, if so many of you go to see Wen Yan, how can he rest peacefully? Lan, she emphasized the significance of rest. Inua stepped forward, surveying the crowded scene, and added, besides, Wen Yan is under Bai Wei's care. What purpose would your visit serve? Yin admired Inua's forthrightness. Facing such a multitude of girls, her words were refreshingly candid and striking. With the most cherubic face, she spoke the most piercing truths. A moment of rigidity washed over the faces of the girls. We know His Highness Wen Yan is with Bai Wei, yet as classmates, is it not permissible for us to express our concern? Indeed, we mean no harm. The more they spoke, the more agitated the girls became. Inua snorted disdainfully, a mocking smile gracing her lips. If you mean no harm, then the doctor has stated he requires peace. Why do you insist on barging in? Just as the argument seemed poised to erupt once more, Lan Shi's expression turned icy, declaring, "This is a hospital. Everyone, please return." Lastly, she coldly added, "If they continue to argue, I shall call security." With that, several individuals turned and walked back into the courtyard. Meanwhile, vibrant red strawberries lay in the pool, and after being washed, were placed in a bowl. The vivid hue combined with glistening droplets made them exceedingly tempting, inciting an irresistible urge to consume them. If only droplets of water adorned Wen Yan's delicate lips, they would appear equally as enticing. What on earth am I thinking? No, no, no. Bai Wei vigorously shook her head, attempting to expel inappropriate thoughts from her mind. Wei Wei, what are you doing? Huh? She returned to her senses upon hearing Wen Yan's voice, realizing she had wandered back to his bedside. My mind was a bit foggy just now. A shake will suffice. Bai Wei awkwardly justified her momentary lapse. Indeed, was it not a lapse in clarity? How else could such images have manifested? Perhaps a consultation with a doctor is in order, given that we are in hospital and a checkup would be prudent. As Wen Yan spoke, he attempted to reach for the call bell with his hand, which was connected to an intravenous line. The black needle appeared somewhat dangerous against Wen Yan's fair and visibly veined hand, causing Bai Wei's heart to race. With a thud, she placed the strawberries on the white bedside table and forcefully pushed Wen Yan back down onto the bed. Ancestor, you truly are my ancestor. Do not move. Bai Wei looked at the needle with trepidation, fearing that any sudden motion could result in a disastrous outcome. You should be wary of that needle. Just look at its cold sheen. I am more afraid for you than you are for yourself, Bai Wei muttered anxiously. Wen Yan observed how Bai Wei cautiously laid his hand back onto the blanket, her chestnut brown eyes filled with concern, her small face earnest as if she were handling a fragile treasure. Suddenly, warmth enveloped his heart, akin to the glow of a furnace. With a click, Chapter 89, dreaming back to the previous life. Lan Shi, carrying items, pushed open the door, Wei Wei still kneading. The melodious voice that reached her ears was rich and soothing, with a slight lilt that suggested warmth and affection. Just by hearing the voice, one could envision its owner, eyes seemingly glimmering with indulgence. Lan Shi, gripping the doorknob, felt a jolt of anxiety. He hoped he was not interrupting any tender moment between Wen Yan and Bai Wei. He stood frozen at the threshold, unable to decide whether to enter or remain outside. Go on, Inua urged, noticing Lan Shi's hesitation at the door. As several individuals caught sight of the scene within, they observed Wen Yan reclining on the hospital bed, his silver hair slightly disheveled, ice blue eyes sparkling at Bai Wei, his pale face tinged with a hint of color. Oh my, we dare not look further. The others quickly averted their gazes, stifling giggles. This illness that should have rendered him pallid now appeared somewhat abnormal. Inua's voice broke the silence, causing Bai Wei, who was feeding Wen Yan strawberries, to freeze momentarily. Stiffly, she turned to face the wide-eyed onlookers. Her hand jerked back as if shocked, withdrawing from Wen Yan's lips. Wen Yan, noticing the astonishment etched on the faces of those outside, felt his expression darken. Did they overhear? He felt no embarrassment in being affectionate with Bai Wei, as there was no shame in showing tenderness to his beloved. However, those few seemed to have drawn misunderstandings. Surely they thought him engaged in some scandalous affair? Would such rumors tarnish Bai Wei's reputation? Should they dare to speak recklessly, he would silence them all. Bai Wei was about to explain when Inua interjected with an expression of understanding shared among them all. Ha! We merely came to deliver a few items, Inua grinned mischievously. With Inua leading, Yan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Bai Wei, affirming, yes, we just came to drop off some things and we'll leave afterward. Who would have thought that the usually aloof Wen Yan could be such a charming little darling with Bai Wei? Sister Wei, having confirmed that Wen Yan was well, we shall take our leave, Lin Xing remarked, noticing Wen Yan's unwelcoming demeanor. He snatched the items from the hands of the others and placed them all in the room. Off you go, he urged, ushering the remaining individuals outside. Turning to Bai Wei, who remained at the door, he called out, Sister Wei, we are leaving. You too should find happiness. Wait, come back. Just as Lin Xing was about to close the door, Wen Yan's cold voice sliced through the air. Lin Xing hesitated, casting a wary glance at Inua and the others lingering at the entrance. This seems inappropriate. Inua covered her mouth, her eyes darting around. What a curious turn. Wen Yan had just appeared stern, yet now he wanted them inside. What could this mean? I shall open the door for them. They can enter themselves. As the saying goes, third time's the charm. Since Wen Yan has spoken, the group, akin to errant school children, cautiously opened the door, yet remained at the threshold. If there is something to discuss, speak up, Lu Yuding said in a neutral tone, his gaze towards Wen Yan imbued with a complex mixture of emotions. Although he and Wen Yan were considered brothers, Their relationship had not yet reached a level where he felt comfortable visiting him while unwell. However, Lin Xing's insistence brought forth a conundrum of feelings for Wen Yin, who was nominally his elder brother. Moreover, he possessed some understanding of the events from that year. Their father initially held affection for Wen Yin's mother, but due to certain circumstances, they could not unite, leading to his father being compelled to marry his mother. Unexpectedly, Wen Yin's mother gave birth to Wen Yin. Although he acknowledged that these matters among adults were not Wen Yin's fault, he could not help but feel envious of Wen Yin, as the Duke had always favored Wen Yin since childhood, often overlooking him. After all, he too was a grandson of a duke. Wen Yin explained, just now, Bai Wei was merely feeding me. Do not let your imaginations run wild. Understood, we saw nothing at all, they responded. Indeed, we brought you lunch. Gloomy, gloomy. Lin Xing placed the items on the beige crystal coffee table in the center. We have delivered the items, so we shall take our leave now. Yes, we are heading back. One person stated earnestly before closing the door behind them. Once outside, Inua stifled a laugh, her shoulders trembling. All right, they can no longer hear us, Yin said, looking at the giggling Inua. Is it truly so amusing? Lin Xing asked, bewildered. Ha, it cracks me up. Wen Yin actually spoke in that tone. Inua exclaimed with laughter as she exited. What do you mean? Yin sensed the scent of gossip. After Inua had her fill of laughter, she said, You do not know, Wen Yin has always been cold and aloof. Once, when I was being cute with Bai Wei, he deliberately asked her why I was speaking like a child, questioning if I was unwell. He clearly harbored ill intentions, jealous that I could be adorable with Bai Wei, so he indirectly insinuated that I was sick. Had I recorded his cutesy words, I would have been able to mock him at their wedding, along with his flattery towards Bai Wei. Meanwhile, Wen Yin remained unaware that his teasing of Inua in childhood was etched in her memory, and she intended to repay him during his wedding to Bai Wei. At lunchtime, Wen Yin had finished his 4-drip and ate alone, not wishing for Bai Wei to go hungry. The warm sunlight poured into the room, making it a perfect afternoon for slumber. My beloved Yin, as you read this letter, I fear I have transformed into a star above Ling Hua Dian. I promise to accompany you forever. Thus, if I become a star, I have not broken my vow. Yin, I pledge to safeguard this realm alongside you. And now I have fulfilled that promise. Do not direct your ire towards others. I know you've been searching for a remedy to the toxin. However, the waters of the world are interconnected, and the waters of the whale pool are the source. The toxin spreads too rapidly there. As the water deity overseeing these waters, I cannot idly watch my people become homeless. Furthermore, I wish for the phone I present to Yin to be a beautiful blue. Just as I have mentioned I adore, for it resembles my lovely hair. Am I being too verbose? No more of that. Do not be saddened. If sorrow must come, let it last only 3 days. After 3 days, my Yin shall remain the revered Emperor Wen Yin, devoted to protecting the lives of all. Wishing my love, eternal happiness, and peace. Bai Wei, the last words penned. Chapter 90. Bai Wei, do not go, I am no longer here. This phrase resonated in Wen Yin's mind like a haunting spell. Do not go. He fervently shook his head, desperate to retain her presence. Yet, Bai Wei was like the moon reflected in water, a flower seen in a mirror, visible yet unattainable. Wen Yin lay upon the hospital bed, his right hand bound in bandages, the white patient gown accentuating the pallor of his face. His brows furrowed slightly, his slumber was far from peaceful. Gentle sunlight filtered through the glass window, casting a glow upon him, resembling an angel wounded within a veil of light. The door creaked open softly, and Bai Wei approached Wen Yin's side. She noticed his tightly furrowed brows, his lips murmuring indistinctly, as if trapped in a nightmare. This would not do. If he was having a nightmare, she ought to awaken him. Bai Wei's brow knitted in concern. What could Wen Yin possibly be dreaming of? Wen Yin, she called, observing the bandaged hand. She leaned down and gently nudged him. Time seemed to stretch for Wen Yin, and in his hazy state, he heard Bai Wei's voice, soft as a summer night's breeze. For a moment, he could not discern whether this was a dream or reality, and he hesitated to open his eyes. Bai Wei, noticing the deepening lines of worry on his angelic face, felt an urge to smooth away his troubled brow. With that thought in mind, she did just that. As she looked at Wen Yin, who appeared somewhat reluctant to awaken, her heart filled with concern. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the call button on the wall beside the bed, and she assessed the distance. The call button was designed for the convenience of patients. Thus it was situated within reach. So, she had to support herself on the edge of Wen Yin's bed, stretching out to reach the button. As Bai Wei drew nearer, an oceanic citrus scent enveloped Wen Yin. Recognizing the familiar fragrance, Wen Yin instinctively grasped Bai Wei's waist, pulling her into an embrace. In a dramatic turn of events, Bai Wei stumbled into his warm embrace. The sudden shift startled her, yet she worried about pressing against Wen Yin's injured hand, so she struggled to balance herself beside him. At that moment, Wen Yin, despite his injury, held tight to Bai Wei, resting his head against her neck like a puppy, murmuring, "Wei Wei, do not go." The warmth of his breath brushed against her neck, akin to silk caressed by the wind, soft and delicate, yet tinged with a teasing sensation, like feathers gently sweeping across her heart. Bai Wei's hand faltered. Click! The call button rang out in response. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, echoing like a war drum against Bai Wei's heart. She swallowed nervously, flustered as she sought to rise. What if someone entered and witnessed the unsightly scene between her and Wen Yin? How would they perceive it? She felt as though her face had plunged into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Unfortunately, Wen Yin's grip on her waist remained firm, despite his illness. He still possessed considerable strength. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Bai Wei attempted to muster her strength to push Wen Yin away, yet she hesitated, considering his injured hand. Thus, both were caught in a delicate predicament, navigating the situation cautiously. Meanwhile, Wen Yin remained oblivious to the chaos he had inadvertently caused, a blissful smile gracing his lips. Thud, thud, thud. Wen Yin. Bai Wei leaned close to his ear, her voice tinged with urgency. Wen Yin opened his eyes slightly, and Bai Wei's enlarged face came into focus before him. The proximity startled him momentarily. Quick, let go of me, the doctor is coming. Observing Wen Yin's dazed expression, Bai Wei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as she exclaimed, like a little kitten, "You are being so unreasonable. Let go." Wen Yin looked down to realize he was tightly holding Bai Wei, who was nestled in his embrace. He had actually fallen asleep, playfully teasing her. This revelation meant that the gentle voice he had heard was not merely a figment of his imagination. The warmth of her breath against his neck, the scent of ocean citrus, and the delicate waist he held all surged within him. In that moment, Wen Yin's heart tightened and his face flushed crimson, he released her waist as if scalded. Click! As the door swung open, Bai Wei straightened her posture. What seems to be the matter, young man? Let me take a look. The attending physician who initially bandaged Wen Yin had just opened the door and addressed the room. Two young interns promptly followed him in. Bai Wei swiftly vacated her position and informed the doctor it seems he experienced a nightmare and could not be awakened. However, Wen Yin has just regained consciousness. Ah, nightmare! The doctor exclaimed. Does he have any lingering sensations now? Is everything all right? He regarded Wen Yin with concern. Not really, but why is your face so flushed? Are you running a fever? Before Wen Yin could finish his sentence, the doctor's hurried words interrupted him. Bai Wei, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anxiety and quickly approached Wen Yin, placing her hand on his forehead. It's so hot. Doctor, please examine him. Wen Yin felt the heat of her palm against his skin, causing his face to redden further. Suddenly, he felt a fierce thirst, his thick eyelashes fluttering. He awkwardly stated, I'm fine. I just woke up and feel a bit warm. The intern behind the doctor observed Wen Yin's angelic face flush with color and, in concern, chimed in, Doctor, please take a look at him. At that moment, the two individuals, clearly worried, seemed to have forgotten that they too were doctors. The elegant physician, with his silver-streaked hair and bright, spirited eyes, glanced between Wen Yin and the anxious Bai Wei, understanding dawning upon him. Nevertheless, he gently reached out to check Wen Yin's pulse. Thump, thump, thump. Oh dear. The doctor quickly withdrew his hand, the sound of a racing heartbeat confirming his suspicions. Yes, all right. It's not a fever. Let us open a window and let some fresh air in. He'll feel better in no time. After the doctor finished speaking, he couldn't help but marvel at the vitality of youth. Thank you, Doctor, Bai Wei said politely, obediently opening the window. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying a faint scent of roses. Bai Wei turned to find that Wenyin's face appeared even redder. "Doctor, why is his face even redder?" As Bai Wei began to inform the doctor, she noticed he had already reached the door. Instinctively, she wanted to chase after him, but a warm hand grasped her wrist. Bai Wei halted, looking back at Wenyin, who was pulling her slightly to the side, yet she hesitated to move, fearful of causing him pain. She opened her mouth to call for the doctor. "I'm fine. I'm just a bit thirsty. Could you please give me a glass of water?" Wenyin quickly interrupted, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. Reluctantly, he released Bai Wei's hand. Bai Wei regarded Wenyin, confusion flickering in her gaze, yet staring into his ice-blue, clear eyes. Her doubts dissipated. She turned to fetch a glass of water and a straw. "Drink up." Wenyin took the straw into his mouth and eagerly gulped down the water. "Slow down. You might choke," Bai Wei cautioned, observing him drink. If she hadn't just left, she would have suspected Wenyin hadn't had a sip of water in days. After finishing the glass, Wenyin's flushed complexion began to subside. "I was just thirsty, which is why my face was red. Not because I have a fever," he emphasized. "Thirsty?" Bai Wei glanced at him, noticing his face was no longer as flushed. "Yes," Wenyin confirmed. Bai Wei nodded, recalling the doctor's suggestion to take Wenyin for a walk. "Since we've mentioned it, a little fresh air would surely help, right?" Bai Wei proposed. Wenyin's eyes sparkled as he looked at her. "But we still have things to do." "Things to do? What things?" Bai Wei met Villainess schmoilingesh, her heart racing uncontrollably, causing her to stutter. She mentally retraced her steps, wondering if she had agreed to anything earlier. "To buy wedding candies." Wenyin blinked his charming eyes, anticipation shining within them. "Buy candies? But with your hand like this, how can you go out? You might get hurt. We could let someone else buy the same ones." Bai Wei glanced at Wenyin's injured hand, disapproving. Wenyin pouted, one hand gripping Bai Wei's. "But I already promised them, and I want to go with you to buy our wedding candies." "Please?" Seeing Wenyin's pleading expression, Bai Wei hesitated. However, Wenyin, sensing her concern, assured her, "I'll have the driver pick us up, and I'll have someone else accompany us for protection. It'll all be fine, I promise." Bai Wei gazed into Wenyin's ice-blue eyes and his endearing demeanor. Reflexively, she replied, "All right." As soon as the words left her lips, she froze, surprised by her own response. "Oh my God, what did I just say? Did I really agree? Was I seduced by Wenyin's charm again? Just moments ago, she was worried about the crowded supermarket and his hand getting hurt, yet here she was acquiescing." Bai Wei wore an expression of regret, opening her mouth to refuse. But the sight of Wenyin's joyful face rendered her unable to voice her objections. Wenyin, noticing her conflicted expression, couldn't hide his delight. He picked up his phone. "Send someone from Fenyun College to pick us up." "Yes." In mere seconds, he had arranged everything. Bai Wei sighed, glancing at Wenyin. "Let us go. I'll help you up." "Haha, Wei, you're so wonderful," Wenyin exclaimed, laughing heartily. "I've already told Uncle Lean. He's waiting for us downstairs." "All right." Laughter is contagious, and seeing Wenyin so joyfully happy made Bai Wei smile as well. In a hospital courtyard, a sleek black sedan entered, and two individuals emerged. Under the sun, two bodyguards stood silently by the car, their black suits billowing in a breeze, their hands clasped in front of them, resembling statues, solid and unyielding. A group of girls stationed outside the courtyard began to murmur. "Who are they?" One girl idly poked at the grass beneath her. "I don't know, and frankly don't care. I just want to know when Wenyin Xianzi will come out." Another girl lamented. "Wenyin Xianzi?" A girl with keen eyes spotted the approaching figures and gasped in astonishment. "Keep dreaming." Uncle Lean, spotting Wenyin approaching, opened the car door and respectfully called Xianzi. "Bai Wei Gongzhu." His voice echoed like thunder, jolting the group of girls sitting outside to their feet. "Wenyin Xianzi, it's really him. Hurry, is he coming out? Is my hair in order?" The girls excitedly fussed over their appearance, readying the flowers they had prepared earlier and standing still, wearing serene smiles. Uncle Lean watched as Bai Wei assisted Wenyin, noting the joy radiating from Wenyin's face, which contrasted sharply with his usual solemn demeanor. However, upon noticing Wenyin's injured hand, his expression shifted to one of concern. "Xianzi, your hand is injured?" "It's just a minor injury. Let us go, Wen Yin replied nonchalantly. Bai Wei, amused by Wen Yin's indifference, reassured Uncle Lean there's no need to worry. Wen Yin's hand was injured due to low blood sugar, which caused him to faint. The doctor said he'll recover in a few days. That's good to hear, Uncle Lean said, visibly relieved as he opened the car door. Bai Wei helped Wen Yin into the vehicle. Thank you, Uncle Lean. As the car turned, the ornate gates slowly opened and the sedan rolled out. Xianzi, wait. Suddenly, a group of girls appeared just a few meters in front of the car. The driver remained unfazed, bringing the vehicle to a steady stop. Xianzi, it seems they are here to see you, Uncle Lean remarked, glancing at the young man in the back seat. Let Wen Yin contemplate, directly allowing one to circumvent from the other side. Suddenly, the words of Bai Wei from that day emerged in his mind. She had stated that Wen Yin must exhibit politeness. Let us go down and take a look, shall we? Wen Yin addressed Bai Wei. All right, I'll go around. Lin Shu replied, somewhat bewildered, as did the two other bodyguards, who were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Wen Yin would choose to descend, especially given his previous habit of disregarding such girls. What had caused this change today? Ultimately, he was someone who had undergone training as a standard bodyguard. They quickly regained their composure. Yes, they replied solemnly. Bai Wei gazed at Wen Yin, her expression one of confusion. Why must I go down as well? Chapter 92. Sweet treats. Upon finishing her sentence, Bai Wei's gaze fell upon Wen Yin's injured hand, her expression shifting to one of understanding. Oh, so, I am to support you. With this thought, Bai Wei flashed Wen Yin a beaming smile and said, Let us go, young master. Wen Yin responded, What should I do if my girlfriend suddenly wants to act mischievous? Naturally, one must indulge her. Very well. Thank you, your highness. Wen Yin's angelic visage radiated a sense of honor as he spoke. Haha, Bai Wei chuckled at Wen Yin's compliance. The warm sunlight bathed the two in its glow. The young girl's smile radiant as a blooming rose, bright and dazzling. Nearby, a young man with ice-blue eyes brimmed with affection, as if wherever the young girl stood, she encompassed the entirety of his world. Her melodious laughter danced around them like pink bubbles in a symphonic performance. A group of onlookers was stirred to excitement upon witnessing the pair approach side by side. In the past, Wen Yin had ignored them, yet today he had come over. Your Highness Wen Yin, is your injury serious? We are all quite worried about you. A cluster of girls stood, eager to offer him flowers, yet hesitated at the sight of his injured hand. Thank you all for your concern. My injury is no longer serious. Bai Wei observed Wen Yin with curiosity. Was he truly so polite now? Is His Highness Wen Yin concerned for us? Exclaimed one girl, her hands raised to her chest in delight. Bai Wei stood quietly to the side, serving as a silent crutch. While she understood that their affection for Wen Yin stemmed from concern, she felt an inexplicable discomfort upon witnessing the adoring gazes directed at him. Oh dear, I must be losing my mind. Bai Wei, can endure sweetness, bitterness, and spiciness, but I cannot tolerate jealousy. I declare. With this thought, Bai Wei suppressed her unease and straightened her posture, donning a smile. The crowd remained enveloped in Wen Yin's gentle smile and concerned words. However, his subsequent statement caught them off guard. I shall now go with Wen Wei to purchase sweet treats. You all may return first. Tomorrow, I will treat you to some. As he spoke, Wen Yin's ice-blue eyes shimmered with starlight. Oh, and I came over because Wen Wei mentioned that one should be polite. Since you have come to see me, I ought to express my gratitude. With that, Wen Yin wore a proud, slightly spoiled expression, as if to say, Look at my achievement. Am I not impressive? Bai Wei felt her left eyelid twitch uncontrollably, the once standard smile now frozen. She noticed the dazed expressions of the girls, akin to receiving a sweet from their crush only to be informed that he had a girlfriend. To put it bluntly, it felt as if that sweet were lodged in her throat. Yet, Wen Yin wore a blissful smile, tilting his head towards Bai Wei. Shall we go? Before departing, Bai Wei smiled and nodded at the group of girls, a form of greeting. The girls stood in a stupor as the car gradually slipped from their sight. The crowd murmured, Did they just feed us dog food? However, no one was there to answer their confusion, only the gentle whisper of the wind brushing past. The following morning, the morning sun illuminated the campus, the white castle gleaming like a tale from storybook. Bathed in light, The droplets from the fountain reflected a dazzling brilliance. Surrounding the fountain, a throng of people gathered, akin to workers awaiting their wages. In their anxious anticipation, they could not help but chatter softly. Why does time seem to pass so slowly? My sweet treats. I have prepared gifts for them too. Indeed, I never felt time drag on like this before. Hurry up, just a few minutes until 10. Oh my, Bai Wei exclaimed, startled at the sight of the bustling crowd ahead. She had not expected such a large turnout at such an early hour. His Highness Wen Yin is here. Chapter 93. Camping time, like a thief, stealthily slips away. In the blink of an eye, the National Day holiday has passed, and it is now time for the camping trip at Fengyin Academy. The weather on this day is particularly splendid, with a clear blue sky. A gentle breeze wafts through the air, and most importantly, there is no sun today. The teacher led everyone to the back mountain. All right, students, we have arrived at our camping site. Please pay attention to safety, Li Luo announced loudly from the front. After this, the other teachers began to set things down nearby. Understood, teacher, the students eagerly responded, but in the next moment, they forgot their promise, like birds released from a cage, rushing into the forest. Wow, it's so beautiful. We have finally arrived at the camping trip I have long awaited. Let us go pick some fruits quickly. At that moment, Bai Wei was also captivated by the magnificent scenery before her. The blue sky appeared as a canvas, with the white clouds serving as the backdrop, while the birds soaring above and their cheerful chirping infused life into this picturesque scene. Water cascaded from the high cliffs into the rocks below, forming beautiful splashes. The flowers on the mountains bloomed vibrantly, their bright reds dancing in the breeze, scattering petals into the air. The faint fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, uplifting one's spirit. This place is truly stunning. Bai Wei inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of the fresh grass, marveling at the beauty. Indeed, it is beautiful, Wen Yin replied, holding Bai Wei's hand, his ice-blue eyes fixed on her, leaving one to wonder whether he admired the scenery or her beauty. Wei Nuo, spotting the pair ahead, waved excitedly and ran towards them, intending to invite Bai Wei to join in picking the red fruits. However, the moment she called out Bai, Wen Yin cast a fleeting glance at her, turning his body to successfully envelop Bai Wei in his embrace. As Bai Wei turned her head, her profile nestled against Wen Yin's chest. The muscles concealed beneath his clothing quivered gently, firm yet yielding, his slender figure unexpectedly providing a sense of security. The faint scent of roses wafted from his presence. Bai Wei felt her head grow warm and quickly lifted her gaze, exclaiming, "Did someone just call my name?" As soon as her voice faded, Wen Yin's gentle tone resonated above her. "Yes," he affirmed, his tone decisive, with a hint of nonchalance. He continued, "But let us ignore them and go pick strawberries." "Let us go." "Strawberries?" Bai Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. There were strawberries on the back mountain? She had only ever tasted the red fruit juice here and had never seen strawberries before. But when it came to strawberries and her best friend, the choice was clear. "Let us go," Bai Wei replied resolutely, without hesitation. "Strawberries are far more important. My friends will still be here when I return, but if I miss out on strawberries, they might be gone." And so, the two dashed off, leaving Wei Nuo standing in disbelief as she watched their retreating figures. "Huh, am I playing the third wheel again?" Wei Nuo grumbled through clenched teeth. Wen Yin, embodying the essence of brotherhood, patted Nuo's shoulder and declared, "Let us embark together. Let's go." Nuo followed closely behind Wen Yin and Lin Xing, unable to suppress a playful remark, "That scoundrel Bai Wei, blinded by beauty, will have to wait for my reckoning. I am but a little puppy." Chapter 94. The Gathering of Ice Blood Roses. A crisis unfolds as they traverse the winding path through the mountains. The ground was adorned with an abundance of white and yellow blossoms. A gentle fragrance lingered in the air, offering an exquisite sense of comfort. Glancing at the individuals nearby, Bai Wei sensed an unusual flutter in her heart, soon accompanied by a hint of anxiety. An ineffable feeling washed over her. "Are you weary? Let me carry you," Wen Yin gently offered, tenderly ruffling Bai Wei's hair. Upon hearing his words, her heartbeat quickened further. Bai Wei was certain it was not mere shyness. What could it be? "No, I am not tired," Bai Wei replied with a smile gracing her lips. Yet, curiosity gnawed at her. How was it that Wen Yin could always discern her subtle gestures? Were they not trivial expressions or movements? Even though you are gazing ahead, how do you know I am watching you? Bai Wei inquired, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with intrigue. She had merely cast a fleeting glance at Wen Yin. Because I care, I notice, Wen Yin responded, gently pinching her cheek, his expressive peach blossom eyes brimming with sincerity. Because I care, I pay attention to every detail about you. Because I care, I wish to know if you're tired or thirsty. Because I care, I yearn to be involved in everything concerning you. Bai Wei gazed into his ice-blue eyes, where she saw her own reflection clearly mirrored. Why have we not yet reached the strawberry patch? She mused, rubbing her face with her hand. Wen Yin chuckled softly at Bai Wei's bashful demeanor. Just as she was about to puff up like a little kitten, he pointed ahead. Look, following his gesture, Bai Wei's gaze fell upon a lush green meadow where, amidst the verdant expanse, she could faintly discern some red strawberries. Help! I am about to drool, Bai Wei exclaimed excitedly, moving forward to squat down and part the grass, revealing vibrant red strawberries. As she picked one to pop in her mouth, Wen Yin stopped her, saying, wait until we wash them. Oh, we have to wash them first. Bai Wei giggled foolishly, placing the strawberry into a basket woven from leaves that Wen Yin had collected, adorned with a couple of white flowers. Wow, using this basket for strawberries will look so lovely, she exclaimed, eagerly stowing her plump strawberry inside. Let's pick quickly, Bai Wei urged, unable to contain her excitement at the sight of the luscious strawberries, their sweet scent tantalizing to any food lover. Wen Yin smiled his fair fingers, with their hint of pink, delicately pinching a strawberry and offering it to Bai Wei's lips. This one isn't on a leaf, it's fine to eat. Bai Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she leaned down and bit into half of the strawberry from Wen Yin's hand. This strawberry is so sweet and juicy, she remarked, savoring the flavor, preparing to finish the rest. Is it? Let me try, Wen Yin replied, his ice-blue eyes glimmering with a smile as he leaned down to bite the remaining half of the strawberry. Bai Wei was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was the very strawberry she had just tasted. After swallowing, a smile appeared in Wen Yan's eyes. Indeed, it is quite sweet. Bai Wei felt something amiss. The air felt stifling. At that moment, she turned and noticed a white, translucent rose on a nearby cliff, seemingly sculpted from frozen crystals. The edges of the rose faintly glimmered with a hint of crimson, the icy white providing a stark contrast, exuding a cold yet passionate aura, as if it were a clash of fire and ice. Such a beautiful flower. Bai Wei gasped in wonder. Is it the ice blood rose? Wen Yin exclaimed. Following her gaze, his voice filled with excitement. Wow, not only is it beautiful, but its name is lovely as well. Bai Wei glanced at Wen Yin, but noticed his thoughts were entirely consumed by the ice blood rose. Yes, the ice blood rose, he echoed. Wei Wei, please wait here for me. With that, he began to approach the exquisite flower. That ice blood rose is perilously close to the cliff. Wen Yin, are you reckless? Bai Wei reached out to grasp his arm, but he moved swiftly, and she was unable to catch even the hem of his garment. Wen Yin carefully climbed near to the rose, grasping its root firmly, and with a decisive pull, the ice blood rose was uprooted. As Bai Wei saw him successfully gather the flower, her heart eased. Just then, she noticed the stones beneath his feet cracking. Chapter 95. If I cannot protect even one, how can I protect the world? Bai Wei rushed forward to seize Wen Yin. But alas, she could not hold him back. Instead, she was inadvertently pulled down with him. The ice blood rose in Wen Yin's hand transformed into a beam of light upon contacting Bai Wei, vanishing into her being. Instantly, Bai Wei felt a disorienting weightlessness. And in a haze, she caught a glimpse of Wen Yin, his eyes reddened and filled with helplessness. She longed to tell him not to worry, that she was fine, but at that moment, she felt as though she had lost her voice, unable to utter a single word. Time passed, and when Bai Wei opened her eyes, she found herself in a vast, white expanse. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, obscuring her path ahead. Suddenly, she noticed a serene lake before her, its surface untroubled, glowing with a white light. Without hesitation, she reached out to touch it. In an instant, the scenery around her transformed into a grand, yet unfamiliar palace. suspended in the heavens, standing majestically among the clouds. The three magnificent Linghua halls sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. That is how it is when Yan's voice resonated. Following the sound, Bai Wei ascended the steps, and as she passed through the grand entrance, she realized the guards seemed oblivious to her presence. To test this reality, she stepped back and confirmed they truly could not see her. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Bai Wei lifted her skirt and boldly entered the grand hall. Upon entering, she spotted Wen Yin clad in resplendent robes, seated upon a majestic throne, the atmosphere heavy with gravity. "Your Majesty, should anything happen to you this time, what will become of the countless citizens?" An elderly man with a white beard implored. Others echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, Your Majesty, please reconsider." Though Bai Wei was unaware of the full context, it was evident that this group of elders was pressuring Wen Yin. Angrily, she approached the elder, saying, "All you old men know is to reconsider, reconsider." Impudent. Wen Yan's voice cut through the hall like winter's chill. Bai Wei was taken aback, staring at him in astonishment. "I have come to inform you, not to negotiate," Wen Yin stated coldly. "Moreover, if I cannot protect even one person, how can I safeguard the world?" Witnessing Wen Yan's anger, the assembly fell silent, their heads bowed in trepidation. Who is it that you wish to protect?" Bai Wei stood beside Wen Yan, pouting in dissatisfaction. Suddenly, she noticed that Wen Yan's complexion had turned ashen, his fists tightly clenched beneath his sleeves. "Wen Yan!" Bai Wei anxiously attempted to reach out to him, but she found her hands unable to touch him. What on earth was happening? She longed to assist him, but could only stand helplessly by, filled with worry. "Your Majesty? Your Majesty, what troubles you?" The others began to recognize something amiss with Wen Yan, their faces etched with concern as they gazed at him. Those near him rushed forward to offer their support. "I am fine." Wen Yan raised a hand to halt their approach. In that moment, he seemed to sense something as he looked out at the sky. He rose abruptly, intent on rushing outside. His usually steady steps faltered, and as he navigated around the bayou table, he nearly stumbled over his own feet. Witnessing his distress, Bai Wei was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Chapter 96. I must find her. A soldier clad in silver armor hastily entered the grand hall. "Your Majesty." The guards report that the waters of the whale pool have been completely cleared. The attendant spoke gravely, and then, as though resolute, added, "The Empress has fallen for the sake of the people." His words seemed to herald a grim reality. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, a foreboding hue enveloping the surroundings. Wen Yin stood frozen, as though the very essence of his stature had crumbled. "Take him away," defamed the queen. He spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his ice-blue eyes were filled with a fierce intensity. It appeared as if he was being punished for the attendant's misplaced words. "Your Majesty." Others, witnessing Wen Yan's unwillingness to believe, attempted to interject, but he paid them no mind. "I must find her. She promised she would wait for me," Wen Yan murmured, his heart restless as he made his way outside. Upon exiting the Linghua Hall, his pace quickened, eventually breaking into a run. His splendid attire no longer maintained its previous elegance, and even his hairpin had slipped askew. Yet, Wen Yan seemed oblivious, nearly losing his footing along the way. The ministers, filled with trepidation, were about to assist when they saw him awkwardly dashing forward. Bai Wei and the other officials trailed behind, their expressions a blend of concern and complexity. Just as they approached a stretch of azure sea, Bai Wei spotted a figure slowly fading away. Was that her? A sharp pang of heartache coursed through her. No. If the vanishing figure was indeed her, then what was happening to the one in reality? As Bai Wei pondered this, her surroundings dissolved, revealing a group of officials perusing texts in the Shangshu Garden. The air was thick with volumes. She wondered how the emperor was faring. This ordeal was undeniably cruel for him. Indeed, let us hasten to find her and bring the empress back to our divine realm. Bai Wei navigated through stacks of books, questioning, what has become of Wen Yan? However, no one answered her, and in frustration, she sat on the steps. "Si Ming, the emperor has awakened," came the news, though he appeared devoid of vitality. "You must go see for yourselves." What? A throng of individuals swiftly performed a spell to arrive at Mu Wei Pavilion, with Bai Wei following closely behind. Upon seeing the figure before them, Everyone cautiously subdued their movements. Yin was seated on the bed, clutching his chest. Anguish etched across his features. He bore none of his former vigor, and his angelic visage, framed by silver hair, appeared even paler. Yin, Bai Wei cautiously called, yet he seemed oblivious to her presence. Observing the strands of silver in his hair, Bai Wei wondered if they had turned white due to her absence. "Your Majesty, the Empress would be heartbroken to see you like this." An elderly man with a long beard spoke carefully. Upon hearing the mention of the Empress, Yin finally exhibited a flicker of response. "Yes, I must find Bai Wei." He attempted to rise from the bed, but his weakness nearly caused him to tumble. "Your Majesty, the Empress has already departed. You must take care of yourself. You have countless subjects relying on you." An austere elder garb in ink-stained robes said with a bow. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing his words, immediately knelt, their heads bowed in trepidation. Chapter 97. If it were not for her, you would not be here at the elder's utterance, when Yin erupted like a dragon roused from slumber, his eyes reddening. And an icy blue energy surged forth from him. The northern winds stirred his silver strands, rendering him a striking figure, both beautiful and ominous. The kneeling ministers were soon overwhelmed by the torrent of his spiritual power, gasping for breath, their faces flushed. "Your Majesty, spare us." Bai Wei, witnessing the scene, was taken aback and rushed to Yan's side. "Yan, please stop. They are not wrong. You must cease." Bai Wei's anxious fingers clutched his arm, but he remained unaware of her presence. Just as everyone braced for the worst, when Yin relinquished his fury, collapsing dejectedly to the ground, his voice hoarse as he commanded, "Leave. If it were not for her, you would not be alive. Go now." The assembly exchanged glances, hesitating before finally rising from the ground, supporting one another as they exited. With a soft click, the door closed, enveloping the room in an eerie silence. Bai Wei silently settled beside Yin, hugging her knees and gazing at him. He resembled a lost child in search of a parent, his ice-blue eyes now devoid of their former luster, shrouded in a veil of confusion and mist. Sunlight streamed through the icy blue window, illuminating Yin. Yet the warmth of the sun failed to melt the chill and solitude surrounding him. Bai Wei yearned to comfort him, but was abruptly struck by a troubling thought. If the vanished figure was indeed her, then what of the one living among the vampires? Was she merely a substitute for the vanished fairy? As Bai Wei wrestled with her thoughts, Yin suddenly surged to his feet, the fog in his eyes igniting with an unusual brilliance as he stumbled out of the inner chamber. Bai Wei regarded the unremarkable table with confusion, muttering to herself, "What is so special about this table? It is merely an ice blue Bai Yu table adorned with 2 lotus lamps. Could it be that Yin, the emperor of the celestial realm, still believed in deities? But he himself was a god." Yin curiously approached the lotus lamps on the table. With a thunderous sound, the wall behind the table silently opened, revealing a shimmering ice-blue sword suspended in midair. "Do not despair. Life still holds much worth witnessing," Bai Wei called out, hurrying after Yin as he approached the coldly glowing sword, anxiously tugging at his sleeve. "Truly, do you not possess the ability to revive? I have read many novels where that is the case. Think of another way." Bai Wei attempted to appeal to his emotions and reason with him. Alas, Yin remained impervious to her words, directly grasping the icy sword and slicing open his wrist, crimson blood staining the blade. "Oh no, what are you doing?" Bai Wei stamped her foot in distress, overwhelmed with urgency. Were the ministers outside oblivious to Yan's turmoil, indifferent to the danger of leaving him alone in his room? "Do not harm yourself," Bai Wei cried, watching the blood drip from the sword's tip onto the ground, her eyes welling with tears. "I, Yin, offer my blood as a guide, using this ancient sword as a medium to restore my love, Bai Wei, to her celestial form. Henceforth, we shall share my lifespan." Yan's words at this moment caused Bai Wei's heart to tighten painfully. As she witnessed the blood flow incessantly, staining the ground, tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down like a torrential flood. "Do not harm yourself. It hurts." In Chapter 98, as Bai Wei regained her memories, she found herself at a loss on how to confront Yin. She watched the blood continue to flow from him, forming a crimson array on the ground. His angelic visage grew increasingly pale from the loss of blood. In that moment, Bai Wei felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. A metallic taste filled her throat, rendering her unable to swallow, a sensation that was deeply unsettling. A wave of memories surged through her mind, as if she were watching a film. She realized she was the water god, born from the depths of water to protect it. Orphaned and emotionless since childhood, she had been as cold as water itself. However, during her time in the Peach Blossom Grove, she encountered Yin, the prince of the heavenly realm. Their relationship blossomed from strangers to betrothed, a natural progression. Yet, it seemed this journey was too smooth, and calamity struck just as they were to wed. Yin resorted to forbidden techniques, sacrificing his own blood to save her. Thus, she understood that she had not crossed into a story. Rather, she had died, and Yin had exchanged his life for hers, allowing her to return. Even though she was Yin's fiancée and he held affection for her, was it truly worth it for him to risk everything? Bai Wei pondered that anyone would fear death, yet Yin was willing to disregard his own life for her. If something were to happen to him, would she become like Yin? She was uncertain. Her mind was in disarray, and she suddenly found herself unsure of how to face him. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision, and she heard someone calling her name, Wei Wei, Wei Wei. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with concerned faces, Yin, Yinuo, Lin Xing, Yin, and the Duke. Bai Wei had yet to respond, pursing her lips at a loss for words. Wei Wei, you have awakened. I will fetch the doctor. Yin said hurriedly before rushing out in a flurry. Yinuo regarded Bai Wei, sensing a change in her, though she could not articulate what was different. Finally, you have awakened. You do not know. If you had not woken up soon, Yin would have resorted to self-harm. Lin Xing spoke with a tone of dread. The others nodded in agreement. Recalling Yin's demeanor that morning, typically composed and regal, today his calm eyes were filled with panic. His white and gold-trimmed attire was tattered by branches, stained with blood. They were all taken aback, fearing something grave had befallen Bai Wei. The incident had even drawn the attention of the Duke, but fortunately, it was merely due to Bai Wei accidentally consuming a potent energy-replenishing substance. The doctor had assured them that it was only a matter of time before Bai Wei would awaken. However, Yin remained tense, burdened by guilt, believing that had he not rushed her memory recovery, she would not have encountered this predicament. He did not need to feel this way. Bai Wei lowered her gaze, feeling a sense of despair wash over her. She suddenly felt unworthy of Yin's devotion. It seemed that through both lives, only he had been giving. Yet, whether in this life or the next, there was no need for such sacrifices. The others appeared puzzled, each speaking strangely today, unable to comprehend. The Duke, with his keen eyes, discerned that Bai Wei had likely regained her memories, but was reluctant to face the Emperor. Please step outside for a moment. The Duke spoke gently yet firmly. The group exchanged glances, hesitant, but ultimately complied. Has the princess regained her memories? The Duke inquired, his tone suggesting certainty despite the phrasing of a question. Princess? Bai Wei was taken aback. It had been a long time since she had heard that title. Looking at the Duke, Yin's advisor, she admitted, yes, I am aware that Yin is struggling to confront the Emperor. The Duke smiled knowingly, akin to a crafty old fox, and probed further. Might you share with this old man the reason for your burden? Bai Wei sat up, leaning against the bed. I witnessed what Yin did to save me. This love feels overwhelmingly heavy, and I do not know how to handle it. I feel as though I have done nothing in return for him. I was wondering what the matter was. The Duke exclaimed, slapping his thigh with a grin. Your Highness, some things do not require reciprocation or justification. And as for feelings, if everything must be accounted for between two people, it ceases to be love. The Emperor cares for you, and you for him, in equal measure. Bai Wei listened to the Duke's words, momentarily taken aback. She recalled that Yin had once expressed similar sentiments. My kindness towards you requires no reason. A smile crept upon her lips as she responded to the Duke. Yes, I understand. Seeing Bai Wei's expression, the Duke chuckled heartily. Then I shall await the joyous occasion of your wedding with the Emperor. What are you discussing that brings such joy? Yin inquired, leaning against the door with a smile. Nothing, Bai Wei intended to fabricate an excuse to change the subject. Yet she found herself blushing in Wen Yan's presence when she could remain composed before others. The Duke addressed Wen Yan. "We were discussing the anticipation of your wedding with the princess, hoping to share in the joy." Wen Yan's smile widened, while the Duke observed his exuberance with a sigh. It seemed they were destined to endure the Emperor's displays of affection. Yet as long as it did not involve particularly significant matters, life would remain pleasant. He knew all, and the others, seeing Bai Wei and Wen Yan together, began to jest, "Ha ha, when the time comes to wed our Wei Jia, you must pass our trials." Indeed, when the time comes, Wen Yan glanced at the increasingly animated group, signaling the Duke with his eyes, silently requesting to disperse them. The Duke's lips twitched. It appeared the Emperor remained consistently stingy regarding matters concerning the princess. "Everyone, it's best not to linger here. It is not suitable for too much noise." The Duke interrupted the excited chatter surrounding Bai Wei. The group exchanged glances, reluctantly saying, then, "Wei Wei, please rest well. We will visit again tomorrow." "All right." Wen Yan, relieved that the bothersome company had finally departed, bore a smile. Yet, upon turning, he was met with Bai Wei's starry gaze, playfully teasing him. It seemed to say, "I saw you send them away." Coughing lightly to mask his discomfort, Wen Yan thought he ought to cultivate his relationship with Bai Wei more. Yet before he could speak with her, they had been pushed aside. He expressed his grievance with exaggerated innocence. "I haven't even spoken to Wei Wei yet, and they just pushed me out." Bai Wei questioned, "What do you mean by that, pout?" Tentatively, she asked, "What compensation does a yen desire?" Upon uttering those words, Bai Wei found herself momentarily taken aback. The term a yen slipped from her lips as if it were a familiar habit. Wen Yan's eyes sparkled with delight as she opened her arms, resembling a child yearning for a parental embrace, and said, "Hug." A gentle smile graced the corners of Bai Wei's mouth, her tone infused with a hint of helplessness and affection. No sooner had Bai Wei's words faded than she felt herself enveloped in a pair of strong arms, Wen Yan playfully burying her head against her shoulder. The embrace of Wen Yan was as sturdy as a fortress, encircling Bai Wei without evoking a sense of captivity, instead bestowing an overwhelming sense of security. Bai Wei, for reasons unbeknownst to her, felt a sting at the tip of her nose, while unbeknownst to her, Wen Yan's eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. People often lament why two individuals without a future should cross paths. Yet how can one be certain that their meeting in this lifetime is not to mend the regrets of a past life? How can one know that it was not a fervent plea that brought them together? A gentle breeze caressed the champagne-colored curtains, wafting the faint scent of blossoms, enveloping the pair of tightly embraced youths. In that moment, their encounter seemed predestined, their embrace the most exquisite of verses. In the Sea of Stars courtyard, the expansive lake, framed by a grove of peach blossoms, offered a serene setting for boating, with a few sleeping lotuses dotting the water's edge, their blossoms ripe for plucking. The fairy tale-like villa overlooked this tranquil lake. The peach grove cradled a babbling brook, its waters meandering down the mountainside and merging into the lake. Beneath the canopy of peach trees, a young couple strolled hand in hand, their footsteps stirring a carpet of pink petals. "Ah, this is the place," exclaimed the girl, lightly tucking her hair behind her ear. The boy, following her gaze, smiled blissfully and remarked, "Wei Wei, it was under this very tree that I first encountered you." With a playful grin, the girl settled onto a stone bench beneath the peach tree, propping her head up with one hand, and asked, "If I were not the reincarnation of the water god, just Bai Wei, would you still see me as a mere substitute?" The boy gazed at her with eyes full of exuberance and pride, proclaiming, "My lady is irreplaceable. Wei Wei is unparalleled in this world. Moreover, if one could be replaced, it merely indicates a lack of true affection. Yet my love for you is as enduring as the sun and moon." How amusing! When did the aloof emperor become so charmingly loquacious? The girl teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she observed him. He possessed brows as dark as ink, eyes as clear and blue as the deep sea, a nose sculpted with precision, and lips as delicate as roses. Most importantly, He had ears attuned to her every word and a heart that loved her steadfastly. This fervent and passionate affection filled her heart with joy, making her feel as though she possessed the entire world. "I assure you, this is heartfelt," the boy said, stepping closer to grasp her hand, pouting in feigned discontent. "It seems my lady favors that aloof emperor. Now that I am no longer the emperor, does that mean you no longer adore me?" Bai Wei replied, deliberately elongating her tone. Wen Yin gazed at her with a look of innocent grievance, as if to say, "Dare you admit it, and I shall weep." Bai Wei, amused by Wen Yan's childlike demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Wen Yin seemed oblivious to the fact that before her, he had never truly embodied that aloof emperor. Had it not been for that incident when a female celestial being attempted to fall into his embrace, resulting in Wen Yan's immediate change in demeanor, he had resolutely taken a seat at the southern heavenly gate, ensuring that the celestial being received her fair share of reprimand. She had thought a gentle admonition would suffice. But Wen Yin seemed to anticipate her words, looking at her with a sense of grievance, saying, "This time, with Wei Wei present, she dares. What if it is Wei Wei next time? If there are no consequences, wouldn't everyone feel entitled to fall into my embrace?" She found his reasoning unexpectedly compelling and chose to acquiesce. Previously, she had believed Wen Yin to possess an exceptionally gentle temperament, for he had never looked so coldly at anyone in her presence, let alone at her. Even when angry, he resembled a mere child. Observing Wen Yan's pitiful demeanor, Bai Wei feigned longing and remarked, "Indeed, I still prefer that aloof emperor of old." "You are simply tired of me," Wen Yan retorted, his peach blossom eyes filled with playful accusation as they fixated on her. Bai Wei noticed the crystalline sheen that formed in his ice-blue eyes and hurriedly stood, flustered as she caressed the angelic contours of his face, affirming, "I do not. I was merely jesting. My affection lies with Yin, irrespective of how you may change." "Oh dear, I might have slipped up," she thought. Wen Yin huffed with a touch of pride, leaning down to embrace Bai Wei. She felt a tightening around her waist as she was drawn into his warm embrace. A soft voice whispered in her ear, "I love you too, my lady, forever and always, until the end of the world."